Chapter 1 Getting Started. The scenery is pleasant among the mountains of Wufeng. Inside the wooden house in the mountains, Jiang Yu sat cross-legged, his eyes closed tightly, and on the table incense burner, the smoke curled up. At this moment, he only felt a hot current surging through his limbs and bones, and in a few moments sweat dampened his lapel. A burst of golden light flashed by. Recovering as before in a few moments, Jiang Yu's eyes opened up, refreshed like never before. In this moment, it seemed that he could feel every breath of everything. Fingers took out a silver needle, toward the arm, gently turned. A burst of the gas from the tip of the needle slowly spread all over the body. A burst of comfort. It's a done deal. The river fish was delighted to finally get started. Since he was separated from his parents at the age of 6 and was picked up by his master on the mountain, 12 years had passed. The first 4 years he followed his master to continuously cultivate. The latter 8 years he had been studying the healing way of the heart intensely, and he had been looking forward to this day for an unknown period of time. Now I've finally accomplished something. I've entered the way. I'm able to gather chi for use. He let out a long breath and stretched, turning to walk out of the cabin as a scent hit his nose. He smelled the smell and took a handful of the roasted chicken on the table and ate it with a big mouthful, while the white-bearded old man on the side glared at the gorging Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, you bastard. The old man's roasted chicken. Jiang Yu wiped his mouth full of grease with his sleeve and looked at the white-bearded old man in front of him. Master, your roasted chicken is too firewood. It's not delicious. Here, give it back. The white-bearded old Taoist looked at the table of chicken bones and the corners of his mouth twitched. However, a moment later, his eyes looked at Jiang Yu. The healing heart technique has become a success? Jiang Yu touched his stomach and burped. That's for sure. Don't even look at who I am. The white-bearded old Taoist grunted lightly. But it's only just begun. It's still early if you want to learn its essence. Jiang Yu glared angrily at this stinky old man. Chinese since ancient times. There is a secret method. Can go against the sky. Back to basics. Face does not age. Immortality. This is the cultivation. Throughout history, I don't know how many princes and lords wanted to touch the door of cultivation, never seeking the method of longevity, but regretted to end. Unbeknownst to the public, the methods of cultivation are often hidden in ancient books, and the heart of healing is one of them. Return to the hidden old Taoist accidentally get this heart. Although he is medical Shan dual cultivation, and has been to the medical skills through the sky, Shan into the hell. Read all the world of medicine, Taoism, Zhuanjutsu book. But unfortunately, this law must be a boy and boy to repair, and have to be very Taoist talent of the person. In order to participate in the enlightenment, he had long since ceased to be a boy, but his disciple, Jiang Yu, was a man of destiny and extremely gifted, now but less than 20 years of age. But the medical skills have been able to compete with the king of Hades. Martial arts can be comparable to the ancient Jinui. This is the return to the old Taoist will be the cause of this heart of the law handed over to him. Now it seemed that he had indeed made the right decision. In just 8 years, Jiang Yu had comprehended the Tao therein and stepped into the realm of cultivation, which was something that many people could not achieve in their entire lives. Old Taoist Retreat took out an envelope and placed it on the table. Open it and take a look. What is it? Puzzled, Jiang Yu opened the envelope and was shocked when he saw the 4 words Ryudo University on the envelope. Ludao University, one of the most mysterious universities in China. It is said to be mysterious because it is divided into 2 parts within it. One part is a normal key university, no different from any other university, but the other part of it, known as the Willow Road Elite Academy. Students who can enter this institution are basically super high IQ, or people with special abilities. Once heard that some people have also seen the heavenly thunder descending, see the Danlight and other sights, but these are all rumors and no one can examine. Of course, the parties involved in the school are also tight-lipped. After graduation, most of them will enter the country's secret institutions. Of course, there are also their own boss, or become a generation of famous doctors, none of them mediocrity. Due to its special nature, only one class of 25 trainees were enrolled in each specialty each year, which could be considered the elite of the elite. And what Jiang Yu was going to be going to was the martial arts medicine specialty of the elite academy. No? A bad feeling welled up. Jiang Yu hurriedly flipped it open, only to see that it clearly read, "Congratulations to student Jiang Yu for being accepted into our school. Master, you're not mistaken. Letting me go to school?" Jiang Yu looked at the white-bearded old Taoist with wide eyes. "I don't want to go." Jiang Yu didn't even think about it and directly threw the acceptance letter on the table with a lack of interest. "This is a quota that I managed to get from a friend. You must go. Besides, if you want to find your origins, you have to go down the mountain. You are practicing the healing way of the heart, without entering the world. That's never going to happen." Immediately after that, old Taoist Guiyin snorted coldly and pulled out 7 letters from his bosom, saying meaningfully, "Also, In order to make up for the entry conditions for you to cultivate the healing Tao heart technique, these are the marriage letters between you and your 7 stunning senior sisters. And for the master to only have you as a male disciple is considered a bargain for you. Just go ahead and sneak a smile. Your 7 senior sisters are all stunning on earth. A marriage certificate? 7 senior sisters? Stunning colors? Receiving the 7 marriage letters and acceptance letters. Jiang Yu was dismayed beyond words. How come I never knew I had 7 senior sisters? Since he came, there is only him and this old man on this mountain. Where is there any stunning senior sister? No, master, you've landed me 7 wives? Old man, why didn't I know you were so good to me? Jiang Yu's eyes were rolling around, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He really could not have imagined that the old man could give himself such a big gift before going down the mountain. Jiang Yu's eyes were full of emotion. Master, you're also too good to me. I can't even leave. Hurry up and get lost you. Your 7 senior sisters are waiting for you to go down the mountain to wreak havoc. The old man spat with a disgusted face and closed his eyes before continuing his cultivation. Jiang Yu sighed. I know. Jiang Yu then got up and went back to the house to pack his bags and turned to go out. Master, take care of yourself. I'm going down the mountain. I'll be back when I'm free, and keep the fish behind the house for me. I'll come back and eat it. Returning to the old Taoist looked at the distant back of the river fish. Moving to use 1,000 miles of voice transmission to the river fish said, River fish, the person who enters the Tao must do more good deeds. When there can be a good karma, get a good end. When Jiang Yu heard this, his figure paused, turned around and knelt down in the direction of his master and kowtowed 3 times. My disciple keeps this in mind. Then he got up and headed down the hill, walked to the foot of the mountain. The sky is dark. Jiang Yu is ready to find a small hotel nearby to sleep for the night. Tomorrow morning straight to Wuzhou City, the location of the school. Instead, he heard a strange sound not far from the edge of the mountains, vaguely mixed with a girl's crying voice. He frowned lightly and walked quickly, hearing the men's conversation and seeing their movements when he was 3 meters away from the unusual movement. Just see a woman lying on the ground, trying to protect the clothes. The mouth is still Zia softly crying for help, but beside a few pugnacious man, moving her hands and feet. Chick, don't bother. All you have to do is make us brothers feel good and today will be over. Yeah girl, just wait and enjoy yourself. A few of us have already made you horny. A pimple-pitted man with a lewd face and a hand that couldn't stop stroking the woman's delicate cheek. Damn, Ergo can do it now. I can't help it. Seeing the woman's pathetic appearance, the man who was already horny. What's the panic? The boss said to try the effects of this new drug. Don't worry, just a few more minutes and this will be begging us for her. Jiang Yu's face changed slightly. Forcibly robbing the people's daughter? Hot. So hot. Wang Qingqing tore at the clothes on her body. Her sanity was being stripped away a little bit. Her lips had long been bitten, but she still couldn't resist the heat in her body. Ha ha ha, almost there. The youngest remembered to videotape. Go back to the good delivery. Rest assured that the last let you cool. Okay, called the youngest man. Just took out the camera ready to shoot. Suddenly a black eye let out a scream, only to see his hand in an extremely bizarre form behind him. The camera has long fallen out a few meters away. Then a silver needle shot out, straight towards the pugilist who was pressing on Wang Qingqing's body. Instantly the pain hit. The pugilist immediately screamed and couldn't stop rolling on the ground. Jiang Yu immediately pulled the girl lying on the ground into his arms. The sudden turn of events caused the men present to blush. The leading man, with a ferocious look on his face, pointed at Jiang Yu. Who are you? Dare to ruin my good deed? Don't want to live? Jiang Yu, however, was deaf. He felt the unusual body temperature of the girl in his arms. His hand smoothly touched Wang Qingqing's wrist, and his face changed slightly. Harmony scatter. Chapter 2. You return my innocence. When the leading man saw that Jiang Yu even ignored him, his face darkened a few points more. Kid, I'm telling you, you better get lost right away, or I'll make you look good. As if Jiang Yu didn't hear the man, his hand reached into his pants pocket and took out 2 silver needles towards the woman's acupoints. And a few moments later, the woman's breathing smoothed out a few points, but the heat on her body didn't subside at all. The harmony scatter is really overbearing. Jiang Yu murmured and randomly looked at the pugnacious man standing where he was. Hurry up and bring out the antidote. The leading man looked at Jiang Yu as if he was looking at an idiot. I think you've lived long enough. Who do you think you're talking to? Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't care who you are. Either give the antidote or die. Ha ha ha. The men around them laughed, their faces teasing. The leading man was even more so, as he sauntered forward. Kid, I'll let you know today that there are some idle matters you can't meddle with. Brothers, give him a lesson. A group of men had gathered around, and Jiang Yu placed the girl in the corner and stood up to move his limbs. If there is a way to heaven and you don't go, if there is no door to hell and you guys just barge in, little master is doing the right thing for heaven today. At the moment when this group of men rushed up, Jiang Yu's body shape was like a ghost weaving. silver needles in his hands shot out, and overnight several big men had already fallen to the ground and fainted. Bunch of hot chickens. Jiang Yu opened his mouth disdainfully, then assisted Wang Qinchin on the ground, and patted her face. Hey, are you alright? Wang Qinchin opened her hazy eyes, which were foggy and charming. This pair of eyes love-scene veterans cannot fight, let alone still virgin river fish. Jiang Yu swallowed his saliva and hurriedly recited the meditation incantation silently. The meditation incantation that usually worked very well was useless at this moment because Wang Qinchin's hand had already reached in from the hem of Jiang Yu's clothes. Slightly cool palms, gently holding Jiang Yu with muscular chest. Hot body is like a water snake wrapped around Jiang Yu. Thin lips lightly opened. A burst of burning breath exhaled in the neck of Jiang Yu. He crouched in his heart and hurriedly pulled Wang Qinchin's hand that was making a mess. I'm warning you, if you move again, I'll put you on the spot, believe it or not. Wang Qinchin's eyes were mesmerized. Looking straight at Jiang Yu, her mouth kept saying, hot, touching cool, comfortable. Jiang Yu swallowed. His fingers once again stroked Wang Qinchin's wrist pulse. His brow furrowed. No good. The medicine is taking effect. NND. There is no cure for acacia once it strikes. Jiang Yu frowned. He still didn't believe that the golden needles were useless. Picking up Wang Qinchin on the ground, Jiang Yu found a hotel to stay in. Placing the girl on the bed, he took out his golden needle. Offended, the girl's body began to glow red as the golden needle stabbed down, followed by writhing and restlessness. Jiang Yu's palm moved slightly. A stream of qi collected in his palm and slowly went towards the silver needle. Just then a strange scene happened. Wang Qinchin's body even refused Jiang Yu's true qi to enter. Jiang Yu frowned tightly and retracted his breath. Incidentally, the silver needle was also retracted. What is going on here? Jiang Yu recognized that he had seen a lot of strange things, but like the woman in front of him, this is really the first time to see. At the time of Jiang Yu doubt, Wang Qinchin do not know when to sit up. Eyes confused look at Jiang Yu. Take advantage of its unguarded will be pounced on the sub on the bed. A pair of red lips tightly pasted on the red lips of Jiang Yu. Well, girl, I sell my art, not my body. Don't pull down my pants. Pop. A crisp slap resounded throughout the room, and Jiang Yu looked at Wang Qinchin, who was pressing on top of him, with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Shut up, I want you. Afterwards, he bent down again, his red lips tightly pressed against Jiang Yu's, and a pair of dexterous little hands roamed around Jiang Yu's body. The air gradually had an ambiguous sound, and the smell in the air said nothing more than the pleasure of the two people on the bed. It was dark and bright, and the sun crept up from the sky and shone through the window into the room. Ah! A scream rang out in the room, and River Fish was woken up, drained of energy, so you can imagine how tired he was last night. Only to see a topless woman pulling the quilt to cover her luscious body, her eyes glaring viciously at Jiang Yu. River Fish bowed his head, dozing off, instantly leaving his brain, images of last night floating in his mind. The original disoriented eyes were colored with a hint of aggression, and he stared mournfully at the woman who was pointing at her, living up to her reputation as a spiteful woman. Wang Qinchin looked at the expression of the man in front of her for one, looking at the bed that a splash of bright red, last night suffered is her right. You returned my innocence. The river fish is very aggrieved. Want him in Wufeng Mountain, that is also a hegemonic existence. The mountain that creature dares to easily approach him? But okay, last night almost broke his virginity. If it wasn't for the thought of the not yet completed healing heart and his 7 earthly stunning sisters, he replaced them with something else at the end of his life, or else his entire Tao would not have been a lost cause. Surely Master's dying advice was right. What? The corners of Wang Qinchin's mouth twitched. What's wrong with this man? Last night you were drugged with the harmony scatter. If I hadn't shown up, you wouldn't know what would have happened to you right now. But you ended up being so gracious that you pounced on me, so you'll have to pay that debt. Jiang Yu said, more and more feel aggrieved. Although no virginity, but he really did not experience the male and female things, and now this is something. Think of his 5 good young people to see justice almost on their own, who he looked for reason to go. Wang Qinchin's memories also gradually returned to his mind. Last night accompanied a leader to drink. The seat came a few second generation, kept pouring her wine, and then felt hot and dry. And then, Wang Qinchin didn't dare to continue thinking about it, her small face scarlet early, but a moment later, she calmed down and looked at Jiang Yu with a pair of beautiful eyes coldly. Taking out a bank card from his bag, he threw it in front of Jiang Yu. Payment for you, from now on we are clear. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. You woman treat me like a duck? A trace of unnatural expression surfaced on Wang Qinchin's face, then softly said, last night was just a one-night fling. We are all adults. Besides, we are not supposed to be all the way. This money is enough for you to use for a period of time. It is considered compensation, said Wang Qinchin. Also do not care about the reaction of the river fish. Take the clothes into the toilet, and then come out when there has been no yesterday's woe and enthusiasm. Exudes as if the exterminator general cold breath. When you meet in the future, just pretend you don't know each other, or the consequences will be too much for you to bear. After saying this, Wang Qinchin slammed the door and left, leaving the dumbfounded Jiang Yu. When has he ever been treated like that? Looking at the splash of bright red on the bed, the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth turned up. Humph. Provoked the small master wants to get rid of impossible things so easily, and so he is busy with the things in front of him, even if the ends of the earth. The small master also want to find out this woman. Jiang Yu also do not nagging. Put on the clothes, quickly get out of bed and leave the hotel. Today is the day to report to the school. Must not be late. I don't know what kind of stunning looks those 7 fiancé sisters of his are. Chapter 3, Reporting to Ryudo University. Ryudo University, located in the small town of Arun in the south of the country, is surrounded by mountains and water. Even though Arun is just a small town, it is famous for the presence of Ryudo University, and the town has a lot of things you can't get anywhere else. For example, unique pills, peculiar food, and from time to time, you can see young people telling fortunes on the side of the road. And most of these are students at Ryudo University. Of course, there is an unwritten rule in Ulaanbaatar town, that is, not to receive foreigners, and this rule has shown signs of breaking vaguely over the years, but the rule that the things sold in Ulaanbaatar town are never sold to foreigners is not going to change. Of course, this is especially true of Yanagi Province University, where all the students are Chinese and none of them are of foreign nationality. Into the elite courtyard is even more by the state secret protection object. It can be said that as long as you can successfully enter the elite courtyard, then you have become one of the state protection object, and the elite courtyard in the priority of the people with the national institutions, even if when the boss is also so. But even so, there are still tons of people who want to enter every year. Jiang Yu walked to the door and looked around the enrollment point but didn't find the enrollment point of the elite academy. He frowned. The old man wouldn't have lied to him. Jiang Yu then pulled a student and asked, "Hello, I'm a new student in the elite academy. May I know where to report?" That student's face flashed with surprise, then looked Jiang Yu up and down. Jiang Yu was still wearing the Taoist robes that had been passed down from the mountains today, and with his hair coiled up high, he really did have some flavor of a Taoist child. The elite academy is over there. Let me take you there. With a hint of admiration on his face, that student led Jiang Yu towards the courtyard. After walking for 5 minutes, Jiang Yu saw the 6 big words of the elite academy reporting office not far away. Crap, it's just this report. Not so much. The so-called strange and unusual people gathered is just like that, only to see that near the reporting place there are people fighting with swords. Some people follow strange little beasts around, and some people are riding paper villains on their shoulders. Jiang Yu, a person who had seen the world, had his eyes open to the fact that the rumors were not false. I'll leave you to go over there. Apparently the boy leading the way was not surprised by what he saw before him. Jiang Yu arched his hand to say thank you and quickly walked towards the location of the reporting office. The report was very fast. After finding the name and signing it, it was considered a successful report. But after the report, he was not immediately assigned a dormitory. Instead, he was asked to wait on the side, which made Jiang Yu a little strange. When Jiang Yu was sitting on the sidelines, a chubby boy came over next to him. "Hello, my name is Su Ziyu, is a freshman in this class of martial arts doctors." Jiang Yu looked at the smiling boy in front of him and returned the same smile. "Hello, my name is Jiang Yu and I'm in the same major as you." Su Ziyu's eyes widened upon hearing this. "Wow. Finally I've stumbled upon a professional. Sonny, come over here." Jiang Yu looked in the direction Su Ziyu beckoned, only to see a tall, thin man with gold-tipped eyes appearing refined. But at the moment, his face did not look good. "Su Ziyu, how many times have I told you? No calling me by my nickname. Be careful, I'll go home and tell your mom that you're stealing food again." Su Ziyu skimmed her lips. "Sonny is so not cute. Come, I'll introduce you to your new classmates. Jiang Yu, this is my cousin, Xin Zai, nicknamed Zai Zai. Also a martial arts medicine major, and this is Jiang Yu." Xin Zai and Jiang Yu greeted each other, and the three of them sat down to chat. After a conversation, Jiang Yu knew that these two brothers from the family of martial arts doctors, up to 3 generations are graduated from this school. They naturally inherited the mantle of the family. In addition to Taoism and medicine, the elite academy also has a variety of disciplines unheard of by Jiang Yu, including ghostology and animal fighting. It's no wonder that the elite academy is known as a gathering place for demons and monsters, isn't it? We've reported, so why don't you let us go to our dorm rooms? Instead, we have to wait here? Looking at the sky with the sun high in the sky, River Fish really didn't like it. Of this he was puzzled. "Ha, you don't know?" River Fish blinked. "What should I know something about?" Su Ziyu held her forehead. "Every year, the elite academy will have a test after enrollment, and this test is to see if you are really qualified to enter the various disciplines of the elite academy. You don't look at the 25 trainees enrolled in each specialty each year. According to my understanding, each class in the Elite Academy basically enrolls less than this number each year, and some specialties may have the number of enrollees go from 25 directly to 3 after the assessment. What? Jianyu stared wide-eyed, and in his heart, he cursed his own master for a long time. Why didn't this stinky old man tell him about this? But you don't have to worry too much. If you start from elementary school, it's not a big problem. The reason why there is this test is that there are too many people who abuse the test every year. The corners of Jianyu's mouth twitched. He was not afraid of the test. Just what exactly is this test? How to test? He has absolutely no concept. So, do you know what the test questions are? Su Ziyu shook her head. The content of the test changes every year. For example, for martial medicine, healing and martial arts are mandatory. Last year's topic was sea rescue. Jianyu was a bit confused. What kind of topic was this? In fact, it is to put us into a sea island. There are a lot of school martial arts academy students on the island. We must first pass through their barrier, and then find a patient. Usually this patient's disease in the outside hospital belongs to the no medicine can be saved or critical will be cured by this patient. Assessment is over. The river fish was helpless, and for some reason had the feeling that he had gotten into a pirate ship. It's just a matter of coming. He's never given up in his dictionary. Let's see it first. 2 hours. Jianyu from the mouth of the two brothers will be this school situation to understand the general. General, one word. Perverted. It was also time for reporting and all the new students were gathered together. A leader-like man walked onto the stage. Hello all prospective freshmen. I am the Dean of the Elite Academy. I believe that all of you students know what you will face next. I am here to say only one thing. Those who are able to pass the examination are our Elite Academy students, and I am waiting for you in the academy. After the dean finished speaking, a teacher separated them and took them away. Jianyu and his group rode on a bus, and this bus was full of new students of martial arts medicine. Sitting next to him was a very well-behaved looking girl, and in the back seat were the two Su Ziyu brothers. Su Ziyu is a chatterbox. Not a moment and Jianyu next to the girl chat up. The girl also talkative. All the way to these two people talk endlessly, but also not lonely. By the time they almost got off the bus, the four of them had already said that they would form a small team to break in together. Of course Jianyu was forced to do so. According to Su Ziyu's original words, follow your brother and have meat to eat. Your brother will take you to fly. Jianyu wanted to refuse, but seeing Su Ziyu's gaze, well, he couldn't refuse. The car drove for more than 4 hours and finally reached their destination, and as soon as they got out of the car, they looked to the side of the clearing where a man was already waiting for them. Getting closer, eyes popped out. How could it be the woman from the other night? Chapter 4. Start of the examination. It's actually the serpentine beauty Wang Qingqin who's going to be our examiner. It's over. She's notoriously strict, the girl on the sidelines said in surprise. Wang Qingqin's age was similar to a few people, and she was a freshman of the previous session, but her potential was amazing, which made her the chief examiner of this session of freshmen. With that, Wang Qingqin scanned the people over, lingering on Jianyu for a moment, revealing a meaningful smile. I'm Wang Qingqin, and as a martial arts doctor, it's important to have basic survival knowledge. The rules of the test are simple. Entering this jungle and healing the seriously ill within it will earn you 5 points. There would be examiners who were older siblings who would intervene, but they all had a silver pin on them to suppress their strength. However, that silver needle on those examiners also represented 5 points, which could be said to be full of temptation, and many new students were eager to try after hearing about it. If they were teachers, they might be honest, but they were just students a year above them. At the end of her words, Wang Qingqin smiled again. I'll show up in the middle of the jungle and be responsible for identifying whether or not you can get into the class. As soon as the words fell, a bus stopped again, and from it came down a dozen men and women in school uniforms. Looking at the new students with teasing eyes, Wang Qingqin raised her hand violently, and several silver needles shot towards them. I'm sure this is the silver needle used to confine their strength. Jianyu reacted extremely fast and was the first to rush in, followed by the remaining 3 of the 4-man squad. The field of vision soon became narrower, but it did escape the examiners. River fish, do you have any ideas? Su Ziyu seemed to have not reacted yet, and there was a pang of fear. He was considered the slower of the 4, but watching the examiner tackle those freshmen without a moment's hesitation hurt to watch. What are you guys good at? As a martial arts doctor, he naturally had aspects that he was good at, and Jianyu belonged to the category of all-round development. The remaining few people looked at me. I looked at you. None of them said anything. After all, it was the first time they had met each other, and no one was willing to expose their shortcomings as soon as they came up. I'm more resistant to a beating. Su Zai was the first to speak up. I'm more sensitive to my surroundings. Shinzai pushed up his glasses. Suzwa didn't say anything. I'm all-powerful. Riverfish smiled. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound beside them. A shadow slowly walked out with a smile on its face, but it gave the four of them goosebumps. I'd like to see how much weight the examiner has. A crisp voice sounded from behind. Su-ro actually rushed up. Her body was ghostly and extremely fast. Even Jiangyu did not react. The examiner didn't say anything. Still with that smirk, the movements of his hand didn't hesitate for even half a second. Not showing the slightest bit of mercy because Su-ro was a girl, the examiner took a step to the side. Seemingly a minute slower because of the silver needle stabbing into his right leg. Su-ro's fist smashed head-on, looking delicate and weak, but moving her hands without any mercy. Boom! The sound was so loud that the weeds around his feet were shaken to one side. In the next moment, Su-ro's body flew back as if it was a kite with broken strings. Not bad, physically over the top. Why are you grown men frozen? You're not as good as other little girls? The examiner stood there and looked at the Jiangyu several people. Then I'll lead the way. Riverfish lifted his foot and walked over. However, he did not expect the examiner to speak of martial virtues, and with a lightness of foot, he rushed towards the riverfish. Jiangyu's face changed greatly. He didn't know the strength of people in the world, so he didn't dare to exaggerate. Lifting up his full spirit, his true chi running between his palms. You can't hide anymore, so you have to do it the hard way. Schoolboy, confidence is good. Too much confidence can be. Before the examiner could finish his sentence, their palms clashed together. Without making any noise, the examiner flew straight out, twisting his body in the air, which prevented him from falling particularly hard. Senior, you, obviously, the riverfish didn't know what was going on yet. Ahem, you're barely getting by. The examiner turned his body back and clicked his fingers together on his chest several times one after the other, which was the only way to hold back the hot stream in his throat. Is this ing freshman? As a senior, he hadn't even comprehended the use of true chi yet. Jiangyu walked over. The examiner subconsciously tried to hide, but as a result, Jiangyu just took away the silver needle that was on the examiner's body, and smiled at the examiner. The examiner then and only then grayed out. River, fish brother. Su Ziyu gulped, suddenly feeling that Jiangyu was so bullish. Su-ro also opened her mouth with a big grin. Jiangyu, your strength is good, but I'm faster. Okay, let's keep looking for the patient. Putting away the silver needle, Jiangyu didn't think much about it. The other side. Sister Qin, there's a new student with good strength. You can go and test him yourself. This is his place. With that, Wang Qinqin's hand appeared to locate a person. She frowned slightly, thinking for a moment, but walked into the jungle. In fact, she wanted to let that brat Jiangyu know how powerful she was first, but it was still more important for the examination. Fish, I found a patient, Qin Zai shouted. Several people walked over. A patient lying on the hospital bed, bone thin, surrounded by a number of instruments. But the patient did not have the slightest sign of waking up. Qin Zai was the first to place his hand on the patient's pulse. After all, he was the one who noticed it first. After a moment, he removed his hand with a tight frown. The heart nearly stopped, the body stiffened and slightly cooled, and most of the body went into the coffin. Qin Zai's expression was a bit lost, so he thought that he couldn't be cured. He who was good enough to be called a miracle doctor in the Qin family would actually have a disease that he couldn't cure, and he couldn't help but lose his mind. Su Ziyu shook her head to look at Su-ro and Jiangyu, casting over a look of help. His attainments in the medical arts were already inferior to Qin Zai. Naturally, he couldn't save him. Su-ro directly took out a silver needle and inserted it into the patient's body in a flowing manner. After pointing a few more of the patient's acupoints one after another, that heartbeat was actually rushing with the naked eye. But Su-ro didn't look like she was relaxing in the slightest. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and this state of affairs was very consuming to the mind. Sasha. The sound of grass being ruffled aside rang out, as if someone was coming. There was no other possibility but the examiners, and no freshman would dare cause so much noise. A few people looked at each other, and Jiangyu decided to take a look. Wang Qinqin walks on, getting closer and closer to positioning. From the day she enrolled in school, she was the proud daughter of heaven, and the entire elite academy was very polite to her, except for that brat. Soon, Jiangyu appeared in Wang Qinqin's field of vision. Wang Qinqin took another look at the positioning, which made sure that it was really wrong. I've heard that you have good strength, so I've come to personally assess it. Chapter 5, I'm the boss? Feeling the aura on Wang Qinqin's body, Jiangyu also gulped. She was quite a bit stronger than the examiner just now. No wonder she was able to fill the position of chief examiner. Obviously, they were both senior siblings, but their strength was as terrifying as this, thus showing just how outrageous Wang Qinqin's talent was. In front of Jiangyu, Wang Qinqin used 2 silver needles to stab the legs and arms. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll suppress my strength by 2 layers. With that, a smile appeared on Wang Qinqin's face as well. That aura was noticeably lower, but it was still quite a bit stronger than the examiner just now. It was you who bullied me in the first place. Even if you bullied me at night, you're going to bully me at the test too. Jiang Yu looked aggrieved, and Wang Qinqin's face instantly turned cold. It was clear that he had suffered a loss, and he ended up acting like he had suffered a great loss. The bully is you. When the words fell, Wang Qinqin turned her palm into a fist and smashed it towards Jiang Yu's face as if she was an arrow off the string. Jiang Yu also didn't hold back and ducked to the side. He didn't dare to carry it head on. A fist smashed empty. Wang Qinqin quickly twisted her body in the air, and a big long leg kicked towards Jiang Yu. Snap! Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Jiang Yu raised his hand and grabbed Wang Qinqin's leg. The atmosphere became ambiguous in an instant, only to see Jiang Yu standing there, grabbing Wang Qinqin's leg with one hand. Wang Qinqin was unable to retreat or attack. You let go. Despite the crazy night with River Fish, it was in a drugged state and she herself was not aware of it. Now that she was too awake to be sober, being in such close contact with the river fish caused a blush to rise to her cold face. Not loose. Jiang Yu was also hard. He knew that if he let go of Wang Qinqin, he would definitely be beaten up violently. With a broken look, he felt the warmth coming from his palm and just wouldn't let go. Fish, what are you doing? At this time, a familiar voice sounded from behind her, and Su Ziyu was a bit confused. If I'm not mistaken, the owner of the leg in Fish's hand should be Chief Examiner Wang Qinqin's. Taking advantage of Jiang Yu's moment of disorientation, Wang Qinqin exerted a fierce force, which broke free of Jiang Yu's hand and restored her cold expression. You have good strength and are qualified to enter the elite academy. After that, he left without even looking back. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a layer of goosebumps behind him. It seems that his future life in the elite courtyard will not be too satisfactory. But that's just it. That's all an afterthought. Did Su make it? River Fish walked over, seeing Su-ro sitting on the ground disengaged and gasping for air. Her back was also drenched in sweat long ago, and she was able to clearly see the purple outline. Perhaps noticing Jiang Yu's gaze, Su-ro turned back. Ahem, looks like it worked. Ha! Jiang Yu coughed and pretended that he didn't see anything. Su-ro nodded and didn't think much of it, assuming it was a wrong feeling. Jiang Yu looked at the patient. His breath was calm, and his heartbeat was no different from a normal person. It seems that Su-ro does have a little something, and if there are no surprises, entering the elite house is also a nail in the coffin. Now there was only Su Ziyu and Qin Zai left, and the two of them hadn't played to their strengths yet. Take a break. Looking at Su-ro's state, Jiang Yu said with a smile. The four river fish were not the only ones who were successful. There was also a shadow who traveled alone through the jungle. The examiners even suspected that this person reported the wrong specialty. With this body, to go to the martial arts class can be mixed with the wind. Why to come to this medical and martial arts dual training martial arts class? It wasn't until the examiners saw how easily the man had healed a seriously ill patient that they again sucked in a breath of cold air. It's not an easy session. In the front, Jiang Yu comprehended true qi and repelled the examiners. And in the back, there was Lin Han's powerful body and excellent medical skills. The last term was boasted by countless people because of having Wang Qinqin, and as of now, Jiang Yu and Lin Han's future would not be lower than Wang Qinqin's. Wang Qinqin listened to the examiner's comments, and an interesting incident came to her mind as she spoke faintly. Since they are all geniuses, let me see the ranking order. Publicize the positioning of Jiang Yu and Lin Han, and if you defeat them, you will directly enter the elite academy. And that Jiang Yu, I've learned about his strength. If you examiners can defeat him in a suppressed state, you can go and receive a technique. Although Jiang Yu was a bit shameless, his strength was unquestionable, or else her leg wouldn't have been held by Jiang Yu for so long. Hearing this, the examiners rose to their feet. Originally, this was a laborious thing to do, but as a result, Wang Qinqin directly set Jiang Yu, who was a new student, as a boss, and he could drop his feats if he defeated it. Sister Qin, isn't this a bad idea? They're all still freshmen. You and I know the importance of merit laws. Do you think I would give you merit laws for free? Wang Qinqin's expression was cold. Thinking about it like this, it seemed like it was the case. It seemed that in Wang Qinqin's mind, Jiang Yu's strength was enough to be called the number one freshman. Only the examiner who had been knocked back by Jiang Yu's punch swallowed his saliva. Compared to feats, it was still more important to have a life, and just from the strength of his strike, I guess I don't know the power of true qi. Looking at the group of eager students, he silently prayed in his heart. Achoo! Riverfish sat down and sneezed, rubbing his nose. No, can I still have a cold? Fish, just now that leg, is not, that person is not Wang examiner ah? Su Ziyu asked tentatively. Ah, yes, I'll go. Brother Fish, you're so awesome, the little one will hang out with you from now on. Su-ro and Qin Zai also threw over shocked gazes. They knew that Jiang Yu was strong, but they didn't think that he was actually strong enough to wrestle with Chief Examiner Wang Qinqin. At that moment, they suddenly received a message on their cell phones. When I opened it, it had 2 green dots in my own location, one of which was very close to me. Defeating any of them will lead to direct entry into the Elite Academy. A message pop-up box was received immediately afterward. Only Jiang Yu's cell phone was empty, and he had received nothing. You have been set as a boss. Please note. Okay, copy that, but it's not good news. Looking back, the 3 of them also realized that Jiang Yu was one of the green dots. They really didn't know what the hell was going on. It wasn't making the freshmen turn against each other. Outside the jungle, the examiners were poised. Students, there's only one river fish, so there's only one gongfu. First come, first served. Examiner after examiner poured into the jungle in high spirits. It was obvious that they had not experienced it and would never understand just how terrifying the strength of the river fish was. Chapter 6, it's time for the boss to make his move. Lin Han also stopped, perhaps tired. A silver needle brushed past his ear, and Lin Han lifted his spirit and looked around. Same freshman, why did you take a shot at me? The voice was cold. Not a trace of emotion could be heard. Beating you can directly enter the Elite Academy. Who do you think would not be moved? Several figures walked out, all freshmen. A few moments later, a few freshmen had completely lost their affinity with the Elite Academy, and with Lin Han's great understanding of the acupoints on a person's body, those few freshmen could be said to have been beaten to death. It seems that my strength has been recognized by the examiners, so I guess the title of the first freshman will definitely fall on my head. Lin Han clenched his fist, the corners of his mouth evil. On the other side, the river fish was lying on a pile of grass, which was very soft. After learning that Jiang Yu had been set up as the boss of this matter, Su Ziyu trio was anxious. They were even more puzzled as to why Jiang Yu, who was a party to the incident, acted as if he had nothing to do with me. Fish, I know you're strong, but 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Su Zai was a bit anxious and kept pacing. Generally speaking, only the player who deals the final blow to the boss will be rewarded. River Fish stood up with a smile on his face. A word woke up the dreamer. The 3 also instantly understood the meaning of the river fish. No wonder it was so calm. It turned out that they had already thought of a good countermeasure. An examiner took the lead and came to the river fish's position. A rustling sound rang out, drawing the attention of the 4 men. The examiner looked at the 4 people, and didn't seem to put Jiang Yu in his heart. Just a freshman. Even if he was suppressed, he should be able to solve it with his hands. Su Ziyu didn't say anything. He just took a step forward. After all, after such a long time, he didn't have any notable performance, so he must be taking this opportunity to show his strength. Shinzai also stood next to Su Ziyu, and the 2 of them were ready to cooperate in making a move. Then I'll try to test the waters of your little team of 4. The examiner still had that breezy look. The silver needle is on the right arm. I think it must be a martial arts doctor who specializes in attacks. Be careful. Shinzai pushed his eyes up, noticing some stiffness in the examiner's arm. As the 3 of them closed the distance, Su Ziyu was passive and barely had a chance to launch an attack, but it had to be recognized that Su Ziyu's physical body was very strong. Took so many punches head-on, yet stood there as if uninjured. Abdomen. Shinzai suddenly shouted. Su Ziyu could not stand it anymore long ago, and moved her arms that were blocking in front of her, and slammed them towards the examiner's abdomen. The examiner's face was shocked, but after all, he was a senior, and had long since developed the habit of pressing down on his entire figure, unloading Su Ziyu's punch, which already had little attacking power. It was followed by a right hook. Cannot be avoided. Carrying the examiner so many punches, Su Ziyu has long been in a state on the verge of breaking the defense, only pretending to be fine. Jiang Yu got up and was about to strike, but Su Ro was a step ahead of him. The weaker-looking Su Ro was subconsciously ignored by the examiner. In the next moment, the examiner flew out, and the silver needle fell in the process. The examiner stood up, dusted himself off, and glanced at the silver needles on the floor. Can you guys carry me at full strength? As the words changed, a terrifying aura emanated from the examiner's body, and just by relying on his aura, he caused the 3 to take a few steps back, their faces showing trepidation. It's time for the boss to make his move. Jiang Yu's flat voice rang out. For some reason, hearing Jiang Yu's voice, the trio's hearts felt an extra sense of security. Martial Arts Medicine 2nd year. Jia Yu. Jia Yu looked at Jiang Yu. Freshman boss. River fish. This bashful look of Jiang Yu made Jia Yu's heart uneasy, completely unlike a new student. She exploded, and Jia Yu emptied his head of any excess thoughts. He's just a freshman. How strong can he be? He was also a freshman last year, and the talented Wang Qinqin was not still beaten up by the examiners. With the swing of a fist, he then realized the terror of Jiang Yu. There was a hidden true qi emanating from his body, and Jia Yu wanted to retract his strength, but he simply couldn't. Because they are martial arts doctors, They use all their strength in every blow. They hit themselves. They can heal themselves. The two fists clashed and Jia Yu flew out once again, only this time, seriously injured. Jiang Yu's true chi wreaked havoc in Jia Yu's body, destroying his foundation. Help me. Jia Yu couldn't care less. In front of the future, what does dignity matter? Jiang Yu also realized that he seemed to be in trouble and ran to Jia Yu. Observe him. The silver needle was stabbed in, and the strand of true chi that was in Jia Yu's body quieted down. Then another silver needle was stabbed in, and threads of true chi appeared on his fingertips, following the silver needle into Jia Yu's body. That strand of true chi sensed a familiar aura, which came out of Jia Yu's body. Okay. Jiang Yu put away the silver needle. Jia Yu stared at Jiang Yu with an unconvinced face, but his mouth didn't say anything, so it seemed that he still chose to mouth a wave. After saying that, Jia Yu left. Fatty, Sunny, Su Ro, how's your health? Jiang Yu looked at the three. It wasn't called by name for the sake of already being familiar with it. Not a big problem. What's wrong, fish? I'm not hurt. Okay. I don't think I can afford to be passive, so I've decided to take the initiative. Do you guys want to join me? A smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Having a partial knowledge of his own strength, Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't be an honest prey. Since he was set to be a boss, he had to have the consciousness of a boss. Listening to Jiang Yu's words, Su Ziyu also felt lit up. Squad of 4, accompanied. Together then, just in time for me to recharge. The three had no desire to break away from the group either. The examiners watched as the river fish actually moved, and their movements were 1 point faster. If they had deliberately dodged, it would have taken a lot of time. Only Wang Qinchin looked at the localization on her hand and a touch of shock appeared in her eyes. Starting to be proactive? It's getting interesting. Although there was no orientation for the examiners, with the humanoid radar Qin Zai didn't have to bump around like a headless fly. Fish, there's a couple people directly in front of us that seem to be freshmen. Qin Zai pointed ahead. Do freshmen fight bosses too? River Fish muttered. Stop. As long as I beat you, I'll be able to enter the elite academy, right? One of them pointed at Jiang Yu and spoke arrogantly. Before Jiang Yu could do anything, Su Ro on the side couldn't stand to watch, and with a lightness of foot, he easily took care of these people. The examiners are here. More than one, Qin Zai suddenly said, and as soon as his words fell, 5 people appeared in front of the 4 of them, coming on strong. Just the hell your name is River Fish. Ha! Chapter 7. What are your qualifications? The 5 people came in force, and even if their strength was confined by the silver needles, they could clearly feel that aura emanating from them. The person in the lead was the first person under Wang Qinchin in the second year of the Martial Arts Medical University, Zhong Jingqi. His strength was also unfathomable, and it was rumored that he almost became the chief examiner of this session, thus showing that Zhong Jingqi really wasn't just a reputation. I'm River Fish. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu hadn't heard of Zhong Jingqi's name, and since he had already comprehended true chi, that alone was enough to outshine most of the examiners. Even Wang Qinchin had merely touched the threshold. River Fish, however, can be used skillfully. Zhong Jingqi took a few steps forward, looked Jiang Yu up and down, did not find anything outstanding. A trace of disdain flashed between his eyes. With a light TSK, he took another step backward, presumably thinking that Jiang Yu was not worthy of his hand. Brother Jingqi, let me try to see how much weight this kid has. There was an examiner with a popular face who couldn't be recognized when thrown into a crowd. Smiling on the side, Zhong Jingqi didn't say anything and waved his hand. Lauder fist pumped. Remove the silver needle. I want to see where your limits are. Jiang Yu seemed to be smiling, as if his status was instantly switched. As a new student, Jiang Yu was the examiner, and these examiners were the new students of this class. The powerful sense of disparity caused a wave of anger to rise in Luda's heart, but he still preserved a trace of sanity and turned his head to look at Zhong Jingqi, as if to ask for his consent. Zhong Jingqi nodded, and only then did Luda pull out the silver needles on his body. Good. Today I'll let you know why I'm an examiner and you're a new student. The moment the silver needle detached, Luda's entire body seemed to pull up a hair, and his looks were not the usual, with an extra point of unusual temperament. This was also considered one of Luda's talents. Under certain circumstances, he was able to enhance his attributes across the board. Originally, he was a student of the board's strong martial arts major, but it turned out that this child preferred to use this overall attribute-boosting talent to study medicine. This led to Lu Di becoming an extremely strong martial arts doctor. The aura was so compelling that Jiang Yu subconsciously narrowed his eyes slightly. It was at this moment that Lu Di violently exploded over. Without a trace of retention, he struck out with a killing move that went straight for Jiang Yu's heart. True Chi running. A layer of white halo appeared in front of Jiang Yu's chest, which looked like it would dissipate once blown, but was actually hard. Lu Di obviously didn't think of this layer of halo above the true Chi, treating it as a protective treasure, and without changing his line of attack, he struck towards that layer of true chi. Soon, Lu De realized that something was wrong. However, it was already too late. The moment his fist came into contact with the true chi, it was instantly unloaded, but because of having combat experience, instead of losing the battle, Lu De's figure retreated to the side. His face was pale and he had obviously suffered a loss. Jiang Yu was also panting heavily, although because of his true chi, it could give him the strength to fight with the examiners, but maintaining his true chi was a bit tough for him right now. Coupled with the fact that he had engaged in so many battles, Jiang Yu was also a bit overwhelmed. But looking at Lu De's unconvincing face, Jiang Yu did not intend to take a break in the middle of the day, and took out his silver needle to give Lu De one last blow. Alright, river fish, your strength is recognized by me. At the critical moment, Zhong Jingqi stepped forward and stopped Jiang Yu's behavior. It was only his arrogant and domineering look that made Jiang Yu look very unhappy. For some reason, Zhong Jingqi always looked superior, and from start to finish, he never looked at Jiang Yu squarely. It would be fine if the talent was above Jiang Yu. After all, there was arrogant capital, but no matter how you look at it, it was not as good as Jiang Yu. Do I gain anything by your endorsement? Jiang Yu looked at Zhong Jingqi with a somewhat cold tone. As Zhong Jingqi listened, he naturally felt the defiance in his tone. I know you're not convinced, but the current you is too weak. Don't think that you can be invincible just because you have comprehended true chi. There's a lot of people out there, so keep your head down. A preachy tone made Jiang Yu's heart even more irritated. For more than 10 years, even the old man had not educated himself in this tone. How did he, Zhong Jingqi, dare? No longer bothering with the river fish, Zhong Jingqi turned around and was about to leave, but was suddenly a stone hit in the head. Although it is not very painful, but insulting pull full, Zhong Jingqi's feet are paused in the air. His face instantly became iron blue. River fish, what do you mean? One word at a time. Zhong Jingqi's movements stiffened, obviously used to living in the days of the admiration of millions of people. Being humiliated by a stone from Jiang Yu was furious to the extreme. The examiners next to him had also never seen this appearance of Zhong Jingqi before, and for a while they didn't know what to do, so they could only secretly wipe a sweat in their hearts for Jiang Yu. Even if Jiang Yu had comprehended true chi, he would not necessarily be a match for Zhong Jingqi. All he needed to do was to dodge the true chi, and the river fish's attack wouldn't be able to do much damage. Who are you to educate me? River fish met Suzu's eyes. By virtue of me being your senior, by the fact that I've seen more than you, by virtue of me being better than you. How many people want to be educated by me and haven't had the chance? It's your honor. With every word, a layer of aura would press down on Jiang Yu from Zhong Jingqi's body, until the last sentence fell. Jiang Yu's breathing became a little short. Seeing this scene, Zhong Jingqi also showed disdain. He thought how strong Jiang Yu was, but it turned out that he couldn't even carry his own aura with his strength suppressed. In fact, Jiang Yu's breathing became rapid not because he couldn't carry on, but because his entire body became hyperactive. It was as if they had been hit with adrenaline. Every cell in the body is extremely active. Apologize to me. I can. Before Zhong Zhang could finish his angry words, Jiang Yu's figure moved and landed a vicious punch on the side of his face. This punch did not have any true chi attached to it, but was all flesh. Boom! It directly sent Zhong Jingqi's entire body flying out, crashing on top of a thick tree trunk, leaves falling to the ground and dust filling the sky. When the crowd saw this scene, they were directly dumbfounded. As a freshman, Jiang Yu actually dared to think that the second person in the second year of martial arts medicine would make a move, and once he struck, he showed no mercy, so it could be said that he completely trampled Zhong Jingqi's face on the ground and rubbed it. Even if Zhong Jingqi taught Jiang Yu a hard lesson, this black history could not be erased and would accompany Zhong Jingqi for the rest of his life. Crap! Fish is awesome! Su Ziyu looked so passionate that she couldn't help but shout out loud. As the words fell, Zhong Jingqi slowly walked out, his face grim. The silver needle that had suppressed Zhong Jingqi's strength also fell down in a smooth manner. Its breath was terrifying, not even much weaker than Wang Qinqin's. Suzu was furious. Chapter 8 End of Examination. You asked for it. Zhong Jingqi's pair of pitch-black eyes stared at Jiang Yu in death, itching to eat him alive. A footprint showed up on the ground, and Zhong Jingqi disappeared into place, rushing towards Jiang Yu at an extremely bizarre speed. Jiang Yu's expression was serious, as the overuse of his true chi had resulted in a bit of a loss of true chi for a while. In this battle, he could only rely entirely on his physical strength. Bang! The two fists collided together as if they were two iron plates, and the sound was loud. The fallen leaves around him also scattered under the aftermath of the punch. Jiang Yu actually took a Zhong Jingqi punch head-on. The rest of the examiners were even more shocked. It was thought that Jiang Yu was merely gifted and had wasted a great deal of time in comprehending true chi, so by all rights, his physical quality should have been greatly reduced. Who would have thought that Jiang Yu's talent couldn't be described as a genius at all? It was simply a ghost talent. the physicality is actually so horrible as well. Looking back at the history of the Elite Academy, he simply couldn't find a figure that could rival Jiang Yu. If we let it grow up, it would definitely be an existence capable of suppressing a party. But where did Zhong Jingqi think so much? His face was trampled under Jiang Yu's feet. He completely lost his mind and attacked Jiang Yu crazily. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, breezily proceeded with Zhong Jingqi's attack and did not counterattack at all. On the surface, he was being passively beaten, but only Zhong Jingqi understood that Jiang Yu was teasing himself. Thinking about this, Zhong Jingqi was completely near to madness. Carrying the banner of the second year of martial arts medicine, he was actually teased by a freshman. River Fish, you've angered me, Suzuki roared angrily. That's it? A smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face, but in Zhong Jingqi's eyes, this smile was full of sarcasm. Well, any more fighting and something will happen. Just then, a clear voice rang out. The crowd looked over, and the first thing that entered their eyes was a pair of long legs, and then a stunningly beautiful face. Chief Examiner Wang Qinqin. She had been keeping an eye on the situation over here, and because she understood Zhong Jingqi's temperament, she also needed to be ready to strike in time. It wasn't that he was afraid that the river fish would be broken, but he was worried that cracks would appear in Zhong Jingqi's heart, affecting his path forward. Zhong Jingqi couldn't hear the outside world at all, and had only one thought in his mind, which was to beat the hell out of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glanced at Wang Qinqin somewhat helplessly, and then with a flinty gaze, he actually caught the break in Zhong Jingqi's punching technique and punched him straight in the abdomen. Now Suzuki calmed down, and not only calmed down, but quieted down as well. Heal him. Wang Qinqin glanced at Jiang Yu with a complicated gaze. Jiang Yu shrugged, and roots of silver needles appeared in his fingers to stab into Zhong Jingqi's body. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes, seemingly forgetting what had just happened. Okay. Jiang Yu's voice rang in Zhong Jingqi's ears, which awakened his memory. A flash of anger instantly surfaced on his face, and he got up to continue the fight, but he was kicked to the ground by Wang Qinqin, unable to move, as if he had kicked some acupoint. Isn't that humiliating enough? Even after getting beat up by a freshman, you have to play hard to get? Take it away. Wang Qinqin's tone was cold, but the crowd understood that she was giving the stage. After all, when you are under the same roof, you have to take care of your face. Zhong Jingqi stared viciously at Jiang Yu, and was taken away by a group of examiners. Well, Jiang Yu looked at Wang Qinqin and waved his fist with a smile on his face. Very nice. Wang Qinqin nodded and then announced the end of the examination, where she recorded each candidate's performance in the jungle. It wouldn't be long before the list of freshmen who had passed the examination could come out. The freshmen were let out of the jungle and back to the clearing. Unlike the very beginning, the group of spirited teenagers became gray after the test. Of course, among them, there were naturally freshmen like Jiang Yu. Lin Han stood in the crowd with an icy expression, narrowing his eyes slightly and holding his head high in a triumphant manner. In addition to Su Ro, there was another girl, although she didn't have any expression, but even from a distance, Jiang Yu could still feel the icy aura emanating from her. It was not faked, but innate, and seemed to be a special physique. He had heard the old man mention it, but he hadn't listened carefully himself, only knowing that people with special physiques generally didn't live long if they couldn't find a suitable solution. It is natural to lose something when you have gained the favor of God. Averting his gaze, he looked at Wang Qinqin. She held a piece of paper in her slender hand. Su Ro, Su Ziyu, Xin Zai, and Zhang Qinghan, who excelled in the examination, enter the Elite Academy. With a tone of voice, he looked at Lin Han and Jiang Yu again. In addition, 2 students who excelled in the examination will be given an additional opportunity to choose a merit technique in addition to entering the Elite Academy. I can actually pick extra feats. Hearing this, a flash of loss appeared on the faces of those examiners. This opportunity was supposed to be theirs. Who would have thought that a freshman would be so strong? Straight away, Zhong Jingqi, who was carrying the sophomore flag, had a shadow appear in his heart. Needless to say, being a sophomore is just too bad for them. When he was a freshman, he was violently beaten by the senior, and he had thought that when he became the senior, he would be able to take a breath among the freshmen. But it turned out that there was a pervert like Jiang Yu among the freshmen. It's just too stifling. Jiang Yu, Lin Han, come up. Wang Qinqin pointed at the duo. While Jiang Yu's expression was bland, Lin Han's face was staging a theater piece. Those eyes just never left the river fish, and those who didn't know thought he had some special hobby. River fish, what makes you on par with me? Lin Han looked at Jiang Yu with a face full of disbelief. Jiang Yu just glanced at Lin Han, not even bothering. This person is not normal in the brain at a glance. To avoid going, Wang Qinqin also noticed the atmosphere between the two, fearing that Jiang Yu would give Lin Han another bad beating. Although Lin Han wasn't as good as Jiang Yu, his talent was considered one of the best in the entire Elite Academy. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era, in the same term as Jiang Yu. and was destined to be overshadowed by Jiang Yu. Don't dawdle, claim your prize. A token was issued to the hand with the word Gongfu engraved on it, except that the one in Lin Han's hand was golden while Jiang Yu's was black. Lin Han glared towards Jiang Yu, clearly thinking that his golden token was a step above the black token in Jiang Yu's hand. Jiang Yu was simply too lazy to waste time with this kind of person and turned around and left, casually stuffing the token into his clothes, not taking it seriously at all. The person whose name was just read, "Follow me. The rest of you, if you're not happy, can come back next year." Wang Qinqin said lightly and left with the first years. Chapter 9, Devil's Week. Those freshmen who didn't pass the test shook their heads and disbanded in place. The bus was overcrowded on the way in, but now there were only 8 people counting the driver, and it was empty. Only Lin Han was sitting beside Jiang Yu, sizing him up from time to time, as if he had something to say but didn't know what to say. Wang Qinqin sat in the front, looking at Jiang Yu's defeated expression. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "What the hell are you doing?" River Fish just couldn't help himself. "I'll see just where you deserve to be on a par with me," Lin Han said with a serious face. Just when it was time to talk further, Wang Qinqin stood up in time and spread her hands. "Well, from today on, you're in the same class, so make peace. I'm a first-time classroom teacher, so maybe I'll do something wrong, but you don't have to mention it because I'm not going to change it." Wang Qinqin had a look of "what can you do to me?" Several people listened, not daring to say anything. Only the back of the River Fish a cold. He seems to have offended Wang Qinqin more than once, and now she has become his class teacher. His future life in the elite courtyard may be a little less smooth, but there's nothing else to do but to soldier on. The journey was uneventful, and they soon reached the interior of the elite academy. Completely different from the facilities of a regular university, there are almost no fitness facilities inside. Puppet robot after puppet robot was placed in the yard, and many people were holding a variety of weapons to fight the puppets. The puppet looked like it was able to set the intensity, and whoever it was able to fight back and forth. There was no welcoming ceremony in the face of the new students, and no one even looked at them, their attention being focused on the puppets in front of them. Lin Han looked at this scene, and some light actually flashed out from the bottom of his eyes. He was seen slowly clenching his fist. "This is the kind of environment I aspire to. I must become strong." While listening to Lin Han's middle-aged words, Jiang Yu ignored them out of habit. Soon, it's on to the martial arts medicine program, where the puppets are covered in needle marks and it's hard to imagine what they've actually been through. In the car, Wang Qinqin had said, passing the Elite Academy's examination was merely having a ticket to enter the Elite Academy. They still needed to go through a Devil's Week. If you can survive Devil's Week, you will be considered a true Elite Academy student. With such harsh conditions, it must be that only the Elite Academy is like this. Coming to the innermost part of the martial arts medicine program, it was a huge building that was empty, with only a few rooms, like a prison. It's not quite the right analogy, but it's true. This is where you will spend the week, and I hope that in a week's time, one of you will be in my class, Wang Qinqin said to a few people. It didn't command too much and just turned and left. As several people were observing the situation around them, a man who looked like a small mountain appeared in sight. With every step, a few people's hearts trembled. Even Jiang Yu's heart felt a hint of crisis. "A few little fellows, are you the freshman who passed the martial doctor examination this term? I'm Zhao Dongsheng, your instructor for Devil's Week." With that, Zhao Dongsheng's fingers fell on them in turn. 6. A bit few, but not bad. I hope you guys make it through. Zhao Dongsheng's looks were properly a realistic version of Li Kuei, tall and big, with a fierce face. Several people were seeing him for the first time, but their hearts inexplicably produced a trace of fear. "Okay, now let me look at your physical fitness." Soon, the 6 were divided into 3 groups: Su Rou and Zhang Chenghan, Qin Zai and Su Ziyu, River Fish and Lin Han. The first element is sparring. You can't use any external force, and rely entirely on your own flesh to defeat the opponent, testing pure physical strength. The 2 girls naturally wouldn't lay too hard a hand on each other. After all, they were meeting each other for the first time. Su Ziyu and Qin Zai would be even less likely to fight to the death. Only the River Fish. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was finally time to beat up this middle-aged teenager in all but name. A light shone in Lin Han's eyes as well. He was taking this opportunity to appreciate just how much the freshman who could be on par with him really weighed. "River Fish, there's no need to hold back. I'm strong. In a game between strong men, putting forth one's best effort is a sign of respect for the other." Lin Han made another number of middle-of-the-road remarks. As the words fell, Jiang Yu clenched both his fists and swung out fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Han didn't dodge, but prepared to use his palm to follow. Looking at the movement of his feet, it seemed that he was trying to use River Fish's force to do an over-the-shoulder drop. Only, the thoughts in Lin Han's mind were quickly seen through by Jiang Yu. When his fist was about to land in Lin Han's palm, Jiang Yu instantly had his hand, and his other fist smashed towards Lin Han's face. Bang! Lin Han reacted 1 minute slower and directly caught the punch with his face, which instantly swelled up. Although it looked like Lin Han was a middle-aged teenager, his strength had to be denied, and the punch failed to smash him out. Instead, he was allowed to capitalize on the power of the punch, and with one hand on the ground, a sweeping kick was thrown. But unfortunately, Jiang Yu's lower body was very stable, and it was as if his kick had hit a steel bar. Jiang Yu was quick on his feet and grabbed Lin Han's leg, throwing the entire person up and slamming him to the side. Zhao Dongsheng, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. He can't be going the wrong way, can he? Isn't this Devil's Week in the martial arts medicine program? How come you're more skilled than a strong martial arts major? Okay, point taken. Despite his worldview being washed away, Zhao Dongsheng caught Lin Han in the air and stopped the fight between the two. I've got a general idea of your fitness level. Because he wasn't familiar with the names, Zhao Dongsheng ranked them out by pointing. Jiang Yu was the strongest, and Lin Han was second. Following closely behind were Su Ziyu, Zhang Qinghan, Su Rou, and Qin Zai. Just as Zhao Dongsheng wanted to make the second announcement, Lin Han stood up with his swollen, pig-like face and muttered, "I'm not convinced. I apply for a rematch." He's doing a sneak attack. However, Lin Han's words were not taken to heart by Zhao Dongsheng as he turned his head to look at Jiang Yu. "For this week, you'll be the squad leader of the class for now." Hearing this, Lin Han, like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, directly jumped up. "No, instructor, I'm not convinced. I want to be a squad leader." As with just now, Lin Han's words were still subconsciously ignored by the crowd, and no one even glanced at him. Nonetheless, Lin Han was still living in his own world, unable to extricate himself. Although being a squad leader was a bit of a hassle, River Fish had no choice but to respond. Chapter 10 Rating the Strong Martial Intensive Training Camp. Because of the little incident plus the fact that Jiang Yu had hit too hard, today's content ended early, allowing the six to come and get to know the surroundings and familiarize themselves with each other in the meantime. This week, since it's called Devil's Week, is definitely not going to go by lightly. Lin Han was good to say. His brain was one-sided and his personality was middle of the road, but his strength was quite good. If he could change this brain, it would be great. As for the three Su Ziyu, he was also very familiar with them. The only one who wasn't too familiar was Zhang Qinghan. Only her appearance was like an iceberg. Even if it was a river fish, approaching half a point would feel a little uncomfortable. However, it was good that there was another girl in the team. Su Rou, who was already outgoing, quickly chatted with Zhang Qinghan. The four boys were the only ones sitting there with river fish, not knowing what they were thinking. The good news was that Lin Han no longer pestered Jiang Yu, but instead came to mumble incessantly beside Su Ziyu and Qin Zai, bragging about his performance in the jungle against the freshmen by himself. Qin Zai forced a smile on his face, and Su Ziyu simply turned her head aside, not giving any face at all. The day passed quickly, and because the camp was so large, the accommodations were single rooms, and the nights were quiet. Just as they were asleep, a shrill alarm snapped. The crowd awoke with a start, hastily dressed and poked their heads out with confused faces, still not knowing what had happened. Zhao Dongsheng's mountain-like body instantly appeared in the crowd's line of sight, dressed in all black, with his musculature unabashedly exposed and a visor on his head. He looked as if he was about to do something bad. "Today is the first day of your Devil's Week? From what I've heard, one of you even beat the examiner. Very strong, so I've decided to make your Devil's Week harder. Tonight, raid the Strong Martial Arts Major Freshman Training Camp." Zhao Dongsheng's voice was thick. Strong martial arts specialty. It's not quite the toughest specialty in combat, but it's one of the best. As a result, you want a few martial arts doctors of your own to challenge Strong Wu? Even if the martial arts doctor has some combat power, the most crucial thing about the martial arts doctor is not martial arts, but medicine. Instructor, isn't this too difficult? Su Zai looked at Zhao Dongsheng with some embarrassment. Zhao Dongsheng didn't say anything. He just threw the night clothes aside to a few people and signaled to change into them. Clearly his mind was made up. Strong martial arts major. My chance to become famous in one battle has come. Lin Han's eyes sparkled with little stars as he clenched his fists. Soon, the six of them changed into their night clothes and prepared to attack the Strong Martial Arts Major Freshman Training Camp. At this time, those students were singing and dancing in the training camp. Unlike others, this profession does not look at any background, but all those who can pass the examination rely on their own hard power. So the Devil's Week is also very relaxed. Their chief instructor, on the other hand, was standing in the corner, looking at the group of freshmen with a smile on his face. The martial arts doctor was informed of the raid. The reason he was posing as if he was watching was purely to see how the group of freshmen were going to tackle the raid. There was no shortage of talented freshmen in this group. The young man sitting on the ground, different from the others, is one of the dark horses. Louis, Don't look at it, looks weak, but when you fight, you simply don't even want to die. If he hadn't struck in time during the examination, the kid had almost knocked one of the seniors off his feet. Soon, Zhao Dongsheng brought a few new students to the entrance of the training camp. Hearing the faint sounds of music and shouts coming from inside, a few people hated their hearts. You can't even get a restful night's sleep yourself, and here these guys are dancing and bouncing around? The more I thought about it, the more angry I became, and I had to go all out later. The music came to an abrupt halt and the crowd was wondering. The gates suddenly opened, instantly attracting their attention. There's a raid. Meet the enemy with all your might. The strong martial instructor who was standing on the sidelines watching the fun suddenly shouted and disappeared into thin air. Finding a suitable angle, and a silhouette quickly appeared next to him as well, which was Zhao Dongsheng. Lin Han rushed at the front, unarmed but brave, taking advantage of the group of strong martial arts freshmen who hadn't reacted yet, and instantly took down two of them. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was slow and easy, but the movements of his hands were fast. A few silver needles flew out, and they panicked and dodged. Seeing this scene, Zhao Dongsheng hemmed and hawed and rushed at the instructor next to him, full of pride. See, this is my freshman from Wushu Medicine. Isn't it much stronger than your Qianwu? These words were tantamount to slapping him in the face, but from what he could see now, this was indeed the case, and this group of freshmen had really embarrassed him too much. Just you wait and see. Had to drop that one. Back at the training camp, the strong martial arts freshmen also reacted by showing their teeth. Mother asterisk 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 her, rating my strong arm, when we're so easy to bully. Right, brothers, these guys look like martial arts medicine majors. Let's them over. Hearing that the other party was a martial arts medicine major, this group of freshmen instantly rose to the occasion. In the past, martial arts doctors were generally no match for strong martial arts. Of course not all of them. Let's say second year Wang Qinqin and Zhong Zhengqi will be able to outperform Chang Wu. Lu Yi, on the other hand, stood in the corner, looking in front of him, feeling a bit bored. There were as many strong martial arts freshmen as martial arts medicine freshmen, all 6 of them, and they were quickly assigned. Lin Han, who was only left to change opponents for a while, stood there dry-eyed, until he noticed Lu Yi who was hiding in the corner. He suddenly brightened up. Good let himself catch a single person who was not right. This is a deserter. Must be a good lesson. Kid, dare to fight me. Lin Han pointed at Lu Yi and held his head high. Lu Yi just lightly glanced at Lin Han, a look of disgust on his face as he lightly snorted. What kind of weakling is worthy of talking to me? Jiang Yu naturally noticed the situation over here as well. When he heard these words coming out of Lu Yi's mouth, he sighed. I thought it was a normal person, but it turned out to be a middle-aged teenager just like Lin Han. Lin Han, who had been called a weakling, naturally couldn't stand the aggravation, and immediately rushed straight up without saying a word. Having been stepped on, Lu Yi was not dodging and clenched his fists to meet him. With almost no warning, Lu Yi's fist landed hard on Lin Han's face. Lin Han's fist, on the other hand, was dodged by Lu Yi in a weird position. The entire person instantly flew out and lay on the ground, only twitching. When the crowd saw this, they stopped and looked at Lin Han, sucking in a mouthful of cool air. See, this is strong arm. Lu Yi shook his wrist, highlighted a breath, and said faintly, weaklings are weaklings. Chapter 11, Practice if you're a vegetable. Lin Han rolled over with difficulty, trying to stand up with some difficulty. Jiang Yu glanced at Lin Han and sighed. No matter what, it was always a class, and he couldn't just watch as he let the outside class beat him up like this, and he even made a mocking remark. Jiang Yu slowly walked next to Lin Han and stretched out a hand. Lin Han seemed to be a bit surprised that Jiang Yu would do this and froze until Jiang Yu roughly picked him up and casually stuck a few silver needles in his body and threw them aside. Spinning around, he looked at the disdainful Lu Yi on the side. Weaklings, are you talking about yourself? Hearing the mockery, Lu Yi also came to be interested with a smile on his face. You're not convinced? The two were on the verge of shooting sparks from their eye contact, causing the surrounding freshmen to no longer have the heart to fight and sit there looking at the two. One was the number 1 freshman in martial arts medicine, and the other was the number 1 freshman in strong martial arts. It's a strong matchup, so to speak. Even Zhao Dongsheng and Guo Qiping, who were hiding in the shadows and watching the battle, warmed up. Lao Guo, want to make a bet? What's the bet? Hearing this, Guo Qiping also came to be interested. Strong martial arts inherently pressed martial medicine head-on, even if after late development was able to get back to the city. However, few martial arts doctors who were freshmen were able to defeat strong martial arts, which was a natural restraint. I'm betting that the martial doctor can win. If he loses, I'll give you 100 merit points, and vice versa you'll give them to me. How about it? Zhao Dongsheng said with a smile. 100 merit points. Not too much to say, not too little to say. Instructors like them who led Devil's Week would be able to earn 200 merit points in a week. The role of merit points was also extremely broad. and in this elite academy, it was something similar to the role of money. Yes. Hearing this, Guo Qiping laughed so hard that he couldn't even close his mouth. Wasn't it obvious that he was sending money to himself? On the other side, Zhang Yu and Lu Yi twisted and fought, punching each other, watching the crowd's brows tighten. That's just plain mean. Although Zhang Yu was a martial arts doctor, his physical qualities were very strong, not at all weaker than Lu Yi, who was the #1 strong martial arts freshman. Lu Yi also understood that Zhang Yu was not an ordinary martial arts doctor, and was even the strongest person he had encountered from the examination until now. This premise still counts those examiners. Zhang Yu didn't use his true chi because it wasn't worth it. After a few moments of confrontation, the two wrestled again. Lu Yi's fists were like speeding cars as they smashed into Zhang Yu's body, each punch causing him to let out a muffled grunt. But it was only a muffled grunt. The river fish who knew the human body structure very well, Lu Yi's fists landed in insignificant places every time, and could not do any damage at all. On the contrary, Lu Yi seemed to be a bit out of his depth. Each blow he had used with all his might to little effect had brought his mental defenses to the brink of breaking. Fight if you want to. What's the point of teasing me? Finally, Lu Yi couldn't help himself and roared angrily. Hearing these words from Lu Yi, the freshmen of strong martial were even more shocked. It was obvious that Zhang Yu was being passively beaten. How did it become Zhang Yu teasing Lu Yi? Could it be that river fish was pretending to be a pig in a poke? Zhang Yu also stopped and looked at Lu Yi with a smirk. Just a weakling. Where's the temper? Lu Yi stared at Zhang Yu. His eyes were ferocious. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but he couldn't do anything about it. Indeed, he was not Zhang Yu's opponent. Seeing that Zhang Yu had taken the heat for himself, Lin Han shouted, "Well done." Zhang Yu waved his hand, and then he went to sit on the side again. At this time, the whole room was very quiet. No one made a move. Even breathing did not dare to gasp loudly, as if they were afraid of disturbing Zhang Yu. The devil. Lu Yi, on the other hand, stumbled away and returned to his room, not knowing what he had gone to do. A few moments later, carrying a stick, he walked out, no longer having the same disheveled air that he had just had, but instead, he had become spirited. "Come, meet the me that exploded in front of me before you decide who's the underdog." Lu Yi held his stick in one hand and pointed at Zhang Yu with a bold expression, as if he was a different person. This stance of his, not only the freshmen were unfamiliar, even Guo Qiping, who was an instructor, was dumbfounded. He hadn't seen Lu Yi using a weapon during the examination. At first it was a bit strange how being a strong martial artist could not have a weapon. Only now did he realize that, together, those people were not worthy of him taking up arms. Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Lu Yi was really too crazy. At the same time, the crowd was also very curious as to how strong a combatant Lu Yi who had picked up a weapon could actually be. Zhang Yu didn't say anything, just stood up and walked towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't hesitate and swung his stick over. Zhang Yu slightly sidestepped and caught the stick with one hand. Then he turned around and gave a side kick. The stick came out of his hand and Lu Yi's whole body was kicked out. With just one strike, Lu Yi was defeated. Lu Yi was naturally unconvinced and climbed to his feet, making a fighting stance with both fists. "You're still close. Practice more." Riverfish's voice rang out. These few words were like stones that smashed on Lu Yi's heart. Almost means, practice more. As if it was an epiphany, Lu Yi loosened his fists and put on a disinterested look. "One day I'm going to step on you." What was said was full of fire. The battle was quickly divided, with the martial arts doctor assaulting the strong martial arts. The mission was successful under the leadership of Riverfish. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Guo Qiping is very distressed that he took 100 merit points and gave them to Zhao Dongsheng for nothing. Zhao Dongsheng, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows and was having fun, deciding that when he returned, he would definitely reward the Riverfish with a good reward. Close ranks. After collecting the merit points, Zhao Dongsheng leaped up and landed in front of the 6 people, glancing at Zhang Yu with appreciation and turning to leave. The 6 of them followed close behind and returned to the training camp in no time. After leaving, the strong-arm freshmen also had a real devil's week. They are still in their first year of being stepped on and pissed on by a martial arts doctor. It wasn't just them who were humiliated, but also the strong martial arts second years. Upon hearing this news, some people even carried weapons and threatened to go and up the entire martial arts medicine. However, Wang Qingqin is not a vain name, and no one dares to come out in the open with her at the helm. Perhaps because the mission was accomplished successfully, a few people slept well in the latter part of the night, straight through to 10 o'clock the next day. Today, as the first day of Devil's Week, you were supposed to be given a break, but given your excellent performance yesterday, let's take a break. There will be another event tonight, so get ready. Afterwards, Lin Han found Zhang Yu, said several thank you in succession. Look at his posture, as if he could not wait to kneel on the ground to worship Zhang Yu. so that Jiang Yu beat him every day to exercise his combat experience. Chapter 12, Breaking into the Boudoir by Mistake. For this unreasonable request, Jiang Yu naturally chose to fulfill it. Although Lin Han was usually incomparably middle-aged, he wasn't considered stupid. Last night, the moment Lin Han was smashed by Lu Yi's fist, Jiang Yu noticed the hint of confusion and despair that flashed under Lin Han's eyes. For some reason, seeing that strange Lin Han, a trace of intolerance flashed through Jiang Yu's heart, and that was the reason why he took the heat for Lin Han. At night, because of the reminders of the day, several people didn't sleep very well. Assemble, rating the second year of martial arts medicine tonight. Saying that, a smile appeared on Zhao Dongxing's face as well. Ha, rating the second year of martial arts medicine? Upon hearing this news, a trace of doubt surfaced on all 6 of their faces. It's one of our own. Why the raid? Should we be offended inside and out? But this is no longer important for Jiang Yu. The second year of martial arts medicine, he chances to all hit the hole. Not for you to fight them, but to use your medical skills, Zhao Dongxing reminded. With that, several people arrived at the dormitory area of the second year of martial arts medicine. Single rooms, both male and female. I can't say that the first door I knocked on was a senior, and the second was a sister. Unlike the intensive training camp, the dormitory area looked extraordinarily high-end, and it was nice to see that a few people wanted to hurry up and finish this Devil's Week. Okay, start your shows. Zhao Dongxing clapped his hands together and ducked. Su Zai was full of excitement. He had never done anything like this before. Fish, what are we going to do about it? Jiang Yu, however, was in deep thought. With this maneuver, Zhao Dongxing must have wanted to see how the medical skills of his own few people were. But how exactly should it be presented? Thinking about it as he walked, he soon came to an infirmary, where all the other rooms had their lights turned off, but only the infirmary's lights were still on. Thinking about this, Jiang Yu came to a realization. This is the infirmary. Let's split up and go inside and get all those patients fixed. Yesterday, when we went to the strong martial arts intensive training camp, what the instructors wanted to see was our martial arts. And today, when we came to the second year of martial arts medicine, what we wanted to see must be the medical arts. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, several people also reacted and separated when they entered the infirmary. The infirmary is huge, no more so than the city hospital. Most of the patients among them were incurably ill and were secretly transported to the elite academy for the martial arts doctors to administer treatment. As he walked, Jiang Yu came to the door of a room that was different from the other wards. Normal wards have ward numbers written above them. Only this one room has one written above it in red letters. Holding his doubts, Jiang Yu had wanted to knock on the door, but it was pushed open in one go. There was a fragrant breeze. Jiang Yu wrinkled his nose and lifted his foot to walk in. It wasn't very brightly lit inside, but you could make out the decorations around it. It was very simple, with only one hospital bed and what appeared to be a small room at the far end, which was lighted and had a pair of shoes at the door. At that moment, there was a sudden noise in the small room, as if someone had walked out. Jiang Yu subconsciously ducked, luckily fast enough not to be noticed, fixed his eyes on that person. Isn't that Wang Qinqin? Wang Qinqin was dressed very coolly, with a short body shirt on top and a pair of super short pants underneath, and she had to admit that those legs were really long and white. The river fish, however, was chagrined beyond measure. Why did you walk in yourself? It's not intruding. It's good that he wasn't found out, but if he was, he would have been peeled off his skin. Thinking what he wanted, the leather strap fell in front of the river fish. Immediately afterward, Wang Qinqin's face appeared in front of Jiang Yu. With a turn of her head, Wang Qinqin's eyes went from puzzled to angry. Directly lifting that sickbay up with one hand and holding the leather strap in the other, he looked over at River Fish, avoiding Devil's Week. Do you realize how serious this is? Not only that, you also dared to break into my room. I see that you don't want to be in the elite academy anymore. Saying that, the hospital bed was directly thrown to the side by Wang Qinqin, making a loud noise. She roughly tied up a high ponytail, raised her foot and kicked it, seemingly wanting to subdue the river fish by force first. Jiang Yu didn't dare to be careless, and subconsciously used his true qi to wrap himself. Wang Qinqin reacted quickly, and a thin layer of true qi quickly floated up on the soles of her feet as well. Although it was not as thick as Jiang Yu's, it was still enough. With a kick, Wang Qinqin took a step backward, while Jiang Yu took 2 steps backward. No, I didn't run away. Instructor Zhou told me to do it. Jiang Yu hurriedly waved his hand. He did not want to die in vain. He could only expect Wang Qinqin to listen to his words, but it was obvious that the girl under the rage could not listen to anything, not even waiting for Jiang Yu to finish. Wang Qinqin rushed over again with her fists clenched. Seeing that there was no way out, Jiang Yu had no choice but to use his best move, immediately sinking his qi into his dantian. Instructor Zhao, help! The sound was so loud that it carried throughout the infirmary. Zhao Dongsheng also realized that the situation was not right and hurriedly appeared in front of Jiang Yu, the wide body blocked in front, hard carrying down Wang Qingqin's kick that was mixed with real qi. Unharmed. Mr. Cho, Wang Qingqin was obviously still in a state of shock. Wolf girl, this kid is right. I made them do it. Zhao Dongsheng smiled, and Wang Qingqin lowered her head with a guilty face. However, the eyes that looked at Jiang Yu were still ferocious. It was as if they couldn't wait to eat him. Looking at Jiang Yu, he shivered coldly. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. As their homeroom teacher, I have a sense of proportion in my actions. Just leave it to me here. Wang Qingqin had a bright idea and smiled. She had already suffered a lot of losses, and here was her own card. How could she still suffer? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongsheng also understood Wang Qingqin's meaning and left, leaving only a confused Jiang Yu. No, why are you walking so fast? I thought you were a manly man, and now this? Looking towards Wang Qingqin who was full of smiles, Jiang Yu kept backing up until he hit the corner of the wall and gulped. Sister, calm down. Don't worry, I'm cool. With that, Wang Qingqin took out a silver needle and stuck it on Jiang Yu. However, it was found that it could not be stuck in at all. It felt like the positive and negative poles of a magnet. Whenever it was about to be stabbed in, there was always an inexplicable force that squeezed the silver needle out. The source of this power, even Wang Qingqin couldn't tell if it came from herself or from Jiang Yu. Thinking of this, something suddenly came to Wang Qingqin's mind. Putting the silver needle away, he looked at Jiang Yu and asked with a serious face, "Who is your teacher?" Return to the old ways. Although he didn't know what Wang Qingqin was talking about, Jiang Yu answered, "Returning to the old ways? Is it the returned old Taoist from Wufeng Mountain?" Wang Qingqin's tone suddenly became agitated. Chapter 13, Big Sister? Hearing Wang Qingqin's words, a touch of shock surfaced on Jiang Yu's face as well. How did she know about the existence of the returned old Taoist of Wufeng Shan? Without waiting for Jiang Yu to continue asking, Wang Qingqin stood up and returned to the room to pass out the sound of rummaging for something. A few moments later, Wang Qingqin walked out with a red piece of paper. "Junior brother, I'm your eldest sister." Wang Qingqin opened the piece of paper. It was a marriage letter, same as the one the old man gave to River Fish. River Fish couldn't speak for a moment. I didn't realize that Wang Qingqin was his senior sister. When you think about it this way, it seems like you'll have a more comfortable time in the elite academy. Wang Qingqin's doubts have since been solved. Generally speaking, the true qi of people are attracted to each other. Otherwise, how can they fight with their true qi? Only those who practiced specific gong methods would be in this situation with Jiang Yu and Wang Qingqin, where her true qi was unwilling to harm Jiang Yu. This was a deliberate act by old Taoist Guayin. After all, he understood Jiang Yu's temperament. In case he was killed by some senior sister's mistake, would that not be a mistake? Good. Senior sister, you've learned to bully senior brother, haven't you? Jiang Yu stood up in a flash, and while Wang Qingqin wasn't paying attention, he slapped her on the head. Not too hard, but extremely insulting. This pat directly made Wang Qingqin's face turn red. A hard punch to the face staggered River Fish a few steps by punching him. Don't get cocky, I'm your homeroom teacher now. Jiang Yu instantly became honest. Although he wasn't going to be tortured to death by Wang Qingqin, but this punch did still hurt quite a bit, so he'd better be honest. You can't go crazy and die. The matter of the marriage contract, do not publicize it for the time being, it will invite trouble for you. Saying that, Wang Qingqin's face floated up with another blush. What's yours is always yours. Jiang Yu hemmed and hawed. He also understood the meaning of Wang Qingqin's words. From his own initial meeting with her, he could tell that there were many people who coveted Wang Qingqin's beauty, only because they were afraid of Wang Qingqin's strength as well as the elite courtyard behind her. As for Jiang Yu, he was merely a freshman in the elite academy, and even if his talent was outstanding, he was not developed, and there was even no power behind him to protect him. If this matter was publicized, someone would definitely take a shot at the River Fish. Wang Qingqin was worried about Jiang Yu's safety. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's heart warmed. It seemed that this senior sister was a woman with a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. Well, you go do what you have to do. Wang Qingqin stood up and left, and Jiang Yu also left the room. A patient was soon sought, who was almost indistinguishable from a dead man. If you didn't look closely, you would have thought he was dead, but since he's occupying a bed, that means there's still a chance of salvation. Just a slim one. With that in mind, Jiang Yu walked up to the man, frowning tightly. Very tricky indeed. Corpse spots had begun to appear on his body, and he seemed to be hanging on for dear life by some special means, and seemed to be a high-powered figure. Otherwise it wouldn't have used such tactics. Not only is it costly and expensive, it can also be very painful for the patient. Riverfish reached out and placed his hand on the pulse. It's so faint that you have to feel it carefully. A fine bead of sweat soon broke out on his forehead, and he had to raise all his spirits. His mind kept recalling the medical skills the old man had taught him, searching for a cure. With a raised eyebrow, there it was. The old man had once taught him a needle technique called Hui Yang needle, and although it sounded commonplace, it was a needle technique that he had created himself. Even a dead man can be snatched from Hades for a few hours, not to mention the fact that the man in front of him was still alive, his life hanging by a thread. Only this needle method is extremely mind-consuming, even as strong as the returning old Taoist, can only be performed once in a week, and after that, it requires countless time to recuperate. Jiang Yu thought he was gifted, but he could only do the same as the old man. With that thought, silver needles appeared in Jiang Yu's hands. Hold your breath. Every time he dropped the needle, Jiang Yu's movements looked so stiff, like a doctor learning medicine for the first time. Only the river fish understood in his heart exactly how much effort it took to drop the needle. He had to compress his true chi on the tip of a needle the size of a millimeter, and each silver needle had to be different from each other, or else even a living person, carrying on for a while, would have to meet the king of hell. It's a good thing that river fish is sure enough. Half an hour later, the Hui Yang needle was finally finished. Jiang Yu wore his breath in large gulps with a deflated look, and a smile appeared on his face. It would take 6 hours for the Yang returning needle to take effect, so all he needed to do was wait for the good news, and he didn't have to worry about anyone messing up during his absence. He left the infirmary, only to find the remaining 5 waiting for him at the door long ago. Lin Han, in particular, had a proud look on his face. River fish, let me tell you, I just saved a teacher. He was half in the ground. So many seniors couldn't save him, but I ended up saving him, and he had to clamor to be my homeroom teacher. Seeing the river fish appear, Lin Han couldn't wait to show off. Well, you're too good. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly and perfunctorily. Getting praised, Lin Han didn't care if he meant it or not, and stood there with a smug face. As for the rest of the few people, they were obviously not as notable as Lin Han and did not speak. All right, close up the line. Zhao Dongsheng waved his hand and led a few people back to the training camp. The performance of several people was outstanding, and a touch of relief appeared on Zhao Dongsheng's face. It would be nice if every freshman class could make a face for themselves like they did. The next morning, the 6 stood neatly. Zhao Dongsheng stood at the front. After these 2 days of observation, he realized that this Devil's Week would be pulled down by the river fish if he added any more difficulty. It's just too boring, right? But that was one of the things he was relieved about. Maybe Devil's Week can end early? Thinking of this, Zhao Dongsheng cleared his throat. Do you think you guys deserve the title of Elite Academy students? I'm tops, Lin Han shouted loudly, while the rest of the people said nothing and looked at Lin Han as if he was a fool. River fish, go make him recognize reality. When the words fell, Jiang Yu carried Lin Han to one side and gave him a fat beating. A few moments later the gray-headed man walked back, much more honest, but without a trace of defiance on his face, but rather comfortable. Jiang Yu was a bit scared. He shouldn't have helped him awaken something unimaginable, right? Today, I will take you to the place where the second year of martial arts medicine trains, so that you can see more. The end is not over. He's got merit points to earn. Consider it a paid vacation. And if any professional dares to talk about himself, just raid him late at night. With Jiang Yu sitting in the middle, the martial arts doctor was considered to be completely on his feet. Not only is he skilled in medicine, but he is also very strong in martial arts. Chapter 14, Bullying a Freshman. What a downer. However, the 6 people thought otherwise. They thought that Zhao Dongsheng was quasi not holding his farts and raised their full alert, fearing that they would be besieged in the next moment. Although those seniors seemed to be a bit weak, right? But that was only in the eyes of the river fish. That being said, river fish didn't want to visit those second-year training grounds. After all, he had offended so many people. It would be easy to cause public anger if he went. But it's all decided, so we'll just have to see what happens. It wasn't long before several people arrived at the second year's training ground. There were quite a few more of them, a full dozen or so it seems that there wasn't much water in the last session. Zhong Jingqi's injuries were almost recovered, and he was training with the puppet robot with a serious face, seemingly not noticing that he was surrounded by several freshmen. Let me introduce to you, this is Zhong Jingqi, who carries the second-year flag. You're Zhong Senior. The strength is very strong. Under a full outburst, he can even outperform the students of the second year of strong martial arts. I hope that you guys will have a battle power like him afterward. Hearing the compliments, Zhong Jingqi also just noticed that he had become a positive role model. He couldn't help but feel more than a hint of smugness on his face. The moment his afterglow inadvertently skimmed the river fish, the expression became stiff and then immediately turned ironic, as if he had eaten a fly. Seeing this, Zhao Dongsheng thought that his sudden interruption had made him go off the deep end and hurriedly rushed forward to do something. But Zhong Jingqi was pointing at Jiang Yu. You, dare you fight me again? This statement attracted the attention of the crowd again. because not all of the second-year students had gone on to serve as examiners. Some of them began to talk about Zhong Jingqi. Why is he still bullying freshmen when he usually looks like a human being? Yeah, it's really down to the head. You guys don't understand this, right? During the freshman examination, that freshman beat brother Jingqi to the point where he couldn't lift his head. Soon, Zhong Jingqi's black history spread throughout the entire second year of martial arts medicine. And naturally, Zhong Jingqi heard their discussion, and his face became more and more ugly. At first, Zhao Dongxing didn't know what happened in the assessment. He only knew that Jian Yu had an outstanding performance. He didn't expect him to be so outstanding. Even Zhong Jingqi was no match for him. At that moment, Zhao Dongxing seemed to feel as if he had made some kind of mistake. If we let Zhong Jingqi and Jian Yu fight, Zhong Jingqi would get a reputation of bullying freshmen if he won, and even worse if he lost. He wouldn't even be able to beat a freshman. Mustn't let that happen. Zhao Dongxing's already small brain raced. Zhong Jingqi, the elite academy will conduct an examination every month, and it's fine for you to fight Jian Yu again at that time. The elite academy conducts a monthly assessment. The strongest in the first year's examination had a chance to challenge the second year, and if they were able to defeat them, they would be rewarded handsomely, and vice versa. There was no harm done. With Jiang Yu's strength, this first-year examination was almost a handful. Zhong Jingqi also calmed down, realizing that he had just lost his temper a bit, and hurriedly calmed his breathing. Yes, that would indeed be a good opportunity and enough time to strengthen yourself. Although he thought that he had misplayed during the examination, he would definitely be able to hold Jiang Yu down and beat him violently if he played normally. Jiang Yu glanced at Zhong Jingqi and didn't say anything, but instead let out a light hum. He was annoyed with all the hassle, and if he could, he just wanted to honestly graduate from this elite institution. However, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and trouble always comes one after another. The matter was soon settled. Zhao Dongxing returned to the training camp with a few people and looked at Jiang Yu as if he was looking at a monster, itching to slice him up and study him. What do you think this little thing looks like? A strength, not to mention the strong martial arts freshman. Even Zhong Jingqi, who was carrying the banner of the second year of martial arts medicine, was not his opponent. Luckily, it's not particularly notable in the medical field. If both aspects were particularly remarkable, then he would really feel that he had lived all these decades to the dogs. Meanwhile, inside the infirmary of the Academy of Martial Arts, it was as if the teachers had heard some heavenly announcement. Putting down all the busy things on hand, even some teachers' clothes were not put on sharply. They hurriedly came to the door of a ward. At this time, the entrance to the ward has long been overcrowded. Padded feet cannot see clearly the situation inside the ward. Nonetheless, no one left. Just then, an old man suddenly walked out, his face agitated. There! I can't believe I was cured. Just who cured the headmaster of the Academy of Martial Arts? 3 words thrown into the crowd, instantly igniting the entire crowd. Dean-sama has finally woken up. Quickly, we must find the person who cured Lord Dean. He's the savior of our entire Academy of Martial Arts. The fact that the Dean of the Academy of Martial Arts woke up quickly spread throughout the entire elite academy, and countless people came to visit. But there was a delay in finding the one who had healed Dean. Speaking of the Dean, it could be said that he was a legendary figure in the entire elite academy. He has made many achievements for the elite academy, and if he hadn't been indifferent to fame and fortune, he would have been the president of the elite academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have consumed so many heavenly materials to hang on to his life. No one would have thought that the person who saved the dean from waking up was actually a freshman. I thought of calling up the surveillance, but I realized that all the surveillance that night had been destroyed, and it was pitch black, so I couldn't see it clearly at all. This is also what Zhao Dongxing did. After all, this belongs to the one thing that is his unauthorized decision. If he did not damage the monitoring, and afterwards was found, then his merit points will bottom out. Old Zhao, have you heard? President Liu has woken up. Guo Qiping stood beside Zhao Dongxing and spoke excitedly. Ha! President Liu actually woke up. What kind of miracle doctor saved him? Hearing this news, Zhao Dongxing was also very excited. Then again, Dean Liu was also kind to him, and to be able to become this instructor could be all thanks to Dean Liu's grace. The two talked for a while. Zhao Dongxing's expression, however, became subtle. Dean Liu woke up the night he destroyed the surveillance, and to this day there is no way to find the man behind that. Plus the training camp could be considered an isolated place where no news could get out or in. Would there be a possibility? Director Liu was cured by the river fish? No, 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 no. Jian Yu's body was already very powerful. He must have put in a lot of time. He must not have had too much time to learn medical skills. Even if he had studied medicine from his mother's womb, that would never be possible. Shaking his head, Zhao Dongxing laughed out loud again. Chapter 15, Then I'll trouble the senior. It would be a good thing if the river fish really cured it. In that case, Jiang Yu also counted on having the dean as a backer and didn't need to be afraid of being bullied when he entered the College of Martial Arts. Devil's Week went by in a flash. All 6 carried it off. Seeing the sunlight again, a few people just felt soothed. Number 1 in the world. Here I come. Lin Han couldn't help but shout, but he was smashed honestly by Jiang Yu's punch. Zhao Dongsheng had instructed himself not to be too high profile in the martial arts medical school, and in times of necessity, the one he was most uneasy about in this group was Lin Han, and he hoped that he'd keep more of an eye on him. After all, only Jiang Yu could cure Lin Han. Soon, Wang Qinqin entered the sight of several people. His eyes swept over. Lingering on Jiang Yu for a moment, he opened his mouth. I'm glad to see one of you standing before me without fail. Likewise, congratulations on officially becoming students of the Academy of Martial Arts. Starting today, I will accompany you through your 3 years at the Academy of Martial Arts. Although I'm your senior sister, I have a bad temper, so I hope you'll settle down and not challenge my bottom line. The last sentence, Wang Qinqin was looking at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu moved away from the line of sight. He is very peaceful, and the class teacher is his big sister, but also his fiancée. He needs to be afraid of what? At that moment, a man walked slowly from a short distance away, holding a book in his hands and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, walked up behind Wang Qinqin. Gentle, Jin, are you free today? Hearing this disgusting voice, Wang Qinqin subconsciously took a step to the side. Hu, get away from me. In the face of this performance of Wang Qinqin, Hu did not appear to have any expression of annoyance, but instead smiled gently with a gentlemanly look. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu's brows frowned slightly. Dare to molest your fiancé? And to his own face, Mr. Wang, where's the restroom? Can you take me there? Jiang Yu took a step forward and asked with a smile. Then pretending to be an afterthought, he scratched his head. Or let him take me. After all, men and women are different. The finger went to Hu Yu, who was next to him. Wang Qinqin didn't know what Jiang Yu had in mind. Hu Yu is a second-year student in the Elite Institute's conducting program, and is likewise one of Wang Qinqin's suitors. He was supposed to stand behind the curtain and strategize, but as a result, after he met Wang Qinqin, his brain instantly went down, and he made a lot of jokes as a result. But it was the man who was known as the Deep One, the deepest man in the entire elite house. He is handsome and has many suitors, but unfortunately, he only has Wang Qinqin in his eyes, while Wang Qinqin does not have him in her eyes. Wang Qinqin looked at Hu Yu instantly realized that his chance had come, and almost without thinking, blurted out, "This schoolmate, let me take you to the restroom. Although I'm not a student of the Academy of Martial Arts, there's no place in the entire elite academy that I don't recognize, so feel free to ask." Senior, a meaningful smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Then we'll be in trouble. Senpai. As the two of them walked along, Jiang Yu's fingers moved slightly, and a silver needle appeared between his fingers. Pretending to trip over a stone, Jiang Yu smoothly stabbed the silver needle above Hu Yu's acupoint. Oops, sorry senpai. It's okay, schoolboy is not hurt, right? Hu Yu still looked as if he didn't know what was going on, not realizing that Jiang Yu had already gotten his hands on him. That silver needle would immediately take effect, interfering with his limbs. The left foot draws a circle and kicks with the right foot. It's the lightest kind there is. In more severe cases, they will crawl on the floor in the gloom. A few moments later, the duo returned to the group. Hu Yu also felt uncomfortable all over, like there was a worm crawling in his body, but in order to maintain his already small image in Wang Qinqin's heart, he forced himself to endure it. Wang Qinqin also noticed Jiang Yu's small tactics and inadvertently took a step to the side, fearing that Hu Yu's attack would touch him, at the same time glancing at the river fish. Finally, Hu Yu just couldn't help himself and said with a guilty face, "Jin, I have to go beforehand." Just finished. The original intention to turn around he actually ruthlessly smashed on the ground to do push-ups, while doing so while jumping backward. The picture is extremely inviting to laugh. Even Wang Qinqin, who was connected to the professionally trained Wang Qinqin, had her head averted at this time, her body trembling slightly. The students, on the other hand, couldn't hold back their laughter at all. Only Lin Han acted like a fool. He flopped down on the ground, as if he thought that Hu Yu was provoking the first year of martial arts medicine, and he had to fight back for the first year of martial arts medicine. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, impatiently picked up the offending Lin Han and smashed him with a punch before he became honest. After doing push-ups, Hu Yu's face turned red, already bad at physical activity. He'd long since gotten off his feet, ended up doing the Thomas full spin again, spinning around as I left the place of laughter. Ahem, you guys still don't understand the rules of the Elite Academy, so I'll tell you about them next. After a long speech, a few people from Jiang Yu listened and understood. Right now, only the classes had been decided, not the distribution of resources, and tomorrow, the Elite Academy would be hosting a competition belonging to the entire first year of the Elite Academy. When the time comes, the order of ranking will determine how many resources each program can receive. The Elite Academy is neither too big nor too small, with 18 majors. The difference in specialization also represents the amount of resources they need. For example, the auxiliary professions do not have a great demand for resources. The martial arts medicine program, on the other hand, is in the middle of the pack and ranks in the middle of the pack for the annual competition. Last term, because of Wang Qinchin's existence, the martial arts doctor entered the top 5 of the entire Elite Academy and received a massive allocation of resources. This year is even more crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Almost every major has produced players like Zhang Yu Lin Han, Lu Yi from the strong martial arts major, Wang Ruwei from the thunder law major, Zhang Ying from the spirit sword major, and so on. All of them were dark horse level freshmen, and specializing in killing all the way. No surprise, the top 3 of the list of at least 2 exist. This is the final result of the annual first-year competition. Zhang Yu, Lin Han. I hope that the martial arts and medicine major can enter the top 3. Wang Qinchin looked at the 2. The only ones who could get her hopes up were these 2. Although Zhang Qinghan's physique was special, because of some reason, her attacks always tiptoed around, and if she were to explode in full force, she would definitely be able to lead the martial doctor into first place. At the same time, her life expectancy will be greatly reduced. Teacher Wang, just put 100 hearts in your mouth. With me, Lin Han, I'll definitely get you a first place back. Lin Han patted his chest with great confidence, seemingly forgetting that he had almost broken his Dao heart when he was punched by Louis. Chapter 16, the game begins. Time went by in a flash and soon it was race day. Freshmen from all majors showed up for the game, which was packed and very loud. In the center was a huge dais, sitting in a circle, and right in front of it were the seats of the major executives of the Elite Academy, and there were even a number of cameras placed, seemingly to record this match. Wang Qinchin took her seat with the first year of martial arts medicine and looked around. Lin Han's heart was all surging. If it wasn't for Zhang Yu blocking it in time, it was estimated that the kid would have shouted, "Anyone else?" Soon, a few familiar faces also appeared in Zhang Yu's line of sight. Among them, Louis led the way, and the wooden stick in his hand has long been changed to a different material, so he must have been seen by the teacher of strong martial arts. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu also remembered that he still had a chance in his hand to be able to choose a merit law. It's just that I never got around to redeeming it at the merit law pavilion. At the end of this competition, he was prepared to make a trip to see just how much water there was in this Elite Academy's feats pavilion. Louis naturally noticed Zhang Yu in the crowd, and a hint of fear flashed under his eyes, but he quickly covered it up and replaced it with a full of wariness. It seemed that the change of weapons had greatly improved his battle power. On top of that, Zhang Yu also saw quite a few unfamiliar faces. Among them was a team supporting swords, and walking behind the homeroom teacher was a woman with a cold face. I think that was Zhang Ying from the spirit sword major. It's a tricky opponent too. The hustle and bustle of the game became quiet as the students took their seats. A man in formal attire walks onto the field. All of you are freshmen in the Elite Academy. Being able to enter the Elite Academy means that you are all elites of the specialty you belong to, but the last thing our Elite Academy lacks is elites. This tournament today is to determine your ranking among the elites of your age. Don't get cocky when you win, don't get discouraged when you lose, and put in double the effort in the future and maybe you'll bounce back from the winners. After saying that, the person sitting in the center of the high-level seats stood up. This should be the Dean of the Elite Academy. The awakening of Dean Lu of the Academy of Martial Medicine has raised the entire Elite Academy to another level, but the person who healed Dean Lu hasn't been found until now. If that student is present, I hope you can come forward. You're not only a benefactor of the Academy of Martial Arts, you're a benefactor of my entire Elite Academy. The teachers of the Elite Academy, he had questioned them one by one, and no one had admitted to curing Dean Lu, so this person could only be a student. While the odds of a new student are slim, it's still a good idea to be hopeful. At this time, sitting on the stage of the river fish listening to all sleepy, these seniors speak one by one, a full grinding a few hours, before ushering in the official start of the game. A lottery is used to determine the order of appearance. Each major will send one person, though most majors send their first freshman. Only in the martial arts medicine program, Lin Han volunteered, plus Jiang Yu was too lazy to show his face, making him get what he wanted. With 18 majors, there will be no rounds. Lin Han drew the fourth appearance, and his opponent was a summoning major. Although the summoning specialty belongs to the biased auxiliary, but the battle power should not be underestimated. If he summoned a demonic beast with strong battle power, he would have to suffer a bit against it, but he was considered lucky. The command major drew the spirit sword major right off the bat, and that's bad luck. Pure assist versus pure attack. One could already imagine how badly one would lose. You can tell by the ugly expressions on the faces of those people. And it's still the first one out. The battle kicked off. Spirit Sword Major, Li Dongyang. Li Dongyang held his sword in one hand and was polite. Command Major, Han Yu. Han Yu arched his hand. The one who represented the Spirit Sword Major was not the first person, Zhang Ying, but an ordinary student. Because the tournament system stipulated that one could advance to the next round by defeating the other side. The first battle, the ones sent by each specialty were almost all the strongest. After all, no one wants to end the entire tournament in the first fight and be relegated to 18th place. As for why the Spirit Sword Major didn't send out Zhang Ying, I'm sure he didn't take the Command Major seriously at all, but it does have the capital to do so. If you're talking about brains, the Command Major is a deserved first place, but if you're talking about combat power, it's also a deserved last place. With a few sword thrusts, Han Yu only had passive defense and was in such a sorry state that the battle was almost set. However, Li Dongyang did have something in him as well. The speed of each sword was very fast and with just the right amount of strength. He seemed to be the second person in the Spirit Sword specialty. I concede. Han Yu knew in his heart that he wasn't an opponent, and he went up to the stage to meet the battle just so he wouldn't let the command profession lose face. Understood. Li Dongyang withdrew his sword in time and attached it with one hand. The second battle was between the Rune Seal specialization and the Strong Martial Arts specialization. Rune Seal was a very cold specialty, and even the freshman examination did not reach the required 25 people, but there were 15 people who passed the examination. It is one of the most numerous majors in the entire elite faculty. Against a strong martial arts major, it was anyone's guess who would win or lose. Louis put the stick aside and leapt to the stage. Apparently the strong martial profession also valued the Rune Seal profession very highly and sent out Louis in the first battle. This shows the strength of the Rune Seal specialty. The Rune Seal specialization then slowly walked up to the appearance of a weak scholar dressed in Taoist garb. Qiangu, Louis. Louis clasped his fists, his face expressionless. Why don't you use a weapon? The new student representing the Rune Seal major didn't report his name, but asked directly. You're not worthy. State your name. Louis also showed no mercy at all, and the atmosphere instantly became stiff. Rune Seal major, Lin Zhong. You'll pay for your arrogance. A smile appeared on Lin Zhong's face, and several talisman seals appeared in his hands instantly. It flew out in the blink of an eye, directly closing off Louis's path of retreat, and the entire arena also turned into a field of fire at this time, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the entire audience. Even the class teacher of the seal character specialization didn't expect Lin Zhong to be so tough. The eyes lit up. After all, the opponent was Louis, which was known as the strongest talented freshman in the strong martial arts major. I thought this battle was doomed to failure, but it seems like there's a turnaround? Louis was unimpressed, his body ghostly dodging those flames, but there was no way to cross the flames to get close to Lin Zhong's body. If he didn't defeat him in time, then he himself would definitely be exhausted and defeated. But Lin Zhong's talisman seals were simply too much, as if they were thrown out like crazy without any money. Louis was really anxious, and simply didn't dodge these flame talismans, letting them burn on his body as he rushed towards Lin Zhong and slammed his fist out fiercely. Lin Zhong was smashed back several steps. Chapter 17, Admitting Defeat. Putting the flame talismans away. Lin Zhong also understood that these couldn't do much damage to Louis, so he simply switched to a different tactic. A large number of water talisman seals were thrown out, and when water met fire, it directly produced a large amount of steam, and the entire arena was shrouded in mist, so even Louis, who was in the middle of it, couldn't find Lin Zhong's position, not to mention the spectators. In the mist, Louis also began to tighten his heartstrings. It seems that this Lin Zhong is indeed something. Although Lin Zhong is not good at head-on combat, these small tactics are enough for Louis to eat a pot. Still not taking your weapon? Lin Zhong's voice rang out. Louis's ears slightly moved, to the side of a fist smashed out, but smashed empty. The vapors were just too much of an obstruction to the line of sight, and had they been armed, it would have been a breeze to tackle. But if one had to use a weapon against such a person, wouldn't one be too lame? Louis didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lin Zhong discarded the ice talisman seal again. Ice was colorless, steam was colorless, so naturally, it was very difficult to be detected. With a lapse of concentration, Louis's shoulder was grazed by an icicle. Looks like a weapon had to be used. With that in mind, Louis turned the ring in his hand. The stick under the stage trembled slightly, then quickly flew towards the arena. Seeing this scene, the Elite Academy Dean's mouth twitched as well. This kid couldn't be the bastard son of the Dean of the Strong Martial Arts Academy, right? It's not even a formal class yet, and you're using this kind of treasure? As the stick entered his hand, Louis's eyes flashed with a shimmering light. With that, he spun it in his hand, generating a wind that directly blew the steam away, and also got a good look at Lin Zhong, who was standing not far away. A smile also appeared at the corner of Lin Zhong's mouth. Just take up arms. Just when the crowd thought they were going to be greeted with a bloody battle, Lin Zhong raised his hands. You take up arms. I recognize myself as no match and admit defeat. Very dry. Just turn around and leave. Straight away. The crowd was dumbfounded. You know you're no match for Louis who took up arms, so why force him to do so? This directly puts the crowd in a position where they won't be able to see. Louis also felt as if he was being molested, and pressed his anger in his heart as he walked off the stage. That's a lot of holding back to win. The king of the river fish can afford to take some interest in Lin Zhong. In the third match, it was the Thunder Law Major versus the Beastification Major. One side specializing in spells and the other side specializing in the physical body was also a battle that the crowd wanted to see. Thunder rang out, and a young man appeared on the stage with a fluttering appearance. Thunder Law Major, Wang Rui. It can be a real pushover. There was a loud bang in the sky and Wang Rui shone. Then a man with the stature of a small mountain rushed onto the stage and slammed both his fists into the arena with a gut-wrenching thud. Bestialization Major, Iron Kong. The voice is loud. Both were first in their respective specialties. The audience also wanted to understand with this fight, whether it was the Beastification specialty's fleshly body that was powerful, or the Thunder Law specialty's Thunder Law that was powerful. Wang Rui's palm glowed with a burst of blue light. Iron Kong, on the other hand, flexed his body and grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, his eyes flashing a blood red. Roar! The so-called animalization is to strengthen all of its own functions, and then pull down the IQ, in exchange for a stronger power. But Iron Kong is obviously different. He can still maintain a trace of sanity, or else he would have long rushed up and madly whacked at a single word. Lightning erupted and Wang Rui disappeared into the arena. The only thing that could be seen was the blue lightning. Tai Gang's body was constantly flashing with lightning. It must have been Wang Rui who was launching the attack, but unfortunately there was no significant effect, and Tai Gang's body was barely injured. Instead, some annoyance appeared on his face, because he couldn't see Wang Rui's position clearly at all. He couldn't attack Wang Rui even if he attacked haphazardly. The battle became scorching all of a sudden. Tai Gang could miss countless times, but Wang Rui could only miss once. He didn't have confidence that he could carry a punch from Tai Gang in his animalized state. Suddenly, Wang Rui remembered that everyone has weaknesses in them, even Tai Gang, and it was absolutely impossible to have no weaknesses. With that in mind, he began to watch over Iron Kong. He noticed that every time he attacked, Iron Kong would subconsciously cover his waist, as if he was afraid of being attacked. Wang Rui gathered the thunder magic in his palm and struck towards Tai Gang's waist. Tai Gang seemed to have expected this as a cold smile appeared on his huge face. Wang Rui felt bad, but he couldn't stop. The attack landed on Tai Gang's waist, but Tai Gang was not injured. Instead, he seized the gap in this attack and smashed Wang Rui out with a punch. It was actually baiting itself into making a move. No wonder he was the #1 bestialization professional. Even after bestialization he could be so calculating. Blood spilled from the corner of Wang Rui's mouth, wiped it, and staggered to his feet. But he himself is also the first freshman in the Thunder Law Major. How could he have this means? It was originally reserved for Louis and Zhang Ying, but it seems that it will be given to Tai Gang first. Soon, the flash of blue light in Wang Rui's palm shone more and more, and it was lengthening, as if something was about to appear. A blue lance appeared in his hand, the tip of the lance constantly bursting with sparks, and the sword was blue in color, not looking like a weapon, but rather like an attack. Seeing this scene, the class teacher of the Thunder Law Major sighed. This strike was something he personally taught Wang Rui in order to be able to use it to surprise him in a match, but it turned out to be used on Tai Gang. But it was also fortunate that he had imparted this move to Wang Rui, otherwise I don't know how much energy it would have taken to win. Looking at the blue lance, the freshmen immediately felt fear in their hearts, and even Louis and Zhang Ying, their faces were grim. Unsurprisingly, the move was saved for them. Speaking of which, thanks to Iron Kong, the lance shot out, producing a burst of sonic booms as if it had torn through the air, and it was powerful. Tai Gang also smelled a hint of danger in the air, but from instinct, he wanted to fight it, so there was no hiding. The scarlet in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, and the hissing sound from his mouth grew higher and higher. The passion of the audience was also instantly pulled up, and many even stood up. The moment the lance was about to touch Tai Gang, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, stretching out a finger. He pressed it against the lance. Well, that's the end of it. Otherwise, it's going to be another problem for my martial arts medicine program. The person who made the move was Dean Liu. Tai Gang definitely couldn't carry this blow, and the victory was already clear. If they had to fight it off, that's when the medical skills of the martial arts doctors would be put to the test. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared on the stage, Jiang Yu's pupils shook. Wasn't this the same person he had saved in the infirmary using the Huiyan needle? By the looks of it, the strength is good. as if there's still quite a powerful background in the elite academy. Chapter 18, the first battle of the martial arts and medicine program. Because of Dean Lu's hand, the match came to an end with Wang Rui's victory. In the fourth match, it was the martial arts medicine major versus the summoning major. Wang Qinqin looked at a few people. Who goes? No one spoke. Only Lin Han looked at Wang Qinqin with a hopeful face. Wang Qinqin glanced at him. Zhang Yu, otherwise you go. For the first battle, I hope to win beautifully. I think it's better to let Lin Han go. After all, his battle power is kind of good, and there's no one particularly powerful in the summoning specialty. As soon as Zhang Yu's words fell, Lin Han nodded his head frantically. Yes, 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 teacher, I can win extra nice too. Wang Qinqin looked at him with some disbelief before nodding. Indeed, Zhang Yu's battle power was too strong, and it was not bad as a base card. Moreover, the summoning specialty was originally biased towards assisting, so Lin Han should be able to handle them with ease. Good. After saying that, Lin Han leapt up and landed on the field. The summoning major appeared to be a girl. Her height looked not even 1 meter 6, and her looks were also very petite, a proper little loli. The strongest freshman in the martial arts medicine program, Lin Han, who will take first place in the tournament, has come to meet him. A large portion of words were spoken, and Lin Han instantly aroused cold stares from countless spectators. And threatening to take first place? It's a fool's errand. But the girl in the summoning specialty seemed to have been frightened by Lin Han's words, or perhaps she was already socially terrified. The voice was very timid, but it softened the hearts of the audience to hear it. Summoning Major, Jiao Su, the already middle-aged Lin Han their new pity. Without saying anything, he directly smashed his fist over. Although Jiao Su looked so delicate, her hands were very agile. Taking a few small steps to the side, he then clapped his palms together and muttered something under his breath. Only a wormhole appeared beside her, and slowly a huge foot poked out of it, immediately followed by an extremely terrifying demonic beast face with long fangs and an open bloody mouth. One could even see the undigested flesh and bones in the teeth. Holy! Frightened, Lin Han took several steps backward. This demonic beast is as tall as 3 of him. How can we fight it? The audience was also left with their jaws dropped. The summoned beast of such a soft-looking little loli was actually a demonic beast of this size? Wang Qinqin and Zhang Yu also looked grim, obviously not expecting such a turn of events to occur, and had to play that Lin Han would be able to turn the tables. The demonic beast was huge, but its speed was quite a bit slower, so perhaps Lin Han could start here. Brother Lin Han, remember to admit defeat when you can't hold on. Xiao Hei's hand is not light or heavy, Jiao Su said gently, but it is standing on the head of Blackie. How can this picture look not gentle? Ah. Lin Han pointed to the sky with one finger and actually laughed out loud. God, trying to test my resolve to get stronger with this? I told you. No way, Jiao Su, I'm going to make a move with your demonic beast. Done. Zhang Yu lightly stroked his forehead. This middle-aged teenager was getting sick again. Lin Han, you brat, get real. Spinning to his feet, he shouted. Zhang Yu's voice reminded Lin Han of the beatings he received every day, and he couldn't help but shiver and sort of sober up. No, I was wrong. This battle, I will win. Lin Han hastily changed his words. The audience laughed as they watched. Is this kid really a student of the elite academy? Why do you look stupid? We can't be here to make up the numbers, can we? It's not like there's no one in this class of martial arts doctors, is it? Soon, Lin Han's performance impressed the crowd. The whole person instantly soared. His height was actually the same height as Xiao Hei, and then kicked Xiao Hei's head, staggering him several steps. Then with a weird speed, he came behind Xiao Hei and slammed his fist. During that time Blackie didn't even look back and carried it hard. Even Su Jiajiao's face had a slightly worried look on it. She didn't expect Lin Han to be so strong. Obviously, he was just a martial arts doctor, yet he had such a strong fighting ability. Thinking of this, she also drove the little black underneath her to launch a counterattack. With just one strike, Lin Han was sent flying by the aftershock. While it didn't leave the field and the game continued, Zhang Yu and Wang Qinqin were both tightening their heartstrings. If I had known this, I should have put River Fish in the ring. However, Lin Han's face was one of wariness. Looking confident, performing a ghostly stance, he took off once again. Only this time, the target of his attack wasn't Blackie, but summoner Su Jiaojiao. Seeing this, Zhang Yu was finally relieved. It seemed that this kid wasn't too stupid and knew that the summoner was the key to breaking the game. Silver needles shot out, but they were easily dodged by Su Jiaojiao. If it was a matter of hard power, Su Jiaojiao was definitely not Lin Han's opponent. But that had the interference of Xiao Hei, and Lin Han had almost no chance to attack Su Jiaojiao, and his attacks couldn't do any significant damage to Koro. The battle is in a scorching state. Maintaining the summoning state for a long period of time made even Su Jiaojiao a bit overwhelmed, and she was visibly panting. Perhaps noticing this, Lin Han instantly struck out and directly knocked Su Jiajiao off of Xiao Hei's head. Xiao Hei attacked Lin Han as if he was crazy. An error nearly knocked Lin Han out of the ring. Although he didn't fail, Lin Han was also spitting out blood, looking like he couldn't hold on any longer. In this instant, it was as if Lin Han was remembering every day and night that he had been dominated by the river fish. It actually gave up on defense, frantically attacking Blackie. Soon after, Little Black was repelled by this crazy attack from Lin Han. As the saying goes, the barefoot is not afraid of the shoe. Lin Han is the barefoot one. The audience didn't realize that Jiang Yu was the first person in martial arts medicine, and after seeing Lin Han's methods, they subconsciously took Lin Han as the first person. Only Louis narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, the class teacher of the Spirit Sword Major looked at Zhang Ying. What are your chances against him? 90%. Zhang Ying's icy voice rang out, and the homeroom teacher sighed in relief, because Lin Han's performance was just too outstanding, although what he said was a bit middle-aged, right? Unfortunately, the crowd did not see Jiang Yu make a move. Otherwise, they would have wondered if the martial arts doctor had sent a second year to compete. Although Lin Han's attacks were very powerful, they were no tricks and there was no way to defeat Su Jiajiao. Even the dean of the elite academy, looking at the battle, was in deep thought. Normally, in a situation like this, he'd decide who would win, but now it's the other way around, only to be left to the fight between the two. Obviously Lin Han had his own considerations. The moment he realized that Jiajiao Su was the weak point, he had been laying out, until now, when the opportunity arrives and the silver needle shoots out. Chapter 19, Matchmaking, Illusion Specialization. Several silver needles shot out. Xiao Hei slapped his palm down and blocked a few, but missed one. The silver needle that was missed shot straight at Su Jiajiao, who was standing on Xiao Hei's head. Su Jiajiao's movements also stiffened for a moment. How could her speed be faster than the speed of a silver needle? So naturally she couldn't dodge it. Lin Han raised an eyebrow and won. It was off by a hair, but it did the trick. Having lost Su Jiajiao's command, Xiao Hei was just a demonic beast that looked like it had a bigger block. The combat power that can be brought to bear is greatly reduced. Lin Han instantly disappeared in place and attacked towards Su Jiajiao. With just one punch, Su Jiajiao smashed down on Xiao Hei's back. Xiao Hei was furious and attacked frantically, but Lin Han easily dodged it. As a summoner, Su Jiajiao had no combat power to speak of. The end of this battle was already obvious. In order to avoid Su Jiajiao from getting injured, calling professional classroom teachers leaps to the stage. We concede. Only then did Lin Han's attack stop, and Little Black disappeared into the arena. I won! Lin Han shouted loudly, then walked over to Su Jiajiao and removed the silver needle that was on her. Only then did Su Jiajiao return to normal, her face red with anger, and she didn't say a word. How's that, sensei? Did I win beautifully? Walking off the stage, Lin Han looked at Wang Qingqin with a smug look on his face, and even raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yu, not even noticing the eyes of the audience beside him that wanted to eat him up. I can't believe such a pretty little loli got off on it. Not bad. Rest. A smile also appeared on Wang Qingqin's face. Luckily it was a first-year game, and in his eyes it was a small fight. It was not until sophomore year that the calling major began to take off in earnest. There was a technique that would be able to feed its own strength through the demonic beasts it summoned, and when that time came, Lin Han's approach would not be very feasible. As for the next few matches, they were also somewhat tasteless, and 9 majors eventually came out on top, while the 9 majors that were eliminated were ranked according to their performance on the field. Naturally, there would be some defiant majors, only it wasn't time for them to attack the ring. Because of the 9 majors, there will be a rotating option. Strength is part of the game, and luck is naturally part of it. Lin Han had drawn a summoning specialization that was good enough to be called a dark horse on his first try, so he also lost the chance to draw lots this time around, replacing it with Zheng Changhan. The cold temperament and outstanding appearance directly drove the audience crazy. It's a dream come true. It was a relief to the crowd that the draw for the turn was the Thunder Law Major. After all, not many people could carry off that final blow. It's a happy thing for everyone that the turn is empty. The rules for this round aren't a 1-2 punch. Instead, each major sends 4 students, testing not just individual strength, but cooperation. There was also a rule that students could only fight in alternate matches, which meant that Lin Han could only wait for the next match if he wanted to continue fighting. This one was out of the question. Zhang Qinghan didn't seem to have much luck on her side. Not only did they draw first place out of the gate, but their opponents were also strong illusionist majors. As the name suggests, the illusionist's specialty its best is compulsion. As long as caught in the way, unless you can crack, or can only wait for failure, it's also an extreme specialty. They weren't considered powerful, but they had a handful of illusions to play with. Wang Qingqin also frowned tightly. She had taken on an illusionist major once, and that had been considered an extremely tough fight. In the visions, Each person sees images that can last them a lifetime. All Wang Qinqin saw was a corpse, grabbing her ankles and trying to assimilate her, and if she hadn't broken in time, she would have already gone down. Illusionist specialization is strong. River fish, pick a few people to go out with you. Jiang Yu also heard the concern in Wang Qinqin's tone and wasn't pushing back. Su Ro, Fatty, Sunny, let's go for the three of us. After all, the four of them kind of know each other and have known each other since the earliest days. Without much ado, the three nodded. The four of them then took the stage, and the illusionist program sent 4 girls. They are extremely good looking and each has their own flavor. Illusionism majors, Lu Xin, Hong Menglin, Mai Yiqing, Dong Li Yun. The 4 of them said in unison, their voices crisp and clear, and the audience not only filled their eyes but also their ears, regretting why they hadn't joined the illusionism program in the first place. It's almost all girls, so there's no need to worry about finding a date. Martial medicine majors, Jiang Yu, Su Ro, Su Ziyu, Qin Zai. After the greeting ceremony, the battle began. Before the Jiang Yu few even had a chance to attack, they were fixed there by the 4 Lu Xin with their illusions. The prerequisites for using illusions are troublesome. Both the person casting the illusion and the person being cast the illusion were unable to move after the illusion began, making it virtually a no-fighting scene and one of the most uninteresting battles. But luckily there were a few girls on the field and no one said anything. Jiang Yu only felt that his movements paused for a moment, and then everything in front of him instantly transformed, as if he was back in Wufeng Mountain. Everything around us was full of familiarity and strangeness. Growing up in Wufengshan, Jiang Yu was naturally aware of everything in it, and it was definitely not Wufengshan in front of him. Then there's only one possibility. Entered the world of illusion himself. Thinking about this, Jiang Yu had a bit of a headache. Never having had similar combat experience made River Fish a bit confused. How can alcohol break the game? Wang Qinqin also did not explain in advance. In fact, this is not to blame Wang Qinqin. Each illusion has a different method of cracking. Plus Wang Qinqin does not know illusion. Naturally there is nothing to do. The one who controlled the river fish was the strongest of the 4. Yanajin. She is also the first freshman in the illusions program. But the moment she controlled the river fish, she almost fell to the ground. The river fish must be very strong, or else it wouldn't have been so mind-consuming. Thinking about this matter, Lu Xian's expression also became grave. As long as he eliminated Jiang Yu, this battle would be won. Liu Xin closed her eyes, and as fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. The illusion world changed a bit, although she didn't know where this place was. From the environment it should be a large mountain, and since it was a large mountain, there would be a variety of demonic beasts present. All that was needed was to unleash a wave of beasts to devour the river fish. The sound of stampeding came from a distance. River fish held his breath, listening to the voice. It seems that the battle is not small. Soon, Jiang Yu was in the very center of the beast tide, with the sounds of trampling trees and roaring and hissing coming from all directions. Jiang Yu also lowered his stance, preparing for a vicious battle. Chapter 20, Hell? Except for the river fish, the 3 of them were in an unfamiliar place. Su Ro was surrounded by a sea of fire, and just under her feet there was a not very large piece of land that hadn't been eroded by the sea of fire. Just as he was observing around, an unknown demonic beast suddenly sprang out from the sea of fire. It looks like a monkey, but its limbs and tail are covered with flames, so let's call it a fire monkey for now. A fire monkey rushed towards Su Ro with extreme speed, seemingly wanting to climb on its body and drag it into the sea of fire. Fortunately, Su Ro reacted quickly and dodged it. At the same time, a silver needle shot out, directly hitting the vitals of the fire monkey, and it fell to the ground with 1 life. As the flames on the fire monkey's body went out, Su Ro also saw the true appearance of the fire monkey, which was extremely shocking. The whole face seemed to be burned out of shape because of the flames. The hairs on the body are however still there. Immediately after that, the fire monkeys in the sea of fire seemed to have realized the death of their companions, and Su Ro, who was a foreigner, was then treated as an enemy by them, and one after another fire monkeys pounced out from the sea of fire. Even if Su Ro's best skill was speed, it was still a bit tricky at this time. Things are at a standstill. Su Ziyu, on the other hand, was in an ocean that could not be seen at all. There was a wah 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 from behind him. Couldn't understand what it meant, but any fool could tell it was coming for him. A patch of wildlings entered Su Ziyu's line of sight, holding spears in their hands and waving their teeth and claws towards Su Ziyu, as if they were trying to claw him back. Relying on the toughness of her flesh, Su Ziyu also struggled for a while. Nay, the savages are many. Su Ziyu is not its opponent at all. Soon lost the battle, was tied up and racked away. Qinzai's situation was somewhat similar to Jiang Yu's, being in the middle of a primitive forest. While he was observing his surroundings, a human who looked just like Qinzai walked out and looked at him with a smile on his face. Qinzai also tensed his heartstrings, and the 2 of them confronted each other. neither of them speaking. A moment later, Illusion Chin's eye spoke. Race to see who gets out of here first? I win. I take your life instead. You stay here instead of me. I lose. You leave. These words caused a layer of cold sweat to rise up on Chin's eyes back, but he still agreed. Maybe that's the way to break it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Illusion Chin's eye instantly disappeared from his spot and rushed over in a direction. Chin's eye, however, was still standing in the distance, his expression grave as he searched for a direction. Illusion in the mountains of Wufeng. Jiang Yu had long been mixed up with a piece of demonic beasts, and if he didn't observe carefully, he couldn't see Jiang Yu's figure clearly at all. Luckily, the Lu Xian who had cast the illusion was not very strong, and the overall strength of the beast tide was not considered very strong. It wasn't even comparable to the several beast tides the old man had artificially summoned for him. A beautiful test of strength. It's actually because he ate the roast duck he bought and holds a grudge. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face, as if he was somewhat nostalgic for his life with the old man in Wufeng Mountain. Unfortunately, he carries too much on his own. The river fish swims with ease. On the other hand, Lu Xian, who had cast the illusion, was sweating profusely, and she was naturally watching Jiang Yu's performance. I didn't realize that Jiang Yu, who was a martial arts doctor, actually had such a strong strength. Sure you didn't sign up for the wrong major? She wasn't the first person to suspect that Jiang Yu had enrolled in the wrong major. To this, the river fish only want to say, you see only the surface, not his full strength. Without using a trace of true chi, he relied solely on his own hard power. The wave of beasts was quickly put to rest by the river fish. Looking at the corpses all over the place, Jiang Yu did not have a single ripple in his heart. Even found a demonic beast with soft fur, sat on it, picked a fruit from the side, and enjoyed it beautifully. Eating the fruit in his hand, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. This illusion is quite real. Sweet. On the stage, all of the people were grave, with Lu Xian being even more serious. Her face was a bit pale. On the contrary, Jiang Yu was expressionless and even looked like he was enjoying himself. Seeing this scene, Wang Qinchin's hanging heart also fell. What are you worried about this kid? This is a freshman who can beat Zhong Jingqi senseless. Lu Xian angry teeth itchy, they are almost deflated. The result is that Jiang Yu in the illusion world leisurely, and eat and drink. Feelings of their own this illusion also let him travel a tour? Thinking of this, Liu Xin gritted her teeth, going out on a limb. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth. Lu Xian's face paled a few shades of pale visible to the naked eye, and even the class teacher of the illusion arts major tightened her heartstrings when she saw it. It was a trick she had specially taught to Ryushin. If you don't encounter a difficult opponent, you should never use it, simply because it is a very dangerous move. By the blood of the caster, the entire world of illusion is subverted and turned into hell. I thought that this move should have been used on a strong martial arts major or a thunder law major, but it turned out to be used on a midstream strength martial arts medicine major. But it's good. At least it's a promotion. In the illusion world, the environment around Jiang Yu transformed again. For just a moment, it was like being in hell. Even the half-eaten fruit in his hand turned into a skull. Jiang Yu tossed it aside with a disgusted look on his face, then looked around warily. He found himself walking forward uncontrollably, past a river as well as a bridge. Perhaps this is the Yellow Springs and the Bridge of Naiads. A man clad in black robes appeared in front of him. Drink this bowl of porridge and you may fall into reincarnation. Bombay soup. Jiang Yu didn't take it, but sized up Meng. Listen to the old man bragging. Meng's looks can be said to be the existence of heavenly fairies. Even he, but also only had the honor to see aside. This is not the opportunity to do so. Jiang Yu's hand reached out, but not to Meng Pa soup, but to Meng Pa. Directly opened the black robe on Meng's head, but there was nothing to see. It was pitch black, as if it didn't exist at all. This was related to the strength of the caster. The stronger the caster, the more perfect the illusion world constructed. And Lu Xian was only a newborn, so naturally she couldn't build a perfect world. Not to mention, this was hell. Meng was enraged by Jiang Yu's provocative behavior. Mumba's soup shattered on the ground, unbridled, sent to the 18 layers of hell for eternity. With these words, the entire hell seemed to respond to Meng's order. A smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. The old man had seen Meng, that too in the world of illusions, and naturally he had taught him the way to break the game. In the eyes of an onlooker, hell was naturally terrifying, but for Jiang Yu, it couldn't be simpler. A touch of true chi flowed out from his fingertips. Raise your hand and tap it on your brow. Ghosts and the like are afraid of the most young things, and the kung fu practiced by the riverfish cannot be practiced by non-children. It's certainly a matter of supreme yang. Instantly, Jiang Yu's entire body shown as hell gradually shattered. Chapter 21. At the last moment, Jiang Yu seemed to see a look of resentment from Meng. With no time to think, Riverfish returned to the ring. As for Lu Xian, she also stumbled and fell to the ground, fainting with a black eye. Seeing this, the rest of the few people in the illusion arts specialty also lifted their illusions. They had already lost. Since Jiang Yu was able to break through Lu Xian's illusion, he naturally had extraordinary strength, and the girls were very average and would not be Jiang Yu's opponents. A figure flashed across the high-level seats as Dean Lu appeared on the field. Looking toward River Fish, he smiled and shook his head. "Brat, you really know how to get us in trouble in our profession." Although they were words of complaint, Jiang Yu could hear the appreciation in Dean Lu's tone. With that, Dean Lu was about to make his move and save Lu Xian. "Dean Lu, I'll do what I do." Jiang Yu walked to Lu Xian's side, took out a silver needle and was about to perform an injection. After all, it was the consequences of Jiang Yu's violent breakthrough that led to the situation, and letting Dean Lu clean up his mess. Jiang Yu's heart was also a bit overwhelmed. The silver needle pierced Lu Xian's body, and Lu Xian's body trembled slightly. The chief dean of the elite academy sitting on the stage even stood up directly. The puzzled eyes of the executives beside him looked over, as if they were wondering why the chief dean was so agitated. In the next moment, the chief dean appeared above the arena, looking at the silver needles on Lu Xian's body, his pupils quaking. He wanted to say something but didn't open his mouth, as if he was afraid of disturbing Jiang Yu's medical process. A few moments later, Lu Xian also woke up. The first time she saw Jiang Yu, she was full of resentment, but knowing that it was Jiang Yu who saved her, she said, "Thanks, classmate. Is this set of silver needles yours?" Unlike others, Riverfish's silver needles are very recognizable. It was made for him by the old man himself, and at the end of the silver needle, there was the logo of a small mountain, representing Wufeng Mountain. "Classmate, it seems that you're not only a great fighter, but your medical skills are also so superior. I guess you're the strongest newcomer in this session of the martial arts and medicine program, right?" Dean Lu also said with some shock. Hearing this, Lin Han, who was sitting in the audience, was not happy, but feeling Wang Qingqin's dangerous eyes, he still sat honestly. Riverfish smiled and nodded, receiving Jiang Yu's answer. The chief dean excitedly grabbed Jiang Yu's hand. "What's your name, classmate?" "Riverfish, Riverfish, Riverfish. It was you who saved Dean Lu. I thank you on behalf of the entire elite academy." At these words, the room was silent. What kind of person is Dean Lu? The entire elite academy was second only to the chief dean in existence. His awakening caused the entire elite academy to rejoice, and the one who healed him was slow to find it. I didn't realize it was actually a freshman. The rest of the executives also appeared on the field, looking at Jiang Yu with gratitude in their eyes. For a while, the huge arena actually seemed small, and Jiang Yu was a little embarrassed when faced with the eyes of these existences that could crush him if they casually lifted out one of them. If I'd known saving him would be so embarrassing, I wouldn't have done it. Perhaps sensing Jiang Yu's emotions, the chief dean blasted the rest of the people off the stage, leaving Dean Lu alone. "Riverfish, tell me, what do you want? How about I just give you this championship?" the chief dean said with a smile. Jiang Yu obviously felt a few malicious eyes behind him, without having to look. A guess would be Wang Rui, Louis as well as Zhang Ying's. "No, chief dean, I want to get it on my own. There's not much I want. Dean Lu is the hero of our elite academy. It's my honor to be able to heal him." After this amount of human interaction, the chief dean thoroughly remembered Jiang Yu's name. Even Dean Lu couldn't stop nodding his head, powerful and emotional. What a nice young man. The host was like an aggravated little daughter-in-law, standing on the sidelines, not daring to speak. "That won't do. Won't word get out that I, Wu Zhanpeng, am petty? This is my token. Seeing this is like seeing me. If there's anything you want, you can take whatever you want from the entire elite academy." With that, Wu Zhanpeng handed over a token. The color Riverfish cannot say. It seems to change in general. The shape is a martial character. The font is dashing. Jiang Yu took it over, and Wu Zhanpeng still had something he wanted to say, but for the sake of the big picture, he returned to the high-level seat. "Riverfish, thank you." Dean Lu smiled and left the field as well. The host then stood up straight. In this battle, the Jiang Martial Arts and Medicine program wins. Almost a mouthful. Back in the audience, Wang Qingqin looked at Jiang Yu with a look of a monster. "I didn't expect that. You're deep in hiding?" In response, Jiang Yu simply waved his hand. "Sprinkles." Wang Qingqin stopped talking. She was afraid that if she said a few more words, Jiang Yu would float, and then, she would have to use her fists again to tell him who was really the boss. After the hiccup, the game continued. In the next few specialties, it was almost a one-sided fight. Spirit Sword Major, Strong Martial Arts Major successfully advanced. Zhang Ying, a Spirit Sword Major, also struck out in this battle. Her attacks seemed as if they wouldn't hit empty, and the remaining three teammates acted as if they were there to make up the numbers. One Dark Horse Major has even emerged. It is the Agility specialty. Known for its speed, the battle scene is enough to qualify as a feast for the eyes, for streams of light traveled across the field, and when they couldn't even see the timing of their strikes, they were victorious. Makes you wonder a few times if it's a fake game. To put it bluntly, it's still an unknown because they've had so few strikes that the exact level is simply elusive. 5 majors advanced. They are Spirit Sword, Strong Martial Arts, Martial Medicine, Agility, and Thunderbolt. This means that another major will face a rotation. It's getting late and will give the students time to rest, and after the draw, the tournament starts tomorrow. This time, the one who drew lots instead of the martial doctor was Jiang Yu. Everyone is praying that he will draw on the rotation. After all, the other 4 specialties were all very strong, plus Jiang Yu couldn't make a move in this one, so it might be a bit insufficient if it was only Lin Han. Wang Qinqin also hopes to get a good ranking this term. In the end, River Fish was able to live up to its name, rubbing shoulders with the rounds and drawing the agility specialty as an opponent. This luck major is the Spirit Sword major, the agility major, and the one that the crowd knows the least about. Wang Qinqin also has a big headache. Only Lin Han was filled with excitement. Teacher, believe me, I will definitely win this battle beautifully. Of course, no one would take his words seriously. Zhang Qinghan, who had never spoken, spoke up. Sensei, I'd like to fight instead of the martial arts medicine program. I didn't expect Zhang Qinghan to actually take the initiative to volunteer. It was also true that she had not been able to step onto the field from beginning to end, and there might have been resentment in her heart. After all, her strength wasn't weak either, and if it wasn't for the limitations of her special physique, she would definitely be above Lin Han. Chapter 22. If this battle was won, the martial arts and medicine specialty would be able to enter the top 3 in the entire academy, and the resources it would receive would be incomparably huge. Therefore, Wang Qinqin was a bit hesitant. In terms of individual strength, she thought that Lin Han was above Zhang Qinghan. Zhang Qinghan's strength was an unknown. Either strong or weak was anyone's guess, but Zhang Qinghan took the initiative to ask for help, and she couldn't refuse. Noticing Wang Qinqin's hesitation, Jiang Yu also stepped forward. I think we should let Zhang Qinghan fight as well. From what I've observed, her true chi is ice, which can suppress agility to a certain extent. Zhang Qinghan looked over, as if she hadn't expected Jiang Yu to speak for her in general, and there was a hint of gratitude in her eyes. These words also succeeded in waking up Wang Qinqin. The world where only Lin Han was injured was reached. There was not much discussion of tactics, as each man had his own style of play, and to interfere might have botched it. The following day brought the battle for the top 3. Each contestant was fully prepared. Strong Martial Arts Major versus Thunder Law Major. The power of Wang Rui's Thunder Gun made countless people look favorably upon it. Louis didn't hold back and carried his stick onto the stage. There was a wariness in his eyes. In his eyes, Wang Rui was an opponent second only to Jiang Yu, Qiangu, Louis, Lei Fa, Wang Rui. The battle was imminent. Sparks flew in all directions from the collision created by the stick and the thunder. The duo didn't bring out their skills, but instead tried all sorts of things. The stick in Louis's hand was very hard. Even when it touched the thunder, it was still firm. Wang Rui didn't fall into a disadvantage because of this, and the audience watched with passion, and the students of the Strong Martial Arts Major and the Thunder Law Major even stood up. After a short exchange of hands, they also understood each other's details and began to be bold. Louis was the first to attack. The stick in his hand was extremely fast and varied, either picking or smashing. It seemed that he hadn't gotten used to it yet, as Wang Rui began to lose ground, but no injuries appeared on his body. Gradually, Wang Rui also began to counterattack. A faint blue light rose between his palms, and every time he slapped his palm on Louis's body, Louis would always feel a tingling sensation. However, the stick was clearly iron, but it was not affected in any way, which made Wang Rui puzzled. Because of the material, the stick was not conductive, so it could be said that Wang Rui was briefly restrained. If Wang Rui couldn't find a way to break the game, then this battle might be won by Louis. Seeing this, the class teacher of the Thunder Law Major was also nervous, not expecting the Strong Martial Arts Major to really put in the blood. A stick made from Xian iron was actually given to a freshman to use. If I had known, I shouldn't have taught Wang Rui only one move, and moreover, I should have given Wang Rui a weapon. Unfortunately, that's all an afterthought. Wang Rui was suppressed, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Louis's physical strength seemed to be endless. He didn't know fatigue at all, and kept up this high-intensity offense for half an hour. Yet, he didn't see a trace of fatigue from Louis's face at all. Right at this moment, Wang Rui was no longer passive, and blue light erupted from his palm. A thunder lance appeared in his hand. Only this time, unlike before, he didn't throw it, but instead held it in his hand. You could tell by the pained expression on his face that it was very difficult to keep it up. Even the homeroom teacher was clenching her fists. I didn't teach him that trick myself. Moreover, This move can be said to hurt the enemy 1,000 times. Condensing a lance constructed from thunder was already pretty good, and Wang Rui even wanted to use it as his own weapon. At this moment, Wang Rui's entire body was surrounded by lightning, like a thunder god descending into the world, and his eyes flashed with gleams of blue light. Lu Yi's offense also slowed down. This was because the thunder had actually traveled from the rod made of basalt iron to his hand, a tingling sensation that made his movements not even that fluid. Realizing that something was wrong, Lu Yi's figure retreated violently. Wang Rui countered the defense and attacked, waving his lance recklessly. However, Lu Yi wasn't in a hurry. He knew that Wang Rui wouldn't last long in this state. He only needed to survive this period of time, and victory would be his. But gradually, Lu Yi was wrong. Lu Yi saw the shadow of Jiang Yu from Lu Yi in this state. That devil. Taking advantage of Lu Yi's moment of disorientation, Wang Rui stabbed Lu Yi in the shoulder. Blood splattered as Lu Yi fell to the ground. A burst of thunder destroyed Lu Yi's body. Just as the referee was about to make the announcement, Lu Yi stood up. Dean Lu opened his mouth, but still held his tongue. Unlike the others, both had pride in them and represented the strongest freshmen in their majors. It will leave a shadow in your heart if you don't split the difference. As for the aftermath, it will have to be the martial arts doctor who will have to wrap it up. Standing up, Lu Yi's body shook. Leaning on a stick to barely stand, the stage was silent. With this heart, Lu Yi has already won everyone's respect. Wang Rui's glowing blue eyes stared at Lu Yi. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out violently. Apparently that's the price of keeping it that way. On the surface, Wang Rui beat Lu Yi by a head, but in reality, the degree of physical misery between the two was already comparable. The color of the lance in his hand dimmed until it disappeared, and Wang Rui staggered a few steps without falling to the ground. Lu Yi wanted to swing the shin iron rod in his hand, but he couldn't lift it at all. Had to take a swing at it. Wang Rui was also unable to condense the thunder spell. At the final moment, the two were actually going to compete in pure physical strength. The stage was already covered in blood. This battle also made the crowd realize one thing. Although the elite academy is a school, it is nothing like society. If you want something, you have to put your best foot forward. Pure physical strength. Naturally Lu Yi has the upper hand. The name of the strong martial arts specialty is not for nothing. Fist to fist, Wang Rui's face had swollen, completely lacking the handsome look he had at the beginning. Just when the crowd thought that the victory had been decided, Wang Rui's eyes instantly flashed with blue light. A roar came out, and a crackling sound came from his palm. While Lu Yi couldn't react, he smashed it hard. Lu Yi received this palm hard. His face instantly turned white, and he fell to the ground. Wang Rui also stumbled. The two classroom teachers showed up in time, and Dean Lu did a wonderful job. It took a while for the two to get out of life-threatening situations, plus a period of recuperation. The referee looked at these two teenagers who were less than 20 years old, and his heart was filled with emotion. The heart is just too strong. The talent is also so strong. If it develops, the future is unlimited. The Thunder Law Major, slightly better than the Strong Martial Arts Major. The referee changes his announcement and he doesn't let strong martial arts professional lose face. Jiang Yu looked at the duo carrying them down and revealed a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why he had to fight so hard. It was clearly just a perfectly ordinary game, but it's worth it to fight so hard? Chapter 23. The Leifa vs Strongarm match came to an end. This one is a battle between martial arts doctors and agility. Zhang Chenghan stood up on the stage and was just about to speak when she saw that the agility specialty had sent out someone who was very familiar to her. That was also a girl. But the expression on her face when she looked at Zhang Chenghan was like a smile, looking full of mockery. Zhang Chenghan, as a doctor, just honestly hide behind it. The elite academy is not for you. A piercing voice rang out, each word like a needle in Zhang Chenghan's heart. Zhang Jue, you don't have to mock me. This is my own decision. No one can interfere with me. Zhang Chenghan was not willing to show weakness either. The two of them came from the same school, but because of Zhang Chenghan's physique, the master loved Zhang Jue as a senior sister, and almost all of their strength was passed on to Zhang Jue. That's what allowed Zhang Jue to get into the agility program. As for Zhang Chenghan, he had barely obtained any division inheritance. The only thing he inherited was his master's medical skills. This strength of hers was all groped out by herself. Not only that, Zhang Jue, who was a senior sister, often targeted Zhang Chenghan, using every means possible to try to expel Zhang Chenghan from the division. Though the teachers are from the same school, they are like enemies. Since we know each other, let's dispense with the niceties and get right to it. The referee stopped the duo and called the match. Seeing that there was a conflict between the two, the Jiang Yu several people were also watching the field seriously. Zhang Zhuo is the second person in the agility program and is also very strong. In this battle, not only did she have to defeat Zhang Chenghan, she had to completely waste him. In this, she has complete confidence. Agility professional and extremely fast. She was able to take advantage of the referee's inability to react to a blow to nullify Zhang Chenghan's future. I don't know why she held this mentality. Perhaps because her master had passed on the art of healing to her? Obviously, he had already obtained his master's most prized agility, but he still coveted that hint of medical skill. It is evident that Zhang Zhuo is very selfish. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Zhuo disappeared into thin air, leaving only a dark shadow on top of the arena. Zhang Qinghan adjusted her breathing, and a layer of icy breath floated over her entire body, resembling true qi. However, Zhang Yu was clear that this was not true qi. It was a special attack method for this physique. However, Zhang Qinghan seemed to be using it in a less skillful manner, and it looked like there wasn't much of a chance of winning this battle. Fiercely, Zhang Zhuo's fist suddenly appeared and smashed into Zhang Qinghan's head. Zhang Chenghan dodged to the side, but he was not expecting Zhang Zhuo as if he had anticipated this step. The figure instantly disappeared, and then he immediately slammed his fist into the place where Zhang Qinghan would appear next. Zhang Chenghan didn't dodge it and was smashed backward several steps, his face grave. Taking advantage of that moment just now, she had already attached her icy breath to Zhang Zhuo. Although the crowd could not see Zhang Zhuo's pace, Zhang Qinghan could see it clearly. She could sense the aura that belonged to her. Silver needles shot out. Bingo! Zhang Zhuo stopped and looked at his ankle with some shock. He then looked at Zhang Chenghan with a smile on his face. Senior sister, you've grown. However, I am an apprentice who has inherited my master's mantle. You will definitely lose to me. As the words fell, she pulled out the silver needles and threw them aside. Her speed was actually 1 point faster. Obviously she had a way to deal with Zhang Chenghan's silver needles. Zhang Qinghan was also embarrassed. She overestimated herself. I thought it would be a smooth victory, but now it seems a little harder. She wasn't going to just resign herself to it, though. Cold air erupted and swept across the field. Even the audience under the stage subconsciously shivered. Why is it so cold? Hiss, what's going on in the middle of summer? Even the executives on the stage stood up when they saw this scene. This is special body. What a way to get the martial arts medical profession to fish. If he is cured, his future is simply unlimited. In an instant, Zhang Qinghan attracted the attention of everyone present. Zhang Zhuo was naturally disgruntled, and perhaps it was because of this that she was determined to abolish Zhang Chenghan. As long as Zhang Chenghan was abolished, then he himself would be the one who attracted the most attention in the entire elite academy. At the thought, she actually stopped. Zhang Yu looked towards the arena with some concern. He always felt that Zhang Zhuo, this person, was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Although there was no relationship between him and Zhang Qinghan, but as the captain of the Devil's Week training himself, he had an obligation to protect his team. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought for Lin Han in the first place. Gradually, his heart and nature were undergoing a subtle change. Zhang Qinghan, do you know why I'm doing this? Zhang Qinghan's face was clear and cold, and a touch of doubt appeared. Immediately afterward, that smudge of doubt instantly turned into shock. This was because Zhang Zhuo had appeared behind him at some point. Moving his eyes to his chest, a flash of red caught his eye. Drilling pain appears. Zhang Zhuo held the knife in one hand and stabbed through her chest. It was a race accident. The executives realized this and instantly appeared on top of the field, pulling the duo apart. At the same time, Dean Lu took out a silver needle, first stopping the blood for Zhang Chenghan, then holding the needle in his hand. He stopped it in the air and frowned tightly. Seeing this, Zhang Yu and Wang Qinqin also went up to the stage. The agility major's homeroom teacher apparently didn't expect this either and looked guilty. If anything goes wrong with my students, you'll be held primarily responsible. Wang Qinqin stared at the middle-aged man, not losing any of her momentum. I know Zhang Zhuo's character well. It must be because your student did something that she killed her. Although Jing Bo is guilty, but to be frank, Wang Qinqin is a student. He was naturally uncomfortable being lectured by a student pointing at his head. Zhang Yu crouched down and looked at Zhang Chenghan's blood-soaked chest, recalling what the old man had said, and his brow furrowed. It's a toxic wound. The cut didn't go through the heart because of the rules. If she killed Zhang Qinghan, Zhang Zhuo could not continue to study in the elite academy, so she chose to use poison. The blade brushed against the heart, and the poison on the blade even invaded Zhang Chenghan's heart in the first place. If it wasn't for Zhang Qinghan's special physique, she would have never been able to wake up and become a vegetable. Even if he was as strong as Dean Lu, he was still unable to do anything about Zhang Chenghan at this time. Dean Lu, can you stabilize her poison? I'll find a way to heal her. Zhang Yu looked at Dean Lu with a grave expression on his face. Dean Lu didn't expect Zhang Yu to be able to see Zhang Qinghan's underlying condition, but associating it with the fact that he was cured by Zhang Yu, he nodded. Mr. Wang, because of this accident, I'm requesting to restart this match. I'll fight. No, you fought in the last one. I'll battle the entire agility program alone as my punishment for breaking the rules. Chapter 24, 1-10. At this point, Jiang Yu was completely furious, actually laying his hands on the match. His comment also upset the entire freshman agility program. Just you. What are you, a martial arts doctor, going to do to fight my entire agility specialty? Yeah, you have to have that strength to stand out. The audience, however, was very much looking forward to this happening, wanting to see Jiang Yu get thrashed or Jiang Yu thrashing this group of people, although the latter is somewhat unlikely. Jiang Yu, don't get carried away. Zhang Changhan is my student. I will seek justice. Wang Qinqin was also advising Jiang Yu that while Jiang Yu's strength was certainly strong, it was a bit impossible for one person to pick on an entire freshman agility major. Dare you to take it? Without explaining, Jiang Yu walked up to Jingbo, who smiled slowly. Fine, but don't come to me if you get broken. You asked for it. Having been stepped on, Jingbo naturally wanted to make Jiang Yu pay something. This could make the referee a bit embarrassed. In all the years since the Elite Academy was founded, this kind of thing had never happened before. He wanted to say something, but he didn't expect Jiang Yu to take out the Chief Dean's token. When the Chief Dean saw this scene, he also laughed out loud, and in his heart, he appreciated Jiang Yu even more. Sentimentality. That's one thing he looks for. If anything happened to the river fish, he would step in. Seeing the token, the referee directly blasted the idle people off the stage. There is no way. The official big level presses people to death. Not to mention that this is several levels bigger. River fish, a martial arts medicine major, versus the entire agility program. The words fell, causing the entire room to cheer. The spirit sword major in wheeling is also interested. Zhang Ying looked toward Jiang Yu on the stage and smiled sweetly. The martial arts medicine program leans toward assisting, and the agility program doesn't have anything to do with assisting at all. Not to mention that there are a full 10 of them in this agility program. A dozen. Jiang Yu swept his gaze over Zhang Ying. Martial arts Dr. River Fish. I'm only targeting Zhang Jue, but I don't mind ing all of you over. The light words, once again, ignited the entire audience. It is really arrogant. The middle-aged teenager Lin Han even jumped up and became Jiang Yu's little fanboy. He had great faith in Jiang Yu's strength. I hope you have the arrogance to do so. As the words fell, the freshmen from the agility major disappeared as much as they could, turning into dark shadows that surrounded Jiang Yu, waiting for an opportunity to move. The number one freshman in agility was even standing still, seemingly not intending to make a move. But Jiang Yu didn't care. Since this group of people wanted to be beaten up, there was nothing one could say. Just fulfill them. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly struck out in the next moment. A fist slammed out, and I don't know if it was luck or strength, but it directly slammed a new student out of the arena. Flying down, his breath instantly shriveled, his face pale, and he had an unbelievable expression on his face. Too late to greet the cheers of the audience, Jiang Yu swung out another palm and grabbed it violently, grabbing one man's ankle. Under the man's puzzled expression, Jiang Yu slammed it hard towards the ground. Bang! The man only felt like his bones were falling apart, so much so that he didn't even react to being thrown out by Jiang Yu. 2 strikes had resolved 2 freshmen, which caused the expression of Sun Dan, who was the first person, to become gloomy. Jiang Yu looked at Sun Dan with a smirk. Fish is a cowboy. With this cry from Lin Han and Su Ziyu, a thunderous applause erupted as the shocked audience came back to their senses. Wang Qinqin was also relieved. It seemed that Jiang Yu did have arrogant capital. The crowd of agility professionals stopped, as if their proud speed was worthless in the eyes of the river fish. Most importantly, was this really a martial arts doctor? With such a strong strength, even Louis, who specialized in strong martial arts, didn't have this kind of battle power, right? At this moment, Jiang Yu was like a devil in people's hearts. Keep it coming. Riverfish hooked his finger. With such a provocative attitude, they were unable to raise the slightest bit of anger. It's simply too strong. If you're not coming, I'm coming. With that, Jiang Yu burst out with a speed that was not the least bit weaker than that of an agility professional, and the playing field under his feet was even dented by the slightest bit. At the same time, Jiang Yu appeared in front of Zhang Jue, and without any mercy, he slammed his fist into her abdomen. Just as Zhang Jue was about to fly out of the arena, a flash of relief appeared on her face. As long as she was out of the arena, Jiang Yu would have no reason to attack herself. However, how could Jiang Yu let Zhang Jue do what he wanted? And with another dodge and swing, he smashed Zhang Jue back. The ground of the arena was extremely hard. Zhang Jiqi only felt dizzy and subconsciously wanted to admit defeat. Jiang Yu slapped Zhang Jue's face, which instantly swelled up, and he couldn't even let out a scream, let alone admit defeat. When the rest of the freshmen saw this scene, they stood in place, not daring to make a move at all for fear of being beaten. Seeing this, Jingbo under the stage also looked at Jiang Yu with an extra touch of killing intent. Jiang Yu had disgraced the entire agility program, and even more so, he had stepped on his face as the classroom teacher and rubbed it on the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Qinchin was watching him, he would have already boarded the stage and wasted Jiang Yu. Nonetheless, Riverfish had to get into some trouble after the match. Such a Riverfish was very unfamiliar to Lin Han's few people, and even a chill rose in their hearts. He's standing up for Zhang Qinghan. Wang Qinchin spoke up. She didn't want the Riverfish to be isolated later. A few people listened and came to a realization. Zhang Jue's breathing became very weak, and beside the two, 7 people stood without a word. Even Sun Dan's body was trembling weakly. The audience was even more screechy. Until finally, Dean Lu appeared above the arena and stopped Jiang Yu's behavior. Well, if we keep fighting, I'm going to have another headache for a while. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu broke free of Dean Lu's restraints and popped out a silver needle, inserting it into Zhang Jue. Raging vitality surged from the silver needles into Zhang Jiqi's body, and her injuries were rapidly recovering. It was soon out of danger, but the eyes she looked at Jiang Yu were filled with fear as well as hatred. Can't die. It won't be any trouble for you. Jiang Yu wiped the blood from his hands and smiled. It was very different from the look of a murderous god just now. Jiang Yu then looked at the few people who were agile and professional, staring them into taking several steps backward. What are you waiting for if you don't admit defeat yet? Admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Scrambling to be the first, afraid of being beaten up by the Riverfish. The referee didn't look back for a long time either. I declare this battle a victory for the martial medicine program. Wu Zhanpeng's laughter followed. Ha ha ha, yes, an unimpeded battle. Riverfish, I want to be your teacher. Wu Zhanpeng stood up. Dean Lu followed closely behind. Smiling, Dean Wu, this is a student of my martial arts medicine program. Chapter 25, Going to the Palace of Merits and Techniques. The Elite Academy was explicitly divided into 18 subspecialties, but as the Dean of Martial Warpang, he was naturally qualified to create a class. His class, which could be described as housing the elite of the elite within the entire Elite Academy, or else he wouldn't have thrown out an olive branch towards Jiang Yu. Except that his elite class wasn't announced to the public. The only people who know this class exists are the teachers. If it was any other dean, he definitely wouldn't dare to steal students from Wu Zhanpeng, but Dean Lu was different. Since he said so, Wu Zhanpeng had no choice but to give up on the idea. But this tournament is a nail-biter for the martial arts medicine program to take first place. The Thunder Law and Spirit Sword majors would have to fight for second place, but Zhang Ying's face did not show the slightest bit of timidity. There was no fear because of Jiang Yu's power. Instead, he wanted to spar. Jiang Yu looked at the classroom teacher of the agility program. Jingbo, I won. Are you going to say anything? What Jingbo had initially said was fresh in his mind, and now it slapped him in the face. Jingbo didn't say anything, but the face that looked as if he had eaten a fly spoke for him. It's hard. It's hard. The Riverfish standing on the stage made the freshman in the martial arts medicine program's blood run cold. It's simply too combustible. Fish. Su Zai was the first to shout. The crowd responded to Lily and soon this tournament became a fan meet and greet for Riverfish. As Wu Zhanpeng looked at this scene, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's just too much fun, and it's a shame you can't include it in the elite class yourself. With Dean Lu on guard, I guess there's no chance. Well, there's no need to draw lots for the next game. The Spirit Sword Major versus the Thunder Law Major, and the winner gets to challenge the Martial Medicine Major. However, because Wang Rui, who majored in Lei Fa, was seriously injured, the match has been postponed for a few days. In the final battle, there are not so many rules. The crowd had no objection to this. The reputation of the Riverfish, and thus a shot in the arm. There was good and bad, as the public beating of the face of the agility program quickly reached the ears of those sophomores, was plotting how he could make it suffer a little. Naturally, he couldn't be put in the open. After all, he was the red man of the Elite Academy. Freshman test defeats second-year martial arts Dr. Zhong Jingqi. A handful of superb medical skills saved President Lu. Resource allocation contest to 1 against 10 tyrannical agility specialties. Obviously a freshman, he did what countless others could not. Brother Fish, take me as your disciple. After dispersing and returning to the dormitory, Jiang Yu's dormitory was crowded with fellow classmates. Su Zai arched his hand, his face full of seriousness. Lin Han glanced at Su Ziyu, not yielding in the slightest, and arched his hand right after him. Master is above. Accept my disciple's obeisance. Facing the duo, Jiang Yu was somewhat speechless. After 2 punches, the 2 men were quite honest. Fatty, learn something good. Don't learn this middle-aged set with Lin Han. Lin Han, you're too weak to worship me. Su Zai nodded. Lin Han's eyes, however, were lit up with wariness. For Lin Han, Jiang Yu can be said to be a handful of pincers. Absolutely cannot say good words. He is like a horse. Not to give 2 whips is absolutely cannot run up. Lin Han naturally knew that Jiang Yu didn't mean anything else, but simply resented his weakness. That being the case, he had to put in dozens of times more effort than anyone else. As he was about to turn around and leave, Jiang Yu called out to him as if he suddenly remembered something. Lin Han, come with me to the merit technique pavilion. It's a good time to take advantage of this period of time to choose a merit technique. Upon hearing this, Lin Han then also remembered the matter of the feats. Smiling, he took out his own golden token and flaunted it in front of Jiang Yu, as if to say, my golden token is better than your black one. Jiang Yu was also too lazy to break it up with Lin Han. Soon, the duo arrived in front of a huge building. Unlike the others, this building was very low-key, and if it wasn't written with the 3 big words Gong Fa Pavilion, the duo wouldn't have found it even if they searched for a day. Walking in, it's as if you've arrived in the middle of nowhere. The barren aura slapped on his face, and Jiang Yu could be certain that the gongfu that emitted this aura was definitely the most precious one in the entire gongfu pavilion. Lin Han, however, was not cold and looked around with a curious expression. The Kung Fu Pavilion is divided into 6 floors above ground and 6 floors below ground, with no elevator and only a wooden ladder that turns in circles. Token out. A hoarse voice rang out from the sidelines. It was only then that Jiang Yu noticed an old man next to him, sitting there as if he didn't exist at all. Stronger. The two hurriedly handed over the token. Glancing at the golden token, the old man pointed to the 6th floor on the ground. Looking again at the black token in Jiang Yu's hand, emotions flared in his ancient, waveless eyes, which quickly disappeared, and he pointed to the 6th underground floor. Underground feats may cause damage to the body. Ask me if you don't understand. Turn your head and look. I hadn't noticed it just now, but now I actually found that there existed a difference in the color of the walls of the 6 floors above ground and the 6 floors below ground. The ground is black, while the underground is blood red. Coupled with what the old man had just said, it must be that the feats in the 6th underground layer boosted the most obvious battle power and had the highest level of danger, and belonged to the forbidden feats, and the feats on the 6th floor of the ground were very safe and commonly studied by students. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's eyes were also slightly agitated. It doesn't matter if it's dangerous. You're a martial arts doctor. Don't you know your own body? It's almost like it was built specifically for you. With that in mind, Jiang Yu walked on. Various types of feats appeared in sight. Overwhelmed. Just the name of the technique made Jiang Yu's heart palpitate, not to mention cultivating it. It seems that he must decide carefully. However, as he went deeper into the underground, the desolate and ancient aura became more and more obvious. So he thought that the technique was also a forbidden technique. Perhaps it was because the old man was uneasy, and soon after, he came to Jiang Yu's side. Whenever Jiang Yu's eyes rested on a technique, his raspy voice would always ring out. The blood-storming method, which damages the roots in a big way and gains the corresponding power, is suitable for fighting back to the death. It was good, but it wasn't suitable for Jiang Yu, and he wouldn't be stupid enough to get a very powerful person to fight back to the death. Peak rebuke. Just by cultivating this technique until it reaches its great completion, you will be able to run rampant and no one will be able to defeat you. However, you will become insane, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate it until it reaches its great completion, so it is not very recommended. As he listened to the introduction of these feats, Jiang Yu's brows furrowed. Are you sure this is Kung Fu? Why does it sound like magic Kung Fu? After reading so much, I couldn't find a feat that suited me. Looking at the doorway again, Lin Han was already standing there very contentedly holding a gongfu. Right at this moment, Jiang Yu looked at a gongfu. Just one glance made Jiang Yu dizzy, staggered a few steps, almost didn't stand still, so he hastily averted his eyes, which was a lot better. Chapter 26, Desolate Ancient Skill. That technique was so tattered that no one would even bother to look at it more than once when it was thrown on the ground, and would even kick it a few times as garbage. But since it was placed here, it would definitely not be trash, and the fact that Jiang Yu couldn't even take a look at it reinforced the idea in his mind. The old man seemed to be aware of this, and instead of looking at the technique, he spoke faintly. This technique, even Dean Wu was unable to subdue it. One look at it will even result in a coma for a few days. But since you were able to look at it and merely stagger a few steps, perhaps this is fate. What is this technique called? Desolate Ancient Decision. Dean Wu obtained it by chance. I'm not sure about the specifics. If you can subdue it, you would be considered the first person in the entire elite academy. The old man smiled. Riverfish was also interested. Feeling carefully, he realized that the desolate aura within this merit law pavilion was actually coming from this desolate ancient skill. There were at least tens of thousands of merit laws in this merit law pavilion. To be able to suppress tens of thousands of feats and stand out, the quality is absolutely extraordinary. Thinking about it, Jiang Yu raised his head once again, and with the experience of the first time, this time, Jiang Yu condensed his true chi into his eyes and held his breath. As expected, Jiang Yu was able to see eye to eye with the desolate ancient knack. A flash of shock also appeared on the face of the old man who saw the scene, which then turned into a smile. Looks like this student is not simple. Little friend, Are you Lu Yi from the strong martial arts major? Or Wang Rui from the thunder law major? These days, the duo's deeds had also reached the old man's ears, but apparently he wasn't so quick on the news and didn't know about Jiang Yu's glorious deed of defeating 10 with 1. I'm a river fish majoring in martial arts medicine. Hearing the unfamiliar name, the old man also looked puzzled. The martial arts medicine major, but it was a partial auxiliary major, and I didn't expect that such a strong student would actually come out. With that, Jiang Yu reached out his hand to the desolate ancient secrets. The moment Jiang Yu's hand touched the desolate ancient skill, a desolate aura exploded with him at the center. Even the old man was shaken and flew out, but he was so strong that he didn't fall on his face and lose face in front of the new student Lin Han. Grandpa, why isn't my friend out yet? Not seeing the shadow of the river fish, Lin Han asked. The sound of a grandpa almost made the old man not hold back. Just call me elderly. Little friend Jiang Yu can't return for now. You go back first. I'll protect him. Only after hearing Elder Li's words did Lin Han feel relieved to go back. In fact, even Elder Li couldn't decide. That aura wasn't even a match for himself, let alone protecting him. Thinking about this, Elder Li's face also became a bit ugly. Wanting to check on the river fish, he realized that the 6th underground floor seemed to be half closed off, and he couldn't get in at all. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had already disappeared, and the only thing left on the ground was the open desolate ancient skill. If you look closely, you'll notice a small moving black dot in the open draconic knuckle. The river fish was in a desert, and with the scorching sun at his head, he only felt that his mouth was dry. Looking around, there was no end in sight, and he didn't even know what had happened to get here. Perhaps this is the interior of that draconian trick. As long as they could get out, they would be recognized by the desolate ancient knack. But how the hell is this supposed to get out? A glance couldn't even see the end. Not even a mouthful of water. Thinking about it, Jiang Yu rubbed his feet, but realized that there seemed to be something. Holding his doubts, he dug down with his hand. It was actually a corpse, dry and withered. It had been dead for an unknown period of time, but Jiang Yu could still feel the majestic true qi from the corpse. It was hard to imagine just how powerful this person had been in life. Even such a powerful person died here. His own a small party vegetable take what alive out ah. This is not a joke. Jiang Yu's mentality collapsed, but the movement of his feet did not stop. If he stayed in place, he would never be able to walk out, and a single complaint could only vent and not solve the problem. So River Fish chose to vent his emotions while solving the problem. Just then, a sound came from beneath his feet. Jiang Yu's footsteps stopped and he looked around warily. As expected, not far from him, a mound of sand quickly dented and a stone door came into view. A woman with a fiery figure that covered only 3 points walked out, with wheat-colored skin, a bow in her hand, and a wary look towards Jiang Yu. Who are you? The woman's voice rang out. Here, it's one of a kind. The river fish didn't expect to meet a human even in such a place, and was so happy that he cried out, who are you? But the river fish didn't let his guard down. Looking at the person's outfit, he must have survived here for some time. He had to be vigilant. I'm Aguza. Why are you invading Agu Walled City? Is it possible that you're a scout from Gaian Walled City? Speaking of the ancient rock fortress, Aguza aimed the bow and arrow in his hand at the river fish, actually pulling out the full moon, which was visible as a great strength. Jiang Yu waved his hand in a hurry. Although he didn't know anything about Agu Cottage and Gaian Cottage, if it was about fooling around, he could come on strong. Immediately, he opened his hands and condensed some of his true qi in his palms. Light blue true qi flames appeared in his palms. Although it didn't have the slightest lethality, bluffing could still be done. Displaying it in front of Aguza's eyes, he said in a tone of superiority, I was commissioned to come and help Aguzai through this difficult time. Seeing Jiang Yu's godlike means, Aguza was dumbfounded for a moment, and the bow and arrow in his hand slowly fell to the ground. With his little mouth open, he didn't know what to say for a moment. It took a moment to come back to his senses. Are you Agusha's man? Agu fire. Although he didn't know what Aguja was talking about, he could tell from the look on Aguja's face that Agushi was high in their eyes, and Agu fire was second only to Agushi. River Fish nodded slowly. Yes, but I hope you don't reveal my identity. I like to keep a low profile. Seeing the success of the flimflam, Jiang Yu was secretly happy in his heart. I'm glad I was resourceful, or I would have folded. When Aguza saw Jiang Yu admitting it, his body trembled with excitement, especially those 2 big meatballs. If Jiang Yu's determination wasn't strong enough, he couldn't stand it already. Well, take me to Agu Cottage. River Fish stopped her. Aguza nodded and made a few motions. That stone door reappeared and she walked ahead of her, entering the Aguzai. This desert was full of gravel, not suitable for building campsites, so the Aguzai was built underground. Walking through a deep stone path, Jiang Yu's eyes then became clear. Without modern technology, fire relied on animal oil to burn. Aguza, didn't I tell you to scout the whereabouts of the ancient rock-walled city? Why are you back again? A well-built man looked at Aguza, and then at the skinny river fish with a mocking look on his face. Chapter 27, Legends of the Desert. Aguza could also see the provocation in the man's eyes, and was afraid that Lord Agufire would leave Agujai alone in a fit of rage. Aguching, it's none of your business. This is the man I'm looking for. Get the hell out of here. Aguching seemed to be jealous of something, and after giving Jiang Yu a deep look, he left. Lord Agufire, don't pay any attention to what I just said. After leaving, Aguza's strong look disappeared and was replaced with a playful and cute look. Blushing, Riverfish smiled and waved his hand. It seems that men and women are equal here, and strength is honored. Aguza walked ahead and led Jiang Yu inside a room that was different from the rest of the building, so he thought that this must be the room of the leader of Aguzi. Dad, I found someone who can help Agujai through this. Agu Walled City and Guyan Walled City have been enemies for generations, and in this generation, the conflict has intensified and has come to the point of immortality. The Aguzai chief was not as old as Jiang Yu had imagined. Instead, he was full of spirit. If it wasn't for the dad that Aguzai had called, Jiang Yu would have even thought that he was the same age as himself. Aguja stood up and glanced at Riverfish without saying anything. His eyes already proved everything. How can fine dogs help Agujai through this? Aguza looked at Jiang Yu, as if asking if he could reveal his identity. Riverfish nodded. Next, the time came to test the Riverfish's skill at fooling around. As long as he could fool the leader of Aguzi, he would be able to walk sideways here himself. Dad, he's Lord Agufire. At the sound of the name, Aguja jerked to his feet, his pupils quaking. It was quickly responded to. Legend has it that Agufire is covered in muscles and has a hideous face, and the river fish in front of him, with his thin body and handsome looks, it doesn't match at all. Jiang Yu once again condensed his true chi and light blue flames appeared in his palm. Lord Agufire, Aguja has finally waited for you. The fickle Aguja instantly fell to her knees at the sight of the blue flames. Tell me about the ancient rock fortress. The river fish was cold and unrelenting. After a bit of understanding, Jiang Yu also frowned tightly. The overall strength of the Guyan Walled City was quite a bit stronger than the Agu Walled City, and if it wasn't for the fear of the Agu Walled City's mythological characters, the Agu Walled City would have long since been overthrown. Nonetheless, the ancient rock fortress is being targeted at every turn, as if to test whether the myth exists or not. There are only 200 people in the Agu village, and the strongest one is Aguja, who is the leader and can fight an elephant with one hand. Hearing about the recent small movements of the Guyan Walled City, this is why he sent Aguza to go and investigate. But he met Jiang Yu. It was at this moment that a violent rattling suddenly came from the top of his head, and some cracks actually appeared in the hard stone roof. Seeing this, Aguja didn't dare to hesitate and gathered most of his men and came to the desert, but he was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. Elephants being their usual rations, each one of them needed to be searched for a long time, but there were nearly 100 of them in front of them, and with reddened eyes, obviously having received some kind of shock, they fled frantically, while the crowd of Aguja stood in their path. If they couldn't block them, they would definitely be stomped into meat paste. Even Aguja was only able to pester 2 elephants, and the rest of them even had to work together to kill one. Aguza was also aware of this, and looked pleadingly at the river fish beside him. Lord Agufire, please make your move. Since he had made up his own identity, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Coming above the desert, Jiang Yu looked at the elephant in front of him. There are a lot of them, but they are not very strong. It was nothing compared to Lu Jia's illusion world. Just as Aguja and the others were preparing to fight to the death, Jiang Yu's seemingly thin figure rushed into the elephant herd like a cannonball. The crowd was shocked for a moment and couldn't come back to their senses, knowing that an elephant had been punched to death by Jiang Yu. One thing leads to another. An elephant after elephant in the herd falls. Shortly afterward, the river fish walked away from the herd of elephants. Nearly 100 elephants lay behind them. It was hard to imagine that the nearly 100 elephants were all killed by a skinny river fish. Aguja gulped, a relieved smile on his face. It seems that Lord Agufire is as hot-tempered and strong as rumors say. Among that group of people who went out to fight, there was also Aguching. When he saw Jiang Yu's strength, he also gave up the thought in his heart that he could not even beat an elephant and would definitely not be his opponent. Back in Agu Walled City, Jiang Yu became the hero of Agu Walled City, and was going to organize a banquet, but was stopped by Jiang Yu. These nearly 100 elephants are enough to support the entire Agu Walled City to survive for several months. Lord Agufire, thank you for stepping in. I understand your rules. It's getting late. Please rest. The last sentence made Jiang Yu puzzled, but as soon as he heard rest, Jiang Yu's eyes also glowed. Finally he could lie down flat. Late at night, you don't really get to see the night sky because it's underground. The door to the room was snapped, and before Jiang Yu could speak, a familiar figure walked in. Lord Agufire, Aguza is still a virgin. I hope you're gentle. With a very small voice, he said, and Aguza got under his covers in front of Riverfish's astonished eyes. His face had long since reddened to the roots of his ears, and he lay there motionless, waiting for the river fish. After a few moments, Jianyu still didn't make a move. If you want to sleep, you go to your own room. What are you doing in my room? River fish chuckled. Lord Aguefire, do you dislike Aguza? Legend has it that you enjoy A after every strike. At this moment, Aguza didn't have any of her usual tough look, like a little girl. Hearing this, Jianyu figured out that it was really a damn legend. Luckily the fixation was strong, otherwise, he would have failed those 9 beautiful wives. Although Aguza's looks weren't bad, but Riverfish wasn't a man of sperm. I'm not like I was before, so get up. Riverfish sat on the sidelines. Only then did Aguza sit up. His face flushed red, not daring to look at Riverfish's eyes at all. Looking at Aguza in this adorable manner, Jianyu also smiled. It's just too much of a contrast. Aguja is a firm believer in myths, so if she kicked Aguja out, it would arouse Aguja's suspicion. So she had no choice but to let her stay in her room for the night. To prevent the atmosphere from being awkward, Jianyu brought over a few leaves from the side. Play a game where the loser puts a leaf on his face. At the mention of the game, Aguza also came to life. The night goes by in a flash. Aguza can be a black hole for the game. Losing all night, not to mention his face, even his arms are covered in leaves. Despite losing all night, Aguza was very happy. The legendary Lord Aguefire didn't seem to be that difficult to get along with. Chapter 28 Ancient Rock Feather. Early the next morning, when he saw Aguza stagger out of Jiangyu's room, Aguja, who was secretly observing, also revealed a smile. Virtually nothing happened this night, and as for why I stumbled, it was all because of the late night and the numbness in my legs. After a night together, Jianyu also had a deeper understanding of this Agujai. To put it bluntly, this is a group of bitter people, struggling all their lives for the sake of that nebulous thing in the legend. Jianyu didn't realize that he had broken every strong person who had ever entered the desolate ancient secrets. Because of their strength, as soon as they entered this place, they exerted their strength, but the result was that they were attacked by the group and were killed on the spot. There is no such thing as a brain like a river fish. Breakfast was charcoal grilled elephant meat, and the river fish could smell the aroma from a distance. There is a slight air of desolation mixed in. Lord Aguefire, this is the most honorable elephant meat of our Agu-walled city, to be enjoyed by you. With that, he handed over the elephant meat, placing it near his mouth. All the true chi in Jianyu's body began to work on its own. Great opportunity. Jianyu was shocked in his heart and ate the elephant meat in his hand cleanly. Seeing this, Aguja was also very pleased, and it seemed that Lord Aguefire liked it very much. As the elephant meat entered his stomach, Jianyu only felt as if his true chi was attached to something. The body was running, and a desolate aura spread out from the river fish as the center. Seeing this, the rest of the Agu-walled city took several steps backwards, their eyes filled with awe, and even crouched down on all fours as a sign of respect. Taking his true chi back, Jianyu asked the crowd to get up again. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A man came hurrying up. All over the place. Chief, the ancient rock-walled city has launched a general attack. Upon hearing this news, Aguja instantly rose to his feet and waved a large hand. The entire stalwart men of the Agu-walled city followed suit and rushed out of the Agu-walled city, ready to fight to the death. Even Aguza, who was holding a bow and arrow, rushed to the front, and glanced at Jianyu on his way out, as if he wanted Jianyu to make a move. Without hesitation, Jianyu followed. The battle rages on, and Aguja, true to his position as leader, barges into the enemy alone, wielding his bone knife and splattering blood. The rest of the stalwarts were not as strong as Aguja, but they were not afraid in the least. For a while, the people of Guyenjai were actually demoralized by Agujai's kill. However, very soon, many reinforcements came from the ancient rock-walled city, and several of them were emitting a desolate aura. Jianyu's gaze flickered, and instead of letting the group join the fight, he rushed forward to pester the men. After a few exchanges, it was discovered that the strength of this group of people was as terrifying as it was. Even if it is a river fish against it, it will have to suffer a lot to take it down. No wonder it is a force that can hold down the Agu-walled city for several years. It is indeed a bit of a thing. They were the size of 2 river fish. Jianyu was like a chicken in front of them. Both fists slammed into Jianyu's body, and that desolate aura instantly surged into Jianyu's body. If it wasn't for the fact that Jianyu had just comprehended it, he would have definitely lost the battle. Nonetheless, the river fish was beaten back. Aguza is not far away, pulling a full moon bow from time to time. The eyes that looked towards Jianyu's side were also very worried. If anything happened to Lord Aguefire, Agush would absolutely go ballistic. Coupled with the fact that there was almost no true chi in this place, there was no way to replenish it. That is to say, a trace of true chi used is a trace less, and the only fundamental thing that the river fish had to save his life was his true chi. He didn't want to use his true chi, The high-intensity battle had also allowed Jiang Yu to familiarize himself with that desolate aura. In the same way as them, Jiang Yu attached the desolate breath to both his fists, and gradually, he also exerted a strong battle power. You are a warrior. If you join the ancient rock-walled city, the status of beauty is at your disposal. One of them looked at Jiang Yu and stopped moving. A smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. I am Agu Fire. With these words, Gu Yanzhai gave up on pulling in the river fish. Agu Fire was a legendary figure of Agu walled city, so naturally it was impossible to pull it together. So, had to settle for him. Their offense became overpowering as well. Soon, the river fish was smashed out by a punch, and a long gully appeared on the surface of the sand. River fish wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Aguza looked this way with a struggle in his eyes, and after a few moments, he still came to Jiang Yu's side. Lord Agu Fire, recover first, I'll help you carry it. As soon as the words fell, the casserole-sized fist smashed over, so fast that he failed to react, and Aguza was smashed out of the room. However, it was good to be physically strong and did not suffer any fatal injuries. I'm an Agu Fire, I don't need to recover. Jiang Yu stood up, exuding true chi around his body, interspersed with a barren aura, minimizing the consumption of true chi. Aguza looked at Jiang Yu, his eyes filled with admiration. Lord Agu Fire was getting serious, feeling the true chi on Jiang Yu's body. The people of Gu Yanzhai also developed a trace of palpitations. Kill! Roaring out in anger, he charged. With just one punch, the person who rushed at the front flew out, and the true chi on Jiang Yu's body was 1 point weaker as a result. He won't last long in this state. Charge me! The ancient rock-walled city realized this the first time, and many more people rushed up, retracting his true chi. Against this kind of cannon fodder, there was no need for Jiang Yu to use his true chi at all. Aguja also broke away from the crowd and came to Jiang Yu's side, taking care of the cannon fodder for him. At the same time, one person slowly walked over and entered Jiang Yu's field of vision. The clothes on his body were similar to Aguja's, so he thought that this was the leader of the Gaian-walled city, Gaian Yu. A raging aura of desolation emanated from the surroundings. Agu Fire, a legendary figure. Is that all you've got? As the words fell, Gu Yanyu's entire body rose up in the air and landed in front of Jiang Yu, rolling up the sand under his feet. Jiang Yu reached out and waved his hand, saying faintly, it's enough to kill you. Gu Yanyu was strong. Even if it was Jiang Yu, it was very difficult to finish him off, but he couldn't lose his momentum. A fierce fist was swung out, accompanied by a majestic desolate breath, rushing towards Jiang Yu's abdomen. Quickly mobilizing his true chi, he was able to carry off the punch. A flash of shock also appeared on Gu Yanyu's face. Aguza pulled a full moon bow, and a bone arrow flew at Gu Yanyu. Gu Yanyu didn't even look squarely at it and solved it with a slight lift of his hand. Adults talk, and if children interrupt, they go to hell. A light voice spat out. Kuyano slams his fist in Aguja's direction. The moment the desolate aura surfaced, Jiang Yu blocked it with his true chi. What kind of skill is it to take a shot at a descendant? Immediately followed by a whip leg, directly kicking Gu Yanyu backward several steps. Aguza survived, her back long soaked through, and without the river fish, she would have died. Chapter 29, The Power of Faith. In that case, let's finish you off, and Aguzi is mine. Gu Yanyu was not injured and laughed loudly, not putting Jiang Yu in his eyes. The barren aura rose up to the sky, and countless people crouched on all fours. To them, this was God. Jiang Yu frowned tightly. His desolate ancient skill hadn't been cultivated yet, and this bit of desolate aura on his body wasn't enough to fight against Gu Yanyu. Immediately, his true chi filled the air and struck towards Gu Yanyu. Punches and kicks were exchanged and the two wrestled together. Everyone in Agujai tensed their heartstrings. If Lord Agufire failed, then Agujai was truly hopeless. Gradually, a thought appeared in every mind. Lord Agufire must be victorious. This thought turned into bits of starlight and flew towards Jiang Yu's body. Fusing with it, the river fish was refreshed, and he didn't realize what kind of power it was, but Gu Yanyu knew it by heart. The power of faith. What virtue and ability did he have that he would obtain such a majestic power of faith? He had been running the ancient rock-walled city himself for several years, and had not gained a single thing. And why would he gain the power of faith when he was merely a character that existed in legend? Gu Yanyu was not willing to do so. The strength of the power of faith depends on the sincerity of the believer. Jiang Yu could only feel that the departed true chi in his body was actually slowly recovering. With that thought, his movements began to be reckless. At first, they had to calculate the amount of true chi used, but now that they were able to recover, what was there to consider? Bigger dryer breaks up sooner. Soon, Gu Yanyu was losing ground under Jiang Yu's attack. Even the desolate aura that rose up to the sky became withered and could collapse at any time. Gu Yanyu naturally would not watch himself fail. Looked to the man next to him and gave a wink. Riverfish noticed it too, only he couldn't get out of it. The man received a wink and disappeared. A few moments later, It appeared a short distance away, a bow and arrow in his hand. Unlike the one in Aguza's hand, his bow and arrow seemed to have a terrifying aura warmed by the barren breath. An arrow was drawn immediately afterward, and the arrowhead seemed to have some kind of liquid attached to it that kept dripping. It was a scene that no one noticed. Only Aguza, who was also an archer, realized that something was wrong and looked around. Whoosh! A strong breaking sound rang out. A scowl instantly surfaced on Gu Yenyu's face as he hugged Jiang Yu's body. Ha 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 ha! Ancient rock-walled city has won. The river fish couldn't break free with all his might. However, what Gu Yenyu thought did not happen. The grimace gradually became stiff. He looked over and the poison arrow was actually caught by a woman with her body. That was an arrow that he had gathered the poison of the entire desert and quenched it into. And just a single drop could make several elephants drink their hearts out on the spot. But he never thought that it would be blocked. The river fish also broke free at this time, and Aguza's figure appeared in sight. An arrow pierced her chest, blood laced with venom dripping down. As she was about to fall to the ground, river fish appeared and held Aguza. Agu fire, my lord, can block for you. Aguza died without regret. Looking at this silly girl in front of him, Jiang Yu had mixed feelings in his heart. He was clearly not an Agu fire, and even if he was, he didn't have much to do with her. So why did he block this arrow for himself? But now was not the time to think about that. A silver needle appeared between Jiang Yu's fingers and stabbed into Aguza's chest. Quietly recuperate. Leaving behind a sentence, he walked towards Gu Yenyu who had long since frozen there. Drawing a bone knife from the gravel aside, desolate breath surged out of the blade. As his hand rose and fell, Gu Yenyu's head flew up into the sky, blood spraying on the spot. Until he died, Gu Yenyu's eyes still had that look of confusion in them, without the slightest bit of pain. He also couldn't figure out why someone would go and block that arrow for Jiang Yu. With the death of the leader, the rest of the Gaianzai fled in all directions, and the Aguzai took advantage of the situation. Soon, the desert that had long been dyed red with blood was left with Jiang Yu and Aguza lying there. Looking at the girl on the ground, Jiang Yu squatted down, wanting to use the silver needle to save this girl who was strong in front of people, but cute afterward. The hand that held the silver needle but paused in the air. Aguja isn't breathing. He's dead. Meanwhile, in the elite courtyard, the battle between the Spirit Sword Major and the Thunder Technique Major had come to an end, and the ultimate victor was Zhang Ying. This result was unexpected by everyone. The martial arts medicine program was getting anxious at this point. Wang Qinqin looked to the side at Lin Han. Lin Han, where's Jiang Yu? Why hasn't he come yet? Since Zhang Ying was not seriously injured, there was no need to delay the match, and it would soon come to the final battle. Martial arts medicine majors versus spirit sword majors. To be precise, it was Zhang Ying who challenged River Fish. However, if Jiang Yu wasn't there, only Lin Han could go on, and although Lin Han's strength wasn't weak, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Zhang Ying. Lin Han's expression was also a bit overwhelmed. Where Jiang Yu is now, he does not know. He only knows that Li Lao said that he would take care of Jiang Yu's well-being, did not say that so many days have passed and did not appear. I don't tell. So when will the river fish come? I don't tell. So what do you know? Toward the end, Wang Qinqin was getting anxious. You can't just give away the first place in your hands, can you? I don't know anything. Lin Han was on the verge of crying out. He didn't know anything except that Jiang Yu was in the merit pavilion. Wang Qinqin sighed and looked at the entrance every now and then, expecting Jiang Yu to return. Su Zai, go look for Jiang Yu. Can't wait. Must find the river fish. Otherwise, can only give up. Really don't know what the river fish is in the whole show. When Su Ziyu heard Wang Qinqin's words, she also left the arena, searching for any place where the river fish might appear, but ended up returning to no avail. Can't find it at all. In the ancient secrets of the desolate, the ancient rock fortress has been cleanly killed by the Agu fortress. Each walked back carrying their trophy head. River fish, on the other hand, stood next to Aguza's corpse without saying a word. It seems that for them, death is perfectly normal, so much so that Aguja, who is the father, is not saddened by Aguja's death. Lord Agufire, thanks to your hand in today's battle. Aguja led the way and knelt. Jiang Yu's face was cold. Aguza's body, you place it. They naturally did not have any objections to Jiang Yu's words, and although they were puzzled in their hearts, they did not ask. Aguja handed over a book. Lord Agufire, this is Agusha's oracle, please keep it. Receiving the book, Jiang Yu only felt a flash in front of his eyes as Elder Li's face appeared. Chapter 30, First Place. As Jiang Yu entered the desolate ancient skill for a longer and longer period of time, the desolate aura in the merit pavilion gradually weakened until the last day. When Elder Li was able to get close to Jiang Yu, Elder Li was filled with curiosity as he looked at the open desolate ancient skill on the ground, because he had been unable to look directly at it, making Elder Li very curious, and now that he had the opportunity to watch it with great difficulty, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. There was no writing on it, just a small black dot. Just then, Jiang Yu suddenly appeared in front of him, frightening Elderly so much that he almost shouted. However, after he sensed the majestic desolate aura on Jiang Yu, as well as the slightly sad mood, Elderly didn't say anything and just looked at Jiang Yu. What are you doing, Grandpa? As soon as he opened his mouth, he almost made Elderly break his defenses again. Just call me Elderly. Right, your match there is about to start. Go ahead and race. And remember to come find me afterward. Hearing Elderly's words, Jiang Yu also reacted and hurriedly glanced at the time. Holy, it's over. Without saying a word, he drew his legs toward the field of play. A smile appeared on Elderly's face as he looked at Jiang Yu's departing figure. It's good to be young. Thinking about the beginning, he was also a resounding figure in this elite courtyard. But unfortunately, he got old and had to guard in this merit law pavilion. There had been many students who had come, but unfortunately none of them could catch his eye. Only Jiang Yu, who brightened his eyes. In the meantime, martial arts medicine major versus spirit sword major. Zhang Ying had already stood on the stage, while Jiang Yu in the martial arts medicine program was late to the stage. But the audience did not have any grievances. After all, Jiang Yu's strength was there, and it was normal to play a big game. Wu Zhanping was sitting in the high-level seat and was about to hold back. He knew about Jiang Yu's visit to the Merit Law Pavilion, and even more so, he knew that Jiang Yu had chosen the desolate ancient skill. But now the river fish was slow to show up. Even though he was the chief dean, he couldn't openly favor any of the students. Wang Qingqin stood and kept pacing. From time to time, he looked at Lin Han. If Jiang Yu didn't show up again, he would have to let Lin Han take the stage. Just then, Riverfish hurried into the ring, panting. Jiang Yu, why don't you hurry up and get on stage? I'll get you later for being late. Without even giving Jiang Yu a chance to catch his breath, he was pushed into the ring by Wang Qingqin. The audience cheered when they saw the river fish appear. Zhang Ying held his sword in one hand and looked at Jiang Yu, his eyes full of battle intent. It didn't seem to be afraid of anything because of Jiang Yu's strength. Near the beginning of the battle, Wu Zhanping stood up. Jiang Yu, you're not allowed to use your true chi or desolate ancient skill in this battle. This restriction simply cuts off the river fish. However, Jiang Yu was a three-headed, six-armed man, and he had more than that. Martial arts medicine major, river fish, spirit sword major, Zhang Ying. As the words fell, Zhang Ying juggled her sword and stabbed over. No wonder it's second place on a power play. It's really strong. Because Jiang Yu was barehanded, he didn't choose to steel himself. He didn't have a skill like catching a blade with his empty hand. Coupled with the fact that Jiang Yu was too late to rest, he fell behind for a while, but was not injured. Zhang Ying was very upset to see Jiang Yu's well-traveled appearance. The sword in his hand swung a few points faster, and there were even several swords that Jiang Yu couldn't even observe with the naked eye, only able to dodge out of the way by physical instinct. Having recovered almost enough, Riverfish stopped playing defense altogether. A fist slammed out and Zhang Ying parried it with his sword. Crisp sounds rang out. If Zhang Ying hadn't retreated in time, the sword was actually almost broken by Jiang Yu's punch. Zhang Ying also started to get serious. This was still the strength after being restricted. If one was exposed to any restriction, wouldn't he or she not be able to receive even a single punch? Thinking of this, Zhang Ying was discouraged. A moment later disappeared into thin air. Let him be strong, and break it with his own sword. This is the sword that one cultivates. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a wave of sword intent spread out with Zhang Ying at the center. Epiphany. The comprehension of sword intent required not only talent and effort, but also opportunity. The river fish was the opportunity for Zhang Ying's epiphany. In the next instant, Zhang Ying swung out a sword. There was a destructive momentum. Jiang Yu dodged, and a huge gully had already appeared on the field. Jiang Yu glanced at Wu Zhanping somewhat helplessly. She had comprehended the sword intent, but she still couldn't use her true chi and desolate ancient skill? Wu Zhanping nodded, acquiescing. In the next moment, desolate chi emerged from Jiang Yu's fists. Sword Dao genius, meet the strength of a genius like me. The corners of the river fish's mouth grinned. Having stepped out of the desolate ancient secrets, Jiang Yu already had what was needed for desolate ancient secrets cultivation in the depths of his mind, which was why there were no words on the desolate ancient secrets. Desolate chi transformed into a fist and slammed towards Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying did not dodge and held his sword in front of him. Gathering his sword intent, he chopped out once again. This sword was quite a bit more powerful than the previous one, so perhaps this was Zhang Ying's full power strike. No wonder Wang Rui lost to Zhang Ying. Even if she hadn't comprehended sword intent, Zhang Ying was a veritable genius of the sword path. Desolate chi and sword chi collided together. There was a great rattling noise instantly. Boom boom boom. Wu Zhanping was quick on his feet and exerted his true chi to wrap the arena, which prevented the front row students from being injured by the aftermath. Nonetheless, the audience was deeply shocked by the scene unfolding in front of them. Is this really a freshman? This freshman class is scary as hell. It's impossible to see inside the arena. A few moments later, this returned to normal. Zhang Ying's face was pale, and she had long since lost her cool demeanor, like she might fall at any moment. On the contrary, Jiang Yu stood there like nothing was wrong. The only difference was that the already tattered and torn clothes were snowed on. In the desolate ancient secrets, there were no clothes to change into, and he wasn't willing to cover himself with a few leaves. The referee also showed up just in time. Martial Arts Medicine Major, Jiang Yu wins. The Martial Arts Medicine program won first place in this competition. As the voice fell, a cheer rang out across the room as well, especially Wang Qinqin. That hanging heart was also released. The moment Zhang Ying comprehended the sword intent, Wang Qinqin began to worry that Zhang Yu would lose the battle. Sword intent can be different from true qi. True qi could be comprehended with enough effort, while sword intent was different. Now it seems that it's still the river fish that's better. Walking off the stage, Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow towards Wang Qinqin. Wang Qianqian walks over and punches him in the face. Winning is good, but you disappeared for so many days. It's kind of making up for it. There were no rewards or punishments, which didn't put Jiang Yu in a very beautiful mood. Wu Zhanpeng appeared next to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, have you comprehended the desolate ancient skill? Seeing Wu Zhanpeng appear, the hearts of the crowd were nervous. This was the most powerful person in the entire elite academy. Sure, hands on. Riverfish smiled and squeezed his fingers. Chapter 31. Wu Zhanpeng patted Jiang Yu's shoulder gratefully, a darkness flickering in his gaze. You kid, you have a future. The riverfish instantly smiled with an open brow. And no, it was just luck. The crowd watched him with a spring in his step and felt a little itchy. Wu Zhanpeng smiled as he looked at the people around him and said aloud, cheer up, the future of Huaxia is all yours. All the students' hearts and minds were yearning for it. Study for the rise of China. I don't know who shouted, and all those present responded in kind. Riverfish was also affected by the uplifting mood and joined in. He thought he would always remember this scene. The martial arts medicine program was given head resources after the Elite Academy freshman game. The entire martial arts medicine program was refreshed. A few of the riverfish followed the address to the new class. In the classroom, Wang Qinqin stood on the podium with a frown on her face, and every now and then she raised her hand to look at the watch on her wrist. Riverfish pushed and pulled the door, a smile instantly lifting on his face. Mr. Wang Qinqin answered without changing her face. When several people were seated, Wang Qinqin lightened her voice. Congratulations to everyone for making the martial arts medicine program number 1. As soon as Wang Qinqin's words fell, Lin Han clapped his hands in support. Next, is the organization of your tasks and studies for the month? The Winkins handed out the information to each person. In the martial arts medicine program, academics are measured in months, with each month having different studies and tasks. Also in 1 month, it is divided into 4 weeks, with 2 weeks of study and 2 weeks of tasks. The learning process is the same, but the tasks are different. There are 3 levels of difficult and easy tasks, categorized as easy, medium, and difficult. Difficult tasks also earn more points, and easy tasks earn relatively few. The difficulty of taking on quests is freely chosen. After Lin Han finished watching and browsing, he asked, Mr. Wang, how do I pick up the quest? Everyone else looked up, waiting for an answer. Wang Qinqin also did not polite. Directly open another box, take out the plastic bag, and then hand it over to the riverfish sent down. Inside are your merit cards as well as your cell phones. It doesn't take much to get a GPA card. It's what you'll need for all your living expenses for the next 3 years. And the phone is internal to the school, and it has a task pickup center already downloaded in it, so you can pick up your tasks in the phone. Wanchen paused for a moment, waiting for them to unlock as well as operate. Riverfish quickly registers the information and then browses the quest. The mission interface is very simple, with only mission levels and merit points. There are not many tasks for new students, and you will be able to read them all at a glance. Jiang Yu directly grabbed a medium quest while the others were still operating. It didn't take more than a minute for a text message to come through on his cell phone. Hearing the special SMS ringtone, Wang Qinqin abruptly looked over towards Jiang Yu. Her brow furrowed as she stepped off the podium. You took the mission? Jiang Yu was studying the mission with his cell phone at the moment, and when he heard the sound, he jerked his head up. Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively with a smile on her brow. Difficult? Riverfish bared his teeth. How is that possible? Even though I won first place among the freshmen, I know that there are people out there. He would not come out strong without absolute strength. That? Medium. The others sucked in a cold breath. They were hesitant with their simple task, and the guts of the riverfish were really big. There are performance points to be deducted for not finishing. Wang Qinqin's tone was cold. Riverfish was not amused. Wang Qinqin turned back to the podium and tidied up, her face unchanged. That's it for today. Good luck with the rest. Jiang greeted the people around him before heading towards the school's entrance. The new assignment is for him to go to Wyoming Hospital. When Jiang arrived at Huairen Hospital, there was already a man in camouflage clothes pacing back and forth outside. "Hello, I'm River Fish. I took the mission half an hour ago." The man in camouflage clothing suspiciously surveyed River Fish before looking behind him again. River Fish was flabbergasted by him and followed suit. Looking back down. "What's wrong?" The camouflage suit sounded low as if he was sure of something. "Ah, it's fine. You're the one who took the mission, right? Come with me." Jiang Yu could not understand what the other party was up to, and could only follow his steps. The camouflage suit was greeted with many greetings when he arrived at the ICU on the 4th floor. "Cogent, where's the man who took the mission? Did you bring them?" A group of people surrounded the camouflage-clad man. Cogent turned around and pointed at the River Fish. His tone light. "There." The crowd turned their gazes to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu couldn't help but take a step back. Mostly, the gaze was a bit appalling. One man looked Jiang Yu up and down and questioned. "Just this little kid? Cogent, you wouldn't have picked up the wrong one, would you? Hong Tao, are you kidding? How could I possibly bring the wrong one?" Speaking of which, Cogent also felt angry. He also thought it was a teacher, not realizing it would be so young. "Hey, kid, can you? Or call your mentor." Hong Tao surveyed him skeptically, distrust in his eyes. Jiang Yu's face was grim as he sneered and glanced at Hong Tao with a cold snort. "If it wasn't for merit points, do you think I'd be here?" When Hong Tao saw this, he became furious and gritted his teeth. "What did you say? Do you believe I'll get you killed?" Jiang Yu said in a cold voice. "You think I would be afraid of you?" Hong Tao stopped speaking and directly made his move. Jiang Yu didn't scare him at all, stopping his opponent's movement and raising his leg to kick him in the chest. In the blink of an eye, Hong Tao's body flew out and hit the wall, falling heavily to the ground and could only get up by holding onto something. However, the next second Jiang Yu took out a fine needle from behind his back and poked it directly into Hong Tao's neck. His body went straight limp. Hong Tao twisted and struggled on the ground, but couldn't move. "What did you just do to me?" Jiang Yu smiled with a pleasant smile on his face and said, "It's nothing, it's just that you'll never be able to stand up." "You," said Hong Tao, dumbfounded by his anger. When the others saw their brother being punched, a ball of anger rose in their eyes and they wanted to get stupid. "Haven't you had enough?" Ku Jing chortled. "If you haven't had enough, go back and add punishment." But the captain Cogent's eyes blazed at them. The others didn't dare to say another word. They just looked at Jiang Yu with resentment in their eyes. Jiang Yu didn't care what they thought and asked directly, "I'll leave without anything else." "Ah, never again." Kojio hesitated and stepped forward to stop Riverfish. Riverfish looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "What? Anything else?" Kojio's tone was unsettling. "Please, little brother, help heal our captain." Jiang Yu shrugged his shoulders and took a step back, saying in a different way, "That wasn't your attitude just now." Chapter 32 Yen Qingzhu. Ku Jing was slightly stunned. His brows locked and his lips slightly parted. "I'm sorry, come on, pussy chirp." An extremely perfunctory voice came through. Jiang Yu glanced back and realized that it was Hong Tao again. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. The last thing he could afford as a person was to be provoked. "I think you'd better hire someone else." He spoke through gritted teeth word by word. "UTM, I would like to see what you can do." "So arrogant?" A tall tiger-backed man slashed down directly at the river fish. Jiang Yu took a step to the left to avoid his attack. Then he turned and reached out and grabbed his right hand and pushed it in. With a click, the feet stopped. The man's face instantly paled, his forehead sweating, and he bit his lip in death, refusing to make any sound. "Convinced? If not, let's continue." Riverfish land throne. Hong Peak wanted to say something else, but was interrupted. "The highest peak of Hong," Cogent warned. "I'm sorry." Hong Peak bowed his head and apologized. Ku Jing suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, "I'm really sorry. It's because I'm not disciplining them well. I'll double punish them when I go back." "Lieutenant." Ku Jing didn't bother with them and continued, "Please also ask Master Zhang to save our captain. We can give any payment, whether it's money or feats. It's all fine." When Jiang Yu heard the word gongfu, his eyes instantly lit up. Although he had just gotten his feats at the academy, who didn't mind having more feats? Any remuneration? He shot them a suspicious glance. With the exception of Cogent, who was wearing camouflage, the others were casually dressed and outwardly unimpressive. But every one of them was full of energy and looked like they were practiced. Cogent saw that there was a chance, and his heart breathed a long sigh of relief. Yes, his icy eyes looked to the other side, and a group of people hastily agreed. Jiang Yu did some calculations and felt that it was a good deal, so he agreed. Upon entering the ICU, Jiang Yu was stunned when he saw the person lying on the hospital bed. A black combat special training suit made the man's face even paler. What a great picture of sleeping beauty. This is our captain, now unconscious as a result of his mission. Cogent stood behind Riverfish and introduced himself. Jiang Yu went up to check it out and realized that besides the heavy blow to the other party's brain, his body had even more fury into his body. It's not easy to survive until now. If we come one step later, even the greatest immortal cannot save us. Get out of the way. I'll try the needle. Jiang Yu took advantage of their movement and stuck the silver needles on his body. Then he used his true chi to enter his body through the silver needle to pull out the fury from his body. It also shocks the brain and allows stagnant blood to drain out. The man lying on the bed sat up at once, spat black blood toward the side of the bed, and lay back down again. The others saw the scene and tried to rush in, but were stopped by Cogent. 5 minutes later, the sleeping beauty opened her eyes and looked sharply at Jiang Yu on the bed. Who are you? At the sound of the hoarse voice, Sleeping Beauty frowned. Jiang Yu saw the person waking up and reached out to retrieve the silver needle, but it was stopped by a white hand. Do what? Riverfish raised an eyebrow. The man at the door didn't hear the sound, but saw the movement. A swarm of people crowded in. Team Yen, you're finally awake. Team Yen, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you. For a while the wards chattered. Jiang Yu was given a headache by the noise and couldn't help but say aloud. Hospital heavy ground. Can you be quiet? The others' mouths shut at once. Kojing introduced in a whisper. Jiang Yu, this is our Captain Yen Qingzhu. Team Yen, this is Jiang Yu from the Elite Academy's Martial Arts Medicine program. The two river fish greeted each other and prepared to draw needles. Yen Qingzhu didn't refuse. After collecting the needles, Jiang Yu walked over to Kojing. Payment. Cogent froze and rubbed the back of his head. It's like this. We're going to stay here for the next few days, and you know my contact information. When our Yen team is discharged from the hospital, Jiang Yu directly interrupted him. She can be discharged immediately. After his treatment, all the dark wounds in her body were cleared. You can now be discharged straight away. What? Cogent was surprised. Yen Qingzhu acted as if she didn't hear and kept lying down. Riverfish added. She's fragile now because she's been in a coma for so long. She'll be out in 10 minutes. Cogent nodded dully. Good, good. Hong Peek assisted Hong Tao as he walked over. Brother, what happened just now? It's because we had no eyes. I hope you won't blame us. Hong Peek's face turned red when he thought of how self-important he had been just now. Hong Tao was no better and followed suit to apologize. Sorry. Jiang Yu waved his hand expressionlessly, not taking this matter to heart. Right now, he was focused on the feats he was going to pick out later. Brothers, Hong Qiao spoke hesitantly. Jiang Yu raised his eyes to look at him. That, can, body, heal. Hong Peek's voice was subtle, and Jiang Yu was able to hear a few words intermittently. Get your hands out. The two highest Hong Peek brothers were overjoyed, not expecting Jiang Yu to agree. They became more and more ashamed of their previous selves and more spiteful. If they don't start out with their eyes and their hearts in the right place, they might even make good karma. Now it's not worth it, but that's what they deserve. After Jiang Yu healed the two of them, he saw the people in the room walk out. I've heard from Cogent, and now I'm taking you to pick out your feats. Yen Qingzhu's tone was very cold. Riverfish was nonchalant. Get in their car and buckle up. Not a word the whole time. The destination is here. As far as the eye could see, there were trees all around. If you don't live in it on a regular basis, you can definitely get lost. Follow me. Jiang Yu followed Yen Qingzhu casually for a few steps, and felt that the heaven and earth of the party had changed tremendously. This way, before that it could only be described as a grove of trees, thick and thin, staggered. It now turns out to be in a sphere with a big tree in the center. The trees were so tall that you couldn't see more than the branches and leaves. Riverfish surveyed his surroundings. His guard pulled up to level 1. Where is this? Yen Qingzhu didn't return. Groping for something on the wall and pressing a few times, a huge collection of bookshelves appeared in front of Jiang Yu. Riverfish's eyes widened in disbelief. Inside, you can pick anyone you want. Riverfish nodded gently and walked in. Then he realized the fact that it was divided into mostly books and only a small portion of feats. Jiang Yu was a bit desperate. This was not at all what he thought. He utilized the desolate ancient technique and a desolate aura rose around him. He was walking aimlessly through the study when he suddenly noticed a scent drawing him in. Chapter 33, Second Sister? Jiang Yu walked towards the direction of that scent. There were books all over the corners and it was impossible to tell which one was which. Riverfish squatted down and flipped through a book. Outside the door, Yen Qingzhu leaned against the doorway, occasionally raising her hand to check the time. Seeing that he went in and didn't come out for a long time, he went straight to the door and knocked on it. There's not much time left. Hurry up and get out. Jiang Yu was immersed in his gung fu at the moment and couldn't hear the voices outside. As the seconds ticked by, the person inside had no intention of coming out. Yen Qingzhu walked straight in. As soon as I looked up, I saw the man meditating in the corner. The corners of Yen Qingzhu's mouth twitched slightly, his mood inexplicably complex. Straight up and over to the body with a slap. Riverfish's ears heard the wind and he leaned back and rolled over. In a chilling voice, he said, "Why did you do it?" Yan Xingju saw that he was awake and sharply withdrew his hand. A dark space with only some light outside the bookshelves. Looking from the brightness of the river fish, Yan Xingju looked like a messenger against the light. Jiang Yu's eyes were slightly stunned, and then quickly returned to his senses. Even if it was that good looking, it just made a move towards him. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Just as Jiang Yu had raised his true qi, he heard Yan Xingju's cold voice. It's time for us to leave. Jiang Yu's anger was directly drenched, and for a split second he was at a loss. River fish had a good memory and realized, in an instant, that the way out is different from the way in, and at first glance it's designed to prevent people from accidentally entering. I just don't know what kind of organization they are. So mysterious. Thanks for saving me today. Yan Xingju suddenly spoke. Jiang Yu smiled and waved his hand. Small problem. Sprinkle water. Yan Xingju looked at him spiritually and suddenly remembered that her master had once told her that she also had a young master. Junior brother went down the mountain. Some uneasy about him. Let her as a senior sister's more care. Also do not know where the junior brother is now. Jiang Yu looked out the window at the fading scenery and fell into silence. The school is inaccessible at this hour. So the question is, where to stay tonight? He rummaged through the pockets on his body and they were empty. It's over. Let's sleep on the street tonight. After watching the whole process of his side's face changing drastically, Yan Xingju expressed a very soothing mood. What? Jiang Yu rolled his eyes and said in a miserable manner. Team Yan, now that you can't go back to school, can you take it in? Yan Xingju frowned. I don't have any extra room. Jiang Yu deadpanned and spoke. Team Yan, I can sleep on the sofa. I definitely won't bother you, and I'll go back to school early tomorrow morning. Yan Xingju was silent for a moment and gently nodded. River fish mentally compared it to a yeah. He knew it could be. After spending time together in the car, Jiang Yu also understood Yan Xingju's nature. It's just a cold-faced royalty with a mature exterior, but still soft at heart. How else could he have adopted the homeless man? Jiang Yu got out of the car and looked at the sign at the entrance. His heart was greatly shocked. Team Yan, we are. Yan Xingju's tone was cold. I've come to deliver a piece of information. Riverfish nodded in understanding. I'll wait outside then. Yan Xingju nodded and went in alone. Where they were located, there was very little foot traffic. Every now and then a car passes by, all of them able to call out a license plate. Riverfish squinted his eyes and began to think. If you can make a lot of money, buy a car first. Who are you? Why are you standing next to the green bamboo car? Jiang Yu looked up at the visitor with a confused expression. The man's face changed when he didn't reply. I'm talking to you again. Didn't you hear me? Jiang Yu rolled his eyes and wasn't going to bother with him. Who knew the man was getting on top? How dare you stand by the green bamboo with this poor look? Don't even look in the mirror to see if you're worthy? The man reached out and poked his finger hard at Riverfish's chest. Jiang Yu looked at this clown with cold eyes and said mockingly, and in what capacity are you speaking of me? Listen carefully, I am the son of the Wu family in Lu Chang. Wu Xiangwei, it's someone you can't afford to reach. Yan Xingju came out after delivering the information and heard the annoying voice. She glanced towards Jiang Yu and sat directly in the passenger seat. When Wu Xiangwei saw Yan Xingju come out, the flesh on his face was glued together with a smile. He wanted to follow, but Riverfish grabbed him first. Excuse me, young Master Wu, Team Yan and I will go first. Wu Xiangwei looked at the speeding away sports car and furiously roared. When I find out who you are, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Willow City 5-star Hotel. Inside the suite. Ah, that guy really went too far. No, is there no one at home? Too arrogant. Jiang Yu knew what happened from Yan Xingju's mouth and looked disgusted. Although he also likes to look at beautiful women. It's all about you and me. Sister Xingju, if you run into that guy again, call me directly and I'll get him killed. Yan Xingju glanced at the person lying motionless on the sofa and sighed in her heart. Why did she agree to let this man in then? It feels like chattering in my ears now. Like mosquitoes, and it doesn't stop for a moment. Mind your own business first. Yan Xingju entered his room and dialed the number named Senior Sister. Wang Qinqin received a phone call still with surprise. The last time the second sister's phone call or in the last time? Senior Sister, Yan Xingju shouted in a small voice. Wang Qinqin smiled. Why are you suddenly calling Senior Sister? Last time Master said that Junior Brother had come down the mountain. Did he meet up with you? Wang Qinqin's expression changed as she listened and sighed. I met him. I'm that kid's homeroom teacher, but right now he's not in the academy and has taken on an assignment at Huairen Hospital. Yan Xingju's complexion was grave. She remembered that she was the only one in Wyoming Hospital who had been issued a mission. So, Senior Sister, what is Junior Brother's name? A river fish, a fish from the river. Yan Xingju felt her ears suddenly explode, and she couldn't hear anything. The phone fell to the floor with a loud noise. Riverfish is meditating on the couch. The daytime feats had been partially penetrated. That Gongfu and the desolate ancient skill were complementary. Therefore, When the barren breath was moved, it was captured at once. The door to the room was suddenly opened, and Yin Qingju closed it with a whisper and walked over to Jiang Yu. After a few glances at the river fish in meditation, his face suddenly reddened. Jiang Yu quenched his true qi around his body, opening his eyes to see a white and red face. Jiang Yu moved his body in shock. Team Yin? Yin Qingju returned to her senses, and the corners of her mouth pursed. Pulling a piece of paper from his pocket, he handed it to River Fish. Jiang Yu took it and opened it to look at it. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded and looked at the paper incredulously. Then at Yin Qingju. Second sister? Yeah, right. That piece of paper is a marriage certificate. It's from River Fish and second sister. Chapter 34 The Challenge. What a coincidence. Jiang Yu had not yet gotten over the shock he had just experienced. Yin Qingju nodded alone. How did second senior sister know? River Fish was very curious. Yin Qingju told Jiang Yu all about the conversation he had just had with eldest senior sister. And only then did Jiang Yu understand. He stared at his second senior sister, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. This is the first time I've seen senior sister. I didn't expect senior sister to be as beautiful as heaven. Yin Qingju's face turned red. She did not hide, directly on the hand to pinch Jiang Yu's face. Sweet little mouth. How many people have you talked to? The river fish was once again dumbfounded. Is this the same ice beauty you just met? How come it doesn't look like that? Just talk to sister. Yin Qingju looked at him suspiciously, and seeing his sincere face, decided to let him off the hook. Go to bed early. Yin Qingju yawned, feeling sleepy despite being unconscious for a long time. Jiang Yu grabbed her hand to take her pulse and confirmed again and again that there was no problem before putting down those delicate hands. Senior sister, I want to be with you. Yin Qingju glared at him and refused. Jiang Yu stared wide-eyed and pretended to be pitiful. Elder sister, I'm afraid of the dark, and I'm also afraid of being alone. Yin Qingju met Jiang Yu's eyes and his heart softened, so he could only open the door. Come in. Jiang Yu's eyebrows rose and the corners of his mouth hooked into a triumphant smile. Second senior sister, please teach me more. Yin Qingju glared at him without a good look. Sleep well. Jiang Yu closed his eyes as soon as he hugged Yin Qingju. Yin Qingju was inevitably a bit uncomfortable with having an extra person by her side for the first time. It was almost dawn before I fell asleep in a daze. As dawn was about to break, River Fish sat up violently. He seemed to have just dreamed about something from his childhood. It was the first time he'd dreamed of it since he was old enough to grow up. Jiang Yu combed through the memories in his mind. His brows furrowed. It's all bits and pieces that don't connect at all. Sister. Yin Qingju lay on her side, her small mouth slightly open. When the ear was placed over her mouth, the subtle sound of breathing could still be heard. River Fish was in a very happy mood when he saw Sleeping Beauty early in the morning. Would never have gone back if I didn't have classes today. Jiang Yu returned to the elite academy and flew directly to the chief dean's office. Come in. Wu Zhanpeng held a cup of tea and checked the information. Hello dean. When Wu Zhanpeng saw that it was Jiang Yu who came in, he directly stood up. Is River Fish student here to change classes? No wonder Wu Zhanpeng thought too much. It was only the second day of the official course and the first in the major came over to the office. Surely he wanted to go to a better class. River Fish smiled and shook his head. No. Wu Zhanpeng looked disappointed, but he still had to fight. Then Mr. Jiang coming over is? Jiang Yu implicated the other merit law he had obtained with the desolate ancient technique and asked about it. That can only mean that they are a set, only in 2 separate volumes, and that only together are they a complete set. River Fish nodded in understanding. In that case, Jiang's strength has increased greatly again. Do you really not intend to change classes? River Fish smiled and refused once more. I think the class is fine now. Not really. Seeing that he was so determined, Wu Zhanpeng was also in the process of not bringing up the topic again. Instead, they communicated about the operation of the gongfu as well as the cultivation experience imparted. Jiang Yu had gained a lot on this day and began to cultivate in the evening. Learning is like rowing a boat against the current. The month rushes by, ushering in the monthly quizzes. How's the preparation going? Wang Qingqin walked in with the sealed test papers. Ready, they said loudly. Wang Qingqin distributed the test papers. The exam is 60 minutes long and is worth 100 points. River Fish got the test paper and looked back and forth. This time the questions were not too difficult and were able to be solved. During this time, there has been a major focus on martial arts, with a lot less time on the medical side of things, but it felt worth it. Now that Jiang Yu's 2 feats had blended together, the 2 days of exams passed in a flash. Today is the day of the challenge, and only the strongest first year can challenge the second year by name. Lin Han glanced provocatively at Jiang Yu. I'll take first place in first grade. Jiang Yu returned a smile. You come and take it is. The last challenge made River Fish a popular player among the freshmen. This test was no exception. The examination room was already full. Wow. Why are there more people this time than last time? A smile filled Lin Han's face. The more people there were, the the more excited he was. This time all the grade majors will compete, and the strongest in the lower grades can challenge the higher grades, Wang Qinqin explained in an aside. Jiang Yu was watching the match from the field when he suddenly felt a blackness in his eyes. He looked up and realized it was Zhong Zhengqi, feeling a bit of a headache. Zhong Zhengqi had been cultivating frantically for the past month, and had finally broken through to the first rank the day before yesterday. He had the decisive conviction that he would win this battle against the river fish. Do you dare to fight me? Zhong Zhengqi provoked. River fish didn't bother with him. Zhong Zhengqi's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess, suppressing the anger in his heart as he taunted. It can't be. The number 1 freshman doesn't even dare to participate in a challenge match? He looked Jiang Yu up and down and scoffed. It's also true that you're a poor boy, but you're just holding on to your thighs, so you don't have any guts at all. Zhong Zhengqi even glanced towards Wang Qinqin while saying that. Jiang Yu was pretty sure that he had just read it correctly. Zhong Zhengqi had not only insulted him, but also his senior sister. That was the senior sister he couldn't even love enough, but to be looked down upon like that? I also want to see if the strongest person in the second year is the mouth-strong king? Jiang Yu didn't even give him a proper look. Zhong Jingqi's anger was so great that the veins on his face bulged. I'd like to see if you're a wannabe too. I'll see you on the playing field. Zhong Jingqi put down his harsh words and left the arena directly. The people around Riverfish were worried. Jiang Yu, are you okay with this? Su Ro asked. Lin Han was also exasperated from the sidelines and clenched his fists. So what if they're second years? I don't believe it. I can't beat them. Jiang Yu was afraid of Lin Han's shoulder. There's a bottom. Lin Han glared and avoided his hand. Just talk. Don't do it. Mr. Wang, I won't let you down. Riverfish gave his assurance. It wasn't as if Wang Qinqin hadn't just heard Zhong Jingqi's explicit and implicit sarcasm towards her. It's also in the middle of a match right now, or else High and Low would have to pull him and beat him up to see if he's still arrogant. But it was good for Zhong Jingqi to take on Jiang Yu, and it was time to let these proud sons of heaven take a hit. Otherwise they don't even know what it means to be, well, human. It's all second grade games today, and first grade's turn comes tomorrow. You guys also think about who you're going to challenge tomorrow. Go inside and pick one that looks good and beat it up. Wang Qinqin's tone was impulsive. Except for Jiang Yu, everyone else quietly moved a little distance away, afraid that Wang Qinqin would lash out at them. Chapter 35 Appraisal. Jiang Yu gave them a contemptuous look. The others stared back at him. Go mess with it if you can? Riverfish took a step back and shook his head. Women who are angry can't be messed with, and he doesn't want to be the one to stand out. If you can't do it, you'll suffer the consequences. Wang Qinqin gave them a threatening look. Don't think she didn't see their little maneuver. Wang Qinqin left on her high heels. The others took a long breath. Mr. Wang, it's too scary. Fatty patted his chest with fear. Qinzai nodded approvingly from the sidelines. Alright, don't dawdle there. Hurry up and watch. Su-ro blankly glanced at them and turned her gaze to the competition site. On the playing field was the sophomore game. That one is Suzuki, right? Lin Han pointed at the people who were warming up underneath. Riverfish turned his gaze over. It's him. It's his game next. Zhang Changhan walked over and gave them the list of matches before sitting aside. Riverfish gave her an unexpected look. Thanks. Zhang Qinghan inclined her head and stopped looking at them. The slightly reddish pitch between her ears betrayed what was going on in her mind. It's okay. Jiang Yu didn't notice Zhang Changhan's discomfort. His gaze at that moment was looking towards Zhong Jingqi at the bottom. Zhong Jingqi always felt that there were eyes on him. He looked over towards Riverfish and directly locked eyes with him. Zhong Jingqi hooked up an arc and smiled coldly, with disdain still in his eyes. Riverfish looked at him with a calm gaze and reached out to scratch at his neck. Zhong Jingqi was first shocked, then blackened his face with anger. He gritted his teeth. You wait. Riverfish standard smile. Zhong Jingqi punched his fist on cotton, his expression twisting even more. People around him look at him like this and stay away from him. The rumors that had spread once before had once again spread, and Zhong Jingqi later heard that he was so angry that he vomited blood. Zhang Qinghan noticed the scene and softly said, I heard that Zhong Jingqi made another breakthrough the day before yesterday? Aren't you afraid? Riverfish snorted lightly. What are you afraid of? It's not certain who will lose or win. Riverfish wasn't worried about that, but he was curious as to why Zhang Qinghan had come over. Since the last time, Zhang Changhan had been undergoing treatment and rarely even spent time with them in class. That's good. Zhang Changhan pursed her lips tightly, her hands unconsciously clasping the chair. Riverfish looked up and down. Is there something you want to tell me? Zhang Qinghan's pupils shrunk slightly, and after a moment of silence, she gently nodded her head. Riverfish gestured for her to speak up. Zhang Qinghan took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. Thank you before. Zhang Zhashi is my senior sister, but she has always disliked me. That's why. Jiang Yu did not expect that there was this argument in it. Then why don't you fight back? Zhang Changhan shook his head and hung his head. I can't beat her. It wasn't that she hadn't tried, she just lost anyway. If it wasn't for Jiangyu last time, she might have left the elite academy a long time ago, so she was thankful for the river fish. I didn't get into the class before because of my health, but this time I came straight over while the toxins were out of my system. Jiangyu thought about it and comforted. It's fine, we can progress together. Zhang Qinghan raised a smile and said softly, good. As she laughed, her icy aura dissipated slightly. Jiangyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a beautiful scene of melting icebergs. After the second-year competition, they're strong, but I'll be stronger. Lin Han said seriously. River fish, we'll fight again tomorrow. River fish was dumbfounded. The others looked at Lin Han like he was a fool and didn't remind him. Didn't see the river fish toughening up the weather scene again these past 2 days. This kid remembers what he's been through. Su Ziyu and Xin Zai looked on death as if they were at home. Go easy on us tomorrow. And us. Su Rou and Zhang Chunhan also added fuel to the fire. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. No, what's with these guys? The game hasn't even started yet. Why are you begging for mercy? The others would have just exploded if they had heard the words in his mind. Who's as sick as he is? River fish sighed helplessly. Go for the race tomorrow. A few others were either looking at the sky, the ground, or just making small talk. None of them picked up on it anyway. Only Lin Han was passionate and chimed in. Go for it. River fish now knew what kind of image he had in their minds. Unable to help himself, he reached up and touched the tip of his nose, smiling awkwardly. Lin Han didn't notice their small movements, his mouth that was gushing. Jiang Yu, I've learned my feats. Let's have a good competition tomorrow. Jiang Yu's eyes were full of wariness when he heard him say that. Yes, the others sighed frantically behind them. The night passed quickly. There were more people on the playing field. I heard that there's a martial arts medicine specialty competition today. I wonder if Jiang Yu will show up. Of course it will. I also heard that a second year placed a challenge just yesterday? Yeah, who is it? So shameless. Zhong Jingqi sat next to him, listening to their talk with a grim smile on his face. The minions around him were careful and didn't dare to touch the mold at all. These guys are also, what can't they say but talk about river fish? Come on, stop it. The game's on. Everyone's gazes looked towards the competition stage. The assessment tournament is in the form of a wheelchair battle. Everyone will be right on. First match, martial arts medicine major, river fish, Qin Zai. River fish stood still and didn't move. His gaze was calm as he looked at Qin Zai. Qin Zai was very vigilant. He knew how strong Jiang Yu was. The corners of river fish's mouth rose. Sonny, I'm offended. With that, Jiang Yu charged directly towards Qin Zai, and with that came his emphatic punch. Qin Zai heard the wind and turned directly to avoid it. Boss, slow down. One can tell by the sound that the force is not to be underestimated. It's okay, you can carry it. Qin Zai's eyes changed as he quickly made a move. Riverfish avoided his fist and gave a punch directly towards his stomach. Qin Zai was a step slower, didn't dodge, and took a direct punch, bleeding directly from the corner of his mouth. Again, Qin Zai got up, not giving up. The riverfish was very appreciative and made another move. The two fought back and forth. Qin Zai is so strong? Lin Han couldn't believe it. Su Rou gave him a blank look. Jiang Yu didn't use his killer weapon. He just relied purely on physical combat. It just so happens that Qin Zai is also sensitive to the environment, so the river fish was sensed as soon as it struck. Lin Han suddenly realized. Still, he thought Qin Zai was awesome. He would have to pay more attention to the match with Qin Zai afterward. Zhang Qinghan glanced at the field and spoke. The game is ending. At this moment, Qin Zai's forehead was sweating a lot and his entire body was panting. He felt like he couldn't get up now, so he just reached out and admitted defeat. And Jiang Yu walked up and took out a silver needle and gave him 2 stitches. Qin Zai was no longer breathing heavily, and after a couple of reprieves, he stepped down from the stage. Chapter 36 Provocations. Jiang Yu and Qin Zai returned to the restroom side by side. Not bad, you guys are off to a good start. Lin Han exclaimed. Who's next? Jiang Yu ignored him and turned to the others. Su and Fatty. Riverfish nodded. Fatty was more resistant to beatings, and Su Rou was used to fighting with softness, so he just didn't know what kind of sparks they would collide with. Soon it was their turn to play. Fatty starts off with a rampage and it's Suzu who ends up winning. No, it hurts my face too much. Fatty hit his face and cried as soon as he got off the stage. Su Rou pursed her lips, and her hands clenched and unclenched, holding back. Jiang Yu felt funny at first, then his forehead veins rippled and he pulled the fat man to beat him up again. When he came back, the fat man's face was expressionless and his eyes were empty. My turn and yours next? Jiang Yu looked at Zhang Qinghan and asked. Zhang Qinghan nodded her head. I'm not going to be merciful. Oh, Riverfish raised an eyebrow. Zhang Qinghan lost her smile. It's fine, I won't be polite either. Riverfish's smile grew even wider. Who can resist the smile of a great iceberg beauty? Not contact is not clear. a contact to realize that the iceberg is the appearance of color, but essentially an introverted girl. The match between the two ended quickly, and Zhang Chenghan hadn't lasted as long as Qin Zai because of his physique. After getting off the stage, Zhang Chenghan sulked. Riverfish took it all in. He walked over to Zhang Chenghan and sat down next to him. Zhang Chenghan raised her eyes to look at it. My physique is too wasted. Zhang Yu was silent as he pondered on what he had learned earlier in the day. Hui Yang acupuncture is really good, but it is not suitable for improving the constitution. As for the other stitches, he still needed to think about them. Zhang Qinghan didn't care if Zhang Yu was listening or not. She just wanted to spit out all those years of misery. As for why not tell anyone else, she's not sure. It just feels like a reliable riverfish. The next game is on, Zhang Qinghan reminded. Riverfish looked towards the competition stage. Su Ro vs. Lin Han. There was no need to even look. That guy Lin Han would definitely win. As expected, that guy Lin Han was still very strong. The rest of the game was spent flipping through books, except for Riverfish, who needed to be on the court. The quandary made Zhang Yu remember that when his master had forced him to learn, he had practiced so hard with his head buried in his hands. It was already afternoon when the final broadcast informed that the finalists were Lin Han and Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, don't admit defeat later. After these games, Lin Han felt that it was okay again. Zhang Yu hadn't practiced properly all this time, and he could finally beat him to become the #1 freshman. Su Ro poured cold water on him. You're fooling around in front of the boss and you're not afraid of getting your ass kicked again? Lin Han's footsteps abruptly lurched and he hummed. I can't beat him now? How is that possible? Riverfish pressed his swollen head, wanting to punch him in the face. Wang Qingqin appeared beside them at some point. Last game. Well this. Wang Qingqin glanced meaningfully at Zhang Yu and hooked a smile, reminding. Zhang Yu couldn't help but shiver, and Lin Han ducked to the side. What are you running for? Wang Qingqin looked at Lin Han and gritted her teeth. Lin Han smiled awkwardly, his hand unconsciously touching the back of his head. Mr. Wang, we'll be cheering. Riverfish was righteous. Wang Qingqin nodded expressionlessly and turned to leave. It was as if she had simply come over to ask. Lin Han let out a sharp sigh of relief as he quickly ran to Zhang Yu's side and wrapped his arms around him. Riverfish, even if you lose to me later, you're still my boss. Zhang Yu's veins jumped up, suddenly regretting a bit that he had just relieved him. Lin Han rolled his eyes and forgot about what had just happened, but Zhang Yu remembered the look in Wang Qingqin's eyes and always felt that something would happen. Forget it, it's a blessing that can't be avoided. Soldiers come and go, water comes and goes. He, Riverfish, is not afraid of anyone. Let's go. It's your turn. Go for it. You're all the best. The encouragement from their buddies was very much appreciated by the two. Lin Han cheerfully, Zhang Yu, let your horse come here. Riverfish glanced at him and walked towards the playing field. The match begins and Riverfish takes the lead. Lin Han didn't back down and directly caught it. The Riverfish boosted its speed, and soon Lin Han couldn't see the movements and was passively defending. A woman sat next to Wang Qingqin, her eyes burning into the playing field. Why did you come over today? Wang Qingqin ripped open a can of beer and took a sip. The last mission just happened to be over. Plus senior brother isn't testing today? So come over to take a look. The woman, also known as Yen Qingzhu, had a smile in her eyes. Junior brother is strong. Many people can't beat him. Wang Qingqin raised an eyebrow. Yen Qingzhu was undeniable. I know. How could they not know about their master's ability? The senior brother has learned the master's skills to a T, so I don't think it's too bad. Wang Qingqin inclined her head and inquired, how did you meet up with little brother? Yen Qingzhu's pupil shrunk slightly, tugging at the corners of his mouth as his lips moved. Wang Qingqin interrupted her as if she expected something. Don't make excuses. I want the truth. Yen Qingzhu's face was one of undisguised panic, and she lowered her eyes, not daring to look up at Wang Qingqin. Wang Qingqin sighed with a soft heart and gently patted Yen Qingzhu's back. Tell me, what's going on? Knowing that he couldn't escape, Yen Qingzhu told what he could about his previous experience. Wang Qingqin was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, just as she wanted to continue. But then I heard the radio broadcast that the first in the martial arts medicine program was Riverfish. Yen Qingzhu stood up, her eyes filled with pride. Wang Qingqin didn't say much and directly took Yen Qingzhu to find Zhang Yu. And there was a man standing in front of the Riverfish. This man is Zhong Jingqi. He watched game after game today. Finally, he was able to catch the Riverfish. Although you won by a fluke today, tomorrow I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Let you know what it means to be someone else. Zhong Jingqi was so high and mighty that there was no one else in sight. Zhang Yu snorted and spoke in a cold voice. Just by you? Joke. Zhong Jingqi's expression twisted for a moment before regaining its composure. The performance I was expecting. Zhang Yu took a breath without going up and down. His hands clenched in an irritable mood. Tomorrow he will make sure that Suzuki looks good, provoking him again and again. Do you really think he has no temper? Riverfish, Riverfish noticed someone calling him and turned to look. The anger in his heart directly disappeared without a trace. Sister! The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose as he crossed over to Zhong Jingqi and walked over. Zhong Jingqi turned around and looked at it as well, his eyes shining. He thinks he's found his goddess. Zhong Jingqi took 2 steps forward. Hello, beautiful woman. I'm Zhong Jingqi, who majored in martial arts medicine. Yan Xingju looked at him suspiciously and nodded slightly. Hello. She turned toward Riverfish and said, came over to see you. The Riverfish was inwardly joyful. Chapter 37, Beatings. I told you how Mr. Wang came over just now. He figured it out all at once. With that caring look from Wang Qinqin stepped aside. What? Got a problem with that? Jiang Yu hurriedly shook his head in a good-natured manner. Zhong Jingqi looked at Wang Qinqin with surprise and great curiosity. Mr. Wang, you know this beauty too? Wang Qinqin nodded and glanced at Jiang Yu with a frown. What's he doing here? Jiang Yu helplessly bristled. Come to pick a fight. Wang Qinqin understood. We have something to talk about right now, so please leave zone first. Not wanting to let go of the opportunity to meet a beautiful woman just like that, Zhong Jingqi struck what he thought was his most handsome pose. Pretty girl, could you give a chance to get acquainted? I'm sorry, we're in the middle of something. Zhong Jingqi wasn't discouraged and smiled. It's okay, I can stay with you guys. Yan Qingju frowned. No need. I know that Jiang Yu is your senior brother, and Jiang Yu and I are good friends for a while. Jiang Yu sneered, not saying a word. He wanted to see what other outrageous things Zhong Jingqi could say. Wang Qinqin's eyes went cold. Zhong Jingqi was not embarrassed when he saw that no one answered. He stretched out his hand, just to put it on Yan Qingju's shoulder. Playfully, beauty, what's your name? Jiang Yu stopped him. What do you want? Zhong Jingqi's gaze was eerie and his face was gloomy. It's only to get acquainted. Jiang Yu, you also control too wide, right? The human beauty herself didn't say anything. Who do you think you are? Yan Qingju spoke in a cold voice. I don't want to know you. Please leave. Zhong Jingqi scanned Yan Qingju with contempt and spoke sarcastically. You're pretending to be noble to catch a golden son-in-law, aren't you? Or are you planning to have an extreme pull? What a downer. Jiang Yu's eyes were cold, his qi and blood churned, and his fists were clenched. What are you talking about? His every word was like a demon descending. Zhong Jingqi wasn't afraid at all and was even more provocative. I say, your senior sister is really down. Jiang Yu couldn't hold back and directly punched his fist. Zhong Jingqi didn't dodge and flew straight out. Jiang Yu wanted to continue, but was stopped by Wang Qinqin. It's not advisable to get too handsy in the academy. Wang Qinqin was also infuriated, but was still thinking about the rules of the academy. Tomorrow you guys race and beat yourselves to death. Riverfish stood still and calmed down. Suzhenki, you better pray that you come a little later tomorrow. Zhong Jingqi disdainfully spat out the blood in his mouth, his eyes staring grimly at the departing trio. He still has to prepare his backhand for tomorrow's game. Otherwise, if we let Riverfish win, we'll lose our face. The 3 came to the dormitory. Yan Qingju tangled for a long time or opened his mouth. Jiang Yu, that person you tomorrow. Wang Qinqin knew what Yan Qingju was worried about and directly stopped it. Don't worry, senior sister. You can't worry about Jiang Yu if you're worried about anyone. Riverfish raised a smile. Senior sister, don't you trust me yet? I'm super awesome. Yan Qingju sniffed and her heart relaxed. Although he knew that Jiang Yu was strong, the aura of that person just now would be even stronger. She's just afraid of getting herself into trouble and causing trouble for others. Riverfish, that's enough. Wang Qinqin glanced at him without any good humor, then looked at Yan Qingju and said with a smile, senior sister will be staying here for the night today. Yan Qingju didn't push back. Jiang Yu's eyes rolled and a flash of cunning flashed in his eyes. 2 senior sisters, today I can. No, Wang Qinqin refused outright. No need to guess. Jiang Yu knew with that look in his eyes that he wasn't thinking of anything good. Yan Qingju's face was grave as he followed suit and shook his head. Jiang Yu was disappointed. Senior sister is just too much. In the end, the Riverfish didn't stay overnight. The game went as planned. Inside the break room, Lin Han looked around and whispered, Boss, I heard that Zhong Jingqi came to you again yesterday? Jiang Yu's eyes changed as he looked sternly at Lin Han. Lin Han couldn't help but take a step back, unconsciously licking his lips and blinking frantically towards the others. The others glared at him. What's wrong with saying this? This is so good that they don't know what to say. Riverfish withdrew his eyes and closed them to let go. Lin Han's taut nerves relaxed, but he didn't dare to say another word. The lounge didn't come alive until a minute before the game started. Boss, come on, kick his ass. Go ahead and beat him. Riverfish nodded his head expressionlessly and went up towards the playing field. Zhong Jingqi is already waiting on the playing field. Seeing Jiang Yu come over, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, pleasantly pleased with himself. Waiting for Jiang Yu to stand still, Zhong Jingqi opened his mouth in a well-dressed manner. Jiang Yu, it's not too late for you to admit defeat. Zhong Jingqi, We merely sparred at the freshman tournament, and it made you remember it until now? As if he had heard some joke, Zhong Jingqi said mockingly, cutting? You only thought it was a cut? Before Jiang Yu had appeared, Zhong Jingqi had always been second in the second grade section, and none of the others except Wang Qingqin could fight. As a result, the moment Jiang Yu came, it made him lose face. At that time, Suzuki was thinking of hitting back and making him beg for mercy on his knees. As a result, yesterday, it was hard for him to look at one he liked, but it turned out to be because of the river fish. With the old and new grudges added together, he wouldn't let him off the hook just like that. Jiang Yu, there's a road in heaven that you don't take, and there's no door in hell that you have to crash into. Don't blame me for not leaving you a way out. Jiang Yu's face instantly grimaced, and in the next second, he directly boosted his speed and punched over. It didn't matter how the other party dodged. Jiang Yu kept hitting towards Zhong Jingqi's face. Zhong Jingqi changed his stance straight away as he dodged and turned his head back to give Jiang Yu a slap. Jiang Yu felt something was wrong and raised his true chi to protect his body. There was a loud bang on the stage, and dust and smoke rose in all directions. When the smoke cleared, Jiang Yu and Zhong Jingqi had a kick each. Jiang Yu felt a bit tricky. The other party really deserved to be second in his grade. Zhong Jingqi had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring dead at Jiang Yu, covering his chest as he slowly stood up. Again, Zhong Jingqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with his fist like the wind, he swung it towards Jiang Yu. Riverfish dodged the attack and swung a side chop. In the next moment, Zhong Jingqi let out a miserable scream and lay on the ground. Riverfish took a step towards him. Convinced? Zhong Jingqi's eyes were gloomy and his mouth did not say a word. Riverfish raised his fist and slammed it down. However, Zhong Jingqi took this opportunity to pinch a fine needle in his hand and stab towards Jiang Yu's waist. Jiang Yu's eyes changed as he grabbed Zhong Jingqi's hand and threw it back, directly hitting the protective barrier. Zhong Jingqi covered his chest and spat out blood. A hint of despair flashed in his eyes. The distance just now had been very close, and surprisingly this hadn't even stabbed. Jiang Yu stood still and spoke indifferently. Senior Zhong, have you admitted defeat? If he doesn't, he can continue. Zhong Jingqi closed his eyes helplessly. It was him who had lost. I concede. Riverfish stepped off the stage and slowly swallowed the fishy flavor in his mouth. The others gathered around. Chapter 38, Charming. Riverfish, are you okay? Yan Xingju looked sideways at the match that had just taken place, causing her heart to beat uncontrollably, especially the sneak attack at the end, where she almost went right through the barrier and punched the guy in the face. Jiang Yu was very flattered by the concern from his senior sister and pretended to be relaxed. Senior sister, don't worry, there's no big problem. Yan Xingju gave him a skeptical look of disbelief. Jiang Yu was also clear that he couldn't hold out for long, and said with a straight face, Senior sister, I'm going to make a trip to the restroom. Yan Xingju moved a step to the side to make way and followed again. The others looked at each other. What's going on here? I don't know, but Zhong Jingqi surprisingly admitted defeat. The boss is so good. Inside the lounge, Jiang Yu's blood was churning and he couldn't control it as he spat out blood. He had just pulled a piece of paper when Yan Xingju pushed the door open. Yan Xingju looked at the youth in the mirror and saw the blood at the corner of his mouth at a glance. Her brow furrowed and her tone was icy. I thought it was nothing? Riverfish paused for a moment and smiled sarcastically. No, when did sister follow us? Why doesn't it ring a bell? Yan Xingju crossed her eyes and pulled the paper out of Jiang Yu's hands. You don't say anything even if you're hurt? Is it because you think you're so capable? Riverfish giggled. Elder sister, you're so nice. With that, Jiang Yu reached out and wrapped Yan Xingju in his arms. Yan Xingju's waist was facing backward, one hand supporting Jiang Yu's chest, the other wiping the corner of his mouth with a tissue. Jiang Yu's eyes became deep as he looked at her, and his throat involuntarily gulped. Sister? His voice became hoarse. Yan Xingju looked up at him with a raised eyebrow and said in a single word, What? Jiang Yu's eyes were mesmerized. His hands began to be dishonest, and the atmosphere was suddenly ambiguous. Just as Jiang Yu wanted to make the next move, the door was pushed open vigorously. Jiang Yu's hands tightened as he pressed Yan Xingju back to his chest and glanced sideways, his eyes somber and sharp. Lin Han abruptly stood still. His eyes unconsciously drifted, turned around, and said loudly, I didn't see anything. You guys go on. Yan Xingju's face turned red all of a sudden. Senior, am I causing you trouble? Yan Xingju's voice was small and carried a hot breath. Jiang Yu felt his neck tingling, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Senior sister, it's fine. With that, he let go of Yan Xingju and adjusted himself. Jiang Yu took out a silver needle and stabbed it into his arm a few times. Lin Han's voice let the others know that it was impolite, so they all gossiped in the restroom. Yan Qingxiul deliberately avoided everyone's line of sight and walked out pretending to be calm. Hello, beautiful girl. I'm Zhang Qinghan. Zhang Qinghan walked over to Yan Xingju and greeted him with a smile. Su Ro was also interested in Yan Xingju. Hello, I'm Su Ro. Yan Xingju nodded her head with a pale expression. Hello, Yan Xingju. Su Ro looked up and down and exclaimed. Beauty, you look so familiar. I seem to have seen you somewhere. Yan Xingju raised her eyes to look at it. Thinking back, hadn't seen each other. Coldly, he spoke. Sorry, don't recognize it. Su Ro and Zhang Chenghan looked at each other. This young lady is a little cold, but she's good looking. Zhang Chenghan cleared her throat. Ignore her. She's like that when she sees a beautiful woman. Yan Xingju nodded slightly. Riverfish walked over towards the couch and sat down. Boss, that Zhong Jingqi guy went off the deep end. Lin Han raised his eyebrows for a second. Riverfish raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Although it was a field test, the shots were extremely measured. It just keeps the other guy out of bed for a couple days. Lin Han pretended to exaggerate and said, it wasn't because he couldn't think of anything else. He had to compete with you. He couldn't take the blow, so he went off the deep end. Now the academy teachers are saving him. Su Ro followed suit. He just deserved it. Boss, what are your plans after this examination? Shinzai pushed up his glasses. Riverfish frowned and thought, learn and grow. Don't think he had any problems with this race, but it was still a lot of work. But the good thing was, it allowed him to touch the threshold of a breakthrough. The others nodded along. They are only modestly successful now. There's still a ways to go against a strong sophomore class, so they need more time to experience and grow. Yan Xingju inclined her head to look at them and thought. Suddenly her cell phone rang twice. Yan Xingju's face changed and she stood up directly. Senior, I'm going back, so call directly if anything happens. Senior sister, be careful with everything. Riverfish nodded and droned. The corners of Yan Xingju's mouth curled into a smile as she slowly nodded her head and pushed the door out. Jiang Yu looked at her back and fell into deep thought. He wouldn't forget that the first time he met Kojo called her Tinyan, and that he had given him a gong method. This shows that the second elder sister is not low in status. However, Wu Shangwei's provocation let him know that not everyone was aware of his senior sister's identity. So this time, what is sister going to do? Is there any danger? Riverfish realized he didn't know anything, and there was definitely something else that eldest and second eldest sisters were hiding from him. Jiang Yu made up his mind, stood up and headed outside. Lin Han and the others were startled by the sudden movement. Riverfish, where to? Training. Riverfish waved his hand. Zhang Chenghan lowered her eyebrows and gritted her teeth as she followed. What's up? Riverfish stopped in his tracks. Zhang Chenghan hesitated for a long time and spoke. I want to ask you to treat me. As long as I'm cured, I'm willing to pay any price. Jiang Yu gave her a look and teased. Any price? Zhang Chenghan nodded affirmatively. Including being my woman? Riverfish pursed her lips and smiled. Zhang Chenghan's pupils dilated slightly and her lips opened. Then as if he had made up his mind, he spoke. Yes, it was Jiang Yu's turn to be dumbfounded, but he quickly adjusted. In that case, you come with me. Zhang Chenghan was puzzled, but still followed him. It was ready long before she brought it up, and she didn't hate Riverfish. Instead, her heart pounded at the thought of the possibility. Zhang Chenghan thought she was in love with Jiang Yu, loved that he was calm and stoic and stood up for her and defended her like a guardian. The two of them came to Jiang Yu's dorm room. You sit first. Zhang Chenghan's face suddenly reddened. The eyes were lost in thought. Jiang Yu walked over with a cup of tea and handed it to her. Zhang Chenghan took it and pursed it uncomfortably. Riverfish took out the materials from the library again and put them on the coffee table. Look at this. Riverfish flipped through the books, then pointed. Zhang Chenghan blinked and said nothing. Jiang Yu raised his eyes to look at it. His brows furrowed. Chenghan? Zhang Chenghan came back to her senses in a flash, and her face turned even redder. What are you thinking? Riverfish froze. Zhang Chenghan smiled awkwardly. Nothing. Quickly hiding her heartbreak, she changed the subject stiffly. What were you saying again? Chapter 39, Earning Performance Points. Jiang Yu gave a suspicious look, not breaking down her lies and following her words. I've looked up a lot of information on this physique of yours. Only this book has a brief description on it. The exact method is not currently available at the academy. Zhang Chenghan calmly accepted it. She already had a deep knowledge of her physique. It's okay. It's been so many years. It's okay to wait. Jiang Yu felt a little heartbroken for the girl in front of him. He assured her, I'll help you. Zhang Chenghan smiled with a pale face. By the way, this is a side of medicine prescribed for you to regulate your body. Zhang Chenghan's eyes widened in dismay. You mean, for me? Right. Receiving Jiang Yu's affirmative answer, Zhang Chenghan hid her face and cried bitterly. Riverfish are really nice. How could there be such a warm-hearted man? Jiang Yu was stunned then a little puzzled. What's wrong? After crying for a while, Zhang Chenghan pulled a piece of paper and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's fine. I just don't have it under control. Riverfish sighed. There's always a way to do something about your body. Don't be discouraged. Zhang Chenghan nodded gently with a smile in her eyes. The room suddenly fell silent. Zhang Qinghan took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was thinking down where to go with the ancient books. Zhang Qinghan abruptly withdrew her gaze and lowered her eyes to no longer look at him. River fish. Jiang Yu looked up at her, his nice eyebrows knitted together. What's wrong? Zhang Qinghan was slightly shy, her voice soft. Why are you? She looked up in panic, her gaze soft. Qinghan, I'm here to get you a prescription. The river fish was distraught and quickly explained. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't release his yuan yang, he would have done her right away. Zhang Qinghan's gaze was haunted, and her tone carried a hint of pain. What do you mean? Riverfish rubbed his nose in embarrassment. I meant to be joking before. Zhang Qinghan's face instantly paled. What did she just say? The other guy was just joking and she took it seriously? You. Cough cough. Zhang Qinghan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, but choked on his throat and coughed madly. Jiang Yu rushed forward, grabbed her wrist, and stabbed it twice with a silver needle. Zhang Qinghan felt a little better, but her face paled. I'll take you back first. You need to get some rest. Jiang Yu looked at her pale face and frowned at Shen Dao. Zhang Qinghan was already affected by her physique. The toxins had just been cleared. She had gone through the examination, and now she was in great joy and sorrow, so her body could not withstand it at all. Jiang Yu stood up and reached out towards Zhang Qinghan. Zhang Qinghan raised her eyes to look at him and found the other party's gaze clear, lowered her head and grabbed his hand as she stood up. Thanks. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Zhang Qinghan's dorm room is a bit far away. The two of them then traveled through the academy rather idly, exchanging a few words every now and then. Jiang Yu stood in front of Zhang Qinghan's dorm room. I'll see you here. I'm not going in. He turned and walked away. Zhang Qinghan reached out and pulled Jiang Yu's arm. Riverfish turned around in disbelief and locked eyes with her. Zhang Qinghan jumped on him in a flash. Jiang Yu felt the heat from the embrace and his movements stiffened. I should go. Zhang Qinghan held back her tears and said softly, let me hold you for a while. Riverfish sighed and stopped where he was and didn't move. I don't know how long it took before Zhang Qinghan let go of Jiang Yu. Thank you for today. Jiang Yu waved his hand. It's fine. You rest early. It was a new month, and Jiang Yu didn't have enough merit points, so it was time to take on a few quests. Riverfish took his cell phone out of the bed and flipped through it. The quests refreshed with a wave of difficult quests. I've noticed through the quests I've taken recently that there are more and less points for each level of quests. A lot of grades and a lot of time. Jiang Yu clicked on the difficult quest and glanced at his performance points and gave up. Looking at that amount of performance points, it's not something that can be fixed overnight. He casually picked up a medium. The mission information was sent over and the place was found to be still at Wyoming Hospital. Jiang Yu couldn't help but rub his brow, always feeling like he was in conflict with that place. On the second day, Jiang Yu prepared what he needed and went directly to Huairen Hospital. This time he went straight to the 6th floor of the hospital wing. Hello, I'm Jiang Yu from the Ryudo Academy's martial arts medicine program. Riverfish raised a smile. The man in the hospital room looked him up and down and smiled. Hello, I'm Jiang Dan. The patient is my father. Riverfish walked up without changing his face and carefully looked at the cause of the disease. Suddenly a pair of hands stopped his movements. Riverfish looked up with a sideways glance. His pupils dilated and a flash of amazement flashed in his eyes. The person had dark hair that was charming, and her eyes were like pupils of cut water with anger in them. Who are you? Why are you in my father's hospital room? Sis, this is the doctor I hired. Jiang Dan frowned and said impatiently. Jiang Yu looked at the beautiful woman who didn't mind following the chorus. Yes, oh, I'm a doctor. Ginger Tea glared at him and said in a bad humor. What's it got to do with you? Stand aside. Jiang Yu skimmed his lips and stood aside without saying a word. Jiang Cha crossed her arms and yelled towards Jiang Dan. Bastard, did you tell me when you hired a doctor? Do you know what this doctor is? How dare you invite any random one? Ginger Tea got angrier and reached out towards twisting his ear. Jiang Dan covered his ears and said in pain. Sister, can you give me some face in front of outsiders? Besides, it's from the Elite Academy. It's not like we don't have a name. Ginger Tea immediately let go, glancing back at the river fish. His eyes suddenly widened and his face was filled with surprise. You're from the Elite Academy? River Fish nodded and smiled. Missy, yes, oh River Fish. Ginger Tea coughed gently twice, resuming her original dignified and ladylike demeanor. She reached out with mock elegance. Sorry, just lost my temper. She seemed to have just offended someone, and she didn't know if the other person was angry. Ginger Tea glanced at him carefully for a few moments and pursed her lips. With a smile in his eyes, Jiang Yu reached out and shook his hand. That's okay, now can I continue? Ginger Tea stepped aside. Please, wait until the river fish examines it carefully. Ginger Tea's eyes glazed over at Jiang Dan and whispered. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Jiang Dan looked helpless and nuzzled. Is it because I didn't tell you? It's you who didn't even listen and started. Ginger Tea looked sharply at Kong Dan and pointed threateningly at him, signaling him to try another word. Ginger Dan inclined his head, stopped looking at her, and closed his mouth. After Jiang Yu finished his examination, he took out his silver needle. Dr. John? Ginger Tea spoke tentatively. Just call me Riverfish, okay? Jiang Yu, can he cure my father? Jiang Cha looked grim. Jiang Yu had a face that took it for granted. Sure, with a joyful smile on her face and a gleam in her eyes. Ginger Tea was interrupted when she opened her lips slightly to speak. Chapter 40, I didn't hear you. Say it again? Yo, isn't this the Jiang family siblings? Immediately the family is about to go bankrupt, and now they still have the leisure to talk about love here? The visitor held a folding fan, pretended to be graceful, and fanned the wind twice. Jiang Dan looked at him angrily. Surname Chui, Lao Zi doesn't come after you, but you come here to brush up your presence? The youth surnamed Chui was also not willing to show weakness, and directly withdrew his fan as he mockingly opened his mouth. Do you think you are still the same unbeatable Jiang family siblings now? Even I, now, can slap you all to death. You. Ginger Dan clenched his fists and tried to rush over, but was stopped by Kong Cha. Jiang Cha's face was calm. Chui Zhuang, we have no past grievances and no recent enmity. What do you want to do? Chui Zhuang shot a glance at the Ginger Tea. His eyes narrowed into slits, revealing a greedy gaze. Ginger Tea's brows furrowed, obviously guessing the other party's mind as well. I only heard that Chui Zhuang say confidently, if you serve me for one night, I will help you. Ginger Dan was breathing heavily, his fists clenched to death. Ginger Tea grabbed Jiang Dan with one hand, signaling him not to move, and sneered, no way, I won't promise you that. Chui Zhuang casually opened his fan and did not reply, quietly waiting for them to answer. The atmosphere was frozen, when suddenly there were sharp footsteps at the door. Ginger Tea paled. Jiang Dan's entire body gloomed, his hands clenched and relaxed. Are you the families of Jiang Wei and Wei? The nurse hurried in. Ginger Tea grudgingly smiled. Yes. The nurse looked over. You're going to have to pay the hospital bill. There's not enough money on the card. Jiang Dan's hoarse voice came out. Didn't you just turn it in 2 days ago? The nurse gave him a blank look. You think it doesn't cost money to turn instruments and equipment on? Maintenance doesn't cost money? Hurry up and remember to make up the cost. The nurse found Jiang Wei's from a pile of bills, handed them to them, and turned to leave. Chui Zhuang hooked up a smug smile. How about it? Ginger Tea, want to consider can it? Jiang Cha didn't even give him a look and looked directly at Jiang Yu. I thought you just said that my father could be cured? Riverfish nodded affirmatively. It was only then that Choi Chong noticed that there were other people in the hospital room. He swept a glance at Jiang Yu and said disdainfully, Jiang Cha, you don't think this poor boy can solve your problems, do you? Don't be too funny. Ginger Tea looked at him with firm eyes and pleaded sincerely, Father will trouble you. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose and he nodded slightly. He walked over to Jiang Wei and pinpointed the acupoints with his hand and zapped them directly downward. Chui Zhuang stood up fiercely, staring at Jiang Yu with a sharp gaze, his tone full of threats. Hey kid, are you sure you want to go against the Willow City Chui family? Jiang Yu looked at Chui Zhuang and didn't say a word, only that the movements of his hands didn't stop. Seeing that he didn't listen at all, Chui Zhuang was so angry that he directly went forward and grabbed his arm, then twisted it back. Who knows, but it didn't twist. Jiang Yu glanced at him and activated his true chi with a shock. Choi Chong was bounced off the ground and landed on his back coughing. Ginger Tea and Ginger Dan's pupils quake as they looked at each other in disbelief. Where did you find that, you kid? I'm just sending a mission. Ginger Dan licked, his heart shaking. If he was that strong, others wouldn't dare bully them. Chui Zhuang stared at him viciously, his face grim as he shouted angrily. How dare you still fight me? I'm telling you, your time to die will come. Jiang Yu walked towards Chui Zhuang carelessly. What did you just say? He asked. Word for word. Chui Zhuang glared angrily at his opponent. I say your time to die has come. Jiang Yu crouched down, reached out and flung him in the face, her gaze cold. I didn't hear you. Say that again? Chui Zhuang covered his face, a flash of fear in his eyes. Just when he thinks he's on the ropes, his security guard arrives. As soon as the security guards came over, they directly scolded. What are you doing? Riverfish looked back and stood up. Chui Zhuang moved back 2 steps and said in an arrogant tone, come protect me and teach him a hard lesson. When the guard heard this, he looked apologetically at Riverfish. Offended, Riverfish leapt up and kicked the guard hard. In a flash of lightning, all the security guards fell into place. Chui Zhuang faced fear. Don, kill me. Jiang Yu looked calm and said calmly, wrong? Chui Zhuang self-consciously punched his face, and while doing so, he said, I was wrong. I was wrong. Jiang Yu turned around and stopped looking at him, gesturing towards the Jiang family siblings, and went to treat them. Watch out. Ginger Tea suddenly shouted. Jiang Yu turned to miss the attack and kicked hard directly towards the man's leg. Ah! Choi Trang has his hands on his legs and he's thrashing around. Jiang Yu's eyes were cold and his tone was eerie. Why bother asking for trouble? Cui Zhuang also no longer hid the hatred in his heart. You will regret it. Jiang Yu snorted. Regret? I never regret. But if you can't learn to keep your mouth shut, I don't mind sewing your mouth shut. Cui Zhuang looked at him in horror and didn't dare to make any sound from his mouth. The security guards helped to their feet and took Choi Chom away. River Fish didn't stop it. The ward fell suddenly silent. River Fish focused on healing. It's only 10 minutes until he's done. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly as he looked at the two who stayed motionless by the wall. Ginger Tea poked Ginger Dan frantically, signaling him to ask for information. Jiang Dan's eyes were averted and he didn't dare to look directly at them. Ginger Tea eyes threatened him. Try not asking? Jiang Dan closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, swallowed, and said carefully, Big brother, my father he. Jiang Yu didn't even lift his head. Wait 5 minutes. Jiang Dan nodded his head like garlic, not daring to ask again. Ginger Tea gave him a blank look of utter disgust. With a show of grace, she walked over to Jiang Wei and looked around. Then worriedly, Jiang Yu, you just hit Cui Zhuang so hard, his family will be looking for trouble. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows and said calmly, It's fine, come and fight one. Jiang Cha was heartily impressed, and her gaze toward Jiang Yu was tinged with admiration. River Fish looked over at her, planting a glance in her gaze. Ginger Tea snapped back to her senses and panicked, walking over to Ginger Dan and pretending to look out the window. River Fish but smiled. Time passed and Jiang Wei slowly opened his eyes. Dad, you're awake? Ginger Tea was the first to see his fingers moving and ran straight over. Ginger Dan followed along. The River Fish stood quietly on the sidelines, not disturbing their reunion. Jiang Yu, is there anything I should pay attention to when my dad wakes up? Jiang Cha anxiously inquired. Jiang Yu finished taking his pulse and put Jiang Wei's hand down. Nothing major, just need to watch your diet. Ginger Tea let out a long breath. Jiang Wei also extracted information from the conversation he had just had. Thanks to this little brother. Jiang Yu smiled lightly. No harm done. Chapter 41, beat up the little one and come to the old one? I wonder what to call it. Jiang Wei smiled gently. Dad, his name is Jiang Yu. He's from the Willow Road Academy. Your illness was cured by his out-of-this-world medical skills. Jiang Dan quickly told what he knew one by one. Jiang Wei's eyes brightened as he listened, and he looked at Jiang Yu with heartfelt admiration. So young and so capable. If this brat Jiang Dan was so capable, their family wouldn't have to worry. Exaggerated. It just so happens it will. River Fish waved his hand. Jiang Wei looked at him with appreciation. This kid is so capable and humble enough. His future accomplishments must not be low. How could it be? If I were a girl, I would have liked you. Jiang Dan had no qualms about voicing his thoughts. River Fish, Ginger V. Suddenly I wanted to beat the dead kid to death. He was born to be his nemesis. Ginger Tea laughed out loud. You want farts to eat? Your sister is right. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the River Fish. Jiang Wei in his eyes knifed Jiang Dan for a moment. Then he said towards Jiang Cha, in this case, I have a VIP card for the Jiangnan eatery here, so you guys take Jiang Yu there later. I'm going to take care of things. Before Jiang Yu could say anything to excuse himself, he was preempted by Jiang Cha. Dad, don't worry. I'll entertain Jiang Yu later. Jiang Cha said, good, I'll leave this to you. Keep an eye on Jiang Dan. If he runs out again, just break his legs. Dad, you can't do this. Jiang Dan was shocked and cried out, looking at Jiang Wei and Wei's eyes getting more and more unkind. Slowly his voice became smaller and could only be beeped in a small voice. I'm sure it's not my own son. Jiang Yu was watching the drama from the sidelines. It would be nice to have a table with some melons, but let the little brother see the joke. Jiang Wei said. Jiang Yu said with a straight face, Jiang Dan is cheerful and funny. Quite good. Jiang Wei listened with great satisfaction and pulled out his card faster. Ginger Tea took the card and led them to the Gangnam Eatery. Jiangnan Eatery, as soon as the name suggests, belongs to the Jiangnan cuisine. River Fish don't have a great interest in the cuisine, as long as they can eat it, but he had to admit that the restaurant was overly genteel. The owner of this place loves classical culture, so the layout of the restaurant is, too, with ink paintings of landscapes everywhere. River Fish nodded while looking at it. Ginger Dan followed, looking left and right, hanging back. On top of the meal, Jiang Dan and Jiang Yu sparred. Brother Jiang, just drink. You'll be fine later anyway, Jiang Dan advised. Jiang Yu hastily refused and said, no, something will come up later. Ginger Dan was wide-eyed and dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that after entering the restaurant, he and Ginger Tea had said it was fine. So how did it come to him that something was wrong? Jiang Yu abruptly remembered the words he had just entered and selectively ignored them. You want him to drink? No way. Drink, drink, drink. Just know how to drink. Ginger Tea directly knocked Jiang Dan's head and said without a trace of anger, Ginger Dan covered his head and inclined his head without a word. Just know how to bully him. Jiang Yu tasted the dish and realized that the texture was different from any of his previous ones. It's so colorful. A meal that winds down. Jiang Yu stopped outside the Jiangnan eatery and said goodbye to the Jiang family siblings. Thank you both for your hospitality. Rather, I've let you guys break the bank. You are our family's benefactor. You should be. Don't be polite with us, Jiang Dan said. Ginger Tea smiled lightly and said, yes, don't be polite to us. Jiang Yu was about to respond when he realized that there were suddenly more people around him. Jiang Dan also found out. Heart secretly said bad. These people looked to be looking for trouble. Those people quickly stood and then parted, clearing a path. A well-dressed man stepped out. Who's Riverfish? Jiang Yu didn't even think about it and answered directly. I am. May I ask who you are? The man looked up and down. His eyes became sharp, and he said disdainfully, just you? Were you the one who injured my son Chui Zhuan? Choi Chong cried at him as soon as he returned. The child he had spoiled since childhood had never been bullied. To be bullied like this time, this was not putting their Chui family in their eyes. Jiang Yu's brows furrowed, feeling that the visitor was not good. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? Still wanting my sister to serve him. He doesn't see if he's worthy. I see him as a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Simply disgusting. Jiang Dan was furious when he heard the word Chui Zhuang. Then he saw that the old man was Chui Zhuang's grandfather and directly disliked him. Ever since the Chui family became one of the 4 families of Willow City, they hadn't been publicly humiliated by a junior. Chui Peng's face pulled straight down, his gaze dark. Jiang Dan winced inwardly, but was undaunted on his face. Chui Peng glanced at Jiang Dan, not quite recognizing him. Another man beside him walked up and whispered something in his ear. Chui Peng's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity, but there was still disdain in his tone. So it's a kid from the Jiang family. How is your father's health? Jiang Dan snorted coldly and ignored him. Chui Peng didn't feel embarrassed and slowly spoke. Your Jiang family's stock is now plummeting and will soon go bankrupt. My son offered you a way out, and you insulted him instead of being grateful. You really don't know what's good for you. But seeing as the Jiang family and the Chui family belong to the same 4 families of Willow City, as long as you hand over the river fish, the Chui family will forget about it. Shucks. You're thinking pretty well. Ginger Tea couldn't help but speak. Jiang Yu's brows were furrowed as his mind began to calculate. There are so many people here. If they get caught, it'll be on the social news. When the time comes, it's not going to be easy for the state to find out. Jiang Yu is our benefactor. Don't even think about it. Jiang Dan was infuriated. Ginger's on her own right now, so if you don't want to make things harder, you can try. Chui Peng swore. Ginger Tea and Ginger Dan looked at each other in disbelief as their hearts began to tangle. They couldn't do it to give away the river fish, and they didn't want to leave Ginger without it. Besides, who says Kong will definitely be gone? Father is awake now, and in a couple of days Kong will be back from the dead. Once they figured it out, the Ginger siblings had a strong bottom line. There's no way we're handing over the river fish. River Fish was relieved to hear that. The Jiang family siblings only knew that he could do a little bit of martial arts, but they didn't know his exact strength. To think of protecting him when the enemy is outnumbered is worth a deep friendship. Did you ask for my opinion when you said that? Jiang Yu suddenly spoke. Trepan sized him up and laughed as if he'd heard a joke. Abruptly, his face changed and he said grimly, do you feel the need? Jiang Yu pursed his lips, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. In the Chui family's view, of course it's not needed, and in my opinion, it's still needed. Ginger Tea looked grave. She felt that something wasn't right. Before, Jiang Yu's nature shouldn't have been so calm. Or did the river fish have other plans? Chapter 42, The Chui Family. In Chui Peng's opinion, Jiang Yu following him was the nail in the coffin, so he didn't mind letting Jiang Yu bounce around a few more times. Oh, and what do you mean? Jiang Yu blinked. I'll go with you. Chui Peng let out a laugh and clapped his hands. Indeed, he is sensible. Men, take him back to the Chui family. Jiang Dan frowned and tried to step forward to block it. Ginger Tea shook her head at him. Wait for Jiang Yu and his group to leave. Jiang Dan said very angrily. Sis, why did you just stop me? How did you grow up? Can't even see this little scheme. Ginger Tea gave a blank look. Ginger Dan rubbed the back of his head in confusion. Ginger Tea sighed. The Chui family. As soon as Jiang Yu entered the living room, he realized that many people were waiting there. The man at the head was imposing. His face was vicissitudes but his gaze was sharp. You are Jiang Yu? The old man took a sip of his tea. Riverfish wasn't worried and sat down with a big grin. Everyone else's pupils widened. The man really isn't afraid at all. Hello Elder Chui. Jiang Yu nodded, affirming the identity. Elder Chui glanced at him indifferently. Know why I invited you over? Jiang Yu was calm and unruffled. I suppose there must be something I'm required to do? Elder Chui put down the teacup in his hand and sighed softly. It's true that youngsters make heroes, with guts and strategies. Riverfish smiled lightly. Elder Chui didn't sell anything, and spoke directly. Earlier, when Chui Zhuan came back and said that he was bullied, he had people curiously check it out. Then Jiang Wei and Wei woke up, letting me once again understand your ability. So you had someone invite me over on purpose? Riverfish took over. At that time, when Chui Peng came, Jiang Yu truly thought that he was looking for a fight. However, after confronting Chui Peng for a long time, there was only one request for him to follow. Jiang Yu then began to suspect the other party's purpose. Now that I think about it, it's true. Chui Peng stepped forward and bent his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I had to resort to this in order to invite you over. Jiang Yu was also left speechless. It's fine. It's just that next time you invite someone you don't have to. Got it. Trip Pen nodded awkwardly. Jiang Yu's afterglow surveyed the surroundings and realized that the others had left at some point. It seems that what happens next is something that needs to be kept secret. Mr. Jiang, I know that your medical skills are superb, so I want to ask you to help save someone. Elder Chui inevitably sighed as he spoke. He's a close friend of mine who has been searching for a way because of his family's health. Some days ago, I heard that the Hanging Pot Workshop had a way, so I planned to pick extreme medicines to ask for help. But who knows? He got into trouble, and now he can't wake up. Riverfish frowned. Hanging Pot Place? Hanging Pots for the World? It was the first time that Jiang Yu had heard of this organization after coming down from the mountain, and it sounded like a hospital kind of name. Elder Chui added, yes, the Hanging Pot Workshop is a sect that is filled with medical greats, and many medical texts have survived. Like them, there is another sect called Jishir Tang. I heard that their founders were originally master and brother, but later fell out before creating their own sect. Riverfish came to a realization. He then said that the name was too conspicuous. Then why didn't you go to the Hanging Pot Workshop and the Jishir Hall, but had to come to me? Elder Chui was slightly stunned, glanced at Chui Peng, sighed and spoke. The physicians in them can't even be invited unless they pay the appropriate price to treat them. Jiang Yu didn't spare the details of Elder Chui's eyes and looked at them suspiciously. Chui Peng explained. I did approach them at first and was turned down. Riverfish was silent. And you? I also heard from the doctors in Huairen Hospital. Elder Chui coughed a few times and continued. Jiang Yu thought back to the several missions he had taken on, all of which were in Huairen Hospital, so he thought that the word had gotten out from there. Originally I didn't believe it, but I had someone check out Jiang Wei and Riverfish no longer wanted to hear anymore. He just wanted to take a quest to earn merit points and didn't want to get involved that much. Chui Peng sensed his words and smiled. Jiang Yu, I just want to ask for your help, and of course, we'll pay for it. Riverfish raised an eyebrow. Elder Chui took over. I'd give anything to be able to wake him up. Riverfish was thoughtful. He had previously promised Zhang Chenghan to help her find a solution, and now that the opportunity had been sent over, he had to go and take a look no matter what. If I'm saved, can you let me go to Hanging Pot Place or Jezebel Hall? Elder Chui immediately felt that there was a village in the darkness. He knew that people with excellent medical skills would be in demand everywhere they went. But again, the more capable they were, the more difficult they would be for people. I know one person on my side. He's from the Hanging Pot Workshop and has a cooperation with us. I can introduce you to him, but whether or not you can get in, that's only up to you. Jiang Yu smiled and said, then thank Elder Chui in advance. I'll do my best. Elder Chui dropped his heart at his words, regardless of whether or not the riverfish could be saved in the end. Since he had agreed, there was one more possibility. And where is the patient now? Elder Chui's movements froze, and after a moment of silence, he said, he's not in Luchang right now, but in Haichang. Jiang Yu's pupils widened slightly, and his brows furrowed. Sea City? It seems that Master Chui's friend is not a low status. When do we leave? Of course the sooner the better. Elder Chui had prepared something a long time ago. All that was missing was the river fish. Jiang Yu lost his smile. The old man is planning ahead. Master Chui but smiled. Riverfish, I'll make a phone call first. Elder Chui nodded. Riverfish walked out onto the balcony and dialed the familiar number. Wang Qinchin. Something's up. Senior sister. Jiang Yu opened his mouth. Wang Qinchin froze for a moment, glancing at the caller and rubbing her brow. You're not taking the assignment? Jiang Yu sighed and informed Elder Chui about the conversation he had just had with him, then said that he wanted to take a leave of absence. Wang Qinchin looked so good after hearing this that her eyebrows knitted together. Aren't you afraid he'll cheat you? Jiang Yu was full of vigor. Senior sister, you're still worried about me? Wang Qinchin was instantly dumbfounded when she thought of all the fishy things he had done in the academy. It's not good to worry about anything but his well-being. It's better for others to worry about each other when they go up against him. Got it. You're busy. Hanging up the phone, Wang Qinchin sighed and shook her head. This kid, it seems that he still has the matter of the master's instructions in mind, but do good deeds and don't ask questions. Jiang Yu took his leave and set off after the Chui family. Haichang is an international metropolis and one of the economic centers. It was the first time for Jiang Yu to come to Haichang. As soon as we landed, we felt the crowd. By the time they reached their destination, it was 2 hours later. Mr. Choi stood in front of a villa and rang the doorbell. The door was opened by a well-dressed young man, who first looked at it and then welcomed it warmly. Grandpa Choi is here. Come on in. The old man is talking about you. Chapter 43, Tracking. When Elder Choi saw the person who came out, he smiled between his brows and asked with concern, Ning-in is here. How is your uncle now? Ning-in sighed as she opened the door. Same old same old. This is Jiang Yu, one of my juniors. Elder Choi introduced. Riverfish smiled and nodded. Hello, Riverfish. Hello, I'm Zhang Ningguan. A few people walked the living room together. Elder Choi and Zhang Ningguan were having a good conversation, and Jiang Yu was listening silently and skillfully extracting valid information. At the same time, he used his afterglow to survey the person called Zhang Ningguan. Jiang Yu hadn't forgotten that Elder Choi had just introduced him as a junior used, not an invited doctor. It seems to have its own untold secrets, but as long as it doesn't involve him, anything is fine. The living room was large and there was an old man sitting on the couch, waiting for them. Hearing the sound, he turned his head and spoke with a smile. Old Choi is here. Have a seat. Elder Choi took Jiang Yu to sit down with him. It is? Old Zhang. This is one of my juniors. Growing up, it's the first time he's come to High City, so I brought him over to see what's going on. Elder Choi said with a smile. Riverfish smiled coyly from the sidelines. Since he is required to act, let him act well. Hello Grandpa Zhang. I'm really disturbed for coming over this time. Elder Chui's pupils shrunk slightly, and then quickly hid them. This kid is a talent. Elder Zhang smiled and began to introduce the scenery of Haichang. Zhang Ningguan listened quietly from the sidelines. It's easy to overlook this person if they don't make a sound. Jiang Yu coped calmly, but in his heart, he had an idea. Ning-in, I won't trouble you here today, so go back early, Elder Zhang said. Zhang Ningguan's eyes darkened as he lowered his head and responded softly. Jiang Yu watched him leave with a frown on his face. Elder Zhang instantly changed his face, his tone very heavy. What exactly are you doing here today? Master Cui frowned. I found a physician for Su Wei. Elder Zhang was a bit surprised and suddenly turned his head to look at Jiang Yu and casually said, It can't be him, can it? Elder Cui was suddenly silent. Elder Zhang glanced at Elder Cui and then at Jiang Yu, his tone even more strange. Am I right? Riverfish smiled and nodded. Elder Zhang frowned and looked up and down. Jiang Yu, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that you're too young. So, Riverfish nodded slightly. Elder Cui, however, said from the side, Do you know about the Elite Academy? He's a martial arts medicine major from the Elite Academy. Elder Zhang's pupils contracted for a moment. Is everything he said true? Riverfish replied. It's true. Good, good, good. Huier is saved. Elder Zhang grabbed Jiang Yu's hand and wept with joy. Trouble you. Riverfish shook his head and let them take him there. In the hospital room, a middle-aged man with a face full of vicissitudes lay there. Jiang Yu glanced at him and asked with a frown. Master, how was he injured? Elder Zhang fell into reminiscence. Old Chui should have told you that Huier he became like this from picking herbs. Riverfish nodded. It's not really like that. It's just what it says to the public. Specifically, I can't say. Elder Zhang sighed. Jiang Yu understood and spoke. He was bewitched. That's why he couldn't wake up. Elder Zhang's eyes widened with excitement. Cough. I knew it. Cough. Elder Chui rushed forward to support him. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Jiang Yu stepped forward, took out several silver needles, and stabbed them into Elder Zhang's chest. Gramps, your body. Elder Zhang hurriedly said. My body is fine. Heal my son first. Jiang Yu didn't try to persuade him any further, turning to look at the person on the bed and applying the needle. After 10 minutes, the man in the bed woke up. Where is this? When Elder Zhang heard the voice, he excitedly stepped forward. Huier. Zhang Suwei inclined his head and hugged the old man. Dad, my son is unfilial. Elder Chui couldn't stop his tears as he watched the scene. You guys don't cry out loud. Wait for the parasites to move, then it won't be good. Jiang Yu faintly said. A few of the men's movements came to a halt. Elder Chui asked. The compulsion hasn't come out yet? Jiang Yu shook his head and replied. We're just letting it sleep now, and we'll let him out next. Jiang Yu walked over to Zhang Suwei, grabbed his finger and directly stabbed it. Blood is flowing. Turning around, Jiang Yu brought a bowl of water and placed it under his fingers. The parasites slowly crawled out of his fingers. After a few moments, Jiang Yu used a needle to stop the bleeding. Well, the compulsion is out. Zhang Suwei got off the bed and directly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Thank you, divine doctor, for saving me. Jiang Yu was startled by his sudden movement and took a step back. He helped him up and said lightly, Mr. Zhang is polite. Elder Chui smiled and said, Don't freeze, the divine doctor hasn't dined yet. The Zhang family father and son froze for a moment and excitedly ordered the servants to prepare the meal. At the dinner table, Zhang Suwei looked at Zhang Yu and wanted to say something. Riverfish thought back to their family and guessed what he was going to say. What does Mr. Chang want to say? Zhang Suwei smiled awkwardly. Divine Dr. Jiang. I have a daughter with a special physique who won't live past 20. I wonder if there's a solution. Zhang Yu was in a trance for a moment and suddenly thought of Zhang Chenghan. Special physiques were usually almost unseen, and he didn't expect two to appear beside him. Your daughter's physique is? Extreme physique. Riverfish frowned. I need to see her current condition before I can make a judgment. Zhang Suwei was surprised. She's in school right now. I'll call her back right away. Riverfish nodded. Master Chui introduced the person who happened to be of Hai Chang, just so he could stay a few more days. Zhang Yu left the Zhang family and took a taxi to the Hai Chang branch of Hanging Pot Workshop. Abruptly, Zhang Yu glanced at the rearview mirror, his gaze cold. Master, there's someone following behind. Drive the car to the suburbs. The master driving the car bristled, not believing it at all. I'm just a driver. How can I be followed? Don't you dare talk nonsense. Coming to the suburbs is fine, but it's going to cost you extra. Riverfish agreed. After a while, the master realized that the car behind him suddenly accelerated, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Master, speed up and duck over. Wait until the clearing in front of you and put me down. Master nodded his head in a hurry and accelerated. The car behind is not willing to show weakness. Step by step, seeing that it was going to hit, the cab swerved directly, and the car hit the railing directly. When they reached the clearing, the cab suddenly stopped and Riverfish stepped down. In a flash there were 4 or 5 more cars. The people sitting in the car stepped down. Riverfish? Zhang Yu raised his eyes sternly and said arrogantly with the corners of his mouth rising, It's your grandfather me. The man's face changed instantly. Catch him, alive or dead. Chapter 44 Help me kill someone. Zhang Yu had a cynical demeanor and looked at them with raised eyebrows and cold eyes. You guys can think about it. If you guys really do it, it won't be something that can be resolved peacefully. When the leader saw that his men didn't move, he couldn't help but growl. What's the matter? You don't listen to me either, do you? You don't want the money, do you? The men under his command looked at each other, glanced at Zhang Yu again, and rushed over with determination. Riverfish didn't panic in the slightest and boosted his speed to avoid it, dodged it and even gave a counter-punch. June, we're no match for this kid. The leader, also known as June, inhaled a mouthful of smoke fiercely, exhaled it again, and raised his hand to give the man a slap. What do you need to say there? It's not like I don't have eyes to see. What then? June threw down his smoking hoof and rubbed it on the ground a few times, pulling out a dagger. Let the brothers take out the weapons they have at their disposal, and once we take him down, we'll have no worries for the rest of our lives. The minions winced as they heard this, and at the same time became excited again. A lifetime of no worries? That would be great. Kid, blame it on the fact that you're in someone else's way. People buy your life with money. June puked and spat a mouthful of water, jumping straight into the crowd. Zhang Yu felt the threat from the weapons and took 2 steps back. The next thing he saw was that everyone had changed to a different weapon in their hands. We have no grudges in the past. It's not good that we have to kill each other like this, right? Zhang Yu said, directly twisting General's wrist backward. The dagger instantly fell off. He reached out and kicked the dagger to the nearest person. At the same time, he shuttled his figure, blending everyone's weapons together and going straight for them. A few hogs squealed and rang through the square. Yeah, seems to be injured? Zhang Yu dropped the weapon in his hand and took a step in front of June, with indifference still in his tone. June's figure trembled. His pupils were wide, as if he had seen a ghost, and he backed up while trembling. What do you want to do? Zhang Yu pinched his hand and a weapon flew straight at him. Who told you to kill me? Riverfish ran his dagger under June's neck. June swallowed nervously. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't know. Zhang Yu's eyes were sharp and his tone was cold. Think before you speak. Otherwise, I'm not sure where this dagger will appear. Horrified, June explained in a panic. I really don't know. A voice as if it was a messenger from hell reached June's ears, while he suddenly had a pain in his neck. The closer they got, the more they even heard the sound of cutting. Suddenly June looked like he remembered something. I said. Riverfish moved his dagger back a bit and raised an eyebrow. I got a call and came over to you. The person on the other end of the phone. I don't know, but listen to the voice is very familiar. I also left a recording. I'll play it for you. June fumbled to pull his cell phone out of his shirt pocket, then found the recording and played it. Help me kill a person. Zhang Yu will come out of the Zhang family villa. Zhang Yu didn't need to hear the latter words anymore. He had already determined who was up to no good. Riverfish turned off his cell phone, then pressed a few buttons to make a call. Just wait here for the police to come, and if I find out you haven't turned yourselves in, I'll come after you from the ends of the earth. June quickly nodded. I'll turn myself in. I'll turn myself in. Riverfish turned to leave. It's time to get to the guy behind it. The sea city is lit up at night. Zhang Ningguan walked around the living room anxiously. It had been 10 hours since he had sent the mission, and now not a single word had come through. He couldn't help but begin to wonder if all of them had folded. The sudden blinding flash of lightning made the dark sky brilliantly snowy in an instant. Zhang Ningguan was also taken aback. I was already worried, but now I was even more worried. Just as he was rambling, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhang Ningguan was taken aback. He assumed that the men had returned to report the news and opened the door without thinking. Coincidentally, at that moment, the sky suddenly brightened. As soon as Zhang Ningguan looked up, he saw the grim-faced Jiang Yu and was so frightened that he sat directly on the ground. Are you a human or a ghost? Jiang Yu approached Zhang Ningguan step by step. Guess. Zhang Ningguan saw the shadow on the ground in his panic and realized that the other party was teasing him. Zhang Ningguan stood up, resuming his original gentleness, and looked him up and down. I didn't think you'd be able to escape. Jiang Yu sneered. You don't think too much. Why do you want to kill me? Zhang Ningguan smiled at the corner of his mouth. Blame can only be placed on you for getting in my way. He'd long since laid a dragnet on the Zhang family. I didn't expect to be busted by someone from a small city. He was upset, so he tried to kill him. Thinking of this, Zhang Ningguan suddenly reached out and took out the desert eagle and pointed it at him. Don't move. Jiang Yu stopped where he was and looked at him in surprise. Things like the desert eagle rarely appear in China. The fact that the other guy was able to get it means that he has a background behind him. Just so what? Come 1-1. Come 2-2. Zhang Ningguan, what the hell are you doing? Suddenly, the door was opened hard, accompanied by a stormy voice. There were several people standing outside the door, all of whom he recognized. Zhang Ningguan lost his concentration for a moment, and there was a sharpness in his gaze. His voice was hoarse with suppressed anger. Did you bring it here? Elder Zhang leaned on his crutches and viciously poked at the ground. Do you have me in your sights or not? Zhang Ningguan stared at Jiang Yu with dead eyes and said word for word. Grandpa, how is it that I didn't put you in my eyes? It's you who never looked me squarely in the eye. Elder Zhang exploded with anger on the spot. When have I not faced you squarely? It was your own choices that made you who you are now. You think I don't know your intentions? It was you who pushed for Huir to go to the hanging pot workshop, wasn't it? Elder Zhang finished speaking, his figure hunched over as if he had aged many years. So what? That's what he deserved. If he gets in my way, he has to die. Zhang Ningguan was hideous and crazy. Abruptly, he looked at Jiang Yu with stern eyes. TM, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have become like this today. You give me death. With that, the gun in his hand opened fire, and the bullets shot towards the river fish. Don't! Get out of the way! Elder Zhang roared in terror and ran towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's eyes changed slightly as he moved towards the other side with his true chi protecting his body around him. Zhang Ningguan saw that it didn't hit and fired another shot. Jiang Yu dodged the bullets and went straight at Zhang Ningguan. Zhang Ningguan didn't dodge, his eyes tightly fixed on Jiang Yu, and fired one last shot in the direction he was coming from. Chapter 45, Meeting the Parents. Jiang Yu's face was grim as the true chi around him became thick. That bullet became slow in his eyes, and at the same time, he used his true chi to defend himself. The gun in Zhang Ningguan's hand fell to the ground. There was an extra hole in the heart, and a puddle of blood was slowly seeping out of the floor. Elder Zhang looked at Zhang Ningguan, who had collapsed on the ground, and tore his throat out crying. Zhang Suwei's face was gloomy, but his heart screamed. Elder Chui's heart was in shock, and he was suddenly a bit thankful. I didn't realize that not only was this one's medical skill superior, but his force value was also at its peak. River fish, you. Before the words were finished, the door was opened once outside. Nobody move. Police. Yan Xingju rushed in cautiously with his teammates. Seeing the target lying on the ground, his brow furrowed. Come here and check the situation. She surveyed everyone, and a dark light flashed in her eyes when she realized that Jiang Yu was also there. Jiang Yu didn't expect Yan Xingju to be here, and after a moment of silence, he raised a smile. Second's senior sister. What's going on? Yan Xingju nodded at him before asking. Master Chui suppressed the fear in his heart and forced a smile. I don't know what happened. I shot myself in the face. Yan Xingju raised an eyebrow and looked at the other two again. Elder Zhang had not yet recovered from the blow of the huge change. Zhang Suwei instead echoed. Uncle Chui is right. The police comrades don't need to investigate. They are self-inflicted. Yan Xingju said expressionlessly. It's fine, but we still need your cooperation. This is a search warrant. Zhang Suwei stepped forward to take a look and get out of the way. Yan Xingju's men went upstairs to search. Jiang Yu followed behind Yan Xingju and waited silently. After Yan Xingju finished ordering everything, she glanced at him and asked, Why are you here? Jiang Yu rubbed the back of his head. Mission. Where's senior sister? Yan Xingju nodded slightly. Mission. Elder Chui slowly walked over and asked with a smile. this is Teen Yen, right? You are? Yen Xingju gave him a suspicious look. Elder Cui was beaming with joy. Teen Yen's nobility has forgotten a lot, and they only met together with your father some time ago. Yen Xingju frowned, thinking that there was such a thing. Your last name is Choi? Elder Cui responded. Yes, at that time, I wanted to cooperate, but there was no agreement. This is not easy to come across, so please ask Teen Yen for a few more kind words. Yen Xingju responded indifferently, turning his head to look at Jiang Yu with a frown on his face. Now that you're here, accompany me back to the house. Riverfish was dumbfounded. Why? Yen Xingju couldn't help but rub her temples as she remembered what had happened at home earlier. She has a good job now and has a future. Why does she have to find a guy? Besides, she's already engaged, so they can really do it. Jiang Yu suddenly understood. His eyes revealed ferocity, and the corners of his mouth even hooked into a fierce smile. Elder sister, they forced you? Elder Cui was shocked by his sudden transformation and stopped pestering him. Turning to comfort Elder Zhang, Yen Xingju was still expressionless, but her eyes were glowing red. The river fish was even more enraged. Elder sister, do you have time tomorrow? Yen Xingju froze for a few seconds and nodded. Alright, I'll come pick up senior sister tomorrow. I'll go get ready later. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. Yen Xingju was amused by his actions. Go ahead. It's okay, she said softly. Riverfish's fire was extinguished a little bit, and his heart was a little sour. Senior sister, you will be protected. Yen Xingju nodded with reddened ears. Team Yen, all the information has been obtained. The team member walked down and signaled the information packet. Yen Xingju sank his face for a second. Fine, close the line. Jiang Yu said wisely. Senior sister, see you tomorrow. Day 2. Jiang Yu woke up, dressed up, and went to pick up Yen Xingju. Sister. Yen Xingju opened the door and sidled up to let Jiang Yu in. This is my place. I'll go wash up. Jiang Yu sat on the sofa and surveyed the room. The layout was simple. 2 rooms and 1 hall. None of the kitchens had cooking utensils, so it seemed like very little cooking was done. Yen Xingju walked out after washing up, her hair wet and still dripping on the floor. Sister, why don't you dry your hair? Yen Xingju shook her head, not really caring. It's all customary. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed as he got up and went to the restroom to get a towel. He smiled. Sister, I'll rub it for you. Yen Xingju gave him an inexplicable look and walked over to sit in front of him. Riverfish looked down at the hair and gently rubbed it. Yen Xingju felt the movement above her head and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. I don't know how long it took, but Yen Xingju heard Jiang Yu say that it had gotten better. She stood up and glanced over to her dresser to see that her hair was brushed. Senior sister, how did I comb it? Jiang Yu said expectantly. The fact that he didn't even hurt Sifu meant that his skills were good. Yen Xingju complimented. Well done. Riverfish was smug. Yen Mansion. The 2 middle-aged people on the sofa were full of anxiety, while on the other side a young man sat idly and took a sip from his teacup. Xian nephew, my daughter will be back today, just in time for you to meet up and have a chat, the middle-aged man said with a compensatory smile. That's right, Xiao Lua, Xingju, she likes you. It's just that this child is shy and has few words, so please take it easy on her. The middle-aged woman followed suit. The youth wore a smile on his face and did not respond. Just his eyes looked at the door from time to time, waiting for something. A rattling sound was heard coming from the gate. The middle-aged couple was inexplicably relieved. The youth's eyes burned as he sprang to his feet, glanced at his dress, found nothing wrong with it, and sat down with mock reserve. The middle-aged woman walked over to Yen Xingju, looked up and down, and said with a smile, Xingju, you're finally back. You don't know how much Mom missed you. She wanted to say more, but she realized that Yen Xingju took a step sideways and then saw another person behind her. Jiang Yu carried her things and walked over to Yan's mother. Hello, auntie. Yen Xingju added toward the middle-aged man on the sofa. That's my dad. Jiang Yu still smiled and bent over. Hello, uncle. Yan's father and mother were taken aback, looked at each other, and began to be frightened again. Yan's father took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? What is your relationship with Xingju? Jiang Yu was about to open his mouth to explain. Yen Xingju, however, pointed at another person and asked rhetorically, why is he here? Yan's father's face turned green and black. Why can't Yunliang be here? He is father's benefactor. How do you talk? Lu Yunliang pursed his lips and smiled, but the smile in his eyes did not reach the depths. Xingju, long time no see. Yen Xingju didn't pay any attention to him, just suddenly took Jiang Yu's arm. Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked at Yen Xingju in surprise and disbelief. Yen Xingju reached out and pinched, and Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Sifu's pinching hurt so much that it always felt like her arm was going to give out. Chapter 46, Persecution. The living room was suddenly silent. Yan's mother erupted into shrill cries. Yen Xingju, what the hell are you doing? You didn't want the good marriage we found for you. but had to find a broken and poor one? Can you afford us? Yan Qingju sneered. The marriage you guys found for me. I want it. Yan's father's gaze was icy cold. If you want a marriage, why did you bring him here? Did you want to come over to see us laugh? Yan Qingju looked at them sarcastically and spoke calmly. You guys wouldn't have forgotten what happened 16 years ago, right? Yan's father's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Jiang Yu. Taking another look, how could he forget? When the Yan family was weak and in dire straits, a white-bearded old Taoist suddenly appeared and saved them. For this reason, the Yan family signed a marriage contract with the old Taoist's disciple. After so many years had passed, they had long thought that the old Taoist had died, so they had never brought up this matter, and even ignored it a lot of the time. What do you mean? Yan's mother was agitated and her tone was angry. Jiang Yu, right, you're not welcome in our house. You come from wherever you are. Jiang Yu smiled oddly. Auntie, I'm afraid that's not up to you. He was seeing that this couple was masters at pretending to be crazy. They didn't mind embarrassing themselves as long as they could achieve their goal. Yan mother fumed towards Yan Qingju again. Yan Qingju, if you are still my daughter, you let him go. Yan's father pulled Yan's mother's arm and softly comforted. Don't be angry. Qingju is our child and will definitely listen to us. Yan's father looked at Yan Qingju with gloomy eyes, signaling her to hurry up and admit her mistake. Yan Qingju closed her eyes in despair. It's the same thing every time. As soon as they get out of their way, they start acting crazy and forcing her to agree. Jiang Yu held Yan Qingju's hand and pulled out the marriage contract. His tone was not condescending. I'm sorry, uncle and aunt. This is the marriage contract that master set for me and elder sister. Although we are only boyfriend and girlfriend now, we will definitely get married in the future. Yan Qingju's eyes were moist, holding back the tears from falling. Lu Yunliang wanted to watch the show from the sidelines, but he didn't expect Jiang Yu to really take out the marriage contract. He looked at the Yan family couple with an eerie gaze and gritted his teeth. Is what he said true? The Yan family's parents hastily shook their heads. Xiao Lu, things are not what you think. Our Qingju doesn't have a fiancé. That master of his died a long time ago, and the marriage contract is also fake. Yan mother explained. Yan Qingju listened to the farce and broke down emotionally. Mom, you're talking nonsense. My master is fine. This was her own mother, and for a little money, she had cursed the master who was like a father to her. Doesn't she have a bad conscience? Yan Qingju, you're our daughter. How dare you contradict your parents for an outsider? Yan's father's face was red with anger. An outsider? He's the outsider. Why don't you let him leave? Yan Qingju pointed at Lu Yunliang and looked sharply at Yan's father. Yan's father's eyes flickered slightly, not allowing her to meet his eyes. Anyway, this matter is up to you as a parent. Like I said, that master of yours has been in the ground for a long time. There's no need to bring this up again. Qingju, your father is right. Don't disrupt family harmony for a dead man. Yan's mother concurred. Jiang Yu swished his face, his eyes as cold as blood. He was a person who was a little dejected, but valued love and justice. His master had raised him until he was old enough to not allow anyone to slander or curse him. Jiang Yu immediately reached out and slapped Yan's mother in the face, stepping towards them word for word. What did auntie just say about my master? I didn't hear you. Say it again? Yan mother covered her cheeks and shook her head, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Yan's father immediately stepped in front of Yan's mother. Jiang Yu, this is the Yan family. There's no room for you to be reckless. Jiang Yu's eyes were red with a cold light, and while the crowd didn't react, he slapped again. Yan's father covered his face, his eyes were shady, and he wanted to knife people out of his heart. How dare you, harlot? River Fish was full of it. He glanced at the enraged two and said icily, say my master again and I'll let you die without a burial place. Yan's father and mother were too scared to say anything. Lu Yunliang glanced at Jiang Yu disdainfully. Regardless of whether your master is alive or dead, this marriage contract is now no longer valid. So please leave. Mr. Jiang, Lu Yunliang, this is not the place for you to talk. Yan Qingju had already lost her patience. Ms. Yan, I'm afraid you're still not clear about this. This time when aunt and uncle called you back, it's so that you and I can get a license, not to hook up with another man in front of me. Yan Qingju laughed sarcastically and loudly as she looked at Yan's father and mother's dull gaze. I've been obedient and understanding since I was a child. I don't resist anything you guys say, and even if I'm aggravated, I don't have any complaints. I've already done this, and you guys still don't agree? Is it satisfied by letting me die? Qingju, we are doing this for your own good. You know the situation of the family well. If we don't do this, our family will go bankrupt and outsiders will bully you in all kinds of ways. But it's different when you marry into the Lu family. There's status and the ability to protect you for the rest of your life. Yan Qingju, I don't need to. My marriage contract was finalized a long time ago. There is no case of breaking it in a million years. Lu Yunliang couldn't bear it. Cursed, you think you are the meat and potatoes. If it is not because you look good, I have a few interests. You think you can still come back here? Early to know. Lao Zi in the beginning directly find someone to tie you up, right on the ground. Now also will not let you pop up to Lao Zi head. He pointed at Yan's father and mother again and roared. You two old Biden. Who doesn't know what you're playing for? Do you really think that by saying a few nice words, you'll be able to solve everything? The Lu family is not finished with you. Lu Yunlian looked angrily. And you too. Zhang Yu right. Cuckolding me. I'll let you taste the taste of cuckolding. Men, catch the river fish for me. Lu Yunliang had been followed by people around him, and when they heard his voice, they all jumped out. Yan Qingzhu's face changed drastically. River fish, watch out. Zhang Yu's brows furrowed. These people are not low in force, they are all practiced. Seeing that Yan Qingzhu is worried about Zhang Yu, Lu Yunliang directly sends someone to arrest her. Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse when he saw that there was someone on Yan Qingzhu's side as well. Utilizing the desolate ancient skill, he directly increased his speed and weaved through the crowd. Young master, this person should not be underestimated. A person suddenly appeared beside Lu Yunliang and whispered in his ear. Lu Yunliang's face grimaced. Uncle Qin, can you beat it? Uncle Qin murmured. It's not clear. Lu Yunliang's eyes were shady and he pursed his lips. If he loses the wind, Uncle Qin will go straight on, and I want half of his life. Yes, young master. Uncle Qin nodded. Chapter 47 10 Million Bounty. Lu Yunliang walked over to the Yin family's parents, pinched their chins, and slapped them hard. Yan's father was dumbfounded by the beating, and Yan's mother was shivering beside him. Uncle, if you don't want the Yin family to be gone now, please persuade Qingzhu oh so well. The corner of Lu Yunliang's mouth, holding a cold smile, gently tapped. Yan's father kept his head down and didn't say a word. When he thought clearly, he looked at Yan Qingzhu and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Yan Qingzhu, do you still consider me your father? Yan Qingzhu was overwhelmed at this point. She had some force, but couldn't stand up to this many people. Dog, what do you take my senior sister for? Cargo? She's a living, breathing human being, not for sale. Zhang Yu punched the man while he was filled with righteous indignation. Yan's father looked as if he hadn't heard, his gaze icy cold. Yan Qingzhu ignored him. Lu Yunliang gave Uncle Qin a wink. Uncle Qin smiled and spoke. Little friend, let me take a lesson. With that, he directly struck towards Zhang Yu's waist. River Fish quickly realized that something was wrong and directly went up against him. Yan Qingzhu, do you still want your parents? Lu Yunliang tugged at the two on the ground and said indifferently. Yan Qingzhu heard the voice and glanced towards him, his pupils quaking. What do you want? Lu Yunliang's face was gloomy and his tone was very playful. Stop now and I'll let your parents go. Yan's father had long since lost his calm and collected demeanor from earlier, trembling as he pleaded towards Yan Qingzhu. Qingzhu, I'm your father. Just listen to young Master Lu. Yan's mother also wept with her eyes downcast. Yan Qingzhu stood still, silent, but also stopped the movements of his hands. The others swarmed up and tied up Yan Qingzhu. Lu Yunliang walked carelessly to Yan Qingzhu's side, lifted her head, and looked from side to side. You just have this face that's so inviting. How else do you keep making it hard for me to forget? Lu Yunliang suddenly exerted force and turned Yan Qingzhu's face toward Zhang Yu, laughing madly. Look, your concubine will die soon, and then you're mine. Yan Qingzhu's face was expressionless, only a flash of sadness flashed across his eyes. Little friend Zhang, where is your teacher from? Uncle Qin asked seriously. Zhang Yu glanced at Yan Qingzhu with his afterglow and realized that she was being grabbed, and his heart became anxious. Uncle Qin caught his eagerness and smiled faintly. It's not a good thing to wander off when fighting. Zhang Yu didn't talk nonsense to him and punched at him with all his strength. Uncle Qin flew out with a scream, spitting blood from his mouth. When Lu Yunliang heard the sound and looked over, he saw the most unforgettable scene of his life. Uncle Qin, that was a relative who had been with him since he was a child, and the strongest combatant around. How could he become like this in a moment's time? He took a few steps back at the sudden turn of events. Yes, I am sorry, young master, I can't protect you anymore. You quickly, escape. Uncle Qin lifted his finger with difficulty and didn't move. Yan's father and mother were stunned and stood motionless. Lu Yunliang looked at Zhang Yu with hatred, grabbed Yan Qingzhu after the rampage, put the knife against her neck and threatened, don't come over, otherwise I'll kill her. Zhang Yu's eyes instantly clouded over, his eyes shadowy. What do you want? When Lu Yunliang saw that he was obedient, a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he blurted out, I'll let her go if you disable your own martial arts. However, where he couldn't see, Yan Qingzhu winked at Zhang Yu. The river fish nodded imperceptibly and charged violently at his face. Lu Yunliang couldn't believe that the other party had no qualms about hitting directly towards him, so he hurriedly pulled Yan Qingzhu in front of his body. At the same time, Yan Qingzhu chick body kicked towards Lu Yunliang's lower body. Ah! Lu Yunliang instantly let go of Yin Qingzhu and covered his misery. Jiang Yu took this opportunity to take out a silver needle and stabbed it directly into Lu Yunliang's body, and Lu Yunliang fainted. Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward to let go of Yin Qingzhu and walked towards Yan's father and mother again. Yan's father and mother were so creeped out by the visitor that they couldn't even speak clearly. What do you want to do? Yin Qingzhu spoke from the back. Senior brother, let me take care of them. I'll take care of them. You go throw that young Master Lu out. Riverfish looked back, nodded, and threw the house out. Once again, when they entered the room, Yan's father and mother were no longer visible inside. This time it was my fault for involving you. Yin Qingzhu lowered her eyes and spoke in a low tone. Riverfish calmly said, want a hug? Yin Qingzhu looked up and violently jumped into Jiang Yu's arms, crying bitterly. Jiang Yu paused in his movements and reached out to pat. Senior sister, it's fine, it's all in the past. Yin Qingzhu slowly fell asleep under his comfort, and inside a luxurious villa in Haichang, there were two people, Lu Yunliang and Uncle Qin, lying on the ground. The Lu family was terribly quiet, and Lu Linzhou looked at his son lying down, his face grim and his gaze icy. Say, what's going on? Young master, he doesn't have any physical problems, but he's been unconscious. Uncle Qin, who did it? It's the river fish. Ryu Linzhou paused in his movements. John? No way. That family was not overthrown a long time ago. Not a single person escaped. Plus, so many people in China have the surname Jiang. They can't all be from that family. Lu Linzhou's grip on the armrest tightened and his tone was grim. Send Lianger to the hospital first. Then he was heard commanding, go find Mr. Smith, and tell him that the Haichang Lu family has placed an order for a $10 million bounty to hunt down and kill Jiang Yu. Yes, the message was quickly transmitted. Xiangui Island. A stunning woman was sitting by the window looking into the distance with a glass of red wine in her hand, which she was gently shaking. Boss, a new order from Wasia, $10 million, river fish. The movements in the stunning woman's hands stopped and she turned her head to look at her subordinate, her tone cold. Again, who is it? River fish. The corners of the woman's mouth rose as she took a sip of red wine. This mission is mine. No one else is allowed to take it. Understand? The subordinate nodded. The woman thought of something again and spoke faintly. During this period of time, I'm going to go back to Huaxia, so let those old things settle down a bit, or when I come back it'll be the time of their death. Got it? The subordinate, chilled to the bone, turned and left. The woman placed the wine on the table and stood up. With her curvy figure, she walked over to the closet and picked out a soft yellow dress, the corners of her mouth lifting into a meaningful smile. China Sea City. The news is making a big deal out of the fact that the Yin family's husband and wife killed themselves, leaving them with an only daughter. In the apartment, Jiang Yu watched the news on the news and couldn't help but worry. Sister, on the news, Yin Qingzhu said carelessly. It's true, it's the fastest way to solve the problem. Jiang Yu was also aware of this, but at the same time it would be cruel for Yin Qingzhu. Don't worry, I'm on a mission the rest of the time. These people won't appear in front of me, Yin Qingzhu said with a smile. Chapter 48, Fourth Senior Sister? Riverfish nodded his head to indicate that he knew. Here, this is for you. Yin Qingzhu took out a card from the drawer and threw it over. Jiang Yu subconsciously caught it, looked at it, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, Senior sister, is this an attempt to adopt me? Yin Qingzhu blankly glanced at him, her tone unkind. Who says it doesn't count? Riverfish smiled brightly. That's better. I don't have anywhere I can use it at the moment. He said it on his lips, but in his hand he kept the card in his pocket. Yin Qingzhu didn't break it down and said to him, accompany me out. I want to buy something. Riverfish stood up straight away. The two go out together. IFC. Yin Qingzhu led straight to the destination. It was a clothing store with both men's and women's styles. Riverfish, go pick it out and see if you like it. After Yin Qingzhu gave her orders, she went to pick out women's clothing. Riverfish wandered aimlessly. I say, you people, is there something wrong with your eyes? Can't you see anyone? A stunning woman appeared in front of Jiang Yu and mocked. Riverfish blinked. He was pretty sure that there was no one here just now. He looked at the woman with a grave gaze, his tone eerie. Who are you? Why are you here? The woman looked at him contemptuously and said without a word, you're a strange one, here at the mall. What's the point of coming to the mall, don't you know? With that, she bumped him and ran away. Jiang Yu glanced back and realized that the man had disappeared, and his heart began to be alert. Yin Qingzhu waited at the cashier's counter for a long time, and when he didn't wait for Jiang Yu, he looked for him. What's wrong? Yin Qingzhu asked suspiciously as she glanced curiously and didn't find anything wrong. Jiang Yu shook his head and said with a smile, has senior sister bought it? Yin Qingzhu nodded. On the way back, Jiang Yu always felt that someone was tracking him, but looked back and realized that it was all normal. In the evening, Riverfish went out. Morning Glory Bar. As the crowd swayed, Jiang Yu found the compartment and pushed the door in. Seeing the person sitting on the sofa, he said in realization, "It's really you. It just didn't feel right this afternoon." The sudden appearance of the man, and the prying eyes, if any, told him something was wrong. "When I got back to my apartment, I found an extra piece of paper in my pocket. This paper has the address written on it as well as the time." Riverfish sat on the sofa and calmly opened his mouth to ask, "We've never met before. What's the point of prying all the time? Let's get acquainted first. My name is Weekend Whisper. I'm a member of the Hai Changzhou family." Weekend Language said with a smile. Weekend Whisper handed Riverfish another drink in his hand. "This is the new red wine. The flavor is so strong that it floats like heaven when you take a sip." Riverfish took it and sniffed it before placing the glass on the coffee table. "What is your purpose?" Weekend Language glanced at him and laughed exaggeratedly. "What? I can't buy you a drink without a purpose?" said Weekend Whisper, sniffing with his eyes closed and taking a sip. Jiang Yu's expression sank slightly. "I don't have time to spend with you. Make your move." As soon as Jiang Yu's words fell, he struck out towards Zhou Lingfeng. Weekend Language's eyes changed as he directly took out his dual swords from his back and directly stabbed over. Jiang Yu turned around to dodge Weekend Language's sword. His hands gripped her wrists and squeezed them hard. Weekend Language looked grave, biting his lips tightly, and on his forehead was a cold sweat coming out. Jiang Yu exerted his force once more and rebuked in a cold voice. "Say, what is your purpose? If you don't say, I'll get you killed." The corners of Weekend Language's mouth rose as he gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother's martial arts are good." Jiang Yu was stunned. Weekend Whisper also takes this opportunity to escape control and come back at him. Jiang Yu could only avoid it at the moment, turning around and asking, "Who are you?" Weekend Language's eyes narrowed as he flirted. "Didn't Junior brother hear it clearly? Do you want me to say it again?" Jiang Yu dodged a few steps towards the back, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "You're a senior sister? Which senior sister is it?" The Weekend Language didn't stop under the hands. She wanted to see just how strong little brother was. "Junior brother, I'm your fourth senior sister." Riverfish is frantically hiding in the box. This senior sister hits too much pain, speaking the softest words, fighting the hardest fight. "Fourth senior sister, let me go, okay?" Weekend Language stopped his attack and spoke in a gloomy tone. "Riverfish, fight me seriously." Riverfish looked skeptical and uncertain. Seeing Weekend Language nodding affirmatively, Riverfish followed suit and got serious. "Senior sister, I'm offended." After saying that, Jiang Yu called. In the midst of the swords, Jiang Yu held Weekend Language's arm with both hands and flipped her over. Weekend Language's face was next to the coffee table, with his back to Riverfish. A flash of frustration flashed in her eyes. Junior brother's strength was too strong. It seemed she still had to work hard. Seeing that Weekend Language didn't struggle, Jiang Yu loosened his hand as if he was electrocuted. "Are you really fourth senior sister?" There was still skepticism in her tone. Weekend Language patted the dust of his clothes and gave him a blank look. "Why should I lie to you? It doesn't pay to lie to you." Although Weekend Language said this, he pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket and threw it on the coffee table. "It's all you want to see." She spoke absently. Jiang Yu took the piece of paper and realized that it was none other than the marriage contract with the fourth senior sister. "That's what you have to believe. Fourth senior sister. Know me?" The Weekend Language is undeniable, and his tone is arrogant. "What? I'm not allowed to ask in advance?" Riverfish grinned heatedly. It wasn't a shock. Saying that, he frowned and furrowed his eyes. "Elder sister, knowing that I still beat me." Weekend Language sneered. "The one who beat you." The Riverfish was aggrieved and didn't say a word. Weekend Language looked at him pretending to be pitiful and said in a twisted manner, "Alright, just want to see your strength." Jiang Yu's eyes were wide and extremely shocked. "No, why?" Weekend Language laughed without saying a word. The matter of someone hiring a killer to kill Junior brother cannot be known to Junior brother. She needed to find out who was behind this. "Why are you in Haichang? Didn't Master say you were in Willow City?" Riverfish let out a long sigh and told Weekend Whisper everything that had happened before. "Fourth senior sister, do you know the Zhang family?" Hiss. Weekend Language sucked in a mouthful of cold air and frowned. "You're not going up against them?" Jiang Yu coughed twice. "How could that be? It was that man who asked me to help heal his daughter. I just wanted to ask senior sister if you knew about it." Weekend Language came to a realization and looked him up and down, her eyes rolling. "Wanna know? Then pour me a glass of red wine with some soda in it." Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. "Fourth senior sister, aren't you making things difficult for me?" "No, it's a bar. How could there be anything else but wine?" Weekend Language glared at him, rather threateningly. "If you don't go, I won't tell you." Oh. Riverfish took a deep breath and resigned herself to getting up and preparing her things. Weekend Language looked at his back, his complexion sinking slightly. Chapter 49, Hugging the Thighs. When Jiang Yu returned, he found a few more people in the box. His brow furrowed as he pushed his way in. "Senior brother is back? Weekend Language smiled serenely. A few others were surprised by her smile. Senior sister. Who are these people? Jianyu took the soda in his hand and placed it in front of Weekend Language. Weekend Language shrugged. I don't recognize it. I wonder where it came from. Don't talk nonsense. Young lady, you just bought us a drink. It is. Besides, our Lu Ershao has a good family history and a good character. And you are a top match. Right. Miss Sister, sell our second youngest Lu a face and get to know each other. Weekend Whisperer didn't even give a wink. She was just having a nice drink here and these people had to come in. I let them stay here because they just wanted to get acquainted, but I didn't think they would get an inch now. My senior sister said she doesn't know you guys, so please leave. Jianyu said nonchalantly. Lu Ershao glanced contemptuously. Who are you? This is your senior sister? Joke. Get out of my way. Saying that, Lu Ershao reached out and pushed him away with all his might, only to find that the other man didn't even move his feet. Practicing? Lu Ershao exclaimed. Jianyu looked disgusted and snorted. If you don't have that strength, don't flirt with girls here. Not everyone has such a good temper. Lu Ershao's face was gloomy as he said quietly. Alright, you're good. You wait, let's go. The compartment was instantly empty with those few people missing. Senior sister, why didn't you beat them out? Jianyu couldn't help but ask. He just went in, and his senior sister beat him up, and it still hurts. Weekend Language had an innocent look on his face. They are nothing more than ordinary people. Just think of them as watching the show. Jianyu didn't quite understand his fourth senior sister's preference for mixing sodas with red wine. Here, River Fish handed over the red wine that had been made. Weekend Language took a sip and raised his eyebrows slightly. Not bad. She put the red wine down and then spoke. Did you talk about the Zhang family just now? River Fish nodded. The Zhang family wasn't from High City before. It suddenly came to High City more than 10 years ago. After coming to High City, they went around seeking medicine, causing everyone to know about it later. River Fish listened with some curiosity. And then what? Weekend Language, I left the country a while ago, so I haven't updated the information yet. I just heard that the Zhang family's head of the family is in a coma. Jianyu was dumbfounded. There's nothing else? Weekend Language muttered darkly. Who has the no leisure to pay attention to others? Riverfish smiled helplessly. Outside the Asahi bar, a group of people had gathered. Young Lu, it's been here for half an hour. Do we have to keep waiting? A man lowered his head and huffed, constantly rubbing his hands. Lu Ershao kicked him and said in a bad mood, it's only been half an hour and you can't do it anymore? Then give me my money. The man instantly straightened his expression and said in a serious manner, Xiao Lu is joking. Each and every one of my brothers is an expert. They will definitely beat him up. Lu Ershao remembered the scene just now. His fists clenched tightly and his eyes were filled with anger. He grew up so big. In the Sea City has always been formidable. It was the first time he had run away in disgrace, and he couldn't swallow this breath. Second Willow's eyes were dead set on the doorway. Jianyu and Weekend Whisper exchanged a glance and carelessly walked towards the other side. Young Lu, that road is a dead end. It just so happens that we can, the man said excitedly. Lu Ershao was frowning. His heart and mind were disturbed. Second youngest, come on, let's follow them. Lu Ershao hesitated and said uneasily, are you sure they are all experts? The man smiled. Of course, there are still elite trainees in there. Don't worry. Lu Ershao dropped his heart when he heard elite schools and followed. Jianyu's ears twitched, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. Weekend Language smiled wryly. Junior brother, here it comes. Oh, it's all yours. With that, a few steps and a jump. Weekend Whisper sat on the wall. Jianyu was completely speechless. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Fourth senior sister's bad taste was something he could relate to. Brat, stop right there. Riverfish turned to look at the visitor. Excuse me, someone is buying your life. The man smiled down and spoke softly. Jianyu was slightly stunned. How come it was the same words again? Jianyu didn't talk nonsense, and directly opened his true chi in full, strongly shocking back the person in front of him. You actually have true chi? The man's eyes widened, disbelief in his tone. Jianyu raised his eyebrows and smiled with a playful expression. What? Is having true chi a difficult thing? The man's face changed, as if he had made up his mind, and he directly slid on his knees in front of Jianyu. Boss, it's me who has no eyes. I'll tell these people to hurry down. If you want to fight or punish, just come at me alone. The man hugged Jianyu's thigh tightly and cried. Jianyu's body stiffened, and with a downward glance at the person who was still crying, and then at the Weekend Language on the wall, he smiled with difficulty. Sister, Weekend Whisperer jumped down, walked over to Riverfish, and kicked the crying crybaby. Miss Show, the man cried louder. How did he meet these two furies? Luckily he slid to his knees quickly or he would have been dead. Riverfish was expressionless. What's wrong with you? The man cried out in pain. I just want to make a buck. Why is it so hard? Weekend Language snorted and asked. Who sent you? The man wiped his own tears. It's Lu Urshao. Just betraying your patron like that. Not afraid of being hunted down? Weekend Whisper said. The man shook his head and nodded again. Scared. Wang Xiaoping, don't have true chi like the boss. Of course I'm scared. Jiang Yu had a bit of a headache listening to his mouthful of bosses. Who's your boss? I don't know you. Being called names. When Wang Xiaoping heard this, he proceeded to cry again. He cried while still saying, the Lu family is very influential in Haichang. It's good that we succeeded this time. If we fail it's impossible for us to survive. Besides, even though I don't know your name, you are already famous in our road. If I had known it was the boss, I wouldn't have taken it. By the way, second youngest Lu is also coming in the back. Wang Xiaoping pointed to the trees in the alley. Weekend Language and Riverfish exchanged glances and walked over. There's no one behind the tree. It seems that he has run away. Jiang Yu said indifferently. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered the Lu Yunliang who was at his second elder sister's house between them, and remembered the second youngest Lu just now, and frowned. Fourth senior sister. Do you know about second young Lu? Weekend Whisperer nodded. Know a little, but not well. Wang Xiaoping didn't know when he was standing beside them, and hurriedly said, Lu Urshao's name is Lu Yuncheng, and he has a brother named Lu Yunliang. Jiang Yu's face sank slightly, his expression inexplicable, but his brother seems to be in a coma in the hospital right now, and I don't know what's going on. Weekend Language saw through Riverfish's wrongness at a glance and made a mental note to wait until he returned to talk. Chapter 50, Spend your money on yourself. Don't take advantage of dogmen. June your brother, let's go back. Weekend Language smiled coquettishly. Riverfish nodded as he was stunned by the smile. Wang Xiaoping collapsed his face and said in an aggravated manner, Boss, what am I going to do when you guys go back? Weekend Language rolled her eyes and said in an impatient tone, Just do what you want to do. What's it got to do with us? Besides, we just met. We're not that familiar. Interrupt her communication with her senior brother again and she'll hammer him. Riverfish nodded along. Wang Xiaoping cried and left with his head hanging down. Weekend Language didn't politely talk to Jiang Yu and directly took him to the hotel. Jiang Yu was silent as he looked at the glowing hotel. Weekend Whisper urged him on ahead. Why aren't you going yet? Jiang Yu sighed. Senior sister, let's go somewhere else. Let's forget about this place. At first glance, this place is quite expensive, and he can't afford it right now. Weekend Language stood still with a black face. It's fine here. Why can't it be here? Jiang Yu suddenly laughed, stepped forward and tugged on Weekend Language's clothes. Mysteriously speaking, Senior sister, don't you know? There seems to be a problem here. Let's just change to another place. And, of course, this incident is true. The reason why others don't know is because the message hasn't been exposed yet. Weekend Language frowned, her tone more impatient, her voice louder. I don't care. I'm going to live here. Who would want to come here if they hadn't just come back and hadn't settled on an address yet? Riverfish's smile froze in place. The man next to them who had been watching them for a long time laughed sarcastically. No, this man has no money at first sight. Why do you need to be with him? Miss? That's right, Missy, have money to spend yourself. Don't cheapen the dog man. Look at him. He's a softie. What's so good about him? He's not as good as me. The garbled voices reached Riverfish's ears, and his eyes were instantly confused. No, you want to be mocked even if you want a change of scenery? Weekend Language looked at them with sharp eyes. No, what business is it of yours when it comes to the two of us? Mind your own business. The others looked at her like that and shook their heads. Forget it, it looks like a love brain. Say no more. Respect the lockdown. Riverfish, are you staying today or not? Weekend Whisper's eyes killed, his tone grim. She decided that if Jiang Yu didn't agree, she would beat him up and tie him in. Jiang Yu swallowed his saliva. An angry woman could not be messed with, and could only nod his head in agreement. Live yet. Weekend Language is very pleasant when you get the answers you want. She jumped to her feet and ran cheerfully inside to check in for housing. Jiang Yu looked at her cheerful back and followed helplessly. Grand Hyatt. The hotel receptionist saw the suspected couple approaching. The receptionist didn't say anything at first, just going through the normal formalities. Then she looked up at the boys, a flash of surprise in her eyes, along with shyness. What is your relationship? The receptionist asked cautiously. Weekend Language didn't miss their eyes and stood up straight, took Riverfish's arm, pulled a handful of his flesh where it wasn't seen, and smiled at the receptionist. Here's my card. Presidential suite, 2 months. Jiang Yu clenched his teeth in pain, forced a smile on his lips, and said cooperatively, Trouble you. The hotel receptionist scowled in disappointment at the check-in process, glancing at them every now and then in her afterglow, waiting for them to leave before muttering in whispers. Inside the presidential suite. Fourth senior sister, you're hitting too hard. Riverfish lifted his shirt and looked at it. It was purple. Weekend Whisperer took his jacket off, threw it on the couch. and sat down with a glass of red wine from the refrigerator. What? Not even to get close to you? Jiang Yu was furious and laughed. No, it's okay to be close, but is there such closeness? He said, and handed his arm to Weekend Whisper to see. Weekend Language stretched his head to glance at it, sneered, took a sip of red wine, and mocked. Just this injury? Are you still a man? I don't know what that girl was thinking, but this little kid can look at it too? River Fish stood up at once, showing off his muscular curves. Why, I'm not. Don't men hurt? Senior sister, don't go too far. Weekend Whisperer looked unconcerned. Oh, well then, let's not talk about it. Riverfish was so angry that he came up for air and paced back and forth. Ah, piss him off. How can you go so far? Weekend Language stole a glance at him, the corner of his mouth raising an imperceptible smile. After finishing his drink, Weekend Language calmly got up, and patted Jiang Yu's shoulder as he passed by. I'm sleepy. I'll go to bed first. Little senior brother, remember to exercise yourself more. Jiang Yu looked at her back as she left and took a few hard breaths. You can't be angry. You can't be angry. This is sister. Weekend Language returned to his room, his eyes changing. She pulled out her computer and tapped on the keyboard. The next day, Jiang Yu came out of his room and realized that there was no one in the room, so he went straight back to Yan Qingzhu's apartment. Second sister. Yan Qingzhu saw the smiling Jiang Yu as soon as he opened the door and let him in with a grim face. There was a depression in the air. Riverfish moved 2 steps and followed her closely. Yan Qingzhu looked at him with a serious tone. Where did you go yesterday? Junior brother just left the mountain not long ago. Many things outside are not clear. What if he is blackmailed? Jiang Yu lowered her head, torn between telling her that 4th senior sister was here. Yan Qingzhu's face was serious, and his tone calmed down slightly as he looked at Jiang Yu's well-behaved appearance. Tell me about it, or do you want me to find out? Jiang Yu winced and hurriedly spoke. Senior sister. I went to see 4th senior sister last night. Yan Qingzhu's face instantly changed, her eyes still carrying a murderous aura as she looked at him. 4th senior sister? Where is she? Jiang Yu's heart thumped. It was over. Why did he feel that there was something wrong between the 2nd and 4th senior sisters? Yan Qingzhu, speak quickly. If you don't tell me, I'll pack you up and send you to eldest sister. Jiang Yu thought of his big sister lecturing people, and his desire to survive quickly turned on. Yesterday, 4th senior sister and I stayed at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Yan Qingzhu nodded his head expressionlessly. Take me there. Riverfish was stunned as his thoughts turned over. Yan Qingzhu moved quickly, and everything was neatly and methodically packed. What are you standing here for? Carrying. Riverfish took the backpack and quickly carried it. 2nd senior sister. Why are we looking for 4th senior sister? Yan Qingzhu sighed and spoke softly. Your 4th senior sister's temper comes and goes. When she's in a good mood, everything is fine. When she's in a bad mood, she directly blows up. She needs to go and take a look. Jiang Yu thought about last night's encounter and had to admit that Yan Qingzhu was right. 1 minute you're exuberant. The next you're capricious and don't care about anyone else. Chapter 51, The Sisters Reunion. Grand Hyatt. Weekend Language laying on the couch, enjoying some personal time. A ringtone sounded, and Weekend Language glanced at it and opened his cell phone. Don't interrupt my vacation if you don't have anything to do. Show, you've never failed before, so why haven't you succeeded until now? You'll ruin our reputation. Weekend Language sneered. Vincent, it's not your turn to meddle in my affairs. Now that Mo Frost is mine, I advise you to stay out of it. After saying that, he directly hung up. She didn't care how angry she was across the street. As long as the other person didn't bother her, anything was fine. Suddenly, Weekend Language's eyes glazed over as she looked toward the door, the corners of her mouth lifting into a bad smile. She cautiously made her way to the door, intent on delivering the knockout blow. Who knew that the next second, the door was knocked. Jiang Yu's voice came out. 4th senior sister, I'm here. Weekend Language bristled and opened the door. What are you doing here if you're not gone? Riverfish heatedly grinned, then made a space. Weekend Language's face changed as he looked at the people behind the Riverfish. Sister. Weekend Language froze for a moment, blinked, and then looked at someone next to her with a wide grin on her face, fist pumping. Yesterday she purposely avoided Yan Qingzhu, not expecting to be betrayed today. I'm afraid I can't have this little master. Yan Qingzhu walked in, her tone bland. You didn't contact us even when you came back? Weekend Language glared fiercely at Jiang Yu and said with a smile. No, I've only been back for a short while. Riverfish rubbed his head in bewilderment, not quite understanding why Weekend Language was glaring at him. The 2 women were sitting on the couch, having a friendly conversation. Say, why did you come back? Yan Qingzhu opened the door and asked directly, knowing that there was no escape. Weekend Language replied, I ran into one thing and had to come back. Yan Qingzhu looked at her suspiciously with scrutiny in her eyes. Weekend Language wasn't afraid to be honest. She's telling the truth. It's not like she's making it up. Weekend Language's eyes rolled and she smiled wryly. She sidled up to Yen Xingju's ear and spoke softly. Senior sister, the marriage contract with the brat, are you going to? Yen Xingju fiercely pushed her away. Her face flushed red. Weekend Language took 2 steps back and didn't stand still, directly sitting on the ground. Like seeing a fierce beast, he stood in place in dismay, his gaze fixed on her. Hearing the sound, Jiang Yu immediately helped Weekend Language up and asked worriedly, what happened to senior sister? Yen Xingju's face did not change, and she was calm and collected. It's nothing. Go help me bring over a token from my bag. Weekend Language broke away from Jiang Yu's hand and said with a smile, Junior brother, go get it. Riverfish was slightly skeptical, but didn't see anything wrong. Weekend Language tone heavy. Senior sister you. Yen Xingju directly interrupted her. I know what I'm doing. Junior brother, he's very good. I'm willing to fulfill the marriage contract with him. Weekend Language's brows furrowed. What else does he have besides a higher force? How can you be a man when you're crying after a pinch yesterday? Even if there's a marriage contract, that's only if she wants it. Yen Xingju smiled shallowly. Fourth senior sister, don't junior brother doesn't show off, but when it comes to things, he's very strong, and he's also very stable. Weekend Language had listened to half a day of praising Jiang Yu, and was not interested in listening any further. How could Yen Xingju not know what Weekend Language was thinking? And she no longer continued the topic. Senior sister, what is this? Jiang Yu handed the token to Yen Xingju. Yen Xingju took the token and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes before handing it over to Weekend Language. Here's your stuff, take it. Weekend Language's expression stagnated, and she immediately stood up, questioning, second senior sister, I gave this to you, why did you give it back to me? Yen Xingju explained, I don't need it now, you can give it to someone who needs it. Weekend Language, a breath blocked in the chest does not go up and down, face or red. Jiang Yu was just about to go up and comfort him when the cell phone in his pants pocket rang. Then the gazes of the two men, both turned towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu opened his cell phone, glanced at it, and answered the call. What's going on? I don't know what was said on the other side of the cell phone, and Jiang Yu's face suddenly changed. Okay, I'll be right over. Jiang Yu got up and said to the two senior sisters, Senior sister, something happened to my classmate. I need to go over there now. Yen Xingju and Weekend Language looked at each other and said in unison, We'll go together. Jiang Yu shook his head and said in a serious tone, I'm there to save people. Senior sisters should still be busy with yours first. Yen Xingju was about to say something else when his cell phone vibrated a few times, and with a heavy face, he said, I have important matters on my side as well. Junior brother, be very careful. Riverfish nodded and looked at Weekend Whisper again. Weekend Language glared back, looking calm. I don't care. Junior brother, I am definitely going to follow you. She would like to see what Junior brother could do to make second senior sister able to fall in love with him. Riverfish choked, but Yen Xingju looked at them and made a direct decision. Junior brother, fourth senior sister is tagging along. I'll feel a bit more at ease with her. Weekend Language looked at Jiang Yu with a smug expression, his eyes teasing. Jiang Yu had no choice but to accept the goodwill of his senior sisters. Let's go. What's the point of dawdling? Weekend Whisper was the first to walk out the door, still sounding rather smug. Riverfish silently followed. As he walked, he talked to Weekend Language. Senior sister, just listen to me when you encounter something later. I know you're great, but, Weekend Language waved his hand, not caring. Don't worry, you won't stop the hero from saving the beauty, but when the time comes, if I get the jump on you, you can't blame me. Senior sister, I'm not joking with you, I'm serious. I'm serious too. Stop it, the hullabaloo is annoying. Weekend Language said irritably. Riverfish took a deep breath and finally compromised. There was no way around this senior sister's capriciousness. The roads of Sea City are intricate, but each road exit has a different color. Jiang Yu looked at the end of the road, the haze, the sea and the sky. Each cloud felt like it was telling him something, a metaphysical feeling that made him take his time and luck. In an instant, the surrounding aura changed. Where the river fish stood, no one was willing to pass by anymore, and they all frowned as they went around. Weekend Language looked at Jiang Yu, whose aura had suddenly changed drastically, and his heart was in shock. Looking at his serene face, it suddenly seemed like he understood what Yen Xingju had said. She didn't bother him, just kept a vigilant eye on the perimeter. Riverfish slowly came out of the feeling he just had and realized that it was already dark. Remembering the phone call again, he planned to run straight there. Weekend Language drove up next to him and honked twice. Jiang Yu looked up, a flash of chagrin flashed in his heart, and quickly went to the car to report the address. He had just forgotten that his senior sister was still beside him. Luckily, Weekend words reminded him. Chapter 52. Mayday. The sports car sped by. Inside a villa by the sea, a woman in green sat on the ground with blood on her forehead. Didn't you say that your classmate is nearby? Why haven't you arrived yet? There was a tiger-backed man who cupped her chin and stared at her colorfully, his tone carrying a sinister tone. You won't lie to me, will you? Zhang Qinghan let out a paw and spat out the blood at the corner of her mouth. Her tone was ice cold. Don't worry, he'll be coming over right away, and that's when you'll die. The man was furious and slapped her hard across the face. You hoof, you don't want to die, do you? If it wasn't for the fact that you know a little bit of medicine and can still call in people, you would have died a long time ago. You know what? The man's tone was very ferocious. Zhang Qinghan knew that she couldn't provoke his anger now, or her body would be even more unbearable. But this person was just too disgusting. She took an assignment earlier and did a great job. Later, the man referred her to another patient. Zhang Qinghan thought that different patients would be able to give her different illnesses and exercise, so she agreed. It just so happened that my father was over here, so I thought I'd watch it and go home. I didn't expect to meet such a strange person. Before the disease got better, they said it was her problem and had her beaten up. Luckily, she communicated with Zhang Yu after reading it, otherwise she wouldn't have known how to die. He. Zhang Qinghan laughed sarcastically. Annoyed, the man stepped forward and grabbed her by the collar, intending to swing down. Zhou Jianqing, are you still a man? For your son's matter, if you don't find a good doctor, do you have to disgrace yourself here? Zhou Jianqing's movement stopped, turning his head to glare ferociously at the woman who spoke, gritting his teeth. Song Xiao, don't think I don't know that you're doing this behind the scenes. If my son can't get better, you don't want to get better either. I'm too lazy to talk to you, but this doctor really can't. Song Xiao skimmed her mouth, teasing in her eyes, and then continued. I went to the hanging pot workshop today and found a Dr. Sun to come over. Dr. Sun is the sitting doctor of hanging pot workshop, and his medical skills are so superior that no one else can even hire him if they want to. Zhou Jianqing let go of Zhang Qinghan with a swish and looked at Dr. Sun with a burning gaze. He carefully walked over to Dr. Sun and respectfully asked, does Dr. Sun have a way to save my son? He is only 12 years old. Dr. Sun looked very much like an ancient doctor, and had a long beard, which he smoothed from time to time as he spoke. In Zhang Qinghan's eyes, it was a moralistic goods. Dr. Sun couldn't stop his eyes from surveying the surroundings, and as he looked at Zhang Qinghan on the ground, a hint of treachery flashed in his eyes. Your son has some difficulties, but it's not out of the question. It's just a matter of what you can give. Zhou Jianqing's heart was as if it was dead when he heard the first half of the sentence, but when he heard the second half, he was enlightened. He was very knowledgeable and said, I wonder what Dr. Sun wants? Dr. Sun was silent, but his eyes went to the man on the floor. Zhou Jianqing understood and bent his head down with a fawning smile. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy Dr. Sun, as long as I can cure my son. Zhang Qinghan felt her body turn cold around her, and a wave of uneasiness surged through her heart. She remained calm and collected on her face, but in her heart she began to panic. You guys tie her up and send her to the guest room on the second floor, Zhou Jianqing commanded. Zhang Qinghan instantly understood what they were trying to do. She wanted to get up, but she had been kicked too hard by Zhou Jianqing earlier, and her body ached and her limbs were weak. Feed her this. Dr. Sun pulled out a packet of medicine from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Jianqing. Zhou Jianqing smiled knowingly and lifted his steps before kicking another leg at Zhang Qinghan. Zhang Qinghan could no longer stand up at this point, and could only lie on his back to catch his breath. Zhou Jianqing opened the medicine packet, pinched open her mouth, and poured it in. When the medicine was finished, he directly threw it aside, taking Dr. Sun to the second floor. Song Xiao walked over and looked at the ground where she kept coughing and said sarcastically, it's just that you have a good skin, otherwise you would have died long ago. She sighed and shook her head as she followed. Zhang Qinghan was tied up by the underlings and put on the second floor. Zhang Yu arrived at the destination, called Zhang Qinghan, and found that no one answered, then called a few more times, and never got through. So he opened the positioning and found that the other party was indeed here. Zhang Yu's complexion sank slightly. Something's wrong. Senior sister. Weekend word, get in there and find out what's going on. Zhang Yu directly kicked the door, kicked it open. You who? Who told you to come here? The henchman in the room had a stony face and an angry tone. We are here to find Dr. Zhang, Zhang Yu said in a light tone. The man snorted. Dr. Zhang, isn't he just a commodity to be ridden by others, and still a physician? Zhang Yu looked at the other party with sharp eyes and smiled playfully. Weekend Language's face was grim, furious, although he didn't recognize that girl, but to be able to become classmates with Junior Master, his strength shouldn't be low. Why are you being bullied so much? What? Angry? You won't be her concubine, right? Then you can leave. From now on, she's a person from the hanging pot workshop. The man was smug. Zhang Yu's brows furrowed. He hadn't gone to meet the people that Elder Chui had mentioned last time, but he didn't expect to meet the people from the hanging pot workshop here. Didn't you hear me? As the man said that, he came over and pushed River Fish, and then he saw Weekend Language standing behind him. The corner of that person's mouth hooked up into a smile, and his eyes flashed with amazement. Suddenly, he reached out to touch Weekend Language's face. Weekend Language's eyes were cold, and he directly cut off the man's hand with his knife. Ah! A miserable scream traveled into the entire villa. Everyone in the villa rushed over. Even Zhou Jianqing and the others walked down. This brother, I don't know who you're looking for. Zhou Jianqing glanced at his subordinate who was tossing and turning on the ground, a touch of biting coldness in his eyes. Dr. Sun's gaze, however, looked straight at Weekend Language, unable to hide the greed in his eyes. Riverfish smiled playfully. I think you know very well, don't you? Kid, this is not a place for you to be wild. Zhou Jianqing stood still, an aura rising around him. Weekend Language looked at him with a grave expression, and the doubts in his heart were sort of solved. But the man's eyes were so uncomfortable that he wanted to kill him. Weekend Language's eyes changed and he unconsciously licked his lips. Mr. Zhou, that female remember to stay. This can help you. Dr. Sun whispered in his side ear. He said and took out another packet of medicine from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Jianqing. Zhou Jianqing took the medicine bag, his eyes imperative. A smile spread across the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth, and he applied his true qi in his palm. Zhou Jianqing also noticed, his brows furrowing and smoothing out instantly. I told you, how do you have the courage to come here? So it is practiced, but come here and do not go back. Zhou Jianqing brought his strength to the top as he took an arrow step and leaped, swiftly attacking towards the river fish. Chapter 53, Seduction. Come, suffer death. Jiang Yu laughed twice coldly. A dog jumping over the wall? With that, he slightly sidestepped and dodged his attack while quickly turning around to give a direct slap at him. Zhou Jianqing felt the palm wind and turned back to meet that palm. Boo! The palm wind was so strong that the furniture around them directly exploded. The little brothers are hiding, not daring to move. Zhou Jianqing's body staggered several steps. He covered his chest, panting, and asked, Who the hell are you? Jiang Yu didn't give him a chance to stop, and directly used his desolate ancient skill to throw another punch at him. Zhou Jianqing felt pain in his bones that didn't feel like his own, and he couldn't even crawl. Jiang Yu looked at the others and said indifferently, Do the others still want to go on? I can accompany them. Zhou Jianqing struggled, suddenly remembered Dr. Sun's medicine, and took it out with a trembling hand. Weekend Language watched his small movements in his eyes and coldly spoke. Junior brother, he hasn't died yet. Oh. Jiang Yu turned back to look at Zhou Jianqing, a sardonic smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. What? Still not convinced? Zhou Jianqing spat out a mouthful of blood, with panic in his eyes along with anger. He turned his gaze to the Weekend Language on the side, and his pupils dramatically changed. Is it you? Riverfish had a curious look on his face. Weekend Language shrugged. Fearless, who am I? Do you know me? I don't know you. Dr. Sun sneaked up behind them while they were talking and sprinkled a packet of medicine at them. Jiang Yu felt the gathering of air and took out a silver needle and stabbed a few needles into his arm. Weekend Language suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't help shaking his head to clear it. Dr. Sun walked between them with a smirk of triumph. Mr. Zhou, you're also too useless. You can't even handle this small matter, and you need me to step in. He spat madly. Then he said to Jiang Yu, Kid, I've been observing you for a long time. Although your martial arts are very high, but this is soft power scatter. Don't struggle. The more you struggle, the more useless it is. Dr. Sun looked at Weekend Language again. The corners of his mouth rose, and his tone was sticky. This young lady, I wonder if I could invite you to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Weekend Language's gaze was biting. With a threat, you can try. Dr. Sun laughed maniacally. His tone was full of arrogance. You've become like this now, and you still have the courage to go against me? With that, he stepped towards Weekend Whisper, reaching out and cupping her chin, his gaze holding a stare as well as greed. And you have a beautiful face? He breathed in Weekend Language's ear. Weekend Language's eyes were shadowy. His hand quietly took out a dagger and stabbed at his heart. Watch out! Zhou Jianqing suddenly shouted. In the next second, the silver needle in Jiang Yu's hand shot towards his neck, and Zhou Jianqing was completely speechless. Dr. Sun took a few steps back at the reminder. I didn't expect that you would still be able to move after being hit by the soft strength scatter. It seems that the portion of this medicine is a bit small. Saying that, he sized up the two again and took out another packet of medicine, intending to sprinkle it on the two. Senior sister, stay alive. I'll be useful. Jiang Yu said quickly. Weekend Language sneered and rushed straight to him, plunging the dagger into his heart. She hadn't been molested like this by anyone else in her entire life. Since she had done such a thing, she had to pay the price. You didn't hit. Dr. Sun's pupils widened and he broke off. eventually losing his nose. Jiang Yu's jaw dropped as he glanced at Weekend Language in disappointment inside. Senior sister, I'm asking you to keep him alive, not to let him die. Weekend Language hummed disdainfully. Why should I keep him alive? He even had the guts to molest me. It's good that he wasn't thwarted. Jiang Yu couldn't help but rub his brow. Weekend Language looked at the person on the ground who was still gasping for air. The corners of her mouth smiled slightly, and her eyes were filled with mischief. Him? What are you going to do? Should elder sister fix it for you? The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth opened slightly, but he realized that he didn't even need to answer. Weekend Whisper had already gotten the person. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. No, his clues haven't been asked yet. How come the principals are gone? Senior sister, save a few for me. I still want to ask something. Jiang Yu was bitter. Weekend Language gave him a disgusted look and said as if nothing had happened. Alright, since you said so, then I'll give you some face. She lifted her foot up the stairs, not caring about the reaction of the people at the bottom. Jiang Yu looked at the person huddled in the corner, his tone cold. Those who still want to live get out immediately. If I know that someone outside is talking about this, then you'll be the next to lose your life. Is that clear? The minions nodded frantically, then quickly ran out. Jiang Yu quickly followed Mordecai and went to the second floor. There were a lot of rooms on the second floor, but there was no need to look hard. The door to one was open. You guys are finally here. Song Xiaoxiao was expressionless and indifferent. Riverfish stepped forward and inquired, who are you? Song Xiaoxiao looked up and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect the young man to be good-looking and surrounded by great beauties. It would be nice to have a fling with him. I am the mistress of this house and can be counted as your enemy. On the other hand, I can be counted as your helper. Song Xiaoxiao smiled faintly, a glint flashing in her eyes. Jiang Yu didn't want to listen to her nonsense here and asked directly, where are my friends? Song Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and laughed softly. Young man, why be in such a hurry? Sister has something good here. Don't you want to take a look? With spring in her eyes, she reached up and kept swinging at her collarbone. Jiang Yu sighed in his heart as he watched the hands moving around without looking at them. On the face of it, he was righteous. I'm here to look for someone, not to look at you. Weekend Language frowned at the side, and abruptly the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile. She walked to Jiang Yu's side and pretended to pounce on him, saying delicately, Brother Jiang Yu, I'm scared. Jiang Yu's body stiffened instantly, and his eyes looked at Weekend Whisper in surprise, not saying a word. The mind was screaming madly. Ah, elder sister's throwing herself at me is also too good. A trace of jealousy flashed in Song Xiaoxiao's eyes, and she quickly hid it. Is this young lady your girlfriend? Big sister, my brother and I came to look for someone. Have you seen her? Weekend Language glanced up and lowered her head again, speaking timidly. Song Xiaoxiao was so angry that her face was livid, and then she realized that Jiang Yu was looking at her, and tried to maintain the calmness on her face, and said softly, she's next door. There's nothing going on. Why don't you go and take a look? Your brother and I have something to talk about. She threw a wink at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu directly ignored her and walked towards the next door with Weekend Language in one hand. Song Xiaoxiao looked at how they even ignored her and was so angry that she stomped her feet and cursed non-stop. Chapter 54. As soon as he left the room, Weekend Language directly pushed Riverfish away and walked straight toward the next door. Don't think you don't know what's in your mind. I'm telling you, you can only think about it. Weekend Language rolled her eyes and directly pushed the door open. Riverfish sardonically touched his nostrils and smiled awkwardly. Elder sister, I'm not imagining things. Weekend Language was undeniable, and without even giving him a glance, he pushed his way in. There was a man lying on the bed. Weekend Language's eyes changed and lifted a corner of the quilt to find a fair-faced, small and delicate girl. Junior brother, come here and see if it's your classmate. Jiang Yu walked over and sighed deeply as he looked at the groggy Zhang Chenghan. That's her. Weekend Whisperer put the covers back on and asked suspiciously, what are you going to do? Jiang Yu sat on the edge of the bed and was lost in thought. Definitely want Zhang Chenghan to go, but where he can go is the question. Although he had a sister, it was all sisters, not his. Weekend Language was silent for a moment and said, bring it to my place. There just happens to be extra room. You'll sleep on the couch. Jiang Yu heard this suddenly and looked at Weekend Language in surprise. Weekend Language raised an eyebrow, a threat in his words. What are you looking at me like that for? Think I'm unreasonable? Jiang Yu said sincerely, how can that be? Am I such a person? Weekend Language sneered, no longer talking to him more, and turned to stand aside. Jiang Yu resignedly picked up Zhang Chenghan and headed out. Little brother, are you really not going to stay? Song Xiaoxiao changed into a fishtail dress, showing off her S-line just right. Weekend Language's gaze was harsh, with killing intent in his eyes. Song Xiaoxiao wasn't afraid at all. Instead she even looked at her provocatively. Without showing any emotion, Jiang Yu calmly said, sorry, I have something to do right now. Song Xiaoxiao looked disappointed. Well then, if little brother needs anything, he can always come to me. Oh, really? How is it that this nice young man is a willow? Weekend Language sat in the car without saying a word, and there was a murderous intent in the air. Jiang Yu was shivering on the side while Zhang Changhan was lying down in the back. Jiang Yu tried in a small voice, "Fourth senior sister?" Weekend Language's fierce gaze killed over. Jiang Yu straightened his body. "No, nothing." Seeing his timid appearance, Weekend Language withdrew her gaze and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She still couldn't understand to this day what was so good about this man. Jiang Yu was relieved in his heart, and with another glance at the rearview mirror, his eyes suddenly changed. Weekend Language saw him sitting upright and didn't care. Lost in thought, Jiang Yu double-checked that someone was tracking behind him, and exited to remind him, "Senior sister, sit tight." Weekend Language subconsciously grabbed the handles of the car and looked at Jiang Yu. "What's going on?" Riverfish's eyes signaled behind him. Weekend Language saw at once that something was wrong. It's like these people are scheming and aiming to get them killed. There was some déjà vu watching their drag racing tactics. Jiang Yu suddenly accelerated, barreling through the road, and the Busey behind him was not to be outdone, staging an extremely fast car chase. Weekend Language suddenly a flash of light, eyes deep, hand unconsciously clenched handle, veins a clear. That's good. These old things were getting bolder and bolder. They even dared to poison the people she was protecting. They needed to be taught a good lesson. "Junior brother, I'll leave the group in the back to you. I don't want to see a single survivor," Weekend Language said carelessly. Jiang Yu abruptly hooked up a playful smile. "Senior sister, if I do it, can I solve a puzzle?" Weekend Language glanced at him. "What are you thinking? Drive your car. It means not wanting to." Jiang Yu didn't feel bad. Instead he smiled. "Senior sister, say something." The speed under his feet remained unchanged. The cars behind them couldn't catch up and finally looked like they had given up and just swerved and drove off somewhere else. Jiang Yu confirmed that there was no car behind him before he said without any hesitation, "How did senior sister unlock the soft strength scatter?" He had looked at it at the time, and there were no extra items around. Dr. Zhang couldn't have given the antidote either. Then how did she do it? Weekend Language hooked up a wry smile. "Junior brother, do you really want to know?" Riverfish paused for a moment, contemplating what would happen if he knew, and hastily shook his head no. "Or not so much now." Weekend Language, however, pressed forward, his tone morose. "You really don't want to know? I can tell you." Oh. Jiang Yu reinforced his thoughts and refused. "No, I don't want to know." A hint of disappointment flashed in Weekend Language's eyes, and he sat back to his original position, sighing. "I thought Junior brother would be able to hold out for a bit, but I didn't expect to give up just like that." Jiang Yu skimmed his mouth. Who knew if there was any conspiracy behind it? It was better to be careful. Don't. Zhang Changhan woke up with a jolt, the panic in her eyes still not dissipated. Dripping wet and panting heavily, she glanced up and saw the two men in front of her looking at her with burning eyes. She tried to open her mouth, but found her throat so dry that she coughed frantically just as she made a sound. Weekend Language took a bottle of water and handed it over. Zhang Qinghan hissed, "Thank you." Then she violently drank a large amount of water. Riverfish asked worriedly, "Are you alright?" Zhang Qinghan instantly thought back to what had happened earlier, and her body couldn't help but tremble. "Nothing at the moment." She bit her lip and spoke softly, "Can I have a mirror?" Weekend Language didn't say anything and just handed it to her. Zhang Changhan looked at herself in the mirror and was very surprised. "You guys cleaned my wounds?" Weekend Whisperer waved his hand. "It's not me, it's my senior." Zhang Changhan looked at Jiang Yu gratefully. "Thank you. If not for you, I would have." Riverfish said soothingly, "It's all in the past. It's good that people are fine." Zhang Changhan closed her eyes and sobbed uncontrollably. "I'm just doing a mission to improve my medical skills. How could I come across something like this? They are simply not human. Treating the child is obviously a long time. Have to be one step. How to explain is useless." And finally said that the medical skills are not good. "I'll be damned. They're like that. And the child wants to be cured? Don't even think about it. There's also that what's her name Dr. Son." Zhang Changhan spat madly. Riverfish and Weekend Whisper listened quietly, finally getting their heads around it. "Those two are dead," Jiang Yu said. Zhang Changhan's eyes shone in an instant and her tears stopped. "Really?" Weekend Whisperer chimed in. "Really? What's the point of lying to you?" Zhang Qinghan took a few deep breaths and wiped her tears with a paper towel. "Very well. It's good that they're dead, lest I have to think of ways to get them killed." Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little, but another question came to mind, and he pondered it for a while before asking. "The little child, we didn't see it when we went up there." Chapter 55, The Same Person. Zhang Qinghan directly retorted. "Impossible. It's in the room. She saw it with her own eyes. There's no way she didn't." Riverfish and Weekend Language looked at each other in disbelief. Feeling out of place for a moment, Zhang Qinghan asked again, "Did you guys see that, hostess? I always feel that something is not right." Weekend language, C. A windy atmosphere. Also just Jianyu, this kid is not lucky. Jianyu's face was expressionless as he said bitterly. Fourth senior sister. Is there a possibility that she did it on purpose? Weekend language shrugged. It wasn't like she was facing her. It wasn't like she cared. Jianyu Chang fought back. Later, I'll tell second senior sister that you bullied me. Weekend language's eyes glared at him fiercely, as if to say, if she dared to tell her senior sister, she chopped him up. Riverfish spat out his tongue, then parked the car. Zhang Qinghan looked at the surrounding scenery, bewildered and somewhat worried. Where is this? Jianyu smiled and said, my second senior sister is staying at the hotel, so we'll rest for the night today and see what you plan to do tomorrow. Weekend Whisperer took over. It's okay, just stay here. Zhang Qinghan slowly nodded in agreement under the persuasion of the two. Inside the presidential suite, Riverfish lay on the couch, tossing and turning. Suddenly the door was opened and someone stepped out. Riverfish closed his eyes to see what the man was doing. Weekend language walked to Jiangyu's side and saw that his eyes kept moving, so he knew that he was pretending to be asleep. She wasn't polite and just slapped him. Jiangyu was so angry that he sat up directly. No need to guess. This person looked like Weekend language. Senior sister, you've gone too far. Weekend language glanced at him. Go sit over there. Riverfish moved to the other side of the couch, keeping his head down and not saying a word. Guess what I came out to see you for? Weekend spoke in a hushed tone. Riverfish looked up at her, a smile spreading across his face. What to do? Don't want to guess. Weekend language gave him a blank look and pulled a set of keys out of his pocket, handing them to Jiangyu. Jiangyu looked at the keys on the sofa and frowned. Elder sister, what is this about? Weekend language said carelessly, I'm going back to the Zhou family tomorrow, so keep these for me. Jiangyu looked at the keys suspiciously and asked skeptically, you're not going to set a trap for me and make me jump into it again? Weekend Whisper puffed out a laugh. What exactly do I look like to you? After a moment's pause, he continued, don't worry, this is all the house I've prepared, and there's no room in the future for you to live wherever you want. Jiangyu was stunned. Senior sister, you want to be possessed, right? Weekend's tone was so direct that she reached out and twisted his ear. What did you just say? The tone carried threats and intimidation. The river fish was relieved that it was still the original recipe. He playfully smiled. Misunderstanding. Senior sister, misunderstanding. Weekend language became angry when he looked like this, and the force of his hands couldn't help but strengthen. Jiangyu felt his ears getting more and more painful, and directly went up and grabbed Weekend language's hand, and with his other hand, he intercepted her and put her on the other side of the sofa. Weekend language was startled by the sudden movement, and her hand unconsciously loosened. When she came back to her senses, she sat on the other side. She blinked at the hiss of pain covering her ears and remembered the scene from earlier. Jiangyu's eyes that locked with hers, as well as the smile at the corner of his mouth if any, and the heat of the physical contact, all told her what had just happened. Weekend language felt like her face was on fire, and she directly got up violently, puffing out, Jiangyu, get the hell out of here tomorrow. She walked into the room and shut the door hard. Jiangyu looked up at the person who walked away in a negative manner, with a confused look on his face. So, can anyone tell him what just happened? In the twinkling of an eye, Jiangyu left the matter behind. He stared at the keys on the couch, out of his mind. Early the next morning, Zhang Qinghan yawned and walked out, dazed and confused. He saw the man on the couch and took 2 steps back in shock, instantly sobering up. You're awake? Riverfish asked with a light smile. Zhang Qinghan nodded. There's breakfast over there. Zhang Qinghan walked to the kitchen. There was some breakfast on the table, a large variety but not a large portion. She heard Jiangyu say again, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I got a little of everything. A warmth welled up in Zhang Qinghan's heart and she whispered her thanks. She had been eating for a while when she finally realized someone was missing and asked. Jiangyu said indifferently, Elder sister, I'm going out today. Do you have something to do today? I'll accompany you. Zhang Qinghan smiled and nodded. I'm going to make a trip home. I want to introduce you to my dad. He's always wanted to cure my physique, just so I can talk to him. Riverfish nodded and got up to change his clothes. While the scenery flickered by the window, Riverfish was thinking about what happened last night. When I woke up early this morning, I realized that no one was in the other room, and realized that what Weekend Whisper said last night was true. Jiangyu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Zhang Qinghan looked at him and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, why do you look preoccupied? Jiangyu shook off the matter in her mind and smiled lightly. It's fine. I just didn't sleep well last night. Zhang Qinghan didn't tear him down, instead introducing, do you know the Haicheng Zhang family? When Jiangyu heard about the Zhang family, his brows furrowed as he suddenly remembered the father and son of the Zhang family. I've been out of touch for the past few days as well, so I don't know how they're doing. Riverfish shook his head. It's my first time here and I don't know anything. Zhang Qinghan smiled gently, and the ice rink around her dissipated. It's fine. I'll tell you. It didn't take long for the car to stop. Here it is. Jong-yu got off the car and looked at the somewhat familiar house. His heart was greatly shocked. No, how can you meet someone you know? I told you how I came across two of the same physique, but it turned out to be the same person. Zhang Qinghan stopped in front. Let's go. Grandpa and my dad are waiting inside. Riverfish nodded and followed in. Qinghan, you came back at noon. How's life at school? Is it okay? Zhang Suwei pulled Zhang Qinghan from head to toe as he looked at her. Elder Zhang also smiled on the side and said, It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Zhang Qinghan pulled Zhang Yu over from the side and excitedly introduced, Dad, this is. Who knew that Zhang Suwei's pupils widened after seeing Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu, I know. Riverfish nodded and smiled awkwardly and nonchalantly. Elder Zhang's face changed, and he sighed silently. Zhang Qinghan looked at them suspiciously with a puzzled expression. Dad, how do you know him? Elder Zhang suddenly coughed madly. Zhang Suwei ironed his face, took a deep breath, and said with a smile, It's just that Zhang Yu did a small favor, so we got to know each other. I remember you said that Zhang Yu is your classmate? Chapter 56, Do you like me that much? Zhang Qinghan didn't think about that much, her face still smiling. Yeah, it's our freshman number 1, and he cured the dean. Zhang Suwei coldly sucked in a breath of cool air when he heard this news. So little brother is so powerful. I should have known it. Zhang Qinghan looked at him in surprise and picked up the conversation. What's wrong with knowing earlier? Elder Zhang stared dryly from the side and stomped on his crutches a few times. Dad, you have to have us dead, don't you? Zhang Suwei's face was gloomy and his tone was helpless. Master Zhang is also getting older and older, and has lost his former impulsiveness in dealing with things, thinking only of family harmony. After Zhang Ningguan's incident, Elder Zhang's heart had been twisted, especially after seeing Zhang Yu. The displeasure in his heart reached its peak. I didn't mean that. Elder Zhang gagged. Zhang Suwei, however, couldn't help but say, You're acting just like that. If you really can't part with it, then go to Lao Er's house. Elder Zhang's face changed drastically, holding back his anger. Boss, what do you mean? Zhang Suwei said expressionlessly, The current Zhang family is something I fought for alone, and it has nothing to do with my family. Since you've been thinking about Zhang Ningguan, then go back to the oldest two's house. Elder Zhang's eyes widened as he reached out and pointed a trembling hand at Zhang Suwei. Breathing heavily, You, rebellious son. Zhang Qinghan couldn't help but furrow her brows as she saw her father and grandfather arguing more and more. Dad, what exactly happened between you and Grandpa? Riverfish smiled awkwardly and nonchalantly from the sidelines. How could he not see that Elder Zhang was a bit hostile to him if anything? However, the other did not express it clearly, so he did not point it out. It's nice to watch a show from the sidelines. Elder Zhang glared fiercely at Zhang Suwei and turned around to go upstairs on his crutches. Zhang Suwei looked at his back, his brows furrowed, and his afterglow inadvertently looked at Zhang Yu, only to realize that he had seen all of this just now. He hurriedly explained, Dr. Zhang, I'm sorry for making you look at me funny. Zhang Yu smiled and said, It's fine, every family has its own problems. Zhang Suwei smiled bitterly, his eyes looking towards Zhang Qinghan as he sighed. Dr. Zhang, this is the little daughter. I mentioned it to you before. She has a special physique. If she doesn't fix it, she won't live to 20. I only have this one daughter. I want her to be well. Zhang Qinghan's eyes instantly reddened. Her father had done so much for her, and over the years had even drifted away, often going out to work overtime. Zhang Yu glanced at her with a smile in her eyes and gently nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, Qinghan and I are classmates, and I promised her as well. It just so happens that before I came over, I heard that the Hanging Pot place has a lot of medical books. I just don't know how I can see them. Zhang Suwei let out a long sigh. Actually, I've also heard about the existence of medical books and wanted to take a look at them, but their rules don't allow them to be lent out unless they're from their own sect. If he hadn't, he would have been there a long time ago. Zhang Yu's face didn't change. Then I can only think of another way. Zhang Suwei abruptly laughed and said cheerfully, Don't dwell on this. It's not easy for Dr. Zhang to come over. How can I also give you a welcome? Zhang Yu smiled and got up. I have things to do this afternoon. Zhang Qinghan, however, said from the sidelines, Father, if it wasn't for Zhang Yu, I probably wouldn't have made it back today. Zhang Suwei's smile disappeared, his forehead veins popping up. What's going on? Zhang Qinghan finished the matter in a few words. Zhang Suwei looked at Zhang Yu with even more intense eyes. Dr. Zhang, you saved our father and daughter, and there's nothing we can do in return. How about letting our daughter give her body in return? Zhang Qinghan swished her face red. How could she not expect her father to suddenly bring this up? She shyly glanced at Zhang Yu and quickly retracted it as if nothing had happened. Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head, and the smile at the corner of his mouth just didn't fall. Mr. Zhang Qinghan is my classmate, and she. Jiang Yu didn't finish his sentence, and was directly interrupted by Zhang Suwei. Dr. Jiang, it doesn't matter if you don't have any feelings, you can cultivate them, can't you? Once again, the river fish was dumbfounded. He couldn't say that he was already engaged and let Zhang Suwei choose again? And since Qinghan is a girl, it's better to let her make her own decisions. Jiang Yu thought twice and politely refused. Mr. Zhang, Qinghan is a kind, strong and independent person. Why not let her make her own choice? Zhang Qinghan's face instantly paled when she heard him say this. Zhang Suwei glanced at the two of them, taking in their reactions. Let's put it this way, I'll stay out of your business, but please don't forget the agreement between us. Dr. Jiang. When Jiang Yu saw this, his heart was inexplicably relieved. He smiled lightly. Naturally, I won't forget. Zhang Suwei nodded. I'll go check on the old man. Qinghan, you entertain Dr. Jiang. Zhang Qinghan responded expressionlessly. Got it. Only Zhang Qinghan and Jiang Yu were left in the living room. A wave of embarrassment filled the air, and it was only then that Jiang Yu remembered that his words just now were a bit hurtful. Zhang Qinghan had no more worries and spoke directly. Do you dislike me? River fish. No. Why come up and be so direct? He hadn't even thought of what to say, and the words were stolen from him. Seeing his silence, Zhang Qinghan's face changed, and she said undauntedly, is there really no room for discussion? Jiang Yu laughed and said frankly, I'm not going to hide it from you. I'm already married now. Zhang Qinghan was silent. Jiang Yu thought that this matter was over and had just thought of an excuse to prepare to leave. Zhang Qinghan, however, said, I don't mind. Riverfish's eyes widened and he raised an eyebrow. That's how much you like me? Zhang Qinghan nodded with a red face. She wasn't sure when the first signs of it came. Maybe the time he stepped up to the plate again and again, or the time he comforted her? Anyway, by the time she got back to her senses, she was inconsolable. River fish. How the boy was so honest. It made him wonder what to say. Zhang Qinghan felt that since he had made it clear anyway, he would just break his stick. She took a step forward and moved to Jiang Yu's side, jumping into his arms while he was walking away. Jiang Yu subconsciously held her well. He looked down at the person in his arms as a fresh scent wafted into his nostrils. He felt a little off all over, especially up close and personal, the kind of softness that made him want to squeeze. Qinghan, let's change your physique first and talk about the rest later. Zhang Qinghan got the promise and wrapped her hands around Jiang Yu's neck, raising her head to look straight into his eyes. Zhang Qinghan blushed and whispered, I know, I'll wait. Riverfish screamed madly in his mind. The beauty delivery and all that is just not fantastic. Just can't eat it right now, but that's okay, he'll just try harder. Chapter 57, Hotel Assassination. Jingle bells. A bell rang, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them. Jiang Yu picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Fourth senior sister? Zhang Qinghan hurriedly let go of his body and moved back, her fingers unconsciously moving. Jiang Yu didn't notice her small movements and pressed the answer button. Fourth senior sister. Weekend Language's grumpy and icy voice came over. Jiang Yu, I'll give you half an hour to come back immediately. Riverfish froze for a moment. What's wrong? Weekend spoke in a serious tone. I'm at the hotel and someone is outside. Jiang Yu's head buzzed for a moment. His face grim, stood up. You stay in your room. I'll come over immediately. Zhang Qinghan didn't look back before he saw Jiang Yu heading out. She said eagerly, what's wrong? Do you want me to help? Jiang Yu shook his head at her. No need. I'm able to solve it. It's not easy for you to go home. Communicate with your family more often. Zhang Qinghan hesitated, but nodded. Got it. Be careful what you. Jiang Yu didn't wait for her to finish, and rushed straight out with an arrow step. Zhang Suwei walked down from upstairs. Why are you distracted? Zhang Qinghan was silent. Zhang Suwei walked over to her side, sat down, and said in a serious tone, Qinghan, don't blame father. Jiang Yu is very strong at first glance and is also able to protect you. Although father's ability is also good, there really isn't much he can do to help you in the medical field. Zhang Qinghan lowered her eyes reddening. Dad, I'm not blaming you, it's just that Zhang Suwei smiled in relief. It's fine, you're my daughter. Who else can I do it for if not for you? Zhang Qinghan pursed her lips, her expression sullen. Jiang Yu rushed to the Grand Hyatt Hotel as fast as he could. His face was grim, and his aura was so strong that the people around him didn't dare to approach him. Knock, knock, knock. The door was opened. Jiang Yu stormed in. Fourth senior sister. Who is blocking you? Where is everyone? Weekend Whisperer held a bowl of fruit against the door, looking playfully at someone in a rage, picking a grape and putting it in the corner of his mouth to chew as if nothing had happened. Riverfish looked around and saw no one. It was only then that he turned his gaze to Weekend Whisper and realized that she had been tricked when he noticed the way she was watching the show. Jiang Yu was so angry that she took the pillow and sat directly on the sofa, burying her head and sulking. Weekend Language puffed out a laugh and walked over leisurely, still handing over the grapes in her hand. Here, treat yourself to some grapes. Jiangyu raised his eyes and turned his head away, saying stiffly, no food. Weekend Language had a disappointed look on her face. Alright then, I was going to treat you to some grapes, but since you don't want to, forget it. Jiangyu was too lazy to care about her. After a while, Jiangyu said sullenly, Senior sister, don't you have anything to explain? Weekend Language's movements froze for a moment, and then godly again. What's there to explain? If you didn't say so, would you have come back? It won't be in the arms of some young lady again. Riverfish awkwardly stopped talking. Weekend Language is like grabbing the handle. Open teeth and claws. I said, you this colorful wolf, all have a marriage contract with us, and still provoke other girls. Speaking of this, Jiangyu bottomed out and retorted, I didn't mess with. Talking about this senior sister is only more excessive. Right, cheating people's feelings. Weekend Whisper's voice trailed off for a moment, and she muttered, then I didn't ask you to come back. Jiangyu had good ears and looked at her expressionlessly. Weekend Language broken. Annoyed. I said so what? Anyway, it is also your voluntary. Jiangyu didn't want to continue this topic and turned to say flatly, how busy are things with senior sister? Weekend Language laughed. It's not bad. It's not like there's anything going on in the Zhou family. Riverfish nodded. That's good. Abruptly, the two men's faces changed drastically and they looked at each other. What's going on? Riverfish lowered his voice. Weekend Language gave him a blank look. How should I know? I still want to ask you. Riverfish shrugged his shoulders in confusion. Hello guest, we are here to clean the room. Please open the door. Weekend Language made a wink, signaling Riverfish to open the door. Riverfish glanced warily at the doorway and realized there was only one cleaning ant. His brows furrowed, and a flicker of suspicion flashed through his mind, but the movement under his hand didn't stop, and he opened the door directly. Suddenly 5 killers rushed out from both sides of the wall, holding weapons and slashing directly at Jiangyu's head. Jiangyu's pupils widened as he sidestepped and dodged. At the same time, he shouted towards the room, Senior sister, there's an assassination. Be careful. As soon as the killer heard that there were still people in the room, he said, Merfrost's principle is to kill only those who deserve to be killed, and the others can leave. Weekend Whisper's original movements came to a halt, and his tone was grim. You're Frost's people? The few assassins stopped their movements when they heard that, only that their gazes remained fixed on Jiangyu. You know us? One of them said uncertainly. The rules of their organization require gagging if you meet someone you know. Weekend Language glanced contemptuously, his tone icy. Haven't you been told that people escorted by the top brass can't be moved? The Slayer froze, staring at each other in disbelief. Sorry, haven't heard that. We only take orders from Lord Bill. After the killer finished speaking, he sped towards the Riverfish. They received orders to kill Riverfish at all costs. Weekend Whisper's eyes were cloudy, his thoughts rising and falling. She then said how people who were previously at peace with each other suddenly disobeyed orders, so it turned out that there was a traitor. Very much so. In that case then don't blame her for cleaning house. Weekend Language joins the fray. Jiangyu wrapped his true chi in his fist and gave the leader of the assassins a direct punch with a lightning-fast momentum. The man spat blood in the air and fell to the ground, his body twitching twice before he stopped moving. The others took a look. Their hearts intensified in anger. Their eyes reddened, and they no longer hid, laying down their deadly hands at every turn. Riverfish dealt with the two men with ease. Weekend Language was a different story, and she struggled a bit with killers of the same level as her. Even accidentally, she got a cut on her arm. Hiss! Weekend Language covered his arm and looked at them sharply. Riverfish heard the sound and turned to look. The movement of his hands accelerated, no longer covering up, and 2 punches were thrown straight out. Jiangyu shielded Weekend Whisper and looked at the remaining 2 with an expressionless face. Killer looked around and realized they were the only 2 left, and looked fearful. They looked at each other in disbelief, and a wave of retreat rose in their hearts. Jiangyu watched their little action, looked at them askance and contemptuously, and said mockingly, no way. If you can't beat them, you'll run away? Don't you killer organizations have any righteousness? Weekend Language also said on the side, they are all a bunch of power strugglers. How can they be righteous? Jiangyu quipped, that's so. I thought it was a very pure organization, but I didn't expect it to be profit-minded as well. Chapter 58 Poisoning. Weekend Language was going to die laughing at Riverfish's words. An assassin's organization and wanted to be pure. Isn't that a joke? But she wasn't going to say anything about it. Instead she was excited to see the joke. The 2 killers couldn't listen to Jiangyu's nonsense there, and without thinking, they struck again. Jiangyu wasn't polite and directly beat them up. Weekend Language saw that things were under control and made a direct call. After a while, he saw Yen Xingju walk over with a small group of people. Yen Xingju looked at the mess on the ground, her brows knit tightly, her tone serious. What's going on? Jian Yu pointed at the people on the ground and said without changing his face, "These are all smuggled here, carrying firearms and have attempted murder, and they are from a killer organization." Yan Qingzhu nodded his head expressionlessly and asked the people behind him to carry these people out before asking in a low voice, "Are you guys alright?" Jiang Yu looked grave. "I'm fine, but it's fourth senior sister who is injured." Yan Qingzhu looked at Weekend Language with cold eyes, his tone indifferent. "When we go back, we'll settle the score with you." Weekend Language ducked behind River Fish. "You too, come with me for a statement." Jiang Yu blinked with an innocent expression. "Do I have to go too?" Weekend Whisperer chimed in to add, "We've got surveillance. We've got video." Yan Qingzhu frowned slightly and asked the two people behind her to fetch the surveillance. "Of course I'm going." River Fish nodded helplessly. In a luxurious courtyard on Xiangui Island, two tall men sat with grim faces. "Bill, I told you not to do that. It's a good thing it ran right into that one's hands." "Vincent, do you think I'm you?" Bill spoke sarcastically. "Not using the power in your hands, having to stoop to the level of a woman." Vincent was silent. Bill's eyes rolled at his look and he said seductively, "I know you don't want to be pinned down by her either. Do you? So why don't we join forces and take Inkfrost for ourselves?" Vincent sneered, his tone cold. "You think that she doesn't know about your actions this time?" The corners of Bill's mouth turned up and he said absently, "I'm afraid she doesn't know, or how else am I going to fight her fair and square for power?" He certainly knew exactly what was coming his way after another rule breaking, but right now, he couldn't think about that much. He only knew that if he didn't take advantage of her not being on Xiangui Island, he wouldn't have the chance to do this at all. Vincent was silent for a moment. "Compromising? What do you want to do?" Bill smiled. "Sure enough, I knew you'd agree." He paused for a moment and added, "Since she won't come back, she should never come back." His eyes were full of imperative. A ghostly light flashed in Vincent's eyes. His demeanor was composed and his tone remained the same. "What do you want me to do?" Bill gave him a look and said breezily, "After I kill her, just announce that she's abdicated to me." The organization, Inkfrost, was pulled together by Weekend Whisper, and used to have another name instead of Inkfrost. When Weekend Whisper took over, there were a couple of seniors jockeying for position, not realizing they were being parachuted in. The most defiant of these was Bill, who kept it bottled up because he couldn't beat it by force. It's a good thing Whisper is away for the weekend, so he starts planning a series of things. Vincent gave him a meaningful look and nodded without retort. Bill was all smiles, feeling that victory had beckoned. That's just the way it is. As Weekend Language listened to the words on the phone, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a wicked smile. In that case, let him sing such a play himself, and remember not to play dead. "Yes, boss." The person on the other end of the phone couldn't help but shiver. What's wrong with doing something that you have to mess with that crazy person? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Weekend Language opened the door and found Jian Yu carrying a medical box over. She raised an eyebrow. "What?" Jian Yu looked at her helplessly. "I'll rub the medicine on you so that the wound doesn't get infected." Weekend Whisper shrugged with a disinterested look on his face. Sidestepping out of the way, he let him in. Riverfish entered straight away, then took out the contents of the medical kit. Jiang Yu lifted up Weekend Language's sleeve and sterilized it with iodine vapor, then used a silver needle to stop the bleeding, while gathering chi to check Weekend Language's body. Abruptly, Jiang Yu's face changed dramatically. His brows locked. "Senior sister." Weekend Language's heart trembled at the look in his eyes, and she said under her breath, "What's wrong?" Riverfish was silent and didn't say a word, not knowing what he was thinking. Weekend Language's heart sank as she calmly said, "It's fine, you just say it. Senior sister can afford it." Jiang Yu retrieved the silver needle in his hand and suddenly smiled. "It's nothing major. Senior sister is poisoned." Weekend's speech movements were stunned, and a hint of skepticism flashed in his eyes. "Can you tell when it was poisoned?" Riverfish, today. Weekend Language was surprised. "Can you really tell? Junior brother's medical skills are so powerful? Even poisoning for a few days can be seen." Jiang Yu skimmed his lips. "I've seen how good your body is yesterday." Weekend Language abruptly blushed. Her eyes fiercely shot over and she gritted her teeth. "Say that again." Riverfish arched an eyebrow, reached up, cupped it, put it to his mouth, and traced it from left to back. Only then did Weekend Language let him go, his tone icy. "How do you get it?" Jiang Yu was silent for a moment and slowly spoke. "This poison is like a chronic drug. If the amount of action today is not too large, you shouldn't be able to find out." Weekend Language had to admit that Riverfish was right. Normally she was more than capable of taking on these assassins, and today she was injured somehow. "I think it's this poison that caused it." Jiang Yu helped Weekend Language back to the bed and let her lie down. Weekend Whisperer looked skeptically. "You're not going to take advantage of this, are you?" Jiang Yu looked at her breathlessly and said in a good-natured manner, "Am I the kind of person who was starving for food?" Who knew that Weekend Whisperer was saying, "I think you are." The river fish was furious. If your bull ting me, you just what? I'll tell second sister to go. Weekend whispered, chortled and tried to say something else. The door to the room was, once again, opened. Want to say something to me? Yan Xingju's cold voice appeared behind them. The two men's movements stopped at once. Weekend language couldn't help but glare at Jiang Yu, who also looked at her innocently. Sister. Yan Xingju glanced at them, sat on the sofa, and said calmly, tell me, what's wrong? Jiang Yu immediately explained. Fourth senior sister was poisoned. I detoxified her. Yan Xingju's gaze shifted to weekend language, and when he saw that she didn't deny it, his face instantly darkened. She did it again? Weekend language nodded. Let junior brother detoxify the poison first, and wait until the detoxification is complete. Jiang Yu let out a hum and took out the prepared silver needle. Chapter 59, The Hanging Pot Workshop. Weekend language couldn't help but shiver and move back when she saw the long and thin silver needle. Riverfish stared at her without changing his face. Weekend language smiled sarcastically. I'm not afraid of needles. So, Yan Xingju said coldly, junior brother, let her faint. Jiang Yu nodded. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. Fourth senior sister, it'll be over as soon as your eyes close. Don't worry. Weekend language's heart trembled, and in his heart, he cursed Jiang Yu. You be careful. Jiang Yu's smile remained the same, only the playfulness in his eyes. Weekend language could see it clearly. Bastard, how dare you scare her? When she wakes up she decides to get him killed. In the next second, weekend language passed out. Jiang Yu sterilized the silver needle and stuck it into weekend language's body. An hour later, Jiang Yu's forehead oozed with sweat. Pea-sized drops of sweat falling down and a burst of patterns flooding the bedsheets. Yan Xingju said worriedly from the side. Junior brother, are you alright? Jiang Yu shook his head as he controlled the silver needles and transferred the true qi in his body. I'm okay. He paused. Second sister, you may need to babysit later. Jiang Yu now felt weak and dizzy all over his body, and only supported himself with a single breath. Yan Xingju quickly said, don't worry. Jiang Yu didn't say anything else and pinched the silver needle to control the movement of his true qi. Finally, with a flash of his eyes, he directly withdrew all the silver needles. Riverfish instantly collapsed to the side of the bed and exhaled loudly. When he calmed down, he immediately sat down cross-legged. Yan Xingju sat quietly on the side, guarding the two. I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Yu opened his eyes. Yan Xingju immediately went forward and asked with concern, how is it? Is it any better? Jiang Yu took his pulse and took a deep breath. Fortunately, the poison is dissolved. Yan Xingju breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yu did not move and asked, who did the fourth senior sister have trouble with? Such a vicious heart. If it wasn't discovered in time, maybe the martial arts would have been ruined. Yan Xingju's face was blue and his entire body was tense. A glimmer of light crossed Jiang Yu's eyes as he searched. Second senior sister. No? Yan Xingju gritted her teeth and said, I recognize it. The person who poisoned her was Ma Yu, her stepmother. Jiang Yu's pupils contracted and his tone was eerie. Why? Yan Xingju sneered, taking advantage of the situation and still wanting to drive them out of business. There was no need to go on. The river fish understood. What is fourth senior sister going to do then? He glanced at the still drowsy person, pondering. Yan Xingju had no qualms about it and said directly, she definitely has her own thoughts. It's been like this for so many years. Jiang Yu will believe it and no longer ask. The cell phone in his pants pocket suddenly vibrated. Jiang Yu opened his cell phone and glanced at it, stood up and said, second senior sister, I'm going out. Yan Xingju nodded. In front of a pharmacy in C City, Elder Chui looked at the river fish that came over and smiled. I thought you weren't coming. Jiang Yu cried and laughed. No, I still want to meet Dr. Lin. Elder Chui laughed brightly. It just so happens that he's coming to this pharmacy today for an outpatient visit. Let's go and meet him? Riverfish nodded. The two walked in and found it empty. Is old Lin here? Elder Chui shouted. Jiang Yu looked around with his eyes and nose. This is a time-honored store, and the herbal cabinets inside bear the marks of time. There were some medicines scattered on the counter, so the owner must have been here a while ago. Seeing that there was no response, Elder Chui shouted again. Now there was some movement in the room. What are you shouting for? I'm not dead. Calling for my soul. An old man dressed in a Chinese mountain suit with white hair and a sturdy gait walked out, with a hint of impatience on his face. Chui old man, as if he did not notice, still smilingly said, this is not shouting you half a day should not. Thought you have an accident. Elder Chui introduced towards Jiang Yu again. This is my old buddy. Just call him Dr. Lin. Jiang Yu smiled at the old man and nodded. Hello, Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin glanced up and continued to lower his head to fiddle with the herbs. What's the point of coming to my place? The tone remained the same. Elder Chui said, this is not a new acquaintance of a young friend. Jiang Yu, Who wanted to come and ask you how to enter the hanging pot workshop? Dr. Lin looked up and surveyed Jiang Yu squarely, nodding slightly. Looking pretty good. How do you want to enter the hanging pot workshop? Jiang Yu looked calm. Want to go further? Dr. Lin pondered for a moment, his tone heavy. If you want to study, it's better to change places. Master Chui sighed. Little friend Jiang, I didn't make it clear to you before. The hanging pot workshop now is different from the previous one. You can't even get in without a background. Riverfish blinked in surprise, half convinced. Elder Chui then said, that thing with Zhang Suwei before, guess why I didn't look for Dr. Lin? Riverfish shook his head. I was curious at the time and never asked. Now the hanging pot workshop has rules that do not allow physicians to receive patients privately. They are all arranged. There are few physicians and many patients, and they are all either rich or noble. Now you get it. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Isn't it purely a cash grab to do that? You also feel odd, right? I said I cannot let that boy on stage. Look, Chui old man cannot help but spit. Dr. Lin didn't say anything, but only said, the hanging pot workshop is now so famous that no one can compete with it in High City. In order to survive, many physicians have attached themselves to the hanging pot workshop and paid a price for it. Jiang Yu pursed her lips, her mood slightly complicated. Then I don't know. Before he could finish his words, a group of people came outside. The man at the head had a head of yellow hair and a cigarette in his mouth. Looking up and down, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. You're Lin Hai? He looked at Dr. Lin and said. Dr. Lin's eyes were clear and he nodded expressionlessly. What do you want from me? Yellow hair took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it on the counter. This is a notice from the hanging pot workshop. Read it. Lin Hai opened the paper and looked at it. His face was grave, the veins on his forehead bulging. They're breaking the law like this. Yellow hair snorted and said disdainfully, I don't know if it's against the law or not. All I know is that if you don't move out, I'll smash your store. Elder Chui frowned and said angrily, you dare. If you do, I'll call the police. Yellow hair looked at him askance, his mouth unforgiving. I thought, who is it? Turns out to be a bad old man. Master, this is not a place you can mess with. Don't get yourself in trouble. The hanging pot workshop has always done things according to the rules. Elder Chui let out a bah. Dr. Lin is also a member of the hanging pot workshop. Is this how you treat your own people? Yellow hair looked like he heard some kind of joke and said sarcastically, Master, you've been tricked. He, Lin Hai, has long since stopped being a member of the hanging pot workshop. Chapter 60, The Past. Elder Chui looked at Lin Hai in shock. The corners of his mouth moved, and in the end, he didn't say anything and just sighed. Yellow hair smiled arrogantly. I respect you for calling you Dr. Lin, don't give your face away. Lin Hai's face was grim as he said forcefully, I am not going to move. I'm the only physician here, and I have so many patients. Yellow hair snorted coldly. That's not up to you. He reached out and nodded at the counter, the corner of his mouth curving up. Or how about this? You can stay, but you keep the store. Lin Hai stared angrily, his tone stormy. You fart. He owned this store with his wife and son, and now that he's the only one left, he has to keep the store going. Elder Chui watched as a great battle was about to break out, and he couldn't help but tug on the river fish. He knew that Jiang Yu's martial arts skills were strong, so he wanted him to help. Jiang Yu looked at them calmly. Elder, I haven't gotten to you yet for what you lied to me about. Master Chui's hand paused and smiled sarcastically. I'm not sure. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he said underneath, if you help him, I can tell you where the Imperial Spirit acupuncture diagram is. Jiang Yu gave him a suspicious look, and would believe it. You asked me for a favor last time, saying you'd introduce the hanging pot workshop people, and you went back on your word. Master Chui was annoyed. Why didn't I introduce? Lin Hai used to be At this thought, the old man's voice suddenly lowered. Who knows, he isn't now. Anyway, I didn't break my word. Riverfish said faintly. Oh, it still fooled me anyway. Elder Chui was so angry that he directly threw his walking stick to the side and said without a trace of anger, I really didn't lie to you. Riverfish shrugged indifferently. Who knows? Elder Chui pointed at him and said in a bad mood, why are you so greasy and soft? The two of them argued. Yellow hair, however, impatiently said, what are you talking about? To not let me listen. Jiang Yu and Elder Chui didn't answer or look at him. Where's my boss asking you? Didn't you hear me? Are the ears deaf? Yellow hair's little brother shouted. Yellow hair sneered. Originally, there was nothing for you guys to do, but now it seems that you're just as uneducated as Dr. Lin. Jiang Yu looked at him with a calm gaze, shocked not to be able to afford a single ripple. Yellow hair's heart stuttered as he met those eyes, but then threw it away. He looked at the angry Lin Hai and snorted lightly. Lin Hai, have you thought this through? Think it over, and get the hell out of here. You guys. With that, Lin Hai took out a knife from under the counter and rushed towards Yellow Hair and the others. Yellow Hair's eyes were shady and he waved his hand for his men to arrest Lin Hai. He, on the other hand, faced the river fish and hit them. Jiang Yu sidestepped and dodged, his tone icy. Who told you to come? Boo! No one could see clearly. A figure flew straight out. Yellow Hair was lying on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. The others stopped what they were doing, their eyes filled with horror. Jiang Yu said indifferently, take your boss and get out. It's a martial artist. Go! The others looked at each other and moved in unison, carefully stepping out. The pharmacy fell silent, and the two old men couldn't get back to their senses for a long time. Elder Chui suddenly coughed and coughed twice, saying in an uncertain manner, you're not unwilling? Riverfish frowned. He sent himself to the door. Elder Chui bristled. That's right, that person doesn't have eyes? He deserves it. He walked over to Lin Hai and helped him up. Are you okay? Lin Hai shook his head as he stared blankly at the riverfish, his thoughts reeling. Riverfish said calmly, I'll leave first. Lin Hai covered his chest, coughed several times, and said in a hoarse voice, don't you want to know about the hanging pot workshop? Jiang Yu glanced over and his heart moved slightly. His face remained the same, his tone calm. How can I tell if you're telling the truth, or not? Lin Hai sighed and slowly walked over to the Chinese medicine cabinet and took out a piece of yellowish paper from the center compartment. He spread the paper out shakily, frustrated. Actually, Yellow Hair was only half right. Lin Hai fell into a flashback, talking about that past. When Lin Hai was very young, he followed his master into the hanging pot workshop. In those days the hanging kettle workshop was mainly about saving patients and researching remedies. Then the shift happened when the workshop owner passed away and the apprentice came on stage. Both Lin Hai's master and he were uncomfortable with the transformation and planned to leave. After being ratted out, Lin Hai's master stayed there permanently. Before he died, he tried his best to send Lin Hai out. Lin Hai did not disappoint his master's expectations and opened a pharmacy to make a living. Who knew that after so many years had passed, the hanging kettle workshop became more and more famous and even started to monopolize. This dispensary of his can only cater to a group of poor people. Elder Chui was dazed for a moment. Riverfish nodded in understanding. Lin Hai looked at the corner of the pharmacy and memories instantly flooded his mind. This pharmacy means so much to me that I didn't want to leave. I didn't expect to drag you guys down. Elder Chui said unconcernedly, it's fine. I have Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly and didn't reveal it. Lin Hai glanced at Jiang Yu and smiled bitterly. If you are looking to improve your medical skills, you can go to the Willow Road Academy. The current hanging pot workshop has long lost their original intent. Riverfish nodded seriously. I've heard that there are medical books within the hanging pot place. I wonder how I can borrow them. Lin Hai's face instantly changed in disgust. The first physicians who joined the hanging pot workshop in the beginning were all experts and brought their own medical books. Later on, they slowly took over for themselves. He paused and sighed. If you want to see it, you can only have someone take you in. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice. I wonder, could Dr. Lin have a solution? Dr. Lin pondered for a moment and handed Jiang Yu a string of numbers. This one is my good friend from back then, and is still within the hanging pot workshop, so you can ask him. Jiang Yu said. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin sighed. If it weren't for you guys being here, my old bones would have been gone long ago. Elder Chui suddenly spoke up and asked, why do you keep saying that you're from the hanging pot workshop? Jiang Yu glanced at Elder Chui in surprise. He thought that this matter had passed. Lin Hai was silent for a long time before speaking. If we don't say that it's from the hanging pot workshop, no one will come back to see the patients, and the medical skills won't be improved. Elder Chui closed his mouth at that. Jiang Yu's mind was complicated, and he began to think about the purpose of learning all this. He had been separated from a very young age, and the only person he had been with for so many years was his master. He wanted his master to be happy, and he wanted to be able to learn his master's skills, as well as find his family. Yes, he's always been working towards that goal and it never changes. There will be a day. Riverfish spoke softly. Elder Chui nodded along, his gaze resolute. Chapter 61 Breakthrough. Saying goodbye to Lin Hai, Jiang Yu returned to the hotel with a heavy heart. He pushed the door open and walked in, paralyzed on the couch, not moving a muscle. Weekend Language smiled and walked over. Sitting next to him, Junior brother. What's wrong? Going out for a trip? Won't be with any girl. Jiang Yu sat up violently, raised his eyebrows, and asked in an ambiguous tone. Fourth senior sister. Wouldn't really like me, right? Weekend Language glared at him. Asterisk 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 you. What are you thinking in your head every day? Jiang Yu gave a long sigh. It's not that senior sister said me every other day. I thought. Weekend Language, asterisk 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 off. This is not to see you in a bad mood. Flirt a little. Who knows you still take it seriously. Jiang Yu looked at her with a smirk. Weekend Language face reddened, but the mouth refused to give in. Why are you looking at me? What I said is true. Riverfish nodded. Where's second sister? He looked around and didn't notice anyone. Weekend Language said frankly, second senior sister. She's very busy. What about you? Weekend Language shrugged and said indifferently, I'm just a rich second generation. What's the rush? However, I've heard that there's a recent manhunt in Sea City, she said mysteriously. Riverfish gave a puzzled look, wondering what there was to be concerned about in this message. The corners of Weekend Language's mouth rose, and there was a twinkle in his eyes. I heard that it's after a man and a woman. Riverfish looked at her calmly, waiting for her to follow. Seeing that she couldn't attract him at all, Weekend Language furrowed her brows and hugged her pillow and ravaged it before saying, why don't you ask more? Riverfish, I don't want to know because I don't care. Weekend said with an air of directness. The order to hunt down and kill was given by the hangman's place. Jianyu's face changed drastically. Unbelievable. Who is it? Weekend Language raised an eyebrow. Hanging Pot Place? Ah, that's the sect where that Dr. Son is from. The people thereafter are us. Jianyu's tone was grave. Senior sister, be careful lately. Weekend Language laughed. Are you that uneasy? Riverfish nodded affirmatively. Weekend Language looked at him in surprise. Jianyu calmly said, although I know that senior sister's strength is good, but what if the other side comes with many people? Weekend Language smiled. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Besides, it's not like they know who we are. Riverfish looked at it suspiciously. Weekend word, did they leave any evidence at that point? Plus they were afraid to talk about it. Riverfish understood. Jingle bells. Jianyu took out his cell phone. Unknown number. His face changed and he answered the call. It's almost time for the second month's examination. And you're not coming back? Wang Qinchin said sorrowfully. Jianyu smiled awkwardly. Eldest sister. I'll be right back. Weekend Language heard the voice from the side and quickly grabbed the cell phone from Jianyu, affectionately communicating with Wang Qinchin. Here, the cell phone is for you. Weekend Language threw the cell phone to Jianyu, turned around and went into the room. Before going in, he looked back. Go back early if you have to. Riverfish gathered this. Got it. He had gained a lot from this trip out, and it was time for him to go back and consolidate. The entrance to the Willow Road Elite Academy. Several people stood there, looking at the intersection now and then. Brother Jiang, why haven't you come yet? Su Ziyu asked anxiously. There might be a traffic jam. Qin Zai pushed up his glasses. That's not right. Qing Han, aren't you and Jiang Yu both in Haichang? Why are you back so early? Su Ro couldn't help but ask. Zhang Changhan lowered her head, her face flushed. Maybe he wasn't busy. Su Ro didn't stare closely enough to notice that something was wrong with her. As soon as Jiang Yu got off the bus, he saw a few of them sneaking around and couldn't help but frown. He stepped in front of them with flying steps. What are you all doing here? Several people were startled by his sudden appearance. Boss, you're back. Lin Han grinned. I'm telling you, I've recently taken it a step further. Now hey. Seeing him so dejected, Jiang Yu pulled him into a fight next to him. Lin Han covered his face and cried, Boss, can't you just punch your face? Jiang Yu gave him a blank look, and Lin Han shut his mouth. Alright, let's go. Jiang Yu returned to the academy like a fish out of water and ran straight to the training grounds. His little friend couldn't help but shake his head as he watched him practice. Boss, what's wrong with this month? Why is it so fierce? Su Zai said. I don't know. I don't think I'll run into anything. The boss is so strong and still trying. No, I'll go too. In the next second, Lin Han also entered the training ground. Zhang Qinghan stood next to them, expressionless, and didn't get involved in the topic. I'm going too. These Roll Kings. The men entered the training ground unannounced. Within the training ground, Jiang Yu's enemy was himself. He looked at faces just like his and composed himself, looking for the others' mistakes. Time rushes by. Riverfish punched at his mirror image, which shattered, meaning he was a step up from before. He looked at the true chi around him with satisfaction as he finally broke through the great circle of the Wendao realm. Wang Qinchin looked at Jiang Yu who came out from the training room and nodded with satisfaction. You've broken through again, she affirmed. Riverfish smiled and nodded. Just broke through. Still need to stabilize. With a wide smile on her face, Wang Qinchin patted his shoulder and said with relief, not bad, looks like the first place is yours again. At that time, Huyu received a text message. He looked at the contents of the text message with a stony face. Gripping the phone tightly, the veins on his face rippled. Senior sister, is there any reward for my breakthrough? Riverfish raised an eyebrow. Wang Qinchin withdrew her hand and lazily ignored him as she said in a serious tone, the situation of this competition has changed. Riverfish looked at her squarely. Anything to note? Wang Qinchin was about to say something, but was interrupted by a jumpy voice. Mr. Wang, are you here to see me advance? Lin Han asked this first as he hitched a ride on Jiang Yu. Wang Qinchin gazed at the people coming out behind her one by one and nodded affirmatively. It just so happens that you're all here, and I have something to tell you. Several people instantly withdrew their smiles and waited solemnly for what was to come. The test has changed this time. It's no longer a solo fight, but teamwork. Wang Qinchin faintly said. Teamwork? Is there a number of people required? Qin's eye hit the nail on the head. Wang Qinchin's eyes circled around and she nodded. The number of people required is 2 to 6, and I'll send you the details on my cell phone, so you'll remember to read them. I've got something else going on right now that you guys can go discuss. Jiang Yu's gaze was like a torch, and his lips pursed as he tried to say something. Wang Qinchin gazed at him and pointed to the cell phone. Riverfish nodded imperceptibly. Lin Han said with a big grin, Boss, do you have any ideas? Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze and opened his cell phone to look at it. Chapter 62 Individual Points. The college's second monthly assessment. The assessment is team-based, with 2 to 6 people per team, which can be self-organized. For this assessment, the college organized all the students to participate with random disruption. The location of the assessment is to be determined and the modalities are to be determined. Jiang Yu looked at the message and was rather speechless. It seemed to have said everything, and then it seemed to have said nothing. He said expressionlessly, take a step and see what happens. Jiang Yu paused for a moment and added, what are your thoughts? Su Ziyu said smilingly, Brother Jiang, why don't we form a team? Just 6 people. Lin Han glanced at the people around him and even counted them, grinning, really hey, just 6. Su Ro couldn't help but roll her eyes and directly disliked. There are only 6 freshmen in the martial arts medicine major. We've been living for 2 months and you still haven't remembered? Lin Han awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and giggled. Jiang Yu simply didn't have the eyes to see, and said to the others, Fatty said that a few of us are teaming up. Do you guys have any other ideas? Zhang Qinghan shook her head and softly said, I don't have an idea. Teaming up together would be great. Su Ro and Qinzai seconded. Everyone's gazes went to Lin Han. Lin Han received the message, rightfully said, nonsense, our martial arts and medicine majors together are invincible. Absolutely the first again. Everyone covered their eyes, turned and left. Lin Han chased after him. Don't go guys, I didn't say anything wrong. The boss is so powerful. Jiang Yu took advantage of the fact that Lin Han hadn't finished, and dragged him aside for some more individual training. This was finally quiet. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Yu once again opened his cell phone. In addition to the class message, there was also a message that Wang Qinchin also sent him. Senior brother, senior sister is going out for the next 2 days and won't be around during the examination. You'd better continue to hold first place, or you won't be going out for the next month. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth curled into a smile as he slowly typed a reply. Got it. On the day of the written exam, the east was clear and the sky was so foggy that you could only see blurry shadows even as you walked through it. All the students gathered and listened to the speech of the college executives. Jiang Yu yawned without a trace. Fortunately it was not a daily speech. Otherwise the years would have to be wasted. The contest will begin soon. Are you ready? Ready! Everyone yelled. With a word from the brass, follow your homeroom teacher to the car. Everyone began to move. Lin Han looked around and didn't find Wang Qinchin. His brows furrowed. Boss, Mr. Wang didn't come. How are we going to get there? Riverfish glanced at him and walked straight away. The rest of the squad rushed to follow. Lin Han looked at them with a bewildered expression. He quickly walked next to Su Ziyu and asked in a low voice, Fatty, where are we going? Su Ziyu was surprised. Didn't you read the message Jiang sent in the group yesterday? Lin Han froze for a moment and hurriedly took his cell phone out, glanced at it, and smiled awkwardly. He played it cool. Hey, I wasn't trying to test you to see if you knew. Su Ziyu skimmed her mouth and twisted her head to leave. Lin Han hurriedly followed him, chattering in a low voice beside him. Rows of cars were parked on the side of the road. Holy, they're all top-of-the-line off-road vehicles. Lin Han exclaimed, where the hell are we going? Jiang Yu glanced at his cell phone and found their car open and went straight up. The others followed closely. Jiang Yu, where are we going this time? Zhang Qinghan asked. Jiang Yu glanced back at them and faintly said, Rainforest. Rainforest? Su Ziyu couldn't believe it. Riverfish nodded. Seatbelts fastened. Off we go. Qinzai looked out the window and said coldly, this is a long way from the rainforest, isn't it? Riverfish looked at the map. Not far. Now go to the airport and take a plane. Lin Han sidled over, took a look, and curiously said, how did you see that? Solo smiled and said, there's only one flight at the airport right now, and that's to the rainforest. Lin Han silently shut his mouth and stopped interrupting along the way. A long line weaved along the road, with all kinds of people passing by exclaiming in amazement, and even some taking pictures. It was afternoon when we reached our destination. It was a once uninhabited island in the sea. Now its beach is covered with tents. Riverfish jumped from the helicopter and felt the heat and humidity. When everyone had arrived, Wu Zhanpeng walked out from the shadows. Welcome all students to this place. where you will compete in a 7-day team test, where you will have to defend yourselves against both enemies and fierce animals. This time, a point system will be used, with 1 point for eliminating people, 1 point for solving special animals, and, ultimately, just the number of points an individual has. The tents here are for tonight only. Now please send your group names and your team members to Bannerman, and the competition will officially begin first thing in the morning. Oh, by the way, the Academy won't provide any help for these 7 days. If you feel you can't do it anymore, you can press the pager and we'll arrange for rescue. Of course, the same goes for the eliminated ones. The most important thing, and the bottom line of this competition, is that there must be no human lives. Is that clear? Everyone shouted. Got it. Wu Zhanping disappeared after saying that. When Jiang Yu returned to his tent, he began to think about his next move. There was the sound of disorganized footsteps outside the tent. River fish. Jiang Yu lifted the tent and looked at the visitor. Ying Zhang? Zhang Ying held his sword and nodded expressionlessly. It's me. Jiang Yu frowned and looked up and down. What do you want with me? Zhang Ying looked at him with a burning gaze, her tone very hard. Have you formed a team yet? No, we can be together. Riverfish froze for a moment. He had just thought that he was here to pick a fight and put up a fight, but he didn't realize that he was here to form a team. Jiang Yu thought about it and said bluntly, I'll join them. With that, he pointed at the people behind Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying glanced back, nodded silently, and turned to leave. Qin Zai's eyes narrowed as he looked at the person who left. Brother Fish, that's the #1 spirit sword professional? River Fish nodded. She's not here to place a challenge, is she? Lin Han said from the side, with excitement in his tone. River Fish shook his head. She wants to be with us. Su Ro was puzzled. Why? They're not professionals, there are people too. Qin Zai suddenly said, let's discuss the competition tomorrow. Riverfish gave him an unexpected look and nodded. Come in with me. Everyone walked into the tent. Tell me, after hearing the rules, what are your thoughts? Jiang Yu took the lead and asked. Lin Han snatched the answer. There's nothing to say. Just do it directly and be done with it. In the face of absolute strength, conspiracy and trickery are all paper tigers. Su Ziyu nodded on the side. This he agreed with. He just wished the bout was just a little less beat up. Chapter 63, Surrounded. Su Ro's face was grave. Just now, the dean said that the last thing is to look at individual points. Personal points. What do you mean? Not a team competition? Why even look at personal points? A silence fell over the tent. Jiang Yu spoke calmly. In that case, we have to arrange our tactics to prevent others from sneaking in or straying. Zhang Qinghan added from the side. This competition is presumably to see if we can work as a team and cooperate to win. Otherwise, why would these academy leaders organize such a competition purely for fun? Those in the room were all smart people and understood at once. That's true, but, Qin Zai's ears twitched and immediately closed his mouth. Jiang Yu looked calm and spoke carelessly. Since that's the case, we're a group, so we'll teach each other more in the next few days. The few remaining men were silent for a moment, snorting. Just as long as Brother Jiang doesn't mind, Su Ziyu said with a smile. Su Ro, I can't talk about instruction. Wherever Jiang goes we go. The two men crouching outside the tent listened for half a day without hearing anything useful. They couldn't help but look at each other, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes. They'd waited a long time and hadn't heard anything useful. So did that mean they didn't have much of a plan? If you don't believe me, why don't you listen again? The two nodded and stayed on. The tent laughed meaningfully and moved on to other topics. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose as he took a sip of water and said, Let's go. Su Ro let out a huff. What took you so long to hear that? It's probably to try and set up information. Zhang Qinghan sneered. The others nodded along. Well, let's discuss. Now, the route for tomorrow. On the second day, at dawn, Wushangpang let all their tents be put away. Since you are now in the same position, please be blindfolded immediately and you will be taken where you need to go. Jiang Yu felt his body being driven, and his speed was so fast that he changed his position in a matter of moments. He sniffed and noticed a foul odor, like that of rotting flesh, unpleasant and disgusting. He reckoned it wasn't far from the center of the island. Suddenly, there was a sound from the sky. Attention all new students. The blindfold can now be removed and the competition will officially begin. Riverfish opened his blindfold and adjusted to it, then looked around. It's a rainforest. Tall trees, dense foliage, sunlight poured in only spots of light. Birds chirped, and there was the sound of running water not far away. The ground was wet and slippery if you weren't careful. Not underestimating the rainforest at all. Riverfish hit the ground running and headed for the stream. For this competition, everything is on their own, so besides the enemy beasts, the more important thing is to survive. Jiang Yu was still a meter away from the stream when he heard footsteps, and he sidestepped behind a large tree. I don't know what the leaders of the hospital think, How do you go about finding other people in such a big place? And special beasts? After walking for so long, I didn't even see a single figure. Stop complaining and look around before you get snuck up on. The two figures crept down to the stream. One of them glanced around to make sure no one was around. It's a good thing there's a stream, or we wouldn't know what to do. Riverfish waited behind the tree for a while, and when they weren't looking, he walked behind them. One of them turned his head at the sound and directly met Jiang Yu's line of sight. Jiang Yu, as soon as the words left his mouth, he was eliminated. The other man heard and scattered. The riverfish directly chased after him. What are you running for? The man shouted. Am I to be eliminated by you if I don't run? Jiang Yu smiled and reached him with a flash. Run now? The man took 2 steps back and cried out. Why am I so unlucky to have met you? Excuse me. Riverfish went straight to the top and eliminated him. He glanced at his cell phone and realized that his points number changed to 2. At the top of the list. Looks like the others haven't found anyone yet. The radio came on at an inopportune time. Riverfish, a martial arts medicine major, got the first kill. Let's congratulate him. Riverfish sucked in a sharp breath, hating the radio over his head. Isn't this purely messy? Was it to get everyone else to attack him? Riverfish quickly ducked to keep from discovering his position. On the island, war is imminent. The leaders of the college were watching in front of the monitor. This kid, Jiang Yu, is exceptionally talented, and in time, he will become a great man. As of now, among the new generation of youngsters, he is considered a quasi-leader. Wu Zhanping said with a smile. I heard that the one from the Ling family is already in the middle stage of the Prime Cloud realm. I don't know how he was born with such a high talent. One of them, dressed in a light green-colored Zhongshan suit, said, Wang Yuan, you're envious? Which is not true. Wang Yuan paused for a moment and stared at the monitor again, asking suspiciously, Jiang Yu hasn't found his teammate yet. In just a moment's work, Riverfish's points rubbed up. Man ahead, be on guard. With a command, everyone spread out in all directions with that person at the center. Jiang Yu noticed that the person in the center had someone who had been escorting him, so he thought that it was someone from the Command Academy, but the distance was a bit far. Didn't see the person clearly, but the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Riverfish carefully walked over, wanting to listen further to their arrangement. Senpai, no sign of the target. Everyone came back and said something and scattered in another direction. Riverfish, someone suddenly said. Coincidentally, Jiang Yu had just gotten ready when he came face to face with the scouts. The people in that squad heard the sound and jumped straight over quickly. Sure enough, it's you. Jiang Yu looked at the visitor. A hint of darkness flashed in his eyes. So it's Senior. I don't know if it's possible to. Who you walked over? Malice straight in his eyes, and his tone was icy. What about no? Schoolmate. Jiang Yu pretended to be innocent. Why do you feel that Senior has opinions about me? Who you gritted his teeth and said, Schoolboy, don't pretend. Before I made a fool of myself, it was you who made the move, right? When he thought about before, he felt the eyes all around him staring at him, the kind of ridicule that followed him like a shadow. Riverfish was surprised. Ah, I didn't know. It wasn't me. Who you sneered? Do you think that if you say you don't have it, I won't know about it? Everything is your mess. Today is the time for you to pay the price. Everyone in Huyu's squad surrounded Jiang Yu, preventing him from escaping, and Huyu stood not far away with madness in his eyes. Jiang Yu sensed the people around him. Their strength was not low, so it seemed that they were intentional. The corners of his mouth turned up as he said calmly, that was a real eye-opener. Senior, and an eye-opener to the diversity of living things. Huyu's face turned blue and his eyes twitched even more. Chapter 64, The Snake. Jiang Yu added. Senior is aware of it. Right, Mr. Wang is disgusted with you. Right, and never hangs on to you. But what about you? How do you do it? Huyu was so angry that his chest hurt. His eyes looked at him grimly and chided. What does it have to do with you? Since you like to mind your own business, why don't you mind your own business and don't die without knowing how? He waved his hand. The next second, the people who surrounded him rushed from different directions. Jiang Yu flickered sideways, and in a flash of lightning, he broke through the encirclement to Huyu's side. He reached out and grabbed Huyu with a hand. The smile on his face remained the same, but his tone was nasty. Yikes, how did you get caught by me? I thought the person you found was very powerful. How come he's so useless? The others froze for a moment, shock flashing in their eyes. Then they wanted to make a move, but realized they couldn't. The pupils of the captured Huyu quake. He didn't even have time to react before he was grabbed, and the binding sensation on his neck made it clear that he was not far from death. What do you want to do? Riverfish said quietly. Didn't intend to do anything, just wanted to make you obsolete before slowly losing the skills you rely on for survival. What do you think? Huyu shook his head in panic. You can't do this. You're going against the rules. Jiang Yu reached out and patted his face, lightly saying, it doesn't matter. since I dared to do it, no one will know. Hu Yu was instantly dumbfounded, and panic instantly surged in his heart. He muttered, I was wrong, never again. Jiang Yu frowned and looked at him with a look of disgust. It's not like you're scared out of your wits, is it? How dare you chase someone with such guts? I'm afraid it's not a fake. Riverfish threw Hu Yu out casually, incidentally eliminating him outright. Anyway, he didn't harm lives, and other means were even less done. As for what Hu Yu would become, it was unclear. Jiang Yu turned his gaze back to the person who was standing still. Hello seniors, mind if I take your points? He smiled and walked over. The others, who were immobilized, smiled bitterly. None of us can move right now, and everything is still up to you. It's just a grudge between you guys, just don't involve us. Riverfish, hey, you can't say that. I'm all about grievances, I won't hurt the innocent. With that said, Jiang Yu eliminated a few of them and left without leaving any semblance of a trace. Wu Zhanping looked at this scene, his brows furrowed. Jiang Yu didn't even move his hand, and this kid was scared silly? A couple of the other deans looked at it, shook their heads and, the dean of the command academy is really in a state of flux right now. The 5 days passed in a flash, and Riverfish and the group converged into a sniffing group. However, anyone who heard Jiang Yu's group ran far away, which then caused their current points to stagnate. What can we do now? Su Zai said worriedly. Jiang Yu glanced at the leaderboard. He was at the top of the list with 126 points. The second place was Zhang Ying with 88 points, and the third place was a sophomore senior. The members of the squad were basically around 50 points now. There are only some strong people left now. It won't be easy for us to take points from them. Qin Zai analyzed seriously. Jiang Yu's gaze flickered. Did we all forget that there's another kind of points we haven't taken? Zhang Qinghan immediately picked up. Fierce beasts. Yeah, how come we all forgot? Lin Han slapped his thigh and stood up. He looked at the others in surprise and scratched his head in embarrassment as he sat down. There are 3 types of beasts. The difficult ones have high points and the normal ones are low. Now that the low point ones have been pretty much taken, and the medium ones are probably much less, the only ones we can move are the difficult ones, Su Ro calmly said. Riverfish nodded on the sidelines. For us to be able to increase our points as a whole, we'll just have to go to the Mastodon now. Su Ziyu raised the question. Then how do we go about finding it? The crowd was in deep thought. Jiang Yu suddenly thought of the location on the first day, where there was a heavy odor of rotting flesh. If it wasn't for those two, he would have definitely checked it out. I have a place, but I'm not sure if it's still there. Qin Zai smiled and said, we don't have any points if we stay here anyway, so we might as well get moving. We'll always come across some that we can get. The crowd was unanimous. Riverfish discerned his way through the rainforest and soon came to the creek. It's near the stream. Let's look carefully. He ruffled the leaves and barked. The crowd spread out and searched carefully. Zhang Qinghan suddenly shouted, there are traces over here. Jiang Yu, see if you left them behind. Riverfish walked quickly, reached out and touched the mark, nodding affirmatively. I did it, so that means it's around. They followed the trail and made their way through. Suddenly there appeared a hole with a foul odor coming from it. Su Ro pinched her nose tightly and frowned. No way. This is too stinky. How can it be so disgusting? Jiang Yu's face was expressionless as he said seriously, there's definitely something wrong here. Are we still going? Zhang Qinghan and Su Ro somewhat refused, shaking their heads while saying, the main smell is too bad. I'm going to vomit. A few of the others were smothered in smoke and didn't look too good at first glance, and the corner of Wu Zhanping's mouth in front of the monitor rose and hooked up an arc. Finally here. It was not in vain that he had taken great pains to make the river fish fall directly here. Next, expect them to move. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, in this case, I'll go in first to explore the situation, and you guys guard the entrance. It'll have to do. Vomit. Riverfish held his breath and walked in. The cave looked small enough to hold only one person on the outside, but when you go inside, you realize there is a whole other world. Jiang Yu walked slowly with his right hand touching the wall, and the smell became stronger the further inside he went. Abruptly a sound came out, fast and with a dragging sound. Jiang Yu's pupils quaked as he quickly ran outside. When he got to the entrance of the cave, he shouted, get 3 meters away. This was big stuff in here. The others pulled back, waiting for everyone to back away from a safe distance. He went to survey what had followed him out. It was a giant long snake, thick as a tree even at the waist, now resting in the doorway constantly peering out at the people outside. If one were to meet its eyes, one would surely be able to detect the anger in its eyes. I told you why it stinks. Su Ro released her nose and took a sharp breath of fresh air. Zhang Qinghan said calmly, this snake has the mark of difficulty on it. Jiang Yu sighed in relief. Sure enough, he had guessed correctly. Can we handle it? Lin Han closed his eyes, not daring to look. How can we not manage it? We are strong martial arts and medicine professionals. We can heal and fight at the same time. Su Ro gave a confident laugh. River Fish nodded along. Lin Han ducked timidly and opened his eyes nervously. He's really not afraid of anything but snakes and the like. Chapter 65, Rescue. Jiang Yu looked at the ferocious beasts in front of him and calmly said, Fatty and Su Ro attract the firepower. Sunny and Shang Han are responsible for both sides, and Lin Han and I will attack from behind. Hearing the arrangement, everyone quickly adjusted their positions and prepared for the attack. Jiang Yu glanced at his companion's position and roared loudly with his true chi. Fatty, do it. Su Ziyu attacked the snake straight in the face. The snake's gaze shot straight to Su Ziyu, and its body moved up with such speed that its tail flung directly over. Unperturbed, Su Ziyu and Su Ro exchanged glances, dodged out of the range of the attack, and attacked once more. Qin Zai and Zhang Chenghan messed up from time to time, confusing the snake and attracting its attention. With everyone cooperating, the manticore serpent didn't notice the two men behind it. It looked angrily at the few people around it, a blazing fire rising in its eyes as it made sure to eat these people clean. Jiang Yu glanced at the shivering Lin Han and teased, You're not afraid of snakes, are you? Lin Han said with a terse neck. How can that be? Jiang Yu gave a serious "Oh, that's good. Now that they've attracted the snake's attention, let's look for a good opportunity to kill it with a single blow. If we can't, violent solution." Lin Han nodded expressionlessly. His teammates were desperately pulling in front of him, and as one of them he absolutely couldn't drag his feet. His eyes were fixed dead center on the snake, watching for its next move. The snake was harassed to move faster and faster, and a few times it almost hit Su Ziyu. Just as it was about to fling its tail in the next second, Lin Han yelled, "Right now!" Jiang Yu and Lin Han raised their true chi up at the same time, taking advantage of the snake's tail confiscating back, and struck out at the snake's head with a punch. The snake's body convulsed twice and its head fell to the ground, blood still flowing from the corner of its mouth. Su Ziyu carefully and vigilantly walked over, examined it carefully, and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Lin is also awesome." Lin Han's eyebrows danced. "That's not." Above the river fish, the face checked it out. "This snake is full of goodies. Want to get a handful?" The others' eyes glowed and they licked the corners of their mouths in excitement. "That's a must. Oh, snake soup. What a tonic food. And at a glance this snake is a great tonic. Otherwise it will not grow like this." Wu Zhanping looked at them somewhat dumbfounded. "No, just gone? They still want to eat? Dean, are you wrong in your prediction on this one?" The person beside him asked cautiously. Wu Zhanping looked grim and said in an uncertain manner, "This kid's force has risen quite a bit again. So, what next?" Just as previously arranged. Wu Zhanping raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curving up. Jiang Yu and the others were enjoying their food while checking their points. Lin Han staggered. This point slammed up a notch. Currently, Riverfish has 176 points, with Faultline leading the way. Everyone else has added 50 points each. A difficult beast adds 50 points. It's pretty screwed up. The idea appeared in everyone's mind. Su Ziyu said with slight excitement, "Brother Jiang, shall we continue?" Jiang Yu glanced at the sky and shook his head. "There are still 2 days left, so we can search around." He pondered for a moment, then added, "Look for anomalies in those places as you search." The others nodded. After Jiang Yu brought everyone to eat and drink, he continued on his way. They were invincible along the way, designing to make them eliminated after encountering the squad, but never saw the beast again. The last day came and they heard different voices. "There's a wild beast's cry up ahead." Qin Zai moved his ears and said with certainty. A few people were tacitly understanding and ran directly after Qin Zai. "It's Zhang Ying and his team." Su Ro glanced at it and said with a grave expression on her face. What happened earlier when Zhang Ying came over and invited Jiang Yu was still fresh in his mind. There's a tough fight to be had now that we're running directly into them. Zhang Ying also heard the sound and alertly said, "Someone is coming. Take precautions." She looked around while the movements under her hands continued. Zhang Qinghan glanced at it and murmured, "Do we take this one?" "Nah, we might as well find another one ourselves." Qin Zai said carelessly. As greedy as he was, he knew how to be human in the end. Jiang Yu thought about it, his voice lowered and said, "It's just half a day over. It doesn't affect us much. We'll just take a look at it from the side. We can't really go and help at the end." His comment was echoed by the others. Zhang Ying had been waiting for the enemy to appear, and after waiting for a long time, it did not come out. There was no choice but to say to her teammates, "Go all out and take it." What they encountered was a giant tiger. The tiger's claws were sharp and its jumping ability was high, giving them a scratch every now and then. Except for Zhang Ying, who was fine, the others had more or less wounds on their bodies. The tiger recoiled as it saw more and more attacks from the humans. A single scratch scratched the body with several bloody marks. In a flash, the entire team was left with only Zhang Ying. She stood in front of the tiger, panting as she confronted it, not giving way to each other, both waiting for an opportunity to strike a blow. The tiger's throat vocalized a growl, boosted forward. and lashed out a paw. Jiang Ying couldn't dodge in time and blocked his sword in front of him. The next moment, the tiger pounced. Jiang Ying had yet to regain her senses from the sparring match just now, and her eyes were still in a state of confusion. The tiger glanced around and hissed angrily as it realized its target was not there. Its nose twitched and its body arched slightly as it walked warily. Jiang Ying heard the tiger's whistle and winced as he came back to his senses. Why are you here? She glanced at the tiger again and realized. You're here because of the beast. Jiang Yu let go of her and walked to the other side. Answering. He had just snatched food from the tiger's mouth and left a scent behind. Now that tiger was looking for them. And if they were found, none of them would escape. Fatty, Sunny, attract attention. Su Ziyu and Qin Zai looked at each other and moved together. The tiger heard the sound and changed direction, running towards them. Only then did Jiang Yu look at Jiang Ying. You guys rest here, let's go tackle the tiger and split the points equally? Jiang Ying nodded. The rest of her team, except for her who was unharmed, were unconscious and had no business negotiating with river fish. But to her surprise, Jiang Yu would be so kind and even split the points equally. Qing Han, Su Ro, aid the wounded. Lin Han and I will meet that tiger together. Jiang Yu commanded. Got it. Several people moved in groups, each with their own responsibilities. Brother Jiang, you're finally here. This tiger is not easy to deal with. His strength is not much worse than that snake. Su Ziyu panted. He wasn't fast by comparison, and the tiger kept chasing him, so he had to go all out. River Fish nodded squarely. If you're tired, go ahead and rest. I'll attract its hatred and find a chance to chop it up in the meantime. Chapter 66, First in Points. Su Zai left very relieved. On the other side, Lin Han also replaced Qin Zai. Jiang Yu and Lin Han glanced at each other, nodded gently, and with a turn, they darted towards the tiger. The tiger hears the commotion and quickly ducks away while changing directions and swinging its claws. I'm sprouting. Luckily it's a bit of a distance away, or else I would have died here. Lin Han looked at the claws that were very close and with a flash, jumped to a great distance. Jiang Yu's face was grave and his tone was serious. Be careful, we didn't bring any weapons. By definition, snakes are more flexible. But it was obvious that the tiger in front of them was more agile than that. It always gives them a claw without even realizing it. The tiger began to pant as they took turns tending to it. Boss, it's tired. Lin Han shouted. Jiang Yu looked at it and the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Seize the opportunity and get it dead. The fist reached the tiger in the blink of an eye, and its pupils constricted as it gasped and tried to dodge. But the exhaustion of its body made it difficult for it to be nimble enough to do so. Ow! The tiger lies dead on the ground. Finally, it's dead. Lin Han panted. Riverfish let out a long breath and nodded. Go see them. The others saw them return and came forward. Brother Jiang, how's it going? Is it done? Su Ziyu asked. Lin Han grabbed the lead on the side, with the boss around. How could it be impossible? So what do you guys do? Su Zai then asked. The corners of Lin Han's mouth rose as he pulled his brother aside and began to speak eloquently. Riverfish wasn't going to get involved in it and just wanted to find a place to rest. He hadn't sat down for long when Jiang Ying walked over. Are you alright? Jiang Ying asked worriedly. She had been watching Jiang Yu just now, and when she saw that he didn't say anything and didn't bother with anyone else because he was injured, she looked for him. Jiang Yu glanced at her in surprise and said smugly, small matter, no problem. Besides, my force value is there for all to see. When Jiang Ying thought about it, Jiang Yu was the #1 freshman before, so there was nothing to worry about. Zhang Chenghan stood not far away and watched them talk, her face expressionless and surrounded by a cold aura. Jiang Yu didn't want to chat much, and when his afterglow swept over Zhang Chenghan, he said, the points have been equally divided. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. He called the people in the squad together to discuss what would happen after the test was over. Boss, no, you're planning to go out again? Lin Han was surprised. This period of time, Jiang Yu was rarely within the academy, and he didn't even find anyone to spar with. It was not easy for Jiang Yu to come back and go out again. I promised Qing Han's father to help him with his physique, so I still have to be busy. Jiang Yu said indifferently. Zhang Chenghan nodded with her eyes downcast. Su Ro smiled and said, if there's anything you need help with, just tell us. Yeah, what's up? Su Zai said with a big grin. Zhang Chenghan smiled gratefully at them. Attention all students. The assessment ends in 1 minute. Once the time is up, please return all candidates to the beach. The radio suddenly played. A few of the river fish quickly stood up and ran towards their destination. On the beach, one after another, some people came out. Compared with 7 days ago, the number of people is more than 2/3 less, and there are sighs of relief everywhere. Jiang Yu is too scary. How is he a freshman more powerful than a sophomore? Who knows? I don't know what I grew up on. I also don't know what the reward for this examination is. I hope it's a merit technique. It's the feats you can't get. Right, look at your points. Alas, As soon as Jiang Yu and the others came over, they attracted all the gazes, and the murmurs about them became even louder. Lin Han teasingly said, "Boss, you're even more famous now. I'm afraid that the whole school knows about you, except for the seniors and sisters of the junior year." Jiang Yu gave him a blank look and stood aside to wait for the follow-up. About 10 minutes later, all the people on the island were assembled. It was only then that Wu Zhanpeng walked out. "Congratulations to you all for completing this examination. Students who rank in the top 10 in terms of points will be able to choose a merit law within the academy." "Ah, no way. I would have tried a little harder if I had known." "Why?" The remaining students were very frustrated. Jiang Yu's face was unperturbed, but in his heart, he had an idea. He now had two techniques, both of which were internal energy. Now there was an urgent need for a martial art that could fuse internal energy and skills together. Therefore, the plan was to immediately go to the Merit Law Pavilion after returning to the academy. On the way back, Lin Han had been thinking freely about what feats to take. Yes, he had entered the top 10, the only two in the squad to do so. "I don't know when I'll be able to pick a merit technique," Su Ro said enviously. She came up just short of the top 10 this time. If she had known, she would have eliminated a few more people before, and now she could only envy them. "Don't worry, there are other methods that can be obtained," Qin Zai said. He had long ago studied the academy handbook over, and in addition to the tests, he could also redeem his merit points. "Only a little too many GPAs, so it's hard." Su Ro sighed. "You mean performance points, right? It's too hard to save. I don't know when I'll be able to save them." Upon arriving at the college, everyone was incredibly nostalgic. These days have been in the rainforest. They have not been able to eat well, wear well, and even sleep well, which can be difficult for them. As soon as they got back to the academy, they ran straight to their dormitory, where they desperately needed to change their clothes. After changing their clothes, they assembled in the classroom. Wang Qinqin smiled and said, "I've already heard from the other teachers that you guys did very well this time. It also won first place in the group. Here are your rewards." She took out a few tokens. Su Ro's eyes widened in disbelief at what she saw. She gulped and asked cautiously, "Teacher Wang, this is a token to go to the Merit Law Pavilion to receive a merit law, right?" The corners of Wang Qinqin's mouth rose. "Yes, because your squad won first place, so everyone has." "Yay!" Su exclaimed. The others were obviously happy too. Riverfish raised an eyebrow. Wang Qinqin looked at them with a calm gaze and waited for them to quiet down. Then the things arranged in the academy were briefly explained to them. "Jiang Yu stays, the others can leave," Wang Qinqin finally said. Lin Han gloated at him and pulled the others with him and ran away. Jiang Yu was expressionless, but mentally he couldn't help but want to beat the person up. He spread his hands and smiled wryly, his tone very underhanded. "Eldest sister, what is keeping me alone for? Is it to exchange feelings with me?" Wang Qinqin frowned, her tone gloomy. "If you can't talk, I don't mind helping you out a bit." "Oh," said the corner of her mouth rose, her eyes meaningless. Riverfish gulped and smiled awkwardly and impolitely. "Senior sister, I was just joking, do you believe me?" "Ha!" Wang Qinqin sneered, clearly not believing his words. Chapter 67 Elderly gives a secret book. Jiang Yu said in a serious manner, "Senior sister, what did you just look for me for?" Wang Qinqin instantly put the scene just now behind her and turned to business. "Dean Lu wants you to come over." Jiang Yu looked at it with some suspicion. "I'm not sure about the specifics, you'll find out when you go." Wang Qinqin couldn't help but sigh as she thought of Dean Lu's words. "Okay." The river fish didn't refuse. He glanced at the frowning Wang Qinqin and walked over to her, reaching out and brushing his hand across her forehead to smooth out the wrinkles. "Don't frown all the time. Frowning makes my senior sister look bad." Wang Qinqin was slightly stunned and gave him a few more hard glares. "What are you doing?" said the man, waving his hand right away and walking to the other side, holding his arms up and down. "You're not thinking what you shouldn't be thinking," Jiang Yu leisurely said. "Senior sister, you're my fiancé. It's normal for me to think about it." Wang Qinqin clenched her fists and said with a wry smile, "You think before you say oh. I haven't seen you in a few days and you still dare to molest her. You've got a lot of guts. You need to be coached." Jiang Yu took a step back and shook his head in a hurry. "I was wrong, senior sister. When it was time to admit one's mistake, one had to admit it, lest it hurt when senior sister punched it." Jiang Yu quietly groped for a glance and shouted, "Senior sister, I'm going to find Dean Lu first." After saying that, he ran away. Wang Qinqin couldn't help but laugh at his flustered and confused appearance. Today's task of teasing the little master is completed. Dean Lu's office is not far away, on the third floor of the martial arts medicine program. Riverfish knocked at the door. "Come in." He pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Riverfish? You came over, have a seat," Dean Lu said enthusiastically. Jiang Yu was a bit bewildered, but still followed Dean Lu and sat down on the sofa. "Dean, Mr. Wang said you wanted to see me about something? Dean Lu put down the quilt in his hand and looked sharply at Jiang Yu. I watched the entirety of your competition this time. He paused for a moment and then added, the fact that you were able to heal in the medical arts shows that the attainments are high, but in the martial arts, you need to go further. Jiang Yu had to admit that Dean Lu was right. Although he had broken through very quickly these past few times, it always felt like something was missing. I wonder if the dean could give me some pointers, he said sincerely. Dean Lu smiled and said, you're the seedling I'm optimistic about and a lifesaver, so naturally I know everything. You're currently at the wondrous Tao realm, aren't you? Neither of your Rin and Duo chakras have been opened, and your martial skills haven't been formed. Riverfish smiled awkwardly and impolitely. Dean Lu didn't have any reservations and went straight to work himself. He took out a box from the drawer and handed it to Jiang Yu. Inside is an elixir that I have kept, which has a miraculous effect on the Runwu 2 chakras. Jiang Yu didn't take it. Instead he smiled lightly and said, Dean Lu, I can't take this. It's something very valuable and should be given to someone who needs it more. He knew the other man meant well, but preferred to work on his own. Dean Lu sized him up, judging whether he was telling another lie. Looking at his sincere eyes, he eventually retracted. He gratifyingly patted his shoulder. Good boy, ambitious. When the time comes, go and pick a martial art within the Merit Law Pavilion. Merge your true chi and martial art into one, and break through the Ren and Duo chakras, and you'll be considered to have formally stepped into the first door of the martial arts path. Jiang Yu looked at Dean Lu gratefully, his tone excited. Thank you for your guidance, President Lu. I'll leave you alone. He said hello and left. Once again arriving at the Merit Law Pavilion, Jiang Yu walked in with ease. Little friend Jiang Yu has finally arrived. Elderly suddenly appeared next to Jiang Yu and faintly said. Riverfish froze for a moment and smiled awkwardly. Elderly, the game was a little anxious. And then, he stammered to explain. Elderly didn't care much and waved his hand. It's okay to come. Jiang Yu handed the token in his hand to Elderly. Elderly received the token and looked at him in surprise. It seems that little friend's strength has progressed a step further. What kind of technique are you planning to pick this time over here? Martial arts class. A hint of realization flashed in Elderly's eyes as he quickly put the token away. Taking Jiang Yu with him, he searched the 6th underground level for the merit technique. I don't know which one your young friend has in mind. Fist, leg, knife, sword, or both. Jiang Yu's heart pounded as he listened. He suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked without moving, why did Elderly say that? Elderly smiled. Different people with different focuses and preferences are different. Jiang Yu said tentatively, if I like them all, which technique do I need? Elderly gave him a meaningful look and turned away. Follow me. He was right about having the courage to fight and challenge himself. Jiang Yu walked underneath for who knows how long before he stopped, only to see Elderly touch the side of the bookcase. The entire floor disappeared, and with it came a ladder. Past the ladder and came to a clearing above. It was apparently a space filled with weapons. Jiang Yu curiously went up, touched it, and it directly disappeared. Those are fake, just projections, Elderly suddenly said. I don't know if Elderly brought me here is. Jiang Yu asked, don't you want to learn battle techniques? Here is a set of battle techniques that I have learned in half of my life. Will you learn them? Elderly calmly asked. Jiang Yu thought seriously for a moment before saying, learn. From the last time he came into the Merit Law Pavilion, he knew that the other party was strong, and it wasn't on the same level as them. Being able to learn such a powerful martial art was something he had earned. Good. Stay here and learn during this time. Elderly pulled out an ancient book from his bosom and handed it to Jiang Yu, and when Jiang Yu took it, he quickly disappeared into thin air. Jiang Yu looked at the ancient book in his hand and was dumbfounded. It's a fake imitation of a book with very clear handwriting inside. Even the paper is new. He flipped it open with a tearful smile and read it. The more he read, the more serious his face became. Jiang Yu suddenly raised his head and blurted out, many thanks to Elderly for the gift of the secret book. Elderly watched his movements from the shadows and nodded in relief. This gongfu had taken him half a lifetime to complete. He had been trying to find someone to pass it on, but found that none of the juniors could see it. It was so hard to look at one person that I almost thought he wouldn't come. Luckily, the gongfu was finally given away. Practice. Elderly's voice was mysterious and distant. Jiang Yu solidified his mind and began to ponder over it word by word. Time passed little by little, and Jiang Yu had stayed in the Feats and Techniques pavilion for some time. Wang Qinqin looked at the dialogue box of the cell phone that still didn't return the message and breathed heavily. Jiang Yu, this person neither went out nor was in the dormitory. Where could he go? There are so many places in the academy. Could he have gone to the Merit Pavilion? Lin Han passed in front of Wang Qinqin smilingly. Wang Qinqin called out to him. Do you know where Jiang Yu is? Lin Han's smile stiffened. Jiang Yu is in the Merit Law Pavilion right now. When I went to look for a Merit Law, Elderly told me about it. There was also jealousy in his tone. Chapter 68, Breaking Through the Prime Cloud Realm. The last time he was in the Merit Law Pavilion. Lin Han foolishly thought that the merit laws on the 6th floor of the ground were bullish. I didn't realize until I took the token this time that there were 6 more floors underground, and I felt like my face had been slapped. What's he doing where he is? Wing Kin snapped. Lin Han's jaw dropped. What else could the Merit Law Pavilion be? Of course it was to learn merit laws. Mr. Wang can't be stupid. Or is he possessed? Wang Qinqin quickly reacted and said without changing her face. How long has he been gone? About 5 days now. Lin Han frowned as he thought. I don't know what kind of powerful martial arts skills he learned again. It was like this last time. Teacher Wang, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to go practice before I can't keep up. Wang Qinqin was slightly out of breath as she got the news she wanted. Last time? Freshman competition? Yes. That time Riverfish was almost late. Good thing he won in the end. Suddenly, as if remembering something again, she took out her cell phone and sent a quick message. Jiang Yu was immersed in the world of martial arts. He fused the martial arts and techniques he had just learned and utilized his true qi to travel throughout his body. Everywhere he went, he opened up until all of it was opened up. Now he was breaking through the last 2 acupoints. Jiang Yu condensed the true qi around his body and transformed it into a silver needle, sticking it straight towards the acupuncture point. Ka-ching! He heard a shattering sound coming from his body. In the next second, the wall membrane of the acupoint shattered. A warm current flowed into the dantian, and Jiang Yu couldn't wait to feel the change as he charged through another acupoint with all his might. The last acupoint took him an entire day to break through. The moment he broke through, a sea of qi formed at his dantian. Jiang Yu stood up and used his battle technique on the empty room, carrying great destructive power between his punches and palms. He could feel his body becoming stronger now. Elderly suddenly appeared behind Jiang Yu and slapped at him. Jiang Yu's face did not change, not panicking in the slightest. Standing on his feet, he leaned back at the waist and dodged. Elderly, being unreasonable, you sneak attacked. Elderly ignored him and punched him again. Jiang Yu utilized desolation to wrap his true qi and held his opponent's fist. Don't! I've just made a breakthrough. My little body can't take it. Saying that, he pushed with such force that Elderly took several steps back. When Elderly stood still, a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, kid, good punches and palms. I just don't know how well the legs and weapons have been learned. Riverfish smiled smugly. I told you my talent is one of a kind, and my legs and weapons are almost as good, but I still need to practice more with my weapons. You can't even practice without a weapon in space. Elderly gave him a blank look and said in a serious tone, be humble, don't be proud. Riverfish smiled and said, got it. I'll see if you made a breakthrough just now, Elderly said with certainty. Riverfish nodded. Elderly was a little lost in thought. This kid's talent was more than high. It was at the top. If he was able to cultivate reality, his spiritual roots would definitely be of the highest quality. Suddenly I'm a little envious of this kid. However, it was also good that his martial arts skills had been passed down. In short, he had earned it no matter what. Little friend Jiang Yu, there's still a long road ahead. I hope you can keep your heart and move forward all the way. The river fish was grateful and bent down to bow. Elderly, although you are not my master, you are better than a master. For your generosity today, Jiang Yu is grateful and will never forget it. The creases on Elder Li's face were all wrinkled together, and he said in a rather good mood, if that's the case, why don't you just worship me as your teacher? Riverfish stumbled a step and smiled awkwardly. I'm not hiding it from Elderly. The kid already has a master, and I learned all my skills from him. Honest child. Elderly smiled. Alright, you've learned the most precious techniques in the Merit Technique Pavilion. Practice them well when you go out. In the next second, Elderly disappeared. Riverfish stood still and didn't move. After a few seconds, he dodged and jumped out. Standing at the entrance of the Merit Pavilion, Jiang Yu felt that the sunlight was a bit harsh. He reached out to cover his eyes and waited to get used to it. The cell phone kept vibrating and he took it out of his pocket. Many people had texted her, especially Wang Qinqin who had sent the most. Jiang Yu looked at it and called Wang Qinqin directly. Sister. He had just opened his mouth to call out, when he was directly yelled at by Wang Qinqin. Jiang Yu, are you stupid? I'm in your dormitory right now. Get your ass back here. Pop. The phone was hung up. Jiang Yu touched his nose as an afterthought, always feeling that he would be beaten this time. How about he doesn't go back? No, if we're found out, eldest sister will beat her up even more. But, he broke through. He should be able to beat it. Why don't we try later? Jiang Yu thought wildly while walking towards the dormitory. Dormitory. Wang Qinqin sat expressionless on the couch. It had been 10 whole days and there was no news at all. If she didn't know that it was in the Merit Law Pavilion, she would have called the police to find someone. Jiang Yu walked in slowly and smiled involuntarily when he saw Wang Qinqin. Elder sister, looking for me? Wang Qinqin looked at her angrily, her tone gloomy. Can I find you if there's nothing to do? Riverfish winced and gulped. It's over. Senior sister is going to be furious. What if it's even scarier? Elder sister. Wang Qingqin directly interrupted him. There's no need to talk to me. You're just my senior brother. You can do whatever you want. There's no need to explain to me so clearly. Riverfish was dumbfounded. What did senior sister mean just now? Is she not going to recognize the marriage contract? No, absolutely not. Live as his man, die as his ghost. Jiang Yu walked to Wang Qingqin's side and grabbed her hand. What did senior sister just say? Wang Qingqin moved and didn't break free from his hand. She couldn't help but furrow her brows and her tone became more impatient. I said, before the next word could come out. Jiang Yu's other hand intercepted and wrapped around his waist. Their bodies were close together, and Jiang Yu directly kissed them. Wang Qingqin froze, and in the next second became annoyed and kicked with her upper leg. Jiang Yu let go of her lips, but his body didn't dodge and directly suppressed down with his legs. Jiang Yu, Wang Qingqin shouted sternly. Senior sister. I don't like hearing those words just now, Jiang Yu said expressionlessly. If he hadn't still had his sanity, he would have done it long ago. Wang Qingqin panted. Ha, isn't it? Doing everything without notice and making people worry all the time? Riverfish instantly loosened up and grinned a hefty grin. Did senior sister say that just now because she was worried about me? Wang Qingqin rubbed her wrists, blankly glanced at him, and was silent. She had always known that Jiang Yu's force value was not weak, but she didn't expect that it hadn't been long and she couldn't control him already. Riverfish giggled. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your default. The room fell silent, and all that could be heard was the sound of ha laughter. Wang Qingqin couldn't take it anymore and changed the topic. Who you is crazy? Chapter 69, Excited Eldest Sister. Jiang Yu's smile instantly tightened, his eyes staring grimly at Wang Qingqin, waiting for her next words, as if she didn't see it. Wang Qingqin said to herself, I've heard that he's been scared out of his mind since he returned to the academy. You know? Riverfish let out a hum. Who did this? I want to thank him properly. Wang Qingqin's excited voice rang out. Jiang Yu's movements paused, and he said as if nothing had happened. I did it. Wang Qingqin gave him a suspicious look, as if he didn't believe it. Jiang Yu emphasized again. He came to trouble me. I scared him, and then it was like that. Wang Qingqin patted him hard on the shoulder as she swept him up. You can do it. Well done. Little brother had really solved a big problem for her. When he thought about it, a wave of guilt rose in his heart as she had just gotten so angry. Junior brother, I'm sorry for just now. Jiang Yu stretched out his index finger and pressed it to her lips, smiling bashfully. I didn't blame senior sister. Just now it was senior sister who was too worried about me. Next time I'll do something, I'll be sure to report it so that senior sister won't worry. The two men's gazes locked straight into each other, and the atmosphere became ambiguous all of a sudden. Their heads came closer and closer together. The next second, the cell phone rang. Wang Qingqin pushed Jiang Yu away in a panic and walked out with her cell phone. What the hell just happened to her? How could she not control herself? Surprisingly, she even had other thoughts about Jiang Yu. It was all a hallucination. Absolutely. Jiang Yu looked at the door of the room with a baffled face, his fists unconsciously clenched. It was that ungrateful guy who had to call now. It was so hard to be able to be intimate for a while, but he was directly interrupted. The more Jiang Yu thought about it, the more angry he became. The tyranny in his heart had no outlet. Brother Jiang, you're back? Lin Han suddenly appeared at the door and greeted. Jiang Yu looked at the visitor and said with a fierce smile, compare? If you win, you can do whatever you want. Lin Han's eyes lit up and his mind calculated. He had previously taken advantage of Jiang Yu's absence to learn a new technique as well. I've been practicing for a while, and I don't know how strong I am. Why don't we try it out while we're at it? Lin Hanshua thought the more worthwhile he felt, and agreed in one mouthful. But, boss, first things first, no punching in the face. Riverfish nodded. The two went to the jousting ring on a date. After a fight, Lin Han was aggravated. Boss, you're not a pervert. How come it feels like you're rising me so? Jiang Yu shrugged helplessly, his tone rather innocent. I don't know, but I can feel as if you're stuck in place. A knife was stabbed into Lin Han's heart. He was frustrated. Boss, stop it. I feel heartbroken. Riverfish pulled him up as soon as he could and patted him on the shoulder. Believe it or not, if you compete with anyone else, you're the one who wins. Lin Han nodded his head furiously, his tone quite natural. Of course I'll win, but in the next second, he smiled bitterly. But how can they compare to you? Only by crossing you can I become the strongest. Dumbfounded, Riverfish took a deep breath and, it's already at the door, so hurry up and get your treatment. I really don't want to stay here for a second. Lin Han tugged on his sleeve and said blearily, boss. Riverfish drew back his sleeve and pulled him in for another beating. Soothing, go away. Jiang Yu leisurely walked around the academy, his eyes glancing around aimlessly. Suddenly he remembered the Imperial Spirit needle chart and found his cell phone and called the old man. Master, where's my needle chart? Master Chui snorted. I'm not at home here. Why don't you wait for me to go back to Lu Chang and we'll talk face to face? Jiang Yu snorted. The old man wouldn't be trying to delay, would he? How can that be? If you're in a hurry you can come over to me? See if I take it off. Master Chui's loud voice roared over. The address is sent to you. You can see for yourself. Jiang Yu looked down at the address and raised an eyebrow. It's Sea City again. Let's do it. I'm going to see how sister and the others are doing. Wen Shu, you've been out of the country for so long. Why are you suddenly back? Of course I'm back to prepare for graduation. What about you, Xingha? Jiang Yu suddenly felt someone talking on the side of his ear and subconsciously dodged to the side. Not expecting to directly bump into someone, he looked up. It was the two schoolmates. Excuse me. No, what's wrong with you? Can't you see anyone? Xingha chortled in slight anger. Jiang Yu looked at them suspiciously and said once more. Sorry, I didn't see it just now. It was only then that He saw clearly who this person was. She took a step back in fear, tightly grasping Wen Shu's sleeve, and whispered, This is the river fish I was talking about before. Mo Wen Shu turned her gaze to Jiang Yu, smiling. Hello, I'm Mo Wen Shu, a third-year major in martial arts medicine. This is my friend Xingha. Sorry about earlier. Jiang Yu smiled politely. Jiang Yu, freshman in the martial arts medicine program. Good day, senior sister. Mo Wen Shu said without changing her face. We've just disturbed schoolmate, so we'll leave first. She pulled Qingwo away. Jiang Yu didn't think much about it and left directly. Coming to Hai Cheng again, Jiang Yu had different feelings. He directly took a taxi to reach his destination. Elder Chui, I'm here. Where are you? Jiang Yu said nonchalantly as soon as he entered. Elder Chui walked out smilingly, and following him was a wonderful woman. River Fish shot him a look of disbelief, and his afterglow glanced at the girl again. This old man is also playing with too many flowers, and he is still disrespectful at such an old age. Probably because Jiang Yu's expression was extremely rich. Elder Chui could tell what he was thinking at a glance. What are you thinking, brat? Get that scrap of your brain out of your head. Jiang Yu looked at him smilingly. I didn't say anything. What are you in such a hurry for? Or am I right? Elder Chui was so angry that he directly raised his cane up, and then thinking that this was not his grandson, he finally put it down. May I remind you that you don't want the needle chart if you keep on being playful? Jiang Yu instantly changed his face and said in a serious manner. I was just joking. Don't get on the line. Oh. The woman next to him looked at him and laughed her ass off. Grandpa Chui, is this the little friend you were talking about? Elder Chui nodded helplessly. Hatsumomo, he's just not tuned in on the surface, but he's still relatively calm on the inside. Chuchu withdrew her smile and shot a glance at Jiang Yu with skepticism in her eyes. But he's too young. Can he really cure my grandfather? Jiang Yu glanced suspiciously at Elder Chui. No, why didn't you tell me there was a cure? He's not going to fall for it, is he? Elder Chui glared at him twice, signaling for him to follow. Chu, don't worry, I've seen his medical skills before. The one from the Zhang family was cured by him. Chapter 70, Questioning. Cho glanced at Jiang Yu in surprise, and the suspicion in her eyes tightened up a lot. She guffawed. I'm sorry for the extra offense earlier, Jiang Yu said without much concern. It's okay, I'm Jiang Yu. I don't know what to call me? Chu exclaimed, her eyelashes fluttering. Ah, I'm Lin Chu. Just call me Chu. River Fish nodded slightly. They walked a few steps outside the room. Lin Chu pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Dr. Wang, how is my grandfather now? Chu's clear voice rang out. Jiang Yu glanced around the room, which was covered in medical equipment. A physician in a white coat is busy. Hearing the voice, Dr. Wang glanced back and frowned. Ms. Hatsumomo, didn't I tell you? Don't let anyone else in while I'm healing. It'll disturb me. The first time, he stood on his side foot, not daring to breathe. I'm sorry, Dr. Wang. I just. Dr. Wang impatiently interrupted her. Miss Chu, no matter what reason there is, it's not the reason for coming here. Elder Chui was furious. Dr. Wang, is it? I've been here for so long and this guy Lin Xiong hasn't even woken up once. Does that mean you can't? It really pissed him off. He grew up seeing Chu. Her own grandfather didn't even talk about her. Why should an outsider be able to talk about her? Dr. Wang's gaze was sharp and he said in annoyance, do you know who I am? I'm the physician of the Hanging Pot Workshop. If you offend me, let's see who dares to treat you in the future. Master Chui let out a bah. You think I'm happy about it? Aren't you just a bunch of moralistic guys with bad medical skills and even worse character? Besides, so what if we offend you? We have other physicians. We really think you Hanging Pot place are great. Dr. Wang stopped his hand movements and said in an icy tone, Miss Chu, I can't look at this one. You should hire another person. Lin Chu panicked for a moment. She tugged on Elder Chui's sleeve and said pitifully, Grandpa Chui, don't argue with Dr. Wang. My grandfather, he will die if he doesn't continue treatment. Woo, Elder Chui calmly said. Chu, we're not begging him. You've forgotten that I've brought the physician here. Lin Chu looked at Jiang Yu and cried even more. She couldn't stop her tears. Dr. Wang stood aside and sneered. I but to see who dares to take over. Jiang Yu, it's your turn. Elder Chui smiled curtly. River Fish simply cried and laughed. This old man, didn't he just say something awesome? How did you get here and wimp out? Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't move, Elder Chui's face couldn't hang on and he walked up to his ear and faintly said, the needle diagram is in this little girl's hands. Jiang Yu's eyes were glowing and he looked at Lin Chu with even more enthusiasm. Lin Chu cowered and took a step back. That's it? A brat. MS. Chu wouldn't expect him to be a healer. Dr. Wang listened to the whole thing from the sidelines, and the more he heard, the more ridiculous he felt, and he couldn't help but speak out sarcastically. Jiang Yu's face changed and he gave him a disdainful look. What? You can't heal yourself and you won't allow others to? As if he had been touched by the scales, Physician Wang roared. Brat! I'll let you know what happens when you offend me. Wait for the hovering pot workshop's pursuit. River Fish shrugged indifferently. Is that the only trick you guys know how to do? That's what happened before, and now it's still a chase. Nothing new. He calmly continued. Make way. I'll see the people. River Fish crossed over to him and walked over to the hospital bed. The eyelids were opened and looked at. The lip color was observed. And finally the pulse was taken. Lin Chu watched his series of movements and couldn't help but tense up in her heart. River Fish, how is he? My grandfather? She asked cautiously. Dr. Wang watched coldly. Jiang Yu put down the movements in his hand. His gaze calm. Your grandfather has coronary atherosclerotic heart disease. Lin Chu didn't even understand the first paragraph. She just heard the 3 words heart attack. She paled and asked anxiously. Heart attack? Why have you been in a coma? Is grandpa still saved? Jiang Yu glanced sternly at Dr. Wang and sneered twice. When Elder Chui saw the scene, he was directly enraged. River Fish, you just looked at him. Did he move something? Dr. Wang's face turned blue with anger. What are you talking nonsense? I'll sue you for false accusations. Don't falsely accuse people if you're not good at medicine. Seeing that he didn't admit it, Jiang Yu laughed sarcastically. Dr. Wang is such a good healer. He won't be able to see the disease, right? How can I not see it? Don't you spit blood there. The more Dr. Wang said, the more justified he became. Lin Chu looked at Dr. Wang with a dull gaze. How is it different from what he said before? Elder Chui realized in an instant that something was wrong and walked directly next to Lin Chu. Chu, don't be sad for now. You need to pull yourself together and then find out the truth. Lin Chu returned to her senses with a firm gaze. Dr. Wang, why are the results different? She questioned. Dr. Wang hastily shook his head, his tone extremely calm. Miss Chu, it's that this kid's medical skills are not good enough to see it, so he just said a random disease. Lin Chu looked at him skeptically and was silent. The physicians of the Hanging Pot Workshop have never lied to their customers. This Miss Chu can guarantee. River Fish scoffed. Of course there's no deception. It's just that the disease has been transferred and the true cause of the disease is not being told. Cold sweat broke out on Dr. Wang's forehead. He had always thought that Jiang Yu didn't know anything, but he didn't expect this to be seen. No, he couldn't just admit it. He had to do something. Miss Chu, I can guarantee that I'm not lying. He's all nonsense. He points at Jiang Yu. How old is he this year? Even if he knows medical skills, he definitely hasn't learned them. Miss Chu must discern clearly. Lin Chu looked at him calmly, and then glanced at Jiang Yu who was calm and unruffled, and spoke. Jiang Yu, can you cure my grandfather? River Fish was confident. Of course. Okay, my grandfather is in your hands. I trust you. Lin Chu clapped her hands and decided. Dr. Wang's heart was immediately in turmoil, but his face still showed great pain. MS. Hatsumomo, it's wrong for you to decide that. It's okay, I trust the people Grandpa Chui brought. Lin Chu said crisply. Jiang Yu didn't care what they were saying there and calmly took out the silver needle. You're in a coma? It's ridiculous. You'd do anything for a needle. The Hanging Kettle Workshop really wastes such a good name, making the Hanging Kettle a joke. As soon as the Hui Yang stitching technique came out, the aura in the house changed. Elder Chui looked at Jiang Yu, and a glint flashed in his eyes. How long has it been? This kid is even more powerful than before. Dr. Wang stared daggers at his movements, the greed in his eyes unmistakable. Chapter 71. Such a powerful needle technique is definitely from the Hanging Pot Workshop. I just don't know how this kid learned it. If he could learn such an excellent needle technique, he, Wen Depan, would definitely become the #1 physician in Haichang. When that time came, the thought of endless, Inexhaustible wealth pouring into him in a steady stream was simply too good to be true. Dr. Wang's eyes flickered, and the smile at the corner of his mouth involuntarily rose. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu got up and pulled out the silver needle. Lin Chuchu anxiously stepped forward. Dr. Jiang, how is my grandfather now? Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. It's not a big problem, just wait for one night. Also, that healer, you can call the police to arrest him. Lin Chuchu nodded with a sigh of relief in her heart. I will. Dr. Wang had not yet returned from his fantasy when he heard these words. He took an arrow step to grab Jiang Yu's hand and said in a ferocious tone, Good, so you're the one who stole my Hanging Pot Workshop secret book. I told you why you're so arrogant. So you're a thief. At the same time, a sound came from under the villa. Elder Chui quickly walked to the door and glanced downward, his face grim. The people at the bottom, dressed in uniform, quickly split into two groups as one person walked in from outside. As soon as he looked up he locked eyes with Master Choi and took a step up. Elder Chui returned to the room, his tone icy. The Hanging Pot Workshop's people. Dr. Wang was all smiles and smug. Jiang Yu, is it? Heaven has a way you don't go. Hell has no door you must barge in. I'll see what you do now. He exerted force on his wrist, without changing his face. Riverfish twisted him around with a slip of his hand. Ah! Dr. Wang screamed in agony, his face bruised. What are you doing? With a roar, the door was kicked in. When Dr. Wang saw the visitor, he cried out, Boss Fan, save me, save me. This person, the one who stole the secret book. When Jiang Yu saw his nonsense, he gripped hard on his hand, and the screams rang out once again. Dr. Wang, think before you speak. Oh, trouble comes out of the mouth. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Lin Chuchu had never seen this scene before and was so scared that she hid directly behind Elder Chui. Elder Chui looked at Dr. Wang with a sharp gaze, his hand clenching his cane tightly. Boss Fan had been to many places, and this was the first time he had been ignored so completely. His face instantly clouded over, and the anger in his heart slowly rose. What are you guys doing? Are you trying to go against our Hanging Pot Workshop? He gritted his teeth. Jiang Yu twisted the man's arm and kicked towards his abdomen. Dr. Wang was instantly placed on the ground, unable to move. Boss Fan looks at the man at his feet and pulls him up by the hand. Ah! With a scream of pain, Dr. Wang's arm was directly broken. Boss Fan, hiss. No need to. Dr. Wang shook and said brokenly, Don't mind me. Kill that kid first. He stole the Hanging Pot Workshop's secret book. Elder Chui was furious. What are you babbling about? He's been able to do it for as long as I've known him. Dr. Wang retorted. What about before we met? Can you guarantee that? Elder Chui was instantly speechless. Jiang Yu looked at Boss Fan carelessly. Is this how you guys at Hanging Pot Place falsely accuse people? Boss Fan scoffed. Whether there are false accusations or not, you'll know if you come with me. Riverfish gave a playful laugh. What if I don't? Then don't blame me. Boss Fan raised his true chi. His aura forced his hands to move, only to see the true chi converge into a ball and strike directly towards Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu stood still, twisting the sea of chi in his dantian and converging it into his palm. He moved his palm slightly and caught the mass of true chi. Boss Fan's pupils widened, his heart was shocked, and his face instantly paled. He clearly felt overwhelmed, and his true chi felt like it was slowly dissipating. Who the hell are you? He looked at Jiang Yu in fear and exclaimed. Riverfish smiled slightly. Still calling me a thief now? Physician Wang didn't see anything wrong with it and thought that Jiang Yu wouldn't be able to support him for long. So he called out, Boss Fan is a master of the wondrous Dao realm. So if you can't support him, hurry up and surrender. Your subordinates think you're very powerful. Oh, Jiang Yu said with a wry smile. He didn't stop the movement in his hand, using his palm to turn into a claw to grab his opponent's fist, gently pulling it, and then twisting it outward. With a leap of his feet, he jumped behind Boss Fan and elbowed him in the back. Boss Fan spat blood from his mouth. Jiang Yu smiled blandly towards Dr. Wang and spoke lightly. Do you know who's powerful now? Dr. Wang was scared out of his wits, his legs directly kneeling on the ground. Boss Fan is a master of the Daowen realm, and he failed just like that? What realm is that Jiang Yu in? Did he just call someone a thief? God is going to kill him. Dr. Wang crawled on his knees to Jiang Yu's feet and kept fanning himself, and the corner of his mouth kept saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The commotion upstairs was heard downstairs, and Boss Fan's men ran up. Boss, who is it? Who hurt our boss? Jiang Yu stood to the side, holding his arms and sneering. One of them saw Jiang Yu's eyes cracking in anger and pointed at him. Did you do it? Riverfish raised an eyebrow. That's him. Brothers beat him up. With a command, everyone rushed towards the Riverfish. Riverfish threw them on the ground in 3 tries and walked over without panicking. What are these people going to do? Elder Chui gave them a yuck sound. Furious, what else can we do? Send them to the police station. Just lock him up for a few years. Lin Chuchu also chimed in stiffly. And that Dr. Wang too. Let him do a lifetime in jail. Dare to deceive her and she'll leave him with nothing. Jiang Yu smiled lightly. Not afraid now? Still a little bit. How did you get so good? Lin Chuchu ducked back. It was the first time she had met someone so powerful. So many people fighting one and winning. If only she were that good. I've heard that if you cure your grandfather, you'll be able to get the Imperial Spirit acupuncture diagram? Jiang Yu opened the door. Yes. Lin Chuchu nodded. When Grandpa first got sick, he let out the word that whoever saves him will give the needle diagram to him. Who knows? She couldn't help but sigh. Elder Chui couldn't help but say, the Hanging Pot Workshops is hitting on this idea. That's why they deceived you. We, Chuchu, have suffered. Lin Chuchu's eyes were teary and she whimpered in a low voice. In the back of his mind, however, he began to be glad that he hadn't taken the stitches out before, so that Grandpa could drag his feet until now. Your grandfather is fine now. No need to cry anymore. Jiang Yu said softly. Lin Chuchu gently nodded her head. She wiped her tears and choked. When Grandpa wakes up and makes sure he's okay, I'll give you the stitch chart. Chapter 72, Fourth Senior Sister's Anger. Thanks a lot then. Jiang Yu calmly said. Then can I leave now? Master Chui froze for a moment and asked in confusion. Aren't you going to wait here? Jiang Yu looked at it suspiciously and shook his head, his tone very confident. If I make a move, he's bound to wake up, and there's no use for me to be here. Elder Chui was dumbfounded and looked at him with tears and laughter. Okay, I'll call you when he wakes up. Riverfish didn't leave for long before the police came over to inquire about the situation. After a few exchanges, everyone was taken away. Grandpa Chui, is my grandpa really okay? Lin Chuchu asked worriedly. Elder Chui looked at the person on the bed with an extremely certain tone. Sure. Jiang Yu didn't go anywhere, took the key and went straight back to the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Hey, who are you? Got a reservation? The male receptionist at the hotel stopped him, impatience in his tone. Riverfish paused for a moment and asked uncertainly, do I have to make a reservation to come over and stay at the hotel? The other young lady at the front desk said with a smile on her face, sorry sir, mainly because I haven't seen you come in or out in recent days, so I took the liberty of asking. In her heart, she was frantically spitting out how many broken rules the hotel had. Jiang Yu handed the room card in his hand to the front desk. The receptionist froze for a moment and continued to operate without changing his face, while the male receptionist blushed and did not dare to say more. Weekend Language had just returned to the hotel when he saw Junior at the front desk. Looking incredulously, she pretended to be calm and walked over. Yo, isn't this the missing junior apprentice brother? Why are you suddenly back again? Riverfish smiled awkwardly. He knew it wouldn't pass. His good old days were gone since he learned that his sisters were in contact. Sister. Weekend Language directly interrupted him. But don't call me elder sister. After all, it's not like which family's youngest brother. A disappearance is half a month. Even the voice of the letter is not there. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose and his tone was playful. Ah, so senior sister missed me. I said why I feel like sneezing all the time lately. Weekend Language's face instantly grimaced, and his eyes were on fire. Brat, what did you just say again? Saying that, Weekend Whisper's hand directly twisted his ear. Grimly, Jiang Yu dodged in pain, a pleasing smile raised on his face, blinking his eyes. Senior sister. Weekend Language felt his heart suddenly pounding, and the movements in his hand paused. Do what? Playing nice? I don't eat that. Jiang Yu continued to increase his strength. Senior sister, senior brother hurts. Weekend Language quickly retracted his hand, pretended that nothing had just happened, and crossed over to him to go straight up the stairs. The two men at the front desk watched a big show, keeping their heads down and not saying a word. Jiang Yu took the room card into his hands and went straight back to his room to rest. A good night's sleep. After receiving the news from Elder Chui, Jiang Yu went directly to the Lin family villa. As soon as Jiang Yu appeared, the smile on Elder Chui's face didn't stop. How the hell did you learn to be so good at medicine? He couldn't help but speak, shaking his head again. Only a pervert like you could. Jiang Yu gave him a blank look and crossed over to look directly at the waking man. Elder Lin's lips were pale and his face didn't have much blood on it because he had only woken up due to his illness. However, his eyes gleamed and he looked at Jiang Yu with appreciation. I heard from old Trey that you saved me? He smiled and spoke. Riverfish nodded. How are you feeling now? He inquired patiently. Compared to those who learn martial arts, ordinary people recover more slowly from illnesses and focus more on recuperation. Elder Lin nodded without much concern. It's quite good. It feels better than before. Lin Chuchu looked on with teary eyes, but the smile at the corner of her mouth was obvious. Jiang Yu went up and took a look. Nothing major. Then he turns his gaze to Lin Chuchu. Lin Chuchu received the gaze and was a bit bewildered. It was only when Master Choi saw it and said something beside her sir that he reacted. She smiled awkwardly and walked out. Come back in after a while with an ancient book in your hand. This is the payment promised to you, Lin Chuchu whispered. Jiang Yu took it without changing his face, casually flipped through it to make sure it was real, and his heart was relieved. Thank you, Ms. Hatsumomo, for cutting me off. Lin Chuchu shyly waved her hand. It's well deserved, Elder Lin observed from the sidelines. A hint of a smile also tinged with relief flashed in his eyes. In the past, our ancestors were also physicians, and we got this book of needlework by chance and developed it, and made a fortune on it. Later on, suddenly a bit of the inheritance was broken, and there has been no one left to learn it. Now because of this book of stitches, it has also led to unnecessary trouble. It's good to give it to someone who needs it. The old man couldn't help but sigh. Riverfish laughed a little and didn't comment. If you ask him, the only way to protect everything is to be strong in yourself. Everyone understands the truth of the pikestaff. Grandpa, we'll be fine afterward, Lin Chuchu firmly said. After this lesson, she decided that she wanted to learn martial arts to strengthen her body and protect her grandfather. Elder Lin smiled and didn't carry out a blow. Jiang Yu took advantage of the exchange between their grandparents and grandchildren, raised an eyebrow, greeted Elder Chui, and left. The first thing he did when he got his hands on the Imperial Spirit Needle Technique chart, Jiang Yu began to study it. There were few similarities between the contents inside and the healing heart method, but the method of cultivation was the same. Jiang Yu stuck the silver needle into his arm, and transported the true qi in his body into the silver needle, and a warm current surged into his entire body. Many images instantly appeared before his eyes. Jiang Yu looked over scene by scene and realized that they were all detailed information on acupuncture point diagrams and needle diagrams. It was unknown how long it took, but Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the weekend language that was close at hand. His pupils contracted sharply, and his figure moved. Sister, he called out in an ungraceful manner. Weekend language gave him a blank look and jumped another meter away, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? I can't even watch you up close? Jiang Yu sighed and spoke slowly. I was just practicing. Your sudden appearance will scare people. Weekend Whisper said oh and stopped talking to him. Jiang Yu organized himself and got up to put the stitch chart away. What were you cultivating just now? Weekend Language asked absently as he ate his fruit. Riverfish blurted out. Stitching. Weekend Language put down the bowl in his hand and looked at Jiang Yu with burning eyes, his tone revealing curiosity. Wasn't it passed down to you by your master? Riverfish shook his head. Just got it. I've been busy with this for the past 2 days. Weekend Language nodded in understanding and randomly exclaimed. Didn't master pass down the heart technique to you? How come you have a new one? No. Are there so many folkloric feats? How come a random family has a kung fu? Jiang Yu said without changing his face. Did a favor, and the other family paid for it with a heart technique, without the need for Riverfish to continue. Weekend Whisper heard it. Chapter 73, Meeting Again. How come I'm not so lucky? Weekend Whisper couldn't help but say. Jiang Yu also did not understand, and even more so, he did not dare to answer, for fear that his senior sister would be capricious and things would go off track again. But thinking about the needle technique, he seemed to know how to solve the problem of Zhang Qinghan's physique. Weekend Language suddenly added, I'm going on a trip out of the country, with an uncertain return date. Riverfish looked over in surprise and exchanged glances with Weekend Language. Don't worry, small problem. Weekend Language smiled. Riverfish nodded reassuringly. At that time, inside the council chamber of the Hanging Pot Place, a spacious solid wood table was filled with people. These were all high-level people who had joined the Hanging Pot Workshop for a long time, and the one at the head was Zhao Hong, the workshop master of the Hanging Pot Workshop. I think that all of you have heard some rumors recently, so I invited all of you here today because I want to discuss the future. Zhao Hong thought about the recent events and rubbed his brow, rather headache-ridden, and said. The people at the bottom looked at each other and whispered. One of them, a middle-aged man with a big belly, said, I don't know which specific matter the workshop master called us over to discuss. Zhao Hong didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Yesterday, Minister Fan of the Foreign Affairs Department was arrested. What? Who did this to you? When has our Hanging Pot Workshop ever been so angry? Someone slapped the table hard in anger. Yeah, who the hell is it? Make sure you get him. The others chimed in. The Hanging Pot Workshop had been established for so many years, and it wasn't as if it hadn't been threatened. But for the first time, the ministers had all been arrested and taken in, and it was just too much of a disgrace. If those people in the Jezebel Hall knew about it, there would be another round of ridicule. Therefore, they absolutely could not let this matter be settled. I heard that person's name is Jiang Yu, a short, lean man with shady eyes said. Zhao Hong's face changed, his tone low. Riverfish? Xiao San, are you telling the truth? Zhou nodded. I'm pretty sure he did that thing with Lin Hai back in the day, too. Everyone in the Hanging Pot Workshop knew that he and Lin Hai were deadly rivals, and had been looking for traces of each other for so many years. It was hard to find, but a young man spoiled it, and thus held a grudge. He found out the man's name yesterday after asking around. Zhao Hong couldn't sit still this time, and his tone was rather icy. This matter, then, cannot be resolved peacefully. Right, and he even has the last name Jiang. It's impossible to say. Zhao Hong's stern eyes looked at the one who said, "Be careful of the trouble that comes out of your mouth." The conference room was instantly quiet. "Seniors, is there any way to stop him? Or make him disappear?" Zhao Hong said. Zhao San He wryly sneered twice. "I have a plan. Since the other party was able to put Fan Bu down, it means that he's at the hearing Dao realm now. We can find someone more powerful than him to kill him." Zhao Hong thought about it and asked with a frown, "How can I find it?" Fan Bu already had the highest force value within the hanging place. "I have a friendship with the trickster sect and asked them to find a group of people to hunt the river fish." Zhao San couldn't help but laugh maniacally at the thought of the river fish being shredded to pieces right away. The others winced and agreed that it was a really good idea. A dark sigh of relief came from Hiroshi Cho. Compared to what he thought before, Zhao San was almost like a villain, not giving people any life at all. But they were already on opposite sides, and mercy was out of the question. "Alright, I'll leave this matter to you," he said lightly. Zhao San nodded. At this moment, Jiang Yu was holding his cell phone, comparing the things in the mall and picking them one by one. To say why he was here, it wasn't because of weekend language. She was bored and had to drag him to play a game and lost, and was sent to the store. Jiang Yu reasonably suspected that fourth senior sister was relocating her anger. "I've heard that the stuff here is much better than over at Willow City. Wenshu, should we take a look?" Xinghe stood in front of the store and hesitated. Mo Wenshu's gaze flickered to the familiar people in the store. The corner of her mouth slightly curved up in an arc, and she quickly withdrew her gaze again. "I'm all right, do you want to go?" she said with a smile. Xinghe paused in her steps, as if she had made up her mind, and walked in. "Wow, sure is a lot cheaper than outside," she couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the merchandise. Riverfish's ears twitched. He thought he heard a familiar voice, but couldn't remember it. Mo Wenshu took Xinghe with her and walked carelessly to Jiang Yu's side, reaching out to take what was in front of her. Her afterglow glanced at the contents of her cell phone and she said in a rather good mood, "Xinghe, this thing is great," not even noticing that there was someone around. Xinghe glanced at the object in her hand and cheerfully took it over, studying it. Jiang Yu heard the voice of the person next to him and raised his eyes to look over. The first glance felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. "Hello, haven't we met somewhere before?" he greeted with a smile. When Xinghe heard this, she didn't lift her head a bit and said in a conspiratorial manner, "What era is this? And there's still such a cliched pickup line. Is it a disgrace?" Jiang Yu choked back a sob, smiled awkwardly and nonchalantly, and stopped talking, nodding slightly, intending to leave. Instead, Mo Wenshu smiled and whispered softly, "I'm sorry, my friend is rather straight. There's nothing malicious. It's okay. I don't care." Jiang Yu rubbed the back of his head, and suddenly an image flashed through his mind, instantly coming to a realization. "I can see why you feel familiar." Mo Wenshu smiled gently and waited for his next words. "Hello senior sister, I'm Jiang Yu from the martial arts medicine major." Jiang Yu extended his hand and introduced himself with a smile. Mo Wenshu gave him a surprised look and reached out for a shallow handshake. "Hello, schoolboy," she guffawed, her crystal eyes, bright and clear, smiling like a crescent moon. All of a sudden, Jiang Yu felt that he couldn't hear anything. His eyes stared at her dumbfounded, and he muttered, "It's so beautiful." Mo Wenshu's smile widened as she listened. As soon as Xinghe looked up, she saw them staring at each other, and an anger rose in her eyes. She fought her way to the center and spoke in a nasty tone to Jiang Yu. "Who are you? Can't you see we're going over? It's so crowded here, can't you make way?" Jiang Yu was baffled for a moment, looking at the person standing in the center with a single word in pursing her lips. Mo Wenshu pulled Xinghe's clothes and softly said, "Xinghe, this is schoolmate, we know each other." Green Harvest glanced up and down, finding the memory of the encounter in the corner. She softened her tone slightly. "Hello schoolboy, if there's nothing else schoolboy will be going." Xinghe said it very dryly, and in the next second, she put down the things in her hand, took Mo Wenshu's arm, and intended to leave. A hint of nastiness flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes, and he pretended to be harmless. "Sisters, just now I saw you guys looking for a lot of things. Aren't you going to buy them?" Chapter 74, Break the Siege. Ah, she knew it, the kid was doing it on purpose. Xinghe hurriedly picked up. "Wenshu, the stuff here is not good. Let's go." Jiang Yu's brows furrowed in skepticism. "Is it true that things are bad here, senior sister? How come I haven't heard about it?" Xinghe blankly glanced at him, her tone rather impatient. "If I say it's bad, it's bad. What do you care?" "No, what's wrong with this little girl? How can you throw dirty water for no reason?" A big mom couldn't help but say. "That's right, I've bought from this store so many times and never stepped on any mines. How come in your mouth is something bad? A little girl's family, talking nonsense without facts. And that's not good housekeeping. The people around him said one thing to each other, and every word slammed into Ching He's heart. Even the service staff in the store came over with a smile on their faces. Hello miss, is something broken in the store? If you get it, we can trade it in for a new one. Kingo's eyes instantly reddened and she looked around in horror. It was the first time she'd been surrounded by so many people, and it would be nice if they didn't accuse her again. Ching He suppressed the aggression in his heart and bent his head low with the intention of apologizing. Sorry, Riverfish pulled her behind him and spoke with a smile. Sorry everyone, we were just role-playing. We didn't realize that we misled everyone. It was our fault. Chingha froze for a moment, looking at the back in front of her, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. Mo Wenshu glanced at Jiang Yu in surprise, and followed suit, adding, we were merely being theatrical just now. Sorry. The people around them instantly came to their senses and laughed. That's what I'm talking about. How can anyone hack this store when all of their merchandise is well made? You guys are so real. I really thought you were here for something. The attendant chuckled. Riverfish waved his hand. How can it be? Who doesn't know this store? If you were really looking for trouble, you would have called the police. Mo Wenshu couldn't help but smile as she watched Jiang Yu converse with ease. When everyone had dispersed, the three of them walked out of the store. Chingha lowered her head and whispered, thanks to you just now. If it wasn't for you, I would have been besieged and couldn't even get out. Jiang Yu said without much concern. It's fine. Besides, it's not like you're the only one with problems. Ching Yi thought about how he had treated Jiang Yu before and regretted it even more in his heart. She thought for a moment and explained. I didn't mean to treat you like that before. It's just that Wenshu was there before. Mo Wenshu said in an icy tone. Ching Yi closed his mouth tightly and said no more. Jiang Yu glanced at them suspiciously and didn't continue to ask. He glanced at the sky and said with a smile, I wonder where the two school sisters will go later. Mo Wenshu smiled softly, back to the Grand Hyatt later. Riverfish looked at them in surprise. What a coincidence. I live there too. Then we can go all the way there. Mo Wenshu said. Riverfish nodded. The three men walked down the street. They came to an intersection, and Riverfish sensed something was wrong. He slowed his pace and walked behind the girls. A harsh wind blew, and Riverfish reached out and inclined his head to look at it. His eyes changed and he said icily, Who told you to come? Mo Wenshu also realized that something was wrong and pulled Chingha to avoid the attack. Chingha was startled by the sudden movement and said in panic, Wenshu, it can't be you. No, they're going after the Riverfish. Of course it doesn't exclude me. Mo Wenshu looked puzzled. A wisp of danger flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared again. Chinghe looked at the swarmed Jiang Yu with a somewhat hesitant expression. Although she was a martial arts and medicine major, her focus was on medical arts, and she knew nothing about martial arts. She couldn't help even if she wanted to. Mo Wenshu comforted. It's okay, he can do it. I didn't expect it. Her senior brother has good luck with women. Her best friend hadn't been this attached to someone before. How long have we known each other? And you're so attached. What if she knew that her senior brother had 7 marriage contracts? Jiang Yu didn't know what the two girls were thinking. He was now preoccupied with how to quickly solve the person in front of him. As the incoming person's movements became faster and faster, Jiang Yu also stopped suppressing his realm and his aura opened up. The man on the other side of the room froze, looking grave. I'm afraid I'm going to have to answer for this. However, even so, he had to fight with all his might. Sensing every move around him, Jiang Yu leisurely took a few steps and dodged his opponent's attack. At the same time, he cupped a silver needle in his hand and stuck it in the body when the person wasn't paying attention. Boo! The slayers' bodies were paralyzed on the ground, not moving a muscle. Mo Wenshu watched this scene, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes, and Chingha's pupils quake. Her mouth opens wide as she looks at Jiang Yu with a shocked face. She muttered, Wenshu, this schoolmate is also too strong. I knew before that it was the number 1 freshman, but I didn't expect the strength to be so strong. Mo Wenshu smiled sweetly. That's for sure. Jiang Yu turned his head back to see the wonderful scene, and his mood turned from the anger he had just felt, to calmness. The two school sisters aren't hurt, are they? He said calmly. Mo Wenshu smiled serenely. No, schoolmate is great. Chingha also said on the side. Really awesome. So many people. You solved it all by yourself. Hearing the compliment, Jiang Yu suppressed a smile and humbly said, No, there's still to learn. Mo Wenshu laughed shallowly, not wanting to continue with this complacent person. Jiang Yu didn't care, looked at his feet and squatted down. With a grim face, he pulled a silver needle from one of the men. The man woke up. He glanced around, a flash of fear in his eyes. He shivered and said, What are you going to do? The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth raised in a wry smile as he said eerily, Tell me, who sent you? It's the Lu family. They offered a sum of money. So, the man didn't dare to hide it, and told all that he knew set out. Jiang Yu's brows furrowed as he thought for a moment before remembering who the Lu family was. It was you guys last time too? He spoke suddenly. The man on the ground looked puzzled, and after a moment's thought, carefully inquired, was there one before? Jiang Yu instantly understood what he was saying and once again sent the silver needle to his body. You have a grudge against them? What next? Mo Wenshu asked abruptly. She had just been listening a lot and heard some of the headlines. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows and shook his head. No, someone else invited them. Don't worry, I've already called the police. The bell of the police car came quickly. The three men went to the police station together to give their statements. Wait, I still have things to do, so I won't send the two school sisters off, so be careful on your way back, Jiang Yu said smilingly. Chapter 75, stopped. Jiang Yu opened his cell phone and made some inquiries. A headache came over me as I looked at the photos on my phone and the address. Finally, he opened his address book and called Yen Qingzhu. The phone rang for a while. Jiang Yu thought that no one answered as before, and planned to hang up. Who knew it was connected the next second? Second senior sister? Jiang Yu hesitantly shouted. The background noise on the other end of the phone was loud, like in a food market. Jiang Yu paused for a moment and glanced at the cell phone interface. It was indeed the name of the second senior sister. So he continued, second senior sister, are you listening? It was only after a while that Yen Qingzhu's cold voice could be heard. Young master? What's wrong? Jiang Yu shook his head, and all of a sudden remembered that this was a phone call, and quickly said, nothing important. Does senior sister know where the Lu family is? Someone beside Yen Qingzhu was conversing with her, and Jiang Yu's side didn't hear too clearly. They live in the innermost building of the street garden. Riverfish raised an eyebrow. I thought that my senior sister would mind, but I didn't expect to say it directly. It's fine, thank you second senior sister. With that, he quickly hung up. Jiang Yu stood on the side of the road and randomly called a car, heading directly towards his destination. Yen Qingzhu had just finished talking to someone and froze for a moment as she looked at the record on her cell phone. Her face instantly grimaced and she directly dialed Jiang Yu's number. The phone rang for a long time and no one answered. I don't know. How dare you not answer the phone? You're getting bold. If you don't fight for a day, you'll get a houseful. Yen Qingzhu exuded a cold aura, and the people around her didn't dare to come forward. Little girl, wouldn't you have quarreled with your family just now? An older man asked, blithely unafraid to come forward. Yen Qingzhu suppressed the anger in her heart and tried to smile as nicely as possible. Well, the younger brother in the family is growing up and getting naughty and pissed off at me. Harm, my brat is also. But, your dishes are all in good shape. The Moncler outlet online nagging didn't stop. Yen Qingzhu didn't dislike it either, and didn't stop moving under her hands, echoing a sentence every now and then. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone on the sidelines knew that the pretty girl wasn't one to be messed with, they would probably have complimented her on her virtuousness twice. As for Riverfish, he turned his cell phone off and his attention ran away long ago. Master, are there any interesting places in Haichang? Jiang Yu looked out the window and said carelessly, you're a tourist who came over for a visit, right? To say where is fun in Haichang, then of course it's to see the sea. The master's mouth doesn't stop talking about the sea city. Riverfish responded with a couple of responses, and there was no follow-up. Without making a fool of himself, Master played music in the car. After getting off the bus, Jiang Yu looked at the villas in front of him and suddenly felt beautiful. He walked right in. The security guard in the cell looked at him several times and didn't recognize who it was, so he walked over. Who are you looking for, brother? The guard asked. Jiang Yu grinned. I'm here to find Lu Yunliang of the Lu family. The guard's face instantly changed. You're looking for Lu Yunliang? He frowned, slightly skeptical. Who are you to him? Jiang Yu's mind was puzzled up, but he still didn't change his face. I'm his friend. I heard about him so I came over to take a look. The more the security guard listened, his brow furrowed into a mountainous frown. He let out a cold laugh and chortled. Who the hell are you? In all the years I've been here, I've never seen you before? Why don't you believe me when I say I'm here to find someone? Jiang Yu didn't have the good sense to say there's a problem with the security guard, but they're doing their job. Say there's no problem, but they have to push it around. The guard grunted. Who knows if you're one of those bad guys? To put it mildly, Jiang Yu's face turned blue, his eyes glaring at the security guard. I'm going to say it one last time. I'm going in to find someone. The guard stood in front of him, not moving a muscle. That is, until a group of people ran out from inside the neighborhood, led by a man with a tiger's back. The security guard's face was piled with smiles, and he bowed his head and said, Team Lu, this is the unknown person I found, who has been insisting on going in to look for young Master Lu. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed, his face expressionless, his lips pursed. He kind of knew why the security guard kept stopping him and talking as if he didn't hear him, so it was all pretend. Kid, I heard you're looking for the eldest young master? Team Lu glanced scornfully and said with a smirk. Jiang Yu didn't move either, looking at him playfully. the security guard said from the sidelines. Didn't you want to go in just now? I called the people here. Why don't you say something? I knew you were just lying. Team Ryu, you must make this scourge clear, or else you'll be able to come in casually if you want to in the future. Team Lu smiled and patted his shoulder. Old son, you're so dutiful. I'm sure I'll tell the boss, and let him give you a promotion and a raise when the time comes. The guard smiled even more and felt steady in his heart. He's a good thigh hugger, and it's not a dream to make $1 million a year as long as you stay close to the thigh. Thanks for the mention, Team Ryu. The security guard turned his head, glared fiercely at Zhang Yu, and was about to turn around and leave. Without turning his eyes away, Zhang Yu said indifferently, "Stop." The guard glanced back as if he'd heard some joke. Not stopping in his tracks, he said sarcastically out of the side of his mouth, "I'll be damned. Who do you think you are?" Saying stand still is hilarious. Riverfish moved his hand and shot a shot out of sight. The security guard suddenly felt a pain in his leg and fell straight into a dog's ass, missing his teeth. He looked up at the teeth on the ground, his eyes full of rage, and his mouth couldn't help but roar. Who was it? Who sneaked up on me? The guard tried to get up, but found that his legs were out of his control and he couldn't even notice any feeling at all. Panic rose up inside him, and even his anger disappeared. He moved over one step at a time, grabbed Team Lu's pants tightly, and cried out, "Team Lu, my leg." Team Ryu didn't even give him a look and just kicked him away. Incidentally, he glanced towards the people behind him. "What are you doing?" the guard shouted uneasily. Riverfish watched without a word as they dragged the security guard away. Team Lu thought that the average person would be scared out of their wits when they saw this kind of scene. I didn't expect this person in front of me, not even blinking his eyes, as if he was blind, but he knew very well that the man across from him was not blind. "Who the hell are you?" he asked with a grave expression. Riverfish suddenly laughed. Team Willow asked in disbelief, "What are you laughing at? I've said several times that I'm going to the Ryu family. Why do you guys act like you didn't hear me?" John Yu couldn't help but be sarcastic. Team Lu was a bit annoyed and his tone was clipped. "I asked you nicely and you think you really have a few pounds?" He then added, "Ha, why do you think you have a big face? You can meet our boss whenever you want? Didn't anyone tell you that you have to make an appointment to meet?" Chapter 76. John Yu's eyes looked at him grimly, listening to the nonsense that came out of his mouth. "Finished?" he spoke softly. A flash of surprise flashed in Team Ryu's eyes. He just said that. Doesn't this guy have any shame? So, he once again spoke out in mockery. "What are you trying to say?" In the next second, a silver needle stabbed towards his neck. Team Ryu tries to avoid it but realizes it can't move its legs. In an instant, he thought of the security guard's inexplicably bent leg just now. It seemed that this was all done by this person in front of him. His pupils quake, his eyes widen, his mouth keeps moving, but he can't say a word. Riverfish patted Team Ryu's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I dislike that mouth of yours so much that I sealed it, and now my ears are finally clear." Well, Team Ryu kept struggling to say something. Riverfish rambled, "Oops, I can't use this mouth anymore, so can I go find your boss now?" Team Ryu nodded frantically. The people behind him looked like they had just reacted and shouted, "Team Lu, are you okay?" There were even those who yelled, "Who told you to hurt my Team Lu? Take your life." With that, he swung his fist towards the riverfish. John Yu's eyes glazed over, the corner of his mouth raised in a bad smile and he sidestepped. He turned around and released his true chi, attacking towards those people. Team Lu looked at the true chi around Zhang Yu. His pupils contracted sharply, and he shook his head in panic. Unfortunately, his teammates were overwhelmed by anger at this point, and desperately fought with Riverfish. Zhang Yu wasn't polite either and beat him to death. Convinced? He stomped on the man and said in a sorrowful tone, "Want to continue? I don't mind being accompanied to the end." The people on the ground were in so much pain that none of them heard Zhang Yu's words. Team Ryu shook his head hastily. He was just an ordinary martial artist who didn't even have any true chi, so it was impossible for him to fight. He struggled to make a sound. Zhang Yu gazed at him and grinned. "It's a pity that you don't speak well, otherwise I would have let go of you." Team Ryu looked at him in despair and decided to swing for the fences. "Anyway, this dog's life is saved, so do what you like." Riverfish took a few steps forward, stopped where he was, and doubled back. "Where is the Willow family's villa?" he asked. Team Ryu's mouth moved while his eyes kept looking at the rear. Just as Zhang Yu was thinking of a foolproof plan, someone had already tipped off. "Master, Team Lu and the others have been beaten up." The man who spoke was one of the men who had swallowed the security down. He had planned to go back, and when he came to the intersection he found all his brothers knocked to the ground. Even Team Ryu couldn't speak or move their legs, so he panicked and ran back the other way. When Lu Linzhou suddenly heard this news, his face instantly grimaced, veins rising on his forehead. "What did you say?" the man said with a tear in his eye and a sniffle in his nose. The man came over and said he was looking for the eldest young master. and the security guards didn't think it was right, and sent us a message. We went over to take a look and didn't recognize this person at all, so we tried to stop her outside. Who knows? Lu Linzhou pieced together the message in his words and immediately made a call. It wasn't clear who this person was, but at first glance, he wasn't a good person. He had raised them for so long, and now it was time for them to return the favor. Jiang Yu removed the needles from Team Lu's legs so that he could move, and incidentally, lead the way. Since I couldn't talk, it was a handful of times along the way. Jiang Yu stood in front of the Lu family's door, a flash of viciousness in his eyes. He kicked the gate with all his might and it fell right down. Team Lu stood still, not daring to move a step. Of course, Jiang Yu took advantage of his inattention and gave his leg another shot. Hearing the sound of the door shattering, Lu Linzhou sat motionless on the sofa, and beside him stood 5 more experts. Did you hear it? Where is his approximate realm? Lu Linzhou asked without moving. One of them didn't change his face and said, probably at the Dao-smelling realm. Lu Linzhou abruptly sighed in relief. Their Lu family had gone to great lengths to cultivate some martial artists, but before they could practice, they had lost one of their great generals. The current descendants, all of whom couldn't hold up, were the only 5 who could come, the 5 of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. If it was just the wondrous Dao realm, the few of them would have no problem dealing with it. Jiang Yu walked in gracefully, looking at the gawking crowd across the street with a smile on his lips. All waiting for me, by the looks of it, but it makes me a little flattered. The corners of Lu Linzhou's mouth moved as he took a deep breath and said, this little friend, we have no grudges in the past and no hatred in the recent days. Why did you find my Lu family? Jiang Yu looked at the person in front of him in surprise, and the sarcasm on his face became even more obvious. So, your previous order to the Slayer was nonsense, too? Lu Linzhou's face instantly turned iron blue, and there was still shock in his eyes. He hadn't been feuding with anyone else lately, and the only one was still because of his oldest son. Plus the man's last name was Zhang, so he'd rather kill him by mistake than let him go. You are a river fish? Jiang Yu couldn't help but look at him. Ryu Linzhou suddenly laughed and looked at him with a twinkle in his eye. Are your parents still alive? The sudden question caused Jiang Yu to freeze for a moment. He said coldly, what are you asking for? Lin Hao eyed him suspiciously and did not find anything unusual in it. Nothing, just wanted to see if you are the son of a deceased person. He paused for a moment and said in an icy tone, however, whether you are or not, you have to die here today. Jiang Yu laughed twice and said mockingly, you have quite a big face. Who made the decision for you? Lu Linzhou didn't care what he said and directly ordered. Lu Jin, he's all yours. Yes, boss, the 5 Lu Jin said in unison. Riverfish looked at them warily, with a feeling of something not right in his heart. Riverfish, is it? I've heard that you're very capable of fighting. I just don't know if it's the same as the rumors. Lu Jin said expressionlessly. Jiang Yu's feet moved. His face remained calm and unruffled. Don't worry, it's still more than enough to deal with the 5 of you. Lu Jin and the others didn't talk nonsense and tacitly used the 5-square sword formation. Jiang Yu was surrounded in the center, and the 5 people outside took out their natal swords and began to attack. He quickly raised his true chi protection and moved quickly, dodging, watching their simultaneous movements. Jiang Yu couldn't help but curse in his heart. If I had known, I would have prepared a weapon, and now I can only hide, not attack further. It's too suffocating. No, he can give up. Jiang Yu carefully stared at their movements and realized that there was still a difference. Since they couldn't do it at the same time, it meant that the formation could be broken. The 5 of them have been together for a long time, but each of them has a different personality, causing them to have softness and hardness, bravery and lack of confidence. He just needs to take his time to find out. Chapter 77, Blame for the Blame. Riverfish was caught up in an arcane feeling. With each stab of the sword, he was able to clearly feel its trajectory, as if it had slowed down and he was able to see it clearly bit by bit. Soon the 5 people surrounding them realized that no matter how much they sped up, the other party was still able to dodge perfectly. They looked at each other and adjusted their attacks. Jiang Yu quickly realized that something was wrong and immediately adjusted his direction. In his step-by-step groping, he knew every move of his opponent very clearly. After letting you guys just play for so long, it's my turn, Jiang Yu said playfully. The others' eyes were startled, and the movements of their hands paused, but then they quickly reacted and continued their attack. Jiang Yu gathered his true chi in his palm, dodging the sharp sword and directing a palm at Lu Jin. Put! Lu Jin was lying on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. The formation was directly destroyed, and several people took a few steps backward. Brother! Yanagi shouted with his eyes glazed over. Ah! I'm going to kill you! A strong current of air was directed towards the river fish. The river fish wasn't willing to show any weakness, and directly confronted it. The 2 powerful streams of energy clashed together, and Yanagi took a few steps back. He stared at Jiang Yu with a deadly gaze, and a touch of red flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In the next second, he directly collapsed to the ground, his body twitching unceasingly. Jiang Yu turned around and looked at the people around him with an icy gaze. Continue? The others looked at each other, their hearts clenched. Undaunted, Riverfish boosted his speed and dodged their attacks, throwing punches at them every now and then. When Lu Linzhou came down after cleaning up, he found that the 5 brothers of gold, wood, water, fire and earth had been knocked down. He was too daunted to take the next step. Jiang Yu slowly walked up the steps, his hand on the railing, one step at a time, his mouth with if anything a smile, a strong aura coming out. Lu Linzhou suppressed the panic in his heart and said with a strong heart but not enough breath, Jiang Yu, what do you want to do? Jiang Yu tilted his head in thought, shrugged his shoulders, and said kindly, didn't you just say you wanted my life? Now that I'm here, why don't you want it? When he took a step forward, Lu Linzhou took a step back. With a stumble, Lu Linzhou fell to the ground. Jiang Yu squatted down, cupped his chin, and also patted his face. I thought you were capable of something? I didn't expect this to be all. Since you dare to hire an assassin, then don't blame me for not being polite. Riverfish struck out and gave a slap to Lu Linzhou's chest. In a flash, a crisp sound came from Jiang Yu's back. He glanced back and realized it was an acquaintance. Jiang Yu. Lu Yunqing stood still, gritting his teeth. Riverfish raised an eyebrow. What? Call me what? He'd almost forgotten the man existed, and probably would have forgotten about him if he hadn't been delivered to his door. That would be more trouble than it's worth. Lu Yunqing glanced at the person on the ground. His pupils contracted sharply, and he abruptly knelt down, his eyes red. Jiang Yu, if you have anything to do, come at me. Don't hurt my father. He had seen Jiang Yu's power before and knew where the other party's bottom line was. Originally, I thought it was over and nothing was wrong, but I didn't expect the other side to come to my door. But whatever the reason for the other side, he had to protect the family. Jiang Yu glanced at him contemptuously and said in a mocking tone, it's you. I'm telling you, your family is really the same as each other, killing others, but begging for leniency for yourselves. It's like a double standard. I can't stand to see you guys like this. You. Lu Linzhou was furious, reaching out and pointing at Jiang Yu, trying to say something, but the next second he saw Jiang Yu's gloomy eyes, and his mouth instantly closed. He turned to look at Lu Yunqing in disgust. Stand up for me. I don't need your pleas. This ungrateful son, born to sing against him. Lu Yunqing's face was pale and powerless, and he said hopelessly, I know you don't like me and only like Big Brother, but can you consider thinking about me? Look at me. I am also your son. Lu Linzhou pointed at the door and said furiously, get the hell out of here. Jiang Yu scratched his ears with a look of impatience. Settle your family's affairs privately. Now is the time to settle things between us. Lu Yunqing looked depressed and hung his head. After thinking for a moment, he looked up with firm eyes and said, Jiang Yu, I know our family has wronged you, but... Jiang Yu pinched the silver needle and stuck it directly into his neck, and his ears cleared instantly. I'm sorry, I don't want to hear about that then? I came over today to let you know that there is a price to pay for doing wrong. He approached Lu Linzhou step by step, the ruthlessness in his eyes unmistakable. Boss Lu, did you ever think you'd have this day before you hired a killer? Lu Linzhou could not retreat. His heart was in shock, but his face remained unchanged. Ha, old me never regrets what I've done. Even if it's death, I'm not afraid. Riverfish couldn't help but clap for him. It's okay, if you're not scared there's always someone who is. Besides, your oldest son is still in the hospital. Lu Linzhou abruptly paused. What the hell do you want? Jiang Yu didn't continue to talk nonsense and directly transformed his true chi into a silver needle, directly piercing into Lu Linzhou's brain. In the next second, Lu Linzhou died with a splitting headache and blue veins. As Lu Yunqing watched this scene, his pupils quaked and he looked at Jiang Yu with a murderous aura in his eyes. Jiang Yu turned around and saw his look. The corners of his mouth rose as he directly pulled off the silver needle and replaced it with his true chi. Ah! Ryu Yunqing rolled around on the ground in pain until he passed out from exhaustion. Jiang Yu looked at the scene in front of him and left with a cold snort. They were to blame for the Lu family becoming what it is today. Let them usually not treat others well and hunt them down at the drop of a hat. It was one comment from Lu Linzhou that nagged at him. The son of an old friend? Hunted down? It seems that this matter of him being lost is not simple. Maybe there's a connection with these people. Riverfish stood outside the door and returned the call. Junior brother, where are you now? Yan Xingju's tone was anxious, even tinged with anger. This young master is too much. Knowing that no one in the Lu family is to be messed with, he had to barge through the door alone. And I wonder what the outcome will be. Riverfish touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment and said seriously, at the Willow House. There was an instant pause on the other end of the line. A dark cloud suddenly drifted out of the sky and the air was humid. Apparently it's going to rain before long. I don't know how long the stalemate lasted, but Yan Xingju was the first to lose the battle and asked, you're not hurt, are you? The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose. his tone rather self-satisfied. Second senior sister, don't you still believe in your junior brother's ability? With me out there, it's bound to all be successful. Yan Qingju was slightly relieved on the other end of the phone. However, she remembered something and said without changing her face, let's go back to the Grand Hyatt today. Chapter 78. The river fish was uncertain, but still agreed. Good. It was a quick trip back, a quick turnaround. Jiang Yu pushed open the door and saw Yan Qingju sitting on the sofa. The main light in the living room wasn't on, just some spotlights flickering on. The room was not bright, with a slight dimness. Yan Qingju was sitting with his back to Jiang Yu, still holding the goblet in his hand. From Jiang Yu's perspective, it was both elegant and mysterious. He had always known that second senior sister wasn't as cold and heartless as she appeared to be, but he still felt that the airy beauty didn't care to be so when he looked at it seriously. Second senior sister, I'm back. Jiang Yu withdrew his eyes and lowered his head to change his shoes. Yan Qingju had heard the sound a long time ago, but didn't make any movements. Jiang Yu consciously sat down on the sofa and looked at Yan Qingju with a calm gaze. Know what I called you back for? Yan Qingju took a sip and asked indifferently. Riverfish swallowed a mouthful of water and shook his head. He always felt that there was something scary about his senior sister now. Yan Qingju put the tall glass down, her eyes quietly looking at him, and suddenly smiled. You said you went to Willow's today? Jiang Yu got excited when he heard this and said hurriedly, yes, go and finish them off today. There will be no more killers coming after us after that. Yan Qingju's eyes carried a coldness in them, and her heart suddenly felt a bit apologetic. When he had to be nice to the Ryu family because of his parents. But I didn't expect the other party to stomp on his nose and find a killer to assassinate junior brother. Why didn't you talk to me? She asked. Jiang Yu smiled indifferently. Senior sister, I can solve this matter on my own. I don't need your help. Yan Qingju, however, disapproved. You'll settle this on your own? Although you're small, you can't beat everyone out there. Of course I know, but that's just how the Ryu family is. Jiang Yu said with full concern. Yan Qingju was speechless for a moment. In the end, all that could be asked was, are you sure it's all worked out? Riverfish nodded. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. He glanced at Yan Qingju on his side, looked up and down, and said with a bad smile, Senior sister, the night is getting late. Why don't we take a good rest? Yan Qingju glared at him and sneered. I'm fine with that. I wonder if senior brother is planning to marry me. Jiang Yu smiled sarcastically and didn't make a sound, just looking at her innocently. Yan Qingju's eyes turned, and there was some disappointment in her heart, but still smilingly said, alright, not teasing you, just wanted to ask you. Jiang Yu suddenly realized, second senior sister, you're so nice. Sweet words were instantly spoken. Well, I'm going to rest. Yan Qingju blushed and left, and her pace was a bit hurried. Jiang Yu looked at the back and raised an eyebrow. Taking out another key, he returned to his room. On the second day, Jiang Yu heard a lot of news about the Lu family as soon as he went out. He opened his cell phone and looked at it. Last night, someone sent incriminating evidence of the Lu family to the Public Security Bureau. When the public security officers went to make the arrests, they found that the people of the Lu family were fighting with each other, so they were all arrested and brought to justice. River fish. Suddenly there was a surprised shout from behind him. Jiang Yu turned around and looked down. Surprisingly it was Ginger Tea. He smiled and waved his hand. Ginger Tea quickly ran over and said with a smile, what are you doing here? Came over here for a bit of business. Just got busy and planned to go back to Willow City. How about you? Jiang Yu smiled and said. Ginger Tea grimaced in frustration and said with a reluctant face, it's not even my father. She sighed and added, last time I got well, I had the spare energy to try to discover clients. So I was sent here, to talk about contracts. Isn't that nice? Why so reluctant? Jiang Yu was puzzled. It would have been nice if it was really just about the contract. Who knew that guy was like a pervert? All he did was drink and didn't talk about the contract at all. Ginger Tea was quite happy at first. After all, this was the first time that Ginger's father had let her talk business. Who knew that I would meet such a person? Resulting in not wanting to see the contract now. Jiang Yu pursed her lips and smiled, which is not so exaggerated. Just want to make things difficult for you, to see the bottom of your company. I can't tell. You know quite a lot. Ginger Tea looked up and down and smiled derisively. Speaking of which, Riverfish became smug. That's not true? I know a lot more than that. Ginger Tea let out a chortle and dragged Riverfish along to the bar. Jiang Yu's head hurt a little as he looked at the decoration in front of him. To be honest, this was the first time he'd been to a place like this since he'd gotten off the mountain. He frowned and asked, what are you doing here? Ginger Tea feet stopped dead in her tracks and looked at him in surprise. No, you've never been to a bar? Riverfish shook his head matter-of-factly. Jiang Cha smiled brightly and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, since I brought you here, it must have been arranged. Just follow me. Riverfish was dumbfounded. No, Ginger Tea you. Before the words were finished, Jiang Cha directly reached out and took his arm in a brotherly manner. Riverfish felt the softness of his arm and instantly closed his mouth. Ginger Tea pushed open a compartment and walked straight in. Miss Jiang is here, the man inside greeted them when he saw them. Who is this? Jiang Cha pulled Jiang Yu to sit down and said carelessly, this is one of my younger brothers, Jiang Yu, and I brought him over to get a better understanding. The man scanned the room and smiled. Jiang Yu, honk, my name is Jiang Zhou. Ginger Tea disliked on the side. Who is with you Benji? People 3 water of the river. Kangju rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and grinned. What are you drinking? I'll order you some. He quickly changed the subject. Jiang Yu glanced around the box and calmly said, thank you, no drink. I came over just to be pulled over. Jiang Zhou couldn't hang on to his face, adjusted his mind, and turned to Jiang Cha with a smile. You still haven't gotten that contract done? Ginger Tea yucked. Stop it, it's not a good day to discuss this. When Jiang Xiu heard her say this, the doubts in his heart became even heavier, but thinking that there are other people here, it looks like today's action is a no-go. Alright, in that case drink your sorrows away. If your brother can't, let him wait around. Ginger Tea laughed. That's a good feeling. The two were not polite and took the bottle and drank it. Jiang Yu frowned at the two of them from the side, sighing and shaking his head. There was a sudden noise from outside the door of the box. Riverfish's ears twitched without action. Kangju's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at them both apologetically and smiled. I'm going to take a call. Jiang Yu watched his hurried pace with a frown on his face. Ginger Tea, you know him well? He asked calmly. Ginger Tea froze for a moment, not really caring. I didn't know them until I came over here, and I've met them a few times. I thought that you knew him well. Jiang Yu had a smile on his face, but there was doubt in his eyes. Chapter 79, Misadventure. Ginger Tea muffled a mouthful of wine and casually said, it's okay, I just didn't know anyone over here, and I only met them when I came over here. Riverfish nodded in understanding. He glanced at the man on the phone outside the door and raised an eyebrow as he listened to the diminishing voices outside. So what brings you here? Ginger Tea put down her wineglass and glanced suspiciously at Jiang Yu. You're not prying into my business, are you? Jiang Yu paused and said as if nothing had happened. How could it be? Just asking casually. Ginger Tea blinked twice, her tone muffled after she was sure it was really a random question. Oh, well, I thought you were interested in. Jiang Yu squeezed his eyebrows and laughed badly. What? You don't think? Ginger Tea's face reddened and she gave a faint glare, growling savagely. What are you babbling about? Why is this guy so out of touch? He doesn't have a watchful eye on his mouth. Jiang Yu was taken aback by her. The smile on his face froze, and he mumbled, I just wanted to say if you have thoughts about him, nothing else. Ginger Tea's face instantly turned red. She couldn't help but be a little thankful that the lighting in the box was dim so that she couldn't make out any expressions. Otherwise she would have died of socialization. She glanced at Riverfish and quickly changed the subject. I met Kangju and I through a partner, and we didn't know each other for more than a few days. We just have similar temperaments, so we can play together. Riverfish nodded, his tone light. So, Ginger Tea was embarrassed because of the episode earlier, so she didn't hear the wrongness in his words. The door was pushed open and Kangju walked in with a smile. I'm sorry, the collaborator called just now, so I've kept you guys waiting. He picked up a glass of wine and continued, as a token of apology, I'll drink this glass. You guys feel free. Kangju drank it all in one go. Ginger Tea is very facetious. Did not say a word. Directly a cup to drink. Riverfish smiled. It's fine. We're just in time to say something. When Jiang Xiu heard this, he instantly became interested. What were you guys talking about? He asked impatiently. Ginger Tea said casually, just tell me how we met. The smile at the corner of Kangju's mouth froze and he pursed his lips. Jiang Yu stared at him with a smirk, not missing any of his reactions. Ginger Tea was surprised when he didn't wait for a response. She inclined her head toward him and asked, what are you thinking about? As if Jiang Jiu thought of something, he turned his head and smiled. It's not remembering. The state of the two of us when we first met. We didn't react for a moment. Ginger Tea didn't care, and with a nod, she turned her attention to the door. Kangju was silent for a moment and gritted his teeth. Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Oh, it's not like the Riverfish is curious, so I'll just say it. Jiang Xiu's gaze abruptly sharpened, and then instantly hid it. He glanced absently at the Riverfish and withdrew his gaze again. Taking a deep breath, he told himself that it was just coincidence. He didn't know why he would suddenly feel like things were being discovered, but the question was actually quite normal, as if she knew what he was thinking. Jiang Yu spoke. Is there something wrong with this topic? Am I asking the wrong question? Hearing this, Jiang Cha retracted his gaze and his sights went to Jiang Jiu. Kangju felt pressurized by the two men looking at him. He hid the uneasiness in his heart and pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth. No, I'm just curious. Riverfish followed up by asking, curious about what? Jiang Jiu froze and smiled sarcastically. Nothing, just asking casually. Ginger Tea hadn't thought anything of it, but now she found it a little odd. She looked at Jiang Jiu suspiciously, her brows furrowed. It always felt like the words were a bit familiar. As soon as Jiang Jiu saw the look on their faces, he couldn't help but curse himself in his heart, knowing that the other side doesn't know anything. They have to be so hasty. This is great. It's really spooking the snakes. He hurriedly looked for a compliment. I mean, river fish, you can ask mine too. It's over. How it gets worse and worse. He was really dumbfounded by himself. Ginger Tea looked at Jiang Jiu, feeling even more baffled by the other party. River Fish calmly relieved himself. It's fine, just tell me about the ginger tea. When Jiang Jiu heard this, he nodded his head, but in his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing the other man didn't ask for anything more, or he would have had to go down on him. Ginger Tea looked at them in confusion. Seeing that they were chatting nicely, he stopped paying attention to them. Jiang Yu looked at them with a wry smile. Suddenly no one was talking in the box, only the noise of the music. Ginger Tea frowned, thought about it, and jerked up, exuberantly saying, let's go out and dance. Kangju was also trying to find a way to turn the atmosphere around just now. Hearing Ginger Tea's words, his eyes lit up and he got up to agree. Yes, go together. The gazes of the two men looked expectantly at the river fish. Jiang Yu had just reached out when he felt their gazes. His hand paused slightly and unnaturally took a piece of fruit from the table. He smiled. No, you guys go ahead. Ginger Tea was a little disappointed. Okay, then you wait here for us. Riverfish nodded and watched them leave. He was aimlessly surveying his surroundings when a man burst in. Jiang Yu frowned at him and asked coldly, who are you looking for? The man looked at the man, not someone he knew, and bent down to apologize. Sorry, wrong place. With that, he turned and walked out. Jiang Yu stepped calmly to the door of the room and glanced at it, his face grave. Two men stood casually outside the door, talking in small voices. What's going on in there? Just one person. The target is not there. They left as they spoke. Riverfish pushed the door open and walked out, looking around. What are you doing here? Ginger Tea stood next to him and looked over in the direction he had just looked. Riverfish inclined his head and looked behind her again, raising an eyebrow. Just you? Where are your friends? Ginger Tea sighed. Gone. Said something came up. She suddenly raised an eyebrow and smirked. Or you'll come with me? Jiang Yu quickly shook his head. No, I want to. Let's go. Ginger Tea didn't wait for him to finish, but pulled him straight into the dance floor. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Jiang Yu took a glance at the beautiful women. Suddenly, he felt that this place was great and moved along with it. How was it? Not bad. Ginger Tea smiled. Jiang Yu was pleased with himself and didn't answer her. Ginger Tea bristled and went off to play with herself. Well, you've seen a lot today, haven't you? Ginger Tea's face was flushed and her tone was very excited. It was the first time she'd ever felt that it was so much fun to play this. Jiang Yu held her up without making a sound, his brows furrowed in helplessness. Ginger Tea staggered. Suddenly his face twisted, his brow furrowed, and he pushed Jiang Yu away and walked to the other side. Chapter 80. You asked for it. Jiang Yu hurriedly walked to her side, intending to support her, and also asked with concern, what's wrong with you? Ginger Tea looked back, arched her eyebrows, reached out and touched his face, and spoke drunkenly. Abruptly, she turned and threw up. Vomit. Jiang Yu looked at her and cried and laughed, taking out the paper and handing it to her. Here. Ginger Tea took the paper and wiped her mouth. Where do you live? I'll give you a ride. Jiang Yu asked. Ginger Tea inclined her head to look at him, the paper in her hand instantly dropping as she threw her arms around him and whimpered. Jiang Yu's hand stayed in place, blinking unnaturally, watching her cry more and more. He still wrapped his arms around her waist. What's wrong? He asked gently. Ginger Tea huffed. I don't want a contract. Riverfish puffed out a laugh. Then don't sign it. Ginger Tea looked up at him, her eyes in a mesmerizing trance, and coldly spoke. Handsome boy, come home with me. My family has money and can adopt you. Jiang Yu picked her up and asked, where is home? Ginger Tea whispered and fell asleep on top of him. Riverfish did not hear. Helpless, casually find a close hotel. He placed Jiang Cha on the bed, covered him up, and planned to leave. Who knew that Jiang Cha reached out and pulled his arm, not letting him go. What do you do? Riverfish asked, rubbing his brow. Ginger Tea muttered under her breath, but her grip tightened. Riverfish leaned over and put his ear to Ginger Tea's mouth to hear what she had to say again. Don't go. Suddenly Jiang Cha's hand exerted force, and Jiang Yu instantly suffered pain, and his center of gravity was unsteady on Jiang Cha's body. Ginger Tea held him close with both arms. Jiang Yu couldn't move and took a deep breath. Ginger Tea, let go. No one responded. Riverfish sighed. How could he have just thought of talking to an alcoholic? People are not reasonable at all. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's body instantly stiffened. and his gaze towards the person underneath him darkened. He hissed, "Ginger tea? Let go. You asked for it." Jiang Yu lifted the covers and sat up violently, his eyes slightly confused. He seems to have done something bad yesterday. Riverfish inclined his head to the person at his side to confirm it once more inside. Ginger tea opened her eyes in a daze, realizing someone was beside her and instantly pulled the covers over her. "Riverfish, what did you do yesterday?" she screamed in horror. Jiang Yu rubbed his ears and calmly said, "Nothing, no way, you, me." Ginger tea stammered for half a day, unable to utter a complete sentence. Jiang Yu rolled over with a flip and stood up to put on his clothes, smiling, "Don't worry, nothing was done. Besides, you were the one who pulled me yesterday and didn't let me go. It's a good thing we didn't do anything, or this wouldn't even make sense." Ginger tea's face instantly paled, her eyes reddened as she glared at him, the corners of her mouth moving as she lowered her head again and slowly dressed. Riverfish gathered himself and walked over to the bed and sat down. "It really didn't, I swear." Ginger tea looked up sharply, tears evident in her eyes. "I don't want you to pretend to be nice here, and I don't need you to care." She turned her head and huffed. Riverfish innocently rubbed the tip of his nose and thought for a moment. "So I'm leaving?" Ginger tea turned around with a single, determined tone. "If you leave, we'll never see each other again. No go. I was joking." Jiang Yu's tone was sincere. "You get up first. You threw up last night. Is your stomach okay now? Does your head hurt?" As soon as his words left his mouth, Ginger tea's stomach rumbled. Ginger tea's cheeks reddened and she shook her head, keeping her head down and not daring to look at him. Jiang Yu pretended not to hear and calmly said, "Let's go." Hotel restaurant. The two dined quietly. Ginger tea absent-mindedly poked at her breakfast, her eyes glazed over. Riverfish looked up and said calmly, "Something to do today?" Ginger tea shook her head, then nodded. She thought for a moment and then added, "It's been so long since I've been over here. I need to sign the contract, and if I don't my dad is going to beat me to death." Riverfish smiled. "Want some help?" "No need." Ginger tea quickly declined. Jiang Yu glanced at her in surprise and was about to say something, but was interrupted. "Riverfish, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and even though I haven't done anything, I'd like you to keep it to yourself." Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Why would I say anything about it? It's not like it would do me any good." Ginger tea looked surprised and nodded. "That's good." She should be happy that people agreed as she said they would. So why did she feel a little pain? Forget it, don't think about it. The most important thing now is the contract. After dinner, go your separate ways. Jiang Yu returned to the Grand Hyatt Hotel and was blocked at the door. "Riverfish?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Yu turned around and looked down, taken aback. "Kongju, why are you here?" Jiang Jiu smiled and went up and patted him. "Finding a friend for something. Why are you here too?" Riverfish thought about it and smiled. "Looking for a newfound friend." Jiang Jiu glanced at the doorplate and whispered, "New friend? Then this friend of yours is not simple. The presidential suite, say stay." Jiang Yu followed with wide eyes. "No, right, don't be fooled. I'm talking to you," chattered Jiang Jiu. Jiang Yu listened attentively, and from time to time even echoed his words. "All right, take care of yourself," Jiang Jiu said. Riverfish nodded affirmatively. "I'll be careful." Kongju waved his hand and left. Jiang Yu pushed the door in and saw Yen Qingju standing by the door looking at him with a smirk. Second senior sister. A friend. Yen Qingju nodded a bit and headed to sit down on the sofa. "Why did you lie to him?" she asked abruptly. Riverfish holding a cup of water, calmly said, "Not like a good person." Yen Qingju nodded calmly. "Take care of yourself and call me if anything happens." "Okay, besides who would dare?" Jiang Yu said carelessly. Yen Qingju didn't say anything more and gave him a look as she packed up the items she needed. "Got a new assignment to work on," she said simply and left. Jiang Yu looked dumbfounded at her hurried appearance. "So how does having a mission work? Tense and loose at the same time?" Jiang Yu shook his body, returned to his room and fell asleep. 3 days later, Ginger tea made a phone call. Jiang Yu had just picked up the phone when he heard intermittent voices coming from the opposite side, even with manic music in the background. "What for?" "Let me leave." "No." Not being able to care that much, Jiang Yu got up and left. Ginger tea arrives at the bar's usual spot at the invitation of Kongju. When he came to the compartment, he saw 2 security guards outside the door. She glanced over and frowned, but didn't think much of it and just pushed the door open and asked, "What did you call me over for?" Chapter 81, You Can't Even Guard the Door Well. When Jiang Xiu saw the visitor, a flash of amazement flashed in his eyes, which was quickly concealed again. He stood up and said with a smile, "It's not a bit of business to find you. Come and sit down." Ginger tea walked right in and sat down on the couch, taking her coat off and placing it on the couch. "Let's get something straight. I have to go to the office this afternoon and sign a contract." Kongju passed a glass of wine. "Congratulations in advance then." Ginger tea is full of smiles and laughs. It's been coming for so long. Finally agreeing, she glanced at the wine glass and shook her head. I won't drink this wine. I still have things to do in the afternoon. Jiangzhou's eyes were deep, and he regained his clarity. It's okay, this wine is not high in degrees. It won't delay you. Ginger tea looked surprised, took it, put it to her nose and sniffed it, exclaiming, smells like a burst of fruit. No, that even smells good. Quickly taste it. Jiangzhou smiled meaningfully, but his tone was subdued. Ginger tea put her glass down and refused again. No, drinking is a mistake. Jiangzhou lowered his head in silence for a moment, raised his eyes to glance at the absent-minded Jiang Cha, and the corners of his mouth turned up. Ginger tea? I'm outta here. Jiang Cha looked puzzled, and in his heart, he felt that the other party's words were strange. So where are you going? Kangju suddenly laughed madly. Ginger tea was startled by him and looked up at the man who suddenly stood up with a frown on his face. Who knew that the man had a glass of wine in his hand and took a step towards her? Sensing that something was wrong with the other man, Ginger tea ripped her clothes off the couch and ran out the door. She opened the door and was stopped. What the hell are you guys trying to do? Cold sweat instantly flowed down Jiangju's face when he saw the person almost run away. He stabilized his mind and said without changing his face, Jiang Cha, as long as you behave yourself, nothing will happen to you. Ginger tea looked at the other party with fierce eyes and mocked, you think I'm you, doing anything for a little something? The man couldn't think she was one of those unworldly little girls. That would be a mistake. She's a dominatrix. Jiangzhou was poked through the idea, but also not angry. How this person cannot run out of the palm of his hand. More let her talk and will not be less meat. You know what, Ginger tea? I've been ready for this since we first met. Finally, now it can work. Ginger tea looked at him indignantly, pretending to be calm. You fart. Are you sure you can afford the consequences? She snuck her hand into her jacket, panicked, opened her cell phone, and dialed shakily. I don't know if the call went through and if the person on the other end of the line was willing to save her. I've already checked. You don't have many acquaintances over here, and even if he did, he's probably with a friend right now and doesn't have time to come to your rescue. Kangju licked the corner of his mouth, maliciously. Ginger tea paled and moved a few steps to the side. Jiang Cha, I won't lie to you. As long as you drink this cup of wine, I will let you go. Jiangzhou once again handed over the wine. Ginger tea swung her hand directly at the shattered, quickly crouching down to pick up the shards and turning her hand to aim at Kangju. Hurry up and let me go or I'll kill you. She spoke warily, as if he heard some kind of joke. Jiangzhou's foot movements remained uninterrupted, pressing on step by step. I guess you wouldn't dare. And besides, Kangju suddenly blinked towards his back. Ginger tea looked behind him with a stony face and realized that at some point, a person had walked in. Her pupils quaked and her tone was extremely shocked. You two are in cahoots? I'm sorry, Ms. Jiang. I've let Jiangzhou accompany you in this play for a long time. I don't know what you think, the visitor said with poise. Mr. Xiao, if you're not willing to sign the contract, you can just say so. Our Jiang family has absolutely no second thoughts. But what do you mean by this? Ginger tea's heart sank. I'm afraid there's no escape now. Ms. Jiang, I will naturally sign this contract as long as you agree to my opinion. Mr. Zhao's eyes carried a touch of admiration, as well as a sense of snobbery. Ginger tea is the first person he's tried to get his hands on since he met, so he had someone set this up. Xiao Yu, you're breaking the law, Ginger tea said as she struggled. Xiao Yu looked like he heard some kind of joke and directly waved his hand for someone to catch her. Ginger tea was outmatched and the shard was taken from his hand. Let go of me. Xiao Yu, you will regret this, she yelled in fear. Xiao Yu watched as she was tied up and then signaled for the others to get out. And at that moment, Zhang Yu arrived at the box they were in before, glanced at the people outside, and headed inside. Sir, inside is a box. You can't go in. The two black-clothed big men, glaring at him, said in a strong tone. Zhang Yu smiled and spoke. I'm here to find someone. Let me take a look and then leave. The two older brothers shook their heads menacingly and threatened him to leave without a word. I said I'll just take a look and go. The door was suddenly opened and Kangju stepped out. He looked at Zhang Yu by the door, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. With a roll of his eyes, he smiled and stepped forward. Zhang Yu, why did you come over? Zhang Yu stared at him, his tone cold. Where's Ginger tea? She said she came over to see you. Where is everyone? Kangju looked at him innocently with a surprised face. I've been here the whole time. I haven't seen her. Could she be lying to you? Zhang Yu looked at him meaningfully, the corners of his mouth raised in a bad smile. Yeah, but her phone is still talking to me. How much do you think I heard? Zhang Jiu's face grimaced as he said to the people around him, arrest this man and don't let him disturb the boss's good deed. Zhang Yu's face instantly changed. Good enough that he had shared a bed with Ginger tea. It was his woman anyhow. Now when he heard that someone was trying to take possession, The anger in his heart spilled out. I think you guys are looking for death. Riverfish punched one of the kids and knocked them to the ground. Dumbfounded, Jiang Jiao looked at what was in front of him and begged for forgiveness in a panic. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I should have installed a shield if I'd known Ginger Tea was going to call as soon as I came in. Jiang Yu scornfully sized him up for a few moments. Ha, how does someone like you live in this world? I'm insulting myself by scolding you? Spare me, I'm also following the arrangements. Jiang Jiao smiled curtly and bitterly, hearing the commotion outside the door. Xiaoyu was so angry that he directly yelled towards the door. Jiang Jiao, you can't even guard a door when I asked you to. You don't want to die, do you? When I'm done, I'll skin you. Kanju lowered his head and his heart died. Boss, he'd like to keep an eye on the door, but reality just won't allow it. Can I go in now? Jiang Yu moved his fingers and said carelessly. Kanju hurriedly climbed up and opened the door. Either way, it's still death, so it's better to die comfortably. Chapter 82. Two women meet. Xiaoyu was about to take the next step when he saw the door open. He stood up with a grim expression on his face and looked sharply at the visitor. Jiang Ju walked in with his head bent low, carefully saying, Xiao, Mr. Xiao, has someone looking for you. Xiaoyu's eyes shot at Jiang Jiao like knives as he furiously roared. Damn you, don't you know that I'm doing my job? Can't you just let that guy come over later? You can't even do this little thing right. What use do I have for you? Sun E, Sun Air, drag him down. However, in the next second, the two bodyguards he brought with him didn't appear. Instead, Jiang Yu walked in. Cynically, he smirked and said, Sorry, they've been taken care of by me. Xiaoyu looked at him in shock and then glanced at Jiang Jiao, as if asking if it was true. Getting a nod from Jiang Shuti, Xiaoyu couldn't help but curse angrily. I'm going to you. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? Jiang Yu didn't even give him a look. His gaze went directly to Jiang Cha, who was tied up on the sofa. Seeing him look over, Ginger Tea's eyes flashed with celebration as well as surprise, and her body kept twisting. Riverfish smiled slightly. I told you to pay attention. You didn't listen. It's a good thing you called me. Xiao Met the other party did not take care of himself. Angry face, directly up to want to do it. Pop, a slap rang out crisply. Xiaoyu's face swelled up with a slap mark. He covered his face in shock and reached out to point at Jiang Yu with a trembling hand. How dare you? Hit me? The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose and he gave him another slap. The entire box fell silent, and Jiang Jiao lowered his head without even looking at his boss's expression. Xiaoyu was in a state of shock and hadn't come back to his senses. Jiang Cha's heart grew more and more excited as he watched Jiang Yu's aura open up without the slightest fear. I hate you. What's wrong? Jiang Yu said disdainfully. He crossed over to Xiaoyu and walked over to Jiang Cha, removing the ropes from her body. I came to save you. It's okay. Riverfish whispered reassuringly. Ginger Tea looked at him tearfully and hugged him. I thought I wouldn't be able to leave, but I'm glad you came. Because of that night's incident, Jiang Cha once thought that Jiang Yu was the head of the rogues with empty strength and out of tune, but now he realized that he also had a strong and steady side. Go! Jiang Yu helped Jiang Cha and left, and when he reached the door, he was stopped by a dozen people. Jiang Yu looked at the crowd sternly, his face instantly gloomy. Jiang Yu, right, you want to leave after beating me? Xiaoyu held an ice pack over his face and said in a grim tone. Luckily, he had brought more people with him this time. It came so quickly because he called for someone while they were doggy and dependent on each other. Otherwise, he couldn't swallow it. Without changing his face, Jiang Yu turned around and helped Jiang Cha sit on the sofa, hitching his clothes to her. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Ginger Tea looked at him worriedly and nodded gently when she saw his chest was full. What? Not enough of a lesson just now? Riverfish raised an eyebrow, swinging his head from side to side and moving his shoulders. Xiaoyu saw his movements and instantly panicked, glancing at the people around him again. He said under his breath, just now it was just an accident. Now let's see what else you can do. Go! Without waiting for his men to make a move, Jiang Yu appeared in front of Xiaoyu like a flash. One hand grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Xiaoyu's pupils glazed over, and his feet kept twitching and struggling. The men looked at each other, glanced at each other, and rushed straight over. Jiang Yu carried Xiaoyu out of range of the attack, and even deliberately made him eat a few punches. You can come back here and try again, and then there's no telling what your boss will be like. Jiang Yu's sharp gaze looked around the week, the corners of his mouth smiling as he looked at them with a threat in his tone. The sudden turn of events made them stop. Don't worry, since you guys aren't moving, I won't lay a finger on your boss. Jiang Yu gently patted Xiaoyu's face and abruptly laid down a heavy hand. Ah! A scream of excruciating pain came out. Jiang Yu, Xiao met his eyes and roared out of his mind, accompanied by a violent cough. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu let go of his clothes with an innocent face. Yeah, sorry, I hit hard. Is your face alright? After Xiaoyu was released, he looked sternly at Jiang Yu, holding back the anger in his heart and gritting his teeth. You're good. Thanks to Boss Zhao's concern, I'm fine. Oh. Riverfish smiled softly. But, can we leave now? Xiaoyu finally nodded his head in helplessness. Let them leave. Jiangyu raised an eyebrow and left with the ginger tea. Inside the box, Xiaoyu looked at the two who had left with a gloomy expression. Kangju watched his boss's eyes go off and tiptoed around. Suddenly a stabbing sound came from his feet, and he instantly stood motionless, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. Sure enough, in the next second, Xiaoyu turned his gaze toward Jiangjiu and said sorrowfully, "Where are you planning to go?" Jiangjiu snapped and smiled. "Boss, I." Without waiting for him to finish, Xiaoyu directly ordered someone to beat him up. Kangju felt the pain in his body and thought he would be killed this time. Who knows? Suddenly the door of the box was opened and a group of police officers walked in. Inside the presidential suite of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, Ginger Tea sat on the couch looking at the luxurious room with a curious look on her face. "Is this where you live?" Riverfish turned to take the medical kit and placed it on the coffee table. "Give me your hand," he said faintly. Ginger Tea blinked and held out her hand. Riverfish eyed the anti-inflammatory and bandaged her wounds. There was a rattle at the door and the sound of a key code came out. As soon as Weekend Language pushed open the door, he saw Jiangyu and a woman he didn't know, acting rather intimately. "Junior brother, I'm back." She tossed aside the heels on her feet and recklessly found a place on the couch to lie down. Ginger Tea looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared and watched as she was incredibly familiar with the place, and suddenly felt a little strange in her heart. She put away her smile and calmly opened her mouth to ask, "Riverfish, this is?" Jiangyu originally heard a voice and looked back, realizing that it was fourth senior sister. He proceeded to bandage his wounds. Now hearing Jiang Cha's inquiry again, he casually introduced, "My fourth senior sister." Weekend Whisper dropped a bombshell with a chirp. "Why don't you say we're still married?" Jiangyu didn't have the good sense to say, "Isn't this not finished? Who told you to speak so fast?" Weekend Language instantly sat up and glared at him with fierce eyes. "What? You still blame me? Try saying that again?" Riverfish took a deep breath and closed his mouth. How did he all of a sudden get paired up with his senior sister again? It really shouldn't. "Fourth senior sister. I'm still bandaging my wounds. Don't disturb me," he said indifferently. Chapter 83, Herbs. Weekend Whisper gave him a blank look and laid back down. "Got it. You're busy." Ginger Tea's pupils contracted as she listened to their informative conversation, looking at the prude in front of her in shock. "You're engaged?" she murmured. Riverfish knotted the gauze and then put the rest in the medical kit. "Yeah, it was set by the elders," he said without a care in the world. Ginger Tea giggled. What should she do when the person she's been eyeing so hard is already engaged? "So, are you guys boyfriend and girlfriend?" she asked cautiously. Jiangyu thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not but we're on good terms, aren't we, senior sister?" Weekend Language gave a hum and said impatiently, "Don't you have anything else to do? Leave me alone or I'll beat you up." Jiangyu skimmed his lips and packed up the rest of his things. "The wound is bandaged. Don't touch your hand to water lately. I don't have any special medicine on my side. When there is medicine in some time, I will send it to you again." Ginger Tea nodded dully. Riverfish instantly realized that something was wrong with her, and reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "What are you thinking about? I've been talking to you for half a day and I haven't even listened." Ginger Tea looked back and smiled awkwardly. "Thanks for today. If it wasn't for you, cut the crap. We're friends. This little thing should be done." Jiangyu smiled faintly. Weekend Language's ears twitched, and the corners of his mouth turned up. "This is a really different way of making friends. Junior brother. Okay, thanks. It's getting late. I'll head back first." Ginger Tea smiled and said dryly. Jiangyu didn't stay and directly took a taxi to send her back to the hotel. "Is Junior brother done delivering people?" Weekend Language glanced at the door, saw no one, and returned to the couch with a disappointed look on his face. Jiangyu said expressionlessly, "What else does senior sister want to see?" Weekend Language shrugged and shook her head. "Nothing." She smiled mysteriously. "I heard you had second sister take someone to the bar?" Riverfish was instantly speechless. Come on, what's the situation?" Weekend Language asked relentlessly. Riverfish made the whole thing clear in a few words. Weekend Language's heart went up and down with the story, and it finally fell back down as he looked at Riverfish, who was now safe and sound. You're small and bold, and you're not afraid of people bullying you." Jiangyu grinned. "It's fine. Senior sister wasn't really worried about me just now, was she?" Weekend Language couldn't help but give him a blank stare. "What were you thinking?" She reached out and squeezed Riverfish's abs, smiling as she returned to her room. Riverfish was startled by the sudden movement, looking at the closed tight room, abruptly back into the room. "Fourth senior sister is simply too much. No, we must get it back next time." Night fell, and a silence fell over the city. Jiangyu sat on the balcony and watched the lights of the city, gradually illuminating, and on a whim, he opened the Imperial Spirit Needle Technique chart. Time passes quickly and before you know it, it's the weekend again. Jiang Yu, I heard that a new amusement park has opened in Haichang. Are you going? Weekend Language shouted outside the door. Jiang Yu retrieved the needle diagram, got up and opened the door, saying helplessly, "Senior sister, I don't want to go." Weekend Language's face directly changed, stretching out his fists. "Think before you speak. Go, can't I go?" Jiang Yu sighed and smiled lifelessly, muttering under his breath, "Simply a tigress." Weekend Language suddenly turned around and said in a gloomy tone, "What did you just say?" Jiang Yu instantly stood up straight and shook his head. "It's nothing, senior sister. Let's go out together." The two went to the playground and wandered around. It was found to be, by and large, not much different from the others, in that it was named rather profoundly, such as, the Snow Lotus Hall, the Heavenly Soul Grass, and so on. Riverfish also took this opportunity to ask the staff, and got the answer that the owner had obtained it. "Junior brother, do you see if that looks like a herb?" Weekend Language suddenly pointed at the plant in the glass room and said. Riverfish followed her gaze. At first, he didn't see it, but as time went on, Jiang Yu felt more and more familiar. After thinking back, he realized that he had seen it in the stitch chart. He lowered his head and leaned down to whisper in Weekend Language's ear. "Fourth senior sister, I need you to do me a favor. I want to go over there and take a look." Weekend Language glanced at him and nodded. The two walked over. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, Jiang Yu took out the needle chart and compared it with the herbs in the glass room to determine the answer. "Senior sister, this is indeed a herb, and it's still very treasured." Weekend Language's eyes lit up as she asked excitedly, "Does this medicine do anything?" "It's not much use. Combining it with other medicines can improve your physique," Jiang Yu said casually. Abruptly, he looked at Weekend Language with disbelief, his tone trembling a bit. "Senior sister, what did I just say?" Weekend Language looked puzzled and casually said, "Improving your physique. She's in pretty good shape. The drug doesn't do much for her, and it doesn't need to be changed." Weekend Language got up and took 2 steps in the other direction, and when he realized that no one was behind him, he glanced back, stomped his foot helplessly, and took a few steps back, off to the next place. She said. Jiang Yu didn't even move. His eyes didn't even blink, his gaze deadpan. "Riverfish." Weekend Language waited for a while, not waiting for a response, and yelled again. Jiang Yu's ears tingled for a long time before he slowed down and spoke without any good humor. "Senior sister, I can hear you." Weekend Language became even more angry when he heard this. "I can hear you. You won't get back to me? I've been waiting for you for a long time, you know?" Riverfish nodded absent-mindedly and got up to walk over to Weekend Whisper. "Go." Weekend Language glanced at him suspiciously, and when she saw that he didn't have any reaction, the doubts in her heart intensified. "What were you thinking?" Jiang Yu rubbed his brow and sighed. "That herb just now. I need it, so I'm thinking about it." Weekend Language let out a no sound. His eyes looked away, looked around, and asked in an offhand manner, "So you've come up with a solution?" There was still excitement in his tone. Jiang Yu caught the anomaly in an instant and spoke with feigned disappointment. "Not yet. Does senior sister have any ideas?" Weekend Language looked disappointed and shook his head. "No, it hasn't, and I don't have much to go on." Now Jiang Yu couldn't be unsure. Senior sister was acting so obviously, she must have wanted to watch the show. Luckily, didn't say the idea out loud. "Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have any peace tonight." "Then think again. Surely something will come of it." He smiled softly. Weekend Language's attention, at this point, was directed to the Ferris wheel in the distance. "Junior brother, let's go too." Before she finished her words, she saw Jiang Yu running out like the wind. Without thinking much, Weekend Language quickly followed. Chapter 84. "What are you running so fast for?" Weekend Language asked suspiciously while running. Without looking away, Riverfish ran next to the line. "Excuse me, I'd like to ask how to sell the plants in the glasshouse?" he panted. There were about 5 people in the group, except for the guy in the middle who was dressed rather casually. The others were black suits. There was also a staff member nodding at the front. The staff looked at the person who suddenly appeared beside the old boss. Their pupils widened and turned to frown. "I'm sorry, but this place is off limits to non-staff." "And, how did you get in here?" Jiang Yu gazed at the man at the head of the group and smiled. "I see that you're the boss here, so I wanted to ask?" The man gave him a curious, scrutinizing look. "Where did you come from? Don't you know that anyone can enter here? Leave immediately for me, or I'll be rude too." As soon as Weekend Language returned to his senses, he heard the other party's nonchalant words and his face instantly changed. She stepped forward and pulled Riverfish behind her. "Zhou Qi, say what you just said again." Zhou Qi looked over, his expression flustered. "Damn, how did I meet this scourge here?" He smiled fawningly. "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Weekend Language rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, "Why can't I be here? This is the Zhou family's, so I can't come here?" Zhou Chess hurriedly smiled and nodded his head. Of course I can come. It's just that I didn't think my cousin was interested. But this is? Eyes glanced suspiciously at Riverfish. Weekend Language smiled and spoke. This is my senior brother, Jiang Yu. Zhou Qi was in a cold sweat behind his back when he thought about what had just happened. If he had known that this was Sister Whisper's senior brother, he should have had a better attitude. Sorry, brother, I had a bad attitude just now. I apologize, he said with a smile on his face and a weak heart. Jiang Yu looked at the two of them and knew that they were relatives and shook his head. It's fine. Abruptly, he spoke. Do you own the glass room too? Zhou Ches glanced in the direction of the glass room and gently shook his head. That one isn't. It's one that's hosted here. Riverfish asked eagerly. Do you know who that person is? Xiao Qi thought about it and rubbed the back of his head. I think it's called Lin Hai. My father is more familiar with him. That's why he opened it here. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, his heart surging. I didn't expect it to be Lin Hai. It was a no-brainer. Thank you. Riverfish was sincerely grateful. Zhou Qi dejectedly just about to say something, but was stopped by a look from Weekend Language and could only smile awkwardly. It's fine. Do you need me to give you his contact info? I heard he switched places. Jiang Yu shook his head. No need. I have his contact information. He turned to Weekend Language and said gently, Elder sister, I have something important to do right now. Can I accompany you next time? A hint of cunning flashed in Weekend Language's eyes and he nodded. All right, go ahead. It just so happens I've got a little work to do. Jiang Yu didn't think much about it, and after nodding his head, he quickly left, flying by on the way. In the old pharmacy, Lin Hai was taking medicine for a patient. Uncle, after you've eaten this time, you don't need to come over again. Usually exercise more and eat less meat, Lin Hai patiently said. The boss took the medicine and smiled. I don't need you to tell me. I know. It's been taken for a long time. I understand. Lin Hai looked at his back and shook his head and smiled. A sudden burst of shadows blocked him. Sick? What symptoms? Lin Hai didn't get a response and looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Riverfish? Why did you come over? Jiang Yu looked at the person in front of him and spoke with a smile. I came over to find you for something. Lin Hai froze for a moment and sped up to pack up the stuff on the medicine cabinet. Jiang Yu glanced around and realized that the pharmacy had changed a lot. Last time I came over it felt a little gloomy. This time it felt much brighter. Uncle Hai, you've cleaned up this pharmacy well, he said casually. Lin Hai's packing action paused for a moment, and helplessly said, No, it's just changing a few things to look a little better, but it's actually still the same. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows and sat down to wait for Lin Hai. I don't know what little friend came over for? Lin Hai walked over with a cup of tea, placing it on the table in his hand. Jiang Yu took a sip and spoke calmly. I went to the amusement park today and found a glass room inside. I heard someone say it was yours, so I came over to talk to you. Why? That was a long time ago. I didn't think anyone would remember. Just take whatever you need inside, Lin Hai said without much care. Jiang Yu smiled gratefully. Then thank you Uncle Hai. Lin Hai casually waved his hand with a sigh. You are not aware of how much effort I spent for this glass room in the first place, and then after I left the hanging place, I have never been there again. When Jiang Yu heard about the hanging pot workshop, he became interested. Uncle Hai, did the last one leave and come back again and again? Lin Hai shook his head. You didn't come over when you were fighting so hard. He paused for a moment and looked at him worriedly. Did the hanging kettle workshop have any use for you? Jiang Yu let out a ch and smiled. I guess I was shocked, so I didn't come over. Lin Hai thought about it carefully, and it made sense. It's better to have a bit of force, otherwise you won't know how to fight back when you're bullied. Riverfish smiled bashfully. Boo! There was a loud bang from the door. Jiang Yu and Lin Hai instantly stood up and looked at each other. It can't be that ravenous? Jiang Yu couldn't help but say. Lin Hai's originally gloomy face abruptly smiled when he heard this. Go check it out before you hurt someone. Riverfish nodded. The two walked out of the inner sanctum. The door to the pharmacy was down, and there were a couple of other men standing there with menacing, serious faces. Who are you guys? Lin Hai's face was grave and his tone was tinged with anger. Who are we? Can't you see? A shrill voice came through. Riverfish glanced curiously. The other person was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had a pad in his hand, wiping his hands constantly. Not that I'd say. What brings you to a place like this? Rednecks indeed. Jiang Yu looked puzzled and his eyes became cold. I don't know what to call this one. Lin Hai smiled and spoke. We, the Guile sect, do things and we still need to give our names? The other party sneered. He looked around with a look of disgust and scrutinized the Riverfish some more as his mind moved. You're Riverfish, aren't you? He said with a look of certainty. Riverfish nodded without changing his face. Just call me Brother Pine. Brother Pine looked more and more satisfied and smiled. Seeing that you're good looking, why don't you eat and drink with me? Chapter 85, Zhang Chaoyun? Who is he? Jiang Yu looked at the other party with a confused face, his mood inexplicably subtle. The smile on his face faded and his eyes darkened. His tone was grim and uncertain. What were you talking about? Pine glanced at him in disgust and muttered in a small voice. Good looking, just not so good with the ears. But that's okay, it's still a good face. He suddenly saw the other party laugh a little and immediately said loudly, I say, why don't you follow me into the shenanigans, and I'll take you to eat and drink? Lin Hai gave a bow and pointed at his nose. At my age, this is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. Who will go with you? Where is your face? Pine's eyes stared at him grimly, anger welling up in his heart. He took a step forward, reached out and pushed him directly. His tone was fierce. I planted Nima. You old undead dog. You didn't inquire about who I am? Still dare to scold me. I'll make your life worse than death. Lin Hai was unsteady and leaned back. Jiang Yu's eyes were quick to hold him up, and the thief of hearts asked, Is everything alright? Lin Hai grabbed his arm and stood firm, shaking his head. Luckily for you, nothing happened. Jiang Yu looked at the other party with stern eyes and said in a serious tone, Apologize. Brother Song was stunned for a moment, glanced sarcastically and sneered. What are you thinking? Lousy gave you a way out on account of your good looks. You didn't want it, and now you want Lousy to apologize? What were you thinking? Immediately, he pointed at Jiang Yu and said with a smile, If you can apologize to me, I'll let you go a yard. Otherwise, humph. Next, kaboom. Ah, my leg. A miserable shriek rang out. Arrogantly, Song sat directly on his knees, his face grimacing as he screamed. The crowd was shocked. Pine turned his head to look at the man sinisterly, barking in a maniacal tone. Can't you see I'm hurt? Beat them to death for me. A few martial artists looked at each other with awe. They hadn't even seen clearly just now how the other party had struck. It was obvious that the other party's force value was above theirs, so they hesitated. Jiang Yu glanced at it, the corners of his mouth rose, and he innocently said, It seems that your followers are not willing to stand up for you. Oh. The expression on Pine's face twisted even further. His shrill voice was hoarse. If you don't get on, think of your children. They're so young. A few people's faces instantly changed and their eyes became firm. Offended. The smile on Jiang Yu's face remained unchanged as he weaved in and out of the middle of several people in a swift manner. In the next instant, several people flew out like birds of prey. Want to lecture me now? Riverfish walked over to Pine and crouched down, smiling playfully. Pine looked at the other man in horror and trembled. Who the hell are you? Aren't you looking for Riverfish? I am. Why don't you recognize me now? Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was quite sarcastic. Pine was stunned for a moment. Suddenly remembering something, his eyes changed. Your last name is Jiang? Jiang is in 3 points of water? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Non-committal. A trace of strangeness flashed in Song's eyes and he said in an odd tone, Do you know Jiang Chaoyun? Jiang Yu's brows furrowed as he looked at the other party with a puzzled expression. Who's that? Pine breathed a sigh of relief in his mind, his face unchanged as he shook his head. I recognized the mistake. Immediately, his face changed, and his tone carried a threat. Kid, I told you. Ah, he didn't finish his words when Jiang Yu gave him another blow. It's quite annoying to hear you talk. It's better not to talk. Jiang Yu stood up and said carelessly. On the ground, mats had passed out. The big men behind him stood there awkwardly, at a loss for words. I've given the lesson, but you have to tell me who sent you. Hanging Pot Place. Sure enough, it's them again. It seems impossible not to go over there this time. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, looked at them coldly and waved his hand. Lin Hai's pupils widened, and there was a look of bewilderment and even disappointment in his eyes. The big men pulled Pine away at a fast pace. After the fight just now, the ground was a mess. They cleaned up quietly. Hello, excuse me, is this Dr. Lin Hai's pharmacy? A nice voice rang out from the door. Riverfish looked up and looked at her in surprise. Wenshu senpai? Mo Wenshu also looked over, a smile on her brow as she stepped in. Schoolboy, why are you here? What's going on here? Jiang Yu sighed and said helplessly, I encountered a group of people looking for trouble, and it became like this. Mo Wenshu nodded understandingly. I'll help you along? Jiang Yu shook his head and said with a smile, No need. Isn't school sister coming over to find Uncle Hai? He's right inside. Just say you're my schoolmate. Mo Wenshu looked hesitantly and nodded. I'll go in then. She smiled daintily. Riverfish instantly blended into the smile, and his mood improved as well. Nodding slightly, he continued to clean things up when a name abruptly came to mind and his movement stopped. Jiang Chaoyun? Who is he? Why would the man ask him if he recognized this man? Jiang Yu shook off the thoughts in his head, and the speed of his men increased. When Mo Wenshu came out, Jiang Yu stood outside the door and waited for a long time. Master, Hokage hasn't left yet? Mo Wenshu's palms were pinched with sweat. She almost made a mistake just now. Riverfish was thinking about something when he heard the voice and smiled. This place is so remote. It's not good for a girl to walk at night. I'll give you a ride. Mo Wenshu smiled sweetly. Then thank you, school brother. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have dared to leave. Jiang Yu was very flattered to be relied upon. Unconsciously rubbing the back of his head, he smiled and said, "You're welcome." Mo Wenshu looked at him like this and suddenly laughed out. "Is it your first time with a girl, schoolboy?" Jiang Yu babbled in a serious manner. "How can that be? I have a lot of favorites, but I'm very self-loving. I'm only responsible for the people I like." Mo Wenshu looked at him in surprise. It's rare to see someone like schoolmate. Riverfish grinned a hefty grin. "And no one is saying you can't like several people. He'll take care of as many as he likes. Besides, he's the one with 7 marriage contracts." The first elder sister was grumpy, but always looked out for him. The second elder sister looked like a cold-faced imperial sister, but was well-behaved and understanding. The fourth elder sister, although apparently capricious, but something will rush to the front to protect him. Each one he doesn't want to give up, so he's going to rain on his parade. The more he thought about it, the wider the smile on Jiang Yu's face. Looking silly, Mo Wenshu looked at him with a complex expression of disgust. She kind of didn't want to admit that it was her youngest brother. Chapter 86, Sleeping Together? In front of a hotel, Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Senior sister, I'll send you here." Mo Wenshu nodded gently. "Thanks for today." Jiang Yu smiled sunny and cheerful. "No, I'll go back first." Late night came and the world fell asleep. Riverfish tossed and turned in his bed, his thoughts racing. He sat up violently, opened the door and walked out. "Ah!" A scream suddenly shouted across the room. "Riverfish, what are you doing?" As soon as weekend language came out, she saw a dark shadow moving in the doorway, instantly startling her. Jiang Yu was silent, his tone low. "Sister." Weekend's speech movements paused, and his expression sank slightly, with helplessness in his tone. "What's wrong?" She sat down next to Riverfish and brought him a glass of water. "How are things with you and your family?" Riverfish asked suddenly. Weekend language's movements paused and spoke indifferently. "It's just like that. Didn't the second elder sister say to you that my family is reorganized? So, you know." Jiang Yu gave a heartfelt look and reached out to gather her in his arms. "It's okay, there's me. You still have your sisters and brothers around us." The weekend language went ch. "What nonsense are you talking about? Of course I know. It's not like I took those people to heart." She paused for a moment and added, "What's wrong with you today? Taking the wrong medication?" Jiang Yu shook his head and said sullenly, "I got lost with my family when I was young, so I don't have much of an impression of my family. But recently, someone asked which character is Jiang for Riverfish, so I'm wondering if it has something to do with my birth." Weekend language frowned. It was also the first time she had heard her youngest brother's story, and her heart softened as she reached out and hugged him back. She was silent for a moment, weighing her words. "Senior brother, I'm not sure what's going on with you and your family, but I know that as long as your family loves you, they're bound to keep looking for you. Of course, it can't be ruled out that the family passed away unable to find you." How could the Riverfish not know this in his heart? It's just that today's words from Trickster Pine Brother reminded him of the Lu family. That's why he tossed and turned at night and couldn't sleep. "I even fall asleep and dream of images, only to wake up and realize I don't remember anything." "Alright, senior brother, don't think about it." Weekend language pinched his face and smiled gently. "Otherwise, go to my room later?" Jiang Yu's face instantly reddened. "That's not good." He stammered, his mind going blank. "Sister, I can." Weekend language smiled wanly and grabbed his hand, leading him towards the room. Riverfish's movements froze instantly, on the same hand and foot. Weekend language stood in the doorway and patted his hand. "Wait here, I'll open the door," said, sending his hand. She pushed the door open and stepped inside, instantly locking it behind her. Jiang Yu heard the sound of the lock dropping and instantly returned to his senses. He stared at the door in front of him with a dumbfounded look on his face. "Sister?" Weekend language laughed out loud inside. "Riverfish, you didn't really think I'd let you in, did you?" Jiang Yu was silent and couldn't help but MMP in his heart. Elder sister, simply too good at this. Aha, he's going to be pissed off. His eyes changed and he smiled playfully. "Elder sister, you dropped your stuff. Aren't you coming out to get it?" Weekend language said indifferently. "No, leave it to you." "Oh, brat, still trying to trick her out. How can you?" Weekend language wiped his hands with a handkerchief and tossed it lightly into the trash. Jiang Yu took a few deep breaths, turned around and went back to his room, forcing himself not to think too much, and fell asleep. A deep mountain with woods all over it. The air is foggy. A group of big men carried a man back to a courtyard. All eyes in the courtyard were drawn to it. A man walked out of the main room, his face twisted and his tone grim. "What's going on here? What's going on with my son?" "Back to Elder Zhang. Young Song was beaten up when he was out on a mission," one of the big men said with his head lowered. Elder Zhang took a step forward and directly reached out to grab Zhang Song's hand to take his pulse, his face grim and gritting his teeth. "Why are you all still fine? Is my son the only one who is like this? The big man bowed his head in silence. They know that in this situation, they can't push back or their lives will be in danger. Elder Zhang looked around from left to right and closed his eyes. He was wrong. He should have given Pine stronger protection than these newbies. You guys go. He waved his hand. The big men breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts and turned to leave. In the next second, the face was hideously twisted and blood was spat out of the mouth. Elder Zhang? They looked at him incredulously, not even closing their eyes. Elder Zhang's eyes were gloomy as he said indifferently, since my son has become like this, you all will have to accompany him to his funeral. And the culprit, I will personally kill him. Elder, someone shouted cautiously. Elder Zhang glanced at it, nodded slightly, and said carelessly, deal with it. The people around them didn't say a word, silently processing the scene. Old Zhang, it's excessive. Another person came out of the main house, looking at the ground and disapproving. Elder Zhang's face didn't change as he said in an icy tone, Zhang Bei, the one who was injured wasn't your child, so why are you meddling in the matter? Besides, if it was you, I'm afraid you would have gone even further. Zhang Bei's face instantly grimaced at the remark, and then, immediately, he raised a smile. Just in time, there's Zhao Hong, let him take a look. Elder Zhang's eyes flashed and he nodded, carrying Zhang Song into the main house. Elder Zhang, is there a result? When Zhao Hong saw the visitor, he stood up directly like a spring, his tone tinged with anticipation. Elder Zhang's eyes were like knives looking straight at Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong froze for a moment, his gaze glancing at the person on his cell phone, his eyes changing as he rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He couldn't help but mentally spit it out. Dr. Zhao, we did you this favor, but now that my son has become like this, shouldn't I be given an explanation? Elder Zhang said icily. Zhao Hong looked at the person in front of him in surprise, speechless. He asked them to help at that time, he paid them, and now that the person didn't get done for him, he still has the face to ask him for an explanation? He grimaced and said impatiently, what explanation do you want? Elder Zhang glanced grimly and grinned wryly. It was a simple matter of helping to look after Songer. Zhao Hong's brows furrowed and he cried a little. He thought the other guy was going to come down on him and was ready to tear his face off. But that's it? Let's see. He got up and walked over to the man lying on the ground and knelt down. Reaching down, he took his pulse, then flipped open his eyelids and squeezed around his body. Elder Zhang watched his movements, and the more he watched, the more his face sank. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was the master of the hanging pot workshop, he would have definitely slapped the other party to death by now. It was the first person who had dared to be so loose on Matson. Well, he gritted his teeth. Chapter 87. Zhao Hong impatiently returned. What's the rush? Or else you'll do it yourself? Elder Zhang was stunned, and then, with blood in his eyes, he glared at him viciously, his fists clenched in death, as if he would strike the next second. However, he just took a deep breath, held back the anger in his heart, and spoke calmly, you're busy, I won't bother you. Zhao Hong got the answer he wanted and continued to observe. After a few moments of silence, he cleared his throat and spoke slowly, I've already looked at it, he's been stabbed with a needle, which is in a rather desperate location, just remove it. Elder Zhang abruptly let out a sigh of relief. And how do I need to get it? I'll help you. Zhao Hong looked at him with an inexplicable expression, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Good point, just do what you promised before. Elder Zhang raised his eyebrows and nodded. Don't worry, our Guile sect has yet to make a mistake in what we do. Riverfish came to the amusement park again and walked straight into the glass room. There were many plants growing in the room, lushly, and even rare and unusual herbs. If it's because you don't know medicine, you might not recognize it. Junior brother, you came over with your eyes just for these plants? Weekend Whisperer poked around and lost interest when he realized he didn't recognize any of them. Zhou Qi picked up the conversation from the side. Dr. Lin has already told me. You can just pick up whatever you want directly. Riverfish smiled and nodded. Senior sister, these can all be medicinal herbs that can be refined into pills. Weekend Language raised an eyebrow, coming to attention. She sauntered over to a plant and noticed that it had broad leaves and was still a rare blue color. What is it? Jiang Yu glanced at it and calmly said, that's blue diamond, a medicinal herb that can prevent many diseases. Weekend Whisper nodded knowingly, his gaze looking away again. When Zhou Qi saw Jiang Yu lowering his head to do his own thing, he smiled and walked over to Weekend Language and smiled fawningly. Cousin, let me introduce you to the herbs in the plant room. Weekend Language glanced at him and nodded. Jiang Yu watched the two of them move and shook his head with a smile. The medicinal herb in front of him was sort of unintentionally discovered. It was different from the other herbs. The plant was not big, but it had a few leaves, and it was these leaves that he was going to use. He squatted down and looked carefully, noticing that the leaves on the side were a little fuller. Taking out a knife, he cut the leaves off and a white liquid oozed from the stem. Jiang Yu's hand carefully cupped the blade, took out a piece of pad and wrapped it up. Okay, he said with a smile as he stood up. Weekend Language's eyes quickly drew over. Getting it right? She glanced at the white liquid on the plant and wondered as she magically touched it. Jiang Yu's eyes widened and he hurriedly stopped it. Senior sister, that white liquid can't be touched. It's poisonous. Weekend Language was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his hand. How could that be? Didn't you say it can make medicine? Surprisingly, it's still poisonous. Aren't you afraid that it will poison people to death? Her tone was still timid. Jiang Yu took the pad and waved it off, helplessly saying, the name of this herb is called condensing hua grass. There are only a few leaves on each plant. It is very rare. It carries poison inside the stem for self-protection. If you accidentally eat it in, or touch it, you'll be given a shot after eating it if it's light, or you'll die if it's heavy. Weekend Language got scarier and scarier the more he heard it, and he couldn't help but shiver. It's a good thing you warned me or I might have collapsed. Whirling around, she frowned. Is there anything else you need in the plant room besides this? Jiang Yu put the handkerchief away and surveyed the room again, shaking his head. That's all I need to use for now. The others still need to be found. Weekend Whisper nodded and said wearily, then hurry back. It's just too boring. Riverfish didn't refuse. Jochi watched their movements from the sidelines and hesitantly stepped forward. Cousin, it's almost the end of the month. Aren't you going back? Weekend Language looked at Jochi with sharp eyes. I said it wrong. Cousin, you can go back if you want to. Jochi was stunned and stammered. A moment of bewilderment flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. It's the end of the month again? How it feels like time is flying by. Looks like another trip back. Let's go. Senior brother. Don't mind him. Weekend Language gave him a blank look and said with a smile. Jochi sent them away with a bitter smile. Uncle too. He offended himself and let others take the blame. I really don't know what to think. He sighed mentally. In the presidential suite, the two men took off their jackets and tossed them aside. Jiang Yu took out the prepared glass bottle and put the condensation grass in it, and finally put it into his backpack. You don't have to be so careful. It's not like anyone else knows you anyway. Weekend Language couldn't look away and laughed. Riverfish sighed. It's not a fear that people won't know and get poisoned. Weekend Language's face stiffened. She had reasonable grounds to suspect that Jiang Yu was being sarcastic. She opened her mouth to say something, and the next second Riverfish handed the fruit into her mouth. She subconsciously took a sweet bite. What's for dinner? Weekend Whisperer glanced over curiously. Riverfish smiled. Just the usual fruit. Weekend Language shrugged and stopped asking. I'm going back to the academy tomorrow. What is senior sister going to do? Jiang Yu suddenly said. Weekend Language froze for a moment and took out his cell phone to look at it. It's fine. She cocked her head and thought for a moment, then added, go back in time. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, wanting to speak. What's the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Just say it. Weekend Whisperer had a disinterested look on his face. Be careful, don't get poisoned again. And when I'm not around, let's see who can save you. Weekend Language's angry gaze looked straight at Jiang Yu, took a few heavy breaths, got up violently, and reached out to grab Jiang Yu's. The Riverfish saw that the situation was not right and immediately jumped away. With a curt smile on her face, her mouth said, wow, fourth senior sister, you're not planning to murder your own husband, are you? Weekend Language heart abruptly stopped, and then quickly beat again, looking at Jiang Yu's complacent appearance. He was so angry that he didn't want to do anything directly. Junior brother, I don't think you want your mouth anymore. Watch my grappling technique. Riverfish dodged around, looking for an opportunity to grab her hand back. Weekend Language's eyes were quick to dodge his sneak attack. Seeing the pillow on the couch, he reached for it. She saw that Jiang Yu kept swaying and took a pillow and hit him directly with it. Jiang Yu's eyes widened and he couldn't dodge before he saw the pillow smash towards his head. He grabbed the pillow with one hand, took an arrow step, wrapped his arms around Weekend Language's waist, and said playfully, fourth senior sister, you've fallen into the palm of my hand. Let's see how I'm going to clean you up. Weekend Language twisted from side to side, didn't break free. His temper came up, and he directly pulled out downwards. Jiang Yu's body instantly froze, and the force in his hand loosened. He smiled bitterly and said, senior sister, you're not being reasonable. Weekend Whisper grunted coldly and left without him. Chapter 88 Jingbo's Obstruction. Jiang Yu returned to the academy on time, and first cleaned up in the dormitory before arriving at the martial arts arena and locking himself inside, which is why his actions upon his return have caused many people to look for him without finding him. Jiang Yu looked at the mirror image that had reappeared in front of him, not feeling the least bit surprised. Let him see how much he had improved this time. In the next second, he was plunged into an endless bout of exercise. As time passed, the diaphragm of Jiang Yu's body had the feeling of breaking. He closed his eyes, and the healing way of the heart and the Imperial Spirit Needle technique chart appeared in his mind. With the appearance of these two feats, he had finally touched the divide. Ka-ching! The diaphragm shattered, and Riverfish let out a long breath. He opened his eyes and stood up, looking around him feeling much slower. Jiangyu shook his head and directed his gaze to a spot. There were two men there pulling and tugging, their movements intense but slow to Riverfish. He frowned as his mind went down and started thinking about what was going on. After a long time of thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out and just walked out. Riverfish! Someone was calling out to him. Jiangyu glanced back and was a bit surprised to find that it was Zhang Chenghan. He had told no one since he came back. How could he know he was here? Chenghan, you want me to do something? Zhang Chenghan's cheeks flushed red as she shyly said. You haven't come back for a long time. What are you planning to do? Riverfish raised an eyebrow and grinned. Isn't there a test coming up? So just came back to check. Zhang Chenghan looked disappointed. Immediately, she added. Don't you know? Practical exercises are not tested anymore. Only theories are tested. Jiangyu looked at her suspiciously. Really? It's true. Mr. Wang sent a message in the group. Did you not read it? Zhang Chenghan's face instantly reddened at the thought of the message she had sent being read. With a blank look on his face, Jiangyu took out his cell phone and browsed through it, then saw Zhang Chenghan's message and smiled helplessly. Chenghan, I'm not telling you that Zhang Chenghan hastily interrupted him and shook her head. I said I don't mind. You just have to stop avoiding me. It's all of my own volition. Riverfish sighed helplessly. I'm not avoiding you. It just so happens I have news for you. Zhang Chenghan looked at him curiously, blinking with all the delight she could muster. I found a way to ease your constitution. Zhang Chenghan instantly jumped up, stepped forward and pulled Jiang Yu's hand, saying excitedly, Really? Riverfish nodded. It's true, but I need to go find the herbs and the complete stitches. Then is it okay if we go together? Zhang Chenghan said cautiously. The last time Jiang Yu went out, she had asked, not expecting to be rejected outright. This time she was afraid that she would be rejected once again. Jiang Yu also thought of what happened before, and looking at this pitiful look on her face, her heart softened and agreed. Yes, I can. I was supposed to help you find medicine, so of course I can go along. Zhang Chenghan froze in place with disbelief in her eyes. She cleared her throat, suppressed her excitement, and spoke timidly. Jiang Yu, I didn't hear you wrong. Did you agree? Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively, a little smug in his heart. Who would have thought that this is the iceberg beauty that you just met? It's all soft in front of her. Yeah, Zhang Chenghan smiled brightly. Then when do we leave? She couldn't wait. Jiang Yu calculated the time. We'll leave in about 5 days. It just so happens that the exams are done by that time. Zhang Chenghan nodded excitedly. She let go of Jiang Yu's hand and smiled. Then I'll go get ready. Remember to call me when the time comes. Jiang Yu stretched out his hand and compared it to an okay. Zhang Chenghan got a response and bounced away. On the way back to the dormitory, Jiang Yu was once again stopped. Riverfish, race me. Jiang Yu looked at the somewhat unfamiliar man who appeared in front of him, and said in a nonchalant manner, This senior, I have something to do right now, and I don't have time to spar with you. Jingbo looked at the person in front of him with a very complicated mood. When the academy's entrance examination was first held, the other party had directly pulled his face to the ground, causing him to become murderous towards him. Later on, he had been tripped up by something, so he hadn't gotten around to looking for him. When he waited for the second test, the rules were surprisingly adjusted so that the classroom teacher was not allowed to refer to it, and once again he missed his chance. It was hard to wait until the exam was over, and the river fish ran away again. After going back and forth several times, he finally caught him. Who knew that the other party had forgotten about him? Simply didn't put him in his eyes. No, you can't leave. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his gaze resting on the person in front of him, and said in a nice voice, Senior, I really have something to do. Can you let me go first? Jingbo gave him a deep look and didn't make a sound, but a true chi surfaced on his body. When Jiang Yu saw him being so unreasonable, his face was gloomy and his tone was impatient. Senior, are you? He didn't finish his sentence before he was attacked. Riverfish steps to the side to avoid it. It seems like there's no way to make this clear, and it can only be resolved by force. He exhaled calmly, and the aura of desolation slowly surfaced around him. Jingbo felt an air of desolation and his heart heaved. He looked at the other party in surprise, somewhat not quite understanding. Jiang Yu was slightly relieved when the other party's movements that he saw stopped. Senpai, can I go now? Jingbo's eyes changed and he clenched his fists to attack again. In the next second, the sight changed. He watched in horror as he instantly disappeared from the ground, his breath catching. Jiang Yu grabbed Jingbo's hand and flung it out expressionlessly. I told you something was wrong. Why don't you listen? He clapped his hands and simply left. Jingbo looked at the person who walked away and punched the ground fiercely. Jiang Yu, I'm at loggerheads with you. In the next moment, the organs ripped and hurt, and blood spat out of his mouth. Passing students saw him and, after exclaiming in alarm, took him to the infirmary. Jianyu sped up and returned to the dormitory before lying down on his butt. After resting, he opened the glass bottle and took out the condensation grass, then placed the condensed grass in a drying area and wait for it to dry. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. River Fish cleaned up and opened the door. Duh. He had just opened his mouth when he saw the person behind him and instantly changed his tone. Mr. Wang, what's the matter? Before Wang Qingqin could say anything, a person suddenly jumped out from behind him and screamed excitedly, Boss, you're finally back. If you don't come back, I'm going to die. Jiang Yu held back, did not hold back, and directly pulled him to beat him up. Boss, you're really breaking my heart. Lin Han muttered. He had run over as soon as he heard that Jiang Yu had returned. No one else was as fast as him, so why was he the only one who got beat up? Not happy. Jiang Yu gave him a blank look and said without changing his face, if you don't act more normal, I'll continue to beat you up. I don't want to think about the sound of that. Who can stand it? Chapter 89 The Badge. Lin Han pitifully hid away, soothing the wounds he had suffered. Wang Qingqin didn't pay any attention to the two of them and just sat on the sofa on one side in silence. You two go on. She spoke softly. Jiang Yu and Lin Han's movements stopped at once, glancing at each other and smiling awkwardly. They almost forgot that the homeroom teacher was still there. Mr. Wang, is it something to come over here? Jiang Yu went to the side and poured 2 cups of tea, placing them on the coffee table. Wang Qingqin glanced at Lin Han beside her with a threat in her eyes. Lin Han inadvertently met her eyes and cowered, not daring to speak. Then he realized that Jiang Yu was looking at him with a burning gaze and a meaningful smile. Suddenly, with a flash of insight, as if he knew what was going on, he quickly found a reason to go straight out. Walking to the door, he glanced back and let out a sharp sigh of relief. The people have already left, so eldest sister can speak. Jiang Yu smiled. As soon as Wang Qingqin and the others left, their faces changed instantly, and the whole group relaxed. Your second sister asked me to bring you something. She took an envelope out of her pocket and handed it over. Jiang Yu was a bit puzzled in his heart, and while holding it, he said, Second senior sister didn't say anything? Wang Qingqin shook her head. She came in a hurry, left a letter and left. If it hadn't been for your name on the envelope, I would have thought it was for me. Riverfish opened it half-heartedly and realized that there was no letter in the envelope, only a badge. He took it out and looked at it for a moment with a blank look on his face. Elder sister, do you know what this is? He asked curiously. Wang Qingqin looked straight at the badge, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. What did you go out and do? Jiang Yu shook his head and innocently said, Didn't do anything, just a few favors? A few favors and you get a badge. Are you kidding me? Wang Qingqin exclaimed. No, what's wrong with little brother? Doesn't he know what this badge represents? Or did he do it on purpose? Riverfish looked at her in surprise, not knowing what to do. He spoke carefully, I really don't know. Now, Wang Qingqin was finally sure that Jiang Yu didn't know anything. She rubbed her brow and spoke helplessly. This badge, it means you did something important to the country before. That's why you were given this. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as he stared incredulously at the tiny badge. He really didn't seem to have done anything. How could this be? Otherwise, why don't you ask your second senior sister? Wang Qingqin suggested. She eyed the badge and kept reassuring herself in her mind. It was just the badge, and she would have it later. Jiang Yu glanced at it and handed the badge to Wang Qingqin. You can look if you want. Wang Qingqin froze for a moment, and between lowered eyes and a light smile, the badge reached her. She stroked it gently, refusing to let go of any corners. Senior sister, why don't I give this to you? Jiang Yu said with a smile. Wang Qingqin refused outright. I will obtain it myself. Just keep it well. With that, he returned the badge to Jiang Yu. Riverfish raised an eyebrow and took it. Are you ready for the theory test? Wang Qingqin suddenly asked. Riverfish smiled smugly. With me at the helm. It's bound to be number 1. Wang Qingqin looked at him in disgust and splashed cold water. Don't roll over then. It won't be pretty. Jiang Yu's smile stiffened as he looked at Wang Qingqin accusingly and shouted in a slimy voice. Senior sister. He didn't believe that Wang Qingqin would continue to hit him even after he was like this. Sure enough, in the next instant, Wang Qingqin's face reddened, panicked, pushed Jiang Yu, and left. Wang Qingqin walked for a long time before reacting that Jiang Yu was just teasing her. She couldn't help but scream a few times inside as she fell for such an obvious ploy. Time passes in an instant. 5 days later, the academy's third examination was complete. Jiang Yu stood in the doorway, looking dumbfounded at Zhang Chenghan, who walked over with a large bag on her back. No, what are you doing with all that stuff? Zhang Chenghan glanced down at the things in her hands and spoke smilingly. Not much, it's all useful. Besides, I don't even know where to go, so I need to prepare more. Riverfish scratched his head. Looking at the things in front of him, he suddenly regretted it. Normally, when he went out alone, it was fine to bring something random. I didn't realize that with one more person, there were several times more supplies. Changhan, yeah, these are not useful. See which ones you can put back. Zhang Chenghan looked around and refused to let go of any of them. Don't bother. I'll have someone bring it over. She smiled. Riverfish had to agree. Where are we going now? Zhang Chenghan asked. Sea City. The two men got in their car and left. Zhang Yu took Zhang Chenghan and searched for 2 hours in the suburbs. How far is it? Zhang Chenghan was exhausted and sweating, panting. That's more exercise in one day today than she's had in the previous 2 months. Zhang Yu looked at the address and frowned. The navigation shows it's right here, but there's no way to find anyone. He paused for a moment, then added, sit back and relax while I make a call. The phone rang, but no one answered. Just as Zhang Yu was getting annoyed, Zhang Chenghan suddenly shouted, Zhang Yu, come over and listen. Is it the ringtone of a cell phone? Zhang Yu quickly ran to Zhang Chenghan's side and realized that there was a loud noise coming from the house on her side. He hung up and the ringing stopped. They glanced at each other, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. After searching for so long, they had finally found it. Riverfish walked towards the front door and stood to knock. Zhang Chenghan stood in the doorway in anticipation. A minute passed and the door wasn't opened. Zhang Yu undyingly knocked again. Still no one opened the door. Zhang Yu, do you think the people inside will? Zhang Chenghan suddenly spoke. Zhang Yu's face instantly changed, remembering that no one had answered the phone just now, and the owner of the phone might be in a bad way. He mobilized his true chi and directly broke through the door. The two searched the house. Riverfish found the cell phone by the ringtone, but found no one. Ah! A scream rang out. Riverfish, help! In the next second, Zhang Chenghan's cries for help were heard again. Riverfish quickly walked over in the direction of the sound. What's going on? He asked anxiously as he came into the room. Zhang Chenghan pointed at the person on the ground and said warily, don't mind me. Quickly see if the person has been saved? Her heart pounded at the thought of the scene she had just seen after accidentally tripping. Zhang Yu quickly walked over and felt around his neck. His face grew more and more grave. We're too late. It's hopeless. Zhang Chenghan's face was pale, her lips slightly open, wanting to say but not knowing what to say. Wait for me. Zhang Yu spoke to Zhang Chenghan before getting up and walking out with his cell phone. Chapter 90, Why are you helping me? Uncle hi, that man is dead. Riverfish leaned against the doorway, making a phone call. I don't know what was said on the phone, but Zhang Yu's face changed and his tone was gloomy. I know. I will call the police. I'll come over to you later. Riverfish put away his cell phone and sighed as he looked around the room. Zhang Chenghan carefully walked over and whispered, what's wrong? It's okay, we'll call the police and then take you somewhere. Riverfish crossed over to her and stepped inside, then dialed the police. The police arrived quickly and cordoned off the scene as soon as they arrived. Zhang Yu and Zhang Chenghan made a statement together. Although they were suspected, there was no evidence and the police department let them out. Come on, it's time to go now, Zhang Yu said carelessly. Zhang Chenghan looked uncertain and nodded slightly. They were fast, and when they entered the door, they saw Lin Hai there waiting for them. Lin Hai stood up instantly when he saw them and said in an anxious tone, what exactly is the situation? He and this friend had only met yesterday, so how could something happen today? Riverfish shook his head. Went over there today, called and no one answered, came in the door and found it lying on the floor. Lin Hai's face was grave, with anger in his eyes. It was definitely the hanging pot workshop that did this. They have a grudge against each other, otherwise they wouldn't have. Damn, if I had known that these people were so careful, I should have punched them a few times when I was leaving. How else would it have turned out the way it did? Zhang Chenghan stood beside Zhang Yu in silence. She recognized the person in front of her, once the most famous healer of the hanging pot workshop, but then she heard that he had defected out and had lost track of him. I don't know how Riverfish got on with him. Zhang Yu was not aware of the two men's small minds. Recalling the clues he found, he calmly said, are there any characteristics of their hands? Lin Hai froze for a moment, sighing and shaking his head. All I know is that they come to the door and they uniform their clothes, but they don't leave people lifeless, but not much else. Riverfish raised an eyebrow. Since it doesn't leave anyone lifeless, it means there are other people who do it. Zhang Chenghan spoke in a small voice. Could it be someone else? Lin Hai heard directly broke out. It's those little brats. Who else, besides them, would have a grudge against him? No, I say you this little girl. His eyes looked over with hatred, and in the next second, they widened with disbelief. Zhang's girl? Why are you here? Zhang Yu was surprised to hear this and looked at them. These two even knew each other? Zhang Chenghan smiled lightly when she saw that Lin Hai recognized her. Hello Dr. Lin, Lin Hai said smilingly. Well, it's been a long time, hasn't it? How is your master? When Zhang Chenghan heard master, her face paled and she timidly said, it's been a long time since I've seen her. Master, her old man has. Alas, it's all life. When we first agreed to be together, We didn't realize that things are different now, Lin Hai said with a bitter smile. Jiang Yu listened to their pleasantries and frowned. If you know each other, why don't you treat her for her physique? Lin Hai was stunned for a split second inside. It's not because of anything else. It's mainly because it's not in the medical books, so there was nothing that could be done about it in the first place. Jiang Yu listened without changing his face, but in his heart, he felt strange. If it was according to Lin Hai, then why could he find the method? In an instant, he thought of those two heart techniques. The mind techniques were different, but they were similar for the same medical arts class. That's why he sensed that something was wrong inside, and then drew back to find the method. So, then nothing else was thought of afterward? Her dad's still been thinking about going to the hanging kettle workshop to get information on how to fix it. Zhang Chenghan also nodded at the side. If she hadn't gone back last time, she would have never known that her father had done a lot for her physique. Lin Hai was silent, looking at them lustfully. There's nothing in the hangman's workshop's information about this solution, he affirmed. Jiang Yu and Zhang Chenghan looked at each other in dismay. They thought a lot in a moment. If there's really no way, then who told Zhang Suwei? What exactly is he going to do? Jiang Yu thought along this line of thought and thought of someone, Zhang Ningdan. Yes, if he hadn't gotten into trouble behind him in the first place, it might not have been clear about this. Just as they were imagining things, Lin Hai dropped another bomb. And there's probably a lot less information in the hanging kettle workshop now. Jiang Yu looked puzzled, not quite sure why the other party said that, as if he knew their doubts. Lin Hai went on to explain, the hanging pot workshop has moved several times due to expansion, and each time, they lost some of their mind techniques. River Fish was instantly speechless. No, such a big sect, so careless? Don't they look for it? Zhang Qinghan was also speechless. Lin Hai smiled bitterly and said, looking for it, but couldn't find it. Immediately, he looked at Jiang Yu and hesitated for a moment and asked, when you were planning to go to the hanging pot workshop earlier, were you planning to look for medical books? Seeing this, Jiang Yu didn't hide it and directly admitted it. Yes, I promised Qinghan's father that I would help in the beginning, so I've been bothering you. Lin Hai waved his hand, and said in a good-natured manner, how can it be considered an intrusion? I'm quite happy to have you here. The old man's place is rarely this lively. However, there's no need for you to go now. We're all done looking for it in the first place. River Fish smiled and didn't answer. Lin Hai took in his expression and was secretly shocked. He said that and he still wants to go in? Jiang Yu cleared his throat and spoke with a smile. Uncle Hai, is there any way for us to get in besides that man? Lin Hai fell into deep thought, and after thinking for a moment, he said, in that case, I'll give you the phone number of another person, so you can go find him yourself. River Fish nodded. After thanking him, he left with Zhang Chenghan. Zhang Qinghan had thought a lot while they were conversing, but had never found the opportunity to ask. Now that it was easily just the two of them, she couldn't wait to ask. Why? When Jiang Yu first heard this question, she was a bit bewildered and didn't quite understand why she was asking, therefore just looked at it suspiciously. Zhang Chenghan didn't hear an answer, and after a slight moment of sadness, she added, why do you keep helping me? The tone of his voice was tinged with a low tone. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. I received payment. After all, there was almost a marriage contract in the first place. 2. It's not good to not help. Zhang Chenghan opened her mouth and lowered her head to not say another word. Alright, don't think too much. We still have to find Uncle Hai's best friend tomorrow, so we'll go to the hanging pot workshop together then. Jiang Yu said comfortingly. He'd have to figure out how to get the guy to take them in tomorrow. Zhang Chenghan nodded, her mood slightly relaxed, and followed Jiang Yu back to the hotel. Chapter 91, The Back Door. Early the next morning, Jiang Yu rose. He stretched and opened his cell phone and dialed up. Hello, is this Dr. Wang Lu? I'm a student recommended by Dr. Lin Hai. The person on the other end of the phone didn't know what to say, and then he saw that Jiang Yu answered. Yes, see if it's convenient for you today. I want to come over and find you to discuss what will happen after I enter the workshop. Okay, good. Pop. The phone hung up. Jiang Yu put down his phone, rubbed his brow, and shuffled up. He went downstairs, received Zhang Chenghan, and left with her in front of a pharmacy with a large storefront. Zhang Chenghan looked at the pharmacy in front of him suspiciously, and was surprised in his heart. Jiang Yu directly stepped in. Hey, who are you? This place is off limits. A bald physician in a white coat said with a frown. Jiang Yu froze for a moment and looked at him suspiciously. Isn't it possible to see a doctor here? The bald physician gave him an expressionless look and said rightly. Yes, but not you. Why? Zhang Qinghan questioned. They're all guests, so why should anyone else be allowed in and not them? The bald physician explained. Inside is the specialist section number. You can't go in without an appointment. But we made an appointment and just called this morning. Zhang Qinghan explained. Said, no appointment means no. The bald doctor's tone was grumpy, his eyes staring dead at Jiang Yu. You're a big boy. And you're letting a girl stand in front for you? Zhang Chenghan heard a bellyful of fire, and his face grimaced as he planned to break into a rage. Jiang Yu grabbed her and softly said, "It's fine, I'll communicate with him." Zhang Chenghan glanced at the bald physician and lowered her head in agreement. "This physician, my companion communicated with you earlier. We have an appointment, so can you move aside now?" Jiang Yu said with a smile. When the bald physician saw him say this without changing his face, the anger value in his heart grew higher and higher. "This morning I received a message from the master that someone would be coming over later and needed to be received." He curiously asked more questions, not realizing that he was here to take the back door. He hated backdoorers the most. Moreover, this man looks like a dilettante. He doesn't know any medical skills at all. So what's the use of letting him into the hanging pot workshop? He studied medicine for so long and didn't even get in. What qualifications does he, a backdoor man, have? You say there is? And how do you prove it? The bald physician said dismissively. "I'm talking to you nicely now. Don't challenge my bottom line," Jiang Yu said in an icy tone. "Is this man deaf? Can't understand a human being?" The bald physician's eyes were on fire with a look of impatience, and he was about to continue saying something when he heard someone talking behind him. "Let them in." The bald physician gave them a somber look and took a few steps to the side. "Go inside. Master is waiting for you." Zhang Chenghan glared at him provocatively and walked straight in. She didn't care what this man would think if he saw it. Jiang Yu shrugged at him innocently with a rather disappointed tone. "Why did you just let us in? I thought you would continue to make things difficult for us." The bald physician's face changed, clearly exasperated. If Master hadn't given the word, how could he have let them in so simply? "Don't take advantage of the situation. I don't believe it. When he is demolished later, he will still be able to keep his face unchanged and continue to stay here. I will not go against my master's wishes." He spoke faintly. Riverfish nodded understandingly and walked in past him. The space in the inner room was very small and could only stay for a few people. As soon as Jiang Yu and the others entered, they felt that there was a bit of a lack of space. "Hello Dr. Wang. I was recommended here by Dr. Lin Hai," Jiang Yu said politely. Zhang Chenghan also smiled on the side and said, "Hello Dr. Wang. I was also recommended here." The bald physician looked at the two of them and was dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that there was only one? How did it suddenly become two? Dr. Wang Lu looked at the two of them and spoke calmly. "Although you were recommended here, if you want to enter the hanging pot workshop, you have to pass the medical skills." Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He remembered that the hanging pot workshop had changed before. How the test still looked at medical skills. "Since you can't figure it out, just ask. I remember the other tests." Wang Lu directly interrupted him and said forcefully, "I don't care about the others, but those who leave from me must know medical skills." Riverfish nodded in understanding. It seemed that every examiner was different and had different requirements. In that case, it seemed that the ones who were on okay terms with Lin Hai after he left were the ones with stricter requirements. "No problem. You can test us as much as you want," Zhang Qinghan said with conviction. As a student entering the Willow Road Elite Academy, this little test was something that absolutely had to be passed. One must not lose the face of the school. Jiang Yu could not be psychologically burdened and nodded with a calm face. The bald physician couldn't help but roll his eyes and spit out all sorts of things in his mind. These newbie physicians, who look arrogant, will know the hard way of the world later. "Wang Gu, go prepare the medicinal herbs, as well as the tools for the test," Wang Lu quickly ordered. The bald physician, also known as Wang Gu, answered and turned to leave. Wang Lu's hand gently knocked on the table, sizing up the two of them, and asked curiously, "Why did you choose to join the hanging pot workshop?" As far as he knew, the hanging kettle workshop had now become a money-grubbing place, and if he wanted to learn better medical skills, the atmosphere of the G******** would be a bit better. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and resolutely said, "It was the healer from the hanging pot workshop who saved me in the first place, so that's why I decided to join." Wang Lu looked at him in surprise and nodded slightly. He looked at Zhang Qinghan again and winked. Zhang Qinghan sighed. "I don't have much of a reason. My family forced me. Since that's the case, then take the test well and strive to fulfill your wishes." Wang Lu cheered with a pep talk. Jiang Yu and Zhang Qinghan glanced at each other, a hint of laughter flashing in their eyes. Their faces remained unchanged, and they agreed seriously. Wang Gu was so fast that it seemed like he hadn't waited long enough to finish. The assessments are separate, one by one. None of them knew the content of the test and could only follow what they had learned from the academy as well as what they had learned from their masters. Zhang Chenghan chose to be the first to go. Then it was discovered that the content of the assessment was very simple. As long as it was written casually, it would be able to score full marks. The hardest part was seeing and treating people, but she was lucky that the few patients who came in had simple conditions and were prescribed a little medicine. Zhang Qinghan smiled and returned to the room, nodding at Jiang Yu. "With your ability, the test sprinkles." she spoke with a smile. Chapter 92, Getting the Token. Jiang Yu looked at her with a wry smile and responded with a smile. I haven't started yet, so maybe the difficulty will become greater. I don't think so. It's not a big match, but there's no need to go toe-to-toe, Zhang Qinghan said with a disapproving face. Jiang Yu didn't say anything more. His eyes looked at the smug Wang Gu and shook his head helplessly. He really didn't even understand why this man was so hostile towards him. Zhang Qinghan said smilingly, it's your turn. Go for it. In her opinion, Jiang Yu's ability was above hers, and if she could pass, it was impossible for Jiang Yu not to. The same exam, and you can tell that the difficulty has increased by a degree. Wang Lu did not make a sound from the side. His eyes flashed a hint of darkness, but then quickly disappeared. The examination continued, and River Fish said all the answers perfectly. Wang Gu looked at Jiang Yu with a pale face and cold hands and feet. He had thought at first that the other man didn't know anything, so he had tried to make him know what he was doing in his choice of questions. Unexpectedly, the results surprised him. Now it's good that the master must have found out about everything he's done. How can he be good in the days to come? Pass. Next session of questioning, Wang Lu said without changing his face. Riverfish smiled and nodded as he walked into the consultation room. There were already several people lined up inside the consultation room, volunteers of sorts, but with minor physical ailments. Jiang Yu checked one by one, confirmed the diagnosis and prescribed medicine. Everything was incomparably skillful, until the last patient sat down. The temperature in Haichang has always been higher than other places. It's hot all through the winter, and when it's cold you can just wear a jacket. But the man in front of him was wearing several layers of clothing, even zipped up tightly, so something was obviously wrong. Jiang Yu first looked at the other party's face and found that it was bloodless. His lips were pale, and his movements were still a little shaky. What's wrong with you? Riverfish casually opened his mouth to ask. Doctor, I don't know what's wrong. I always feel a little cold in my body, and I've put on a lot of clothes, but I can't get any relief, the patient said bitterly. Riverfish let him stick his tongue out and look at it. Searching, do you remember when you started to get cold? And where did you go that day? He had a hunch that the situation of the man in front of him was not ordinary, and even a bit special. The patient frowned and thought for a long time. When Wang Gu saw that he did nothing and even started to play, he was distracted and said, Master, he simply does not take the patient seriously. This test. Wang Lu glanced at him icily and said in a gloomy tone, it's not your turn to care about other people's matters. You'd better think about how you're going to explain to me after the examination. Wang Gu's mouth instantly closed, and his eyes looked at Jiang Yu with hatred. Riverfish didn't notice their movements and was single-mindedly focused on the patient. Did you think of that? The patient's eyes widened abruptly, and he said excitedly, come to think of it, I moved something for someone the other day, and I came back feeling cold. Understanding. Jiang Yu took out a silver needle and stuck a few needles into his arm. The patient hadn't reacted yet, looking at the silver needle in his hand, stunned with fear. Doctor, he stammered as he glanced up cautiously. This is, you, just now. Riverfish let out an "oh." I was just distracting you. He took advantage of the patient's talk and infused his true qi into the silver needle, then stuck it in with one hand. The true qi will travel throughout the body with the veins, unblocking each link. After a while, the patient suddenly felt his body heat up. He said in amazement, Doctor, your medical skills are amazing. I don't feel cold anymore. With that, he took off his clothes without thinking. Riverfish nodded calmly. It's good that it's okay. Witnessed the departure of the patient and gathered up the silver needles. He got up expressionlessly, walked to Wang Lu and calmly said, the patient has been seen. I wonder if the examination has been passed. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Lu's eyes, and he was evaluated more highly in his heart. Young man, pampered and talented, nurture it well and the future is bright. Yes, you two come with me. He nodded and added to Wang Gu, go pack up everything. The store is in your hands for now. The token for the hanging pot workshop had been left at his home, so he had to make a trip home to retrieve it. It just so happened that he had something to ask them while the crowd was small. Jiang Yu and Zhang Qinghan didn't refuse. Wang Lu's home is downtown, even in the upper floors. Dr. Wang, is it really good for the house to be on such a high floor? Aren't you afraid of encountering something bad? Zhang Qinghan asked doubtfully. Her house, which is basically a low-rise villa, is huge and in a good setting. The security system in the neighborhood is good and there are no other problems that arise. Wang Lu smiled. I think it's fine, as long as I can live. It's convenient wherever I am. Zhang Qinghan nodded and stopped asking for anything else. As soon as Wang Lu returned home, he ran straight to the safe and took out 2 tokens from it and handed them to Zhang Qinghan and Jiang Yu. This is the token of the hanging pot workshop. If you walk away with this token, you can enter and exit the hanging pot workshop as you please. Jiang Yu looked at the token in his hand with a dark expression. This token seemed to have existed in his memory. Where exactly he saw it from? Again, He somewhat couldn't quite remember. I heard that there are many medical books at the headquarters. I wonder if I can borrow them. Shaking off the other thoughts in his mind, Jiang Yu went straight to the point. Zhang Chenghan also looked at Wang Lu expectantly, waiting for an answer. Now, Wang Lu finally understood why these two were so good at medicine. With such juniors who loved to learn, the hanging pot workshop would be better. Of course, it was time for them old things to prepare properly, or else they would look useless if they couldn't even protect their juniors. Well, it's fine, it just needs to be paid back in a timely manner. Jiang Yu's heart fluttered. Then he asked, "Trouble Senior to tell me, where is the location of the headquarters?" Wang Lu calmly said, "There is a small mountain range in the north of Hai City, and one of the mountains is called the Chaoyang Mountain, and that mountainside is the headquarters of the Hanging Pot Workshop, so you guys can just go straight there." Jiang Yu and Zhang Chenghan were delighted in their hearts and thanked them in a hurry. "No need, since I become a person of Hanging Pot Workshop, what I still know will be known." Wang Lu smiled, and after a moment's pause, he added, "I wonder how the two young friends are addressed." Zhang Chenghan smiled and said, "Just call me Chenghan." Jiang Yu thought of his previous friction with the Hanging Pot Workshop and smiled as he casually said, "You Jiang." Zhang Chenghan looked at Jiang Yu in surprise and blinked frantically. "No, why the sudden name change?" Jiang Yu looked at her with a smile and didn't move a muscle. His mouth silently made a gag. "Go back and talk." Zhang Chenghan instantly understood and nodded imperceptibly. Good. When you guys go to the Hanging Pot Workshop you have to study hard. Strive to become the top stream pillars of the Hanging Pot Workshop." Wang Lu didn't notice the small movements between them and earnestly admonished. Chapter 93, Meeting a New Friend on the Mountain. Sunrise Mountain. In the living room of the hanging place, a group of people gathered around, muttering something in whispers. They were the inner disciples of the Hanging Pot Workshop, and they had all been selected by thousands of people. Unexpectedly, they got a message today that someone had obtained the inner sex token through the back door. They were so outraged that they banded together. "What do you think Elder Wang was thinking? Why did you let that person in?" A young man said in disbelief. "Sun Tzu, you don't know about that. I heard that that person was introduced by Elder Wang's friend," another person said. Sun Tzu laughed coldly and mocked. "I don't care who introduced him. All I know is that we went through 100 dangers to obtain the inner sex token, and that man obtained it by looking at a patient. It's not fair." The others looked at each other with ugly faces. Which of those who were able to enter the inner sect were not considered the pride of heaven? Seeing such an appearance was undoubtedly a slap in their face. They would never agree. "I heard something else. Sun Yu, can you finish once and for all? Don't sell out," someone said impatiently. Sun Yu giggled twice. "This is not to attract your attention." The others rolled their eyes at him. "Hurry up, don't dilly-dally." Sun Yu responded and said hurriedly, "I heard that person's name is Yu Jiang, very young, and said that he came over to the book depository to look for books." Sun Tzu's eyes rolled, and inspiration erupted in a flash. "I figured out how we're going to deal with him," he said excitedly. The others turned their eyes to him, waiting for his next words. Sun Tzu cleared his throat with an excited look on his face. "In that case, if he's not going to the book depository, we'll stand guard there, and then let him know properly that the hanging pot place is not for the likes of him to enter." His proposal was instantly agreed to by many. "Fine, then let's do it." Sun Tzu finally clapped his hands and decided. When the crowd left, Sun Tzu and Sun Yu were the only two left. They looked at each other and grinned. "What favor did Wang Gu give you? Are you helping him so much?" Sun Tzu said teasingly. He knew who Sun was source was from the start, so he didn't tear him down and kept performing along with him. After all, he was also really sick of backdoor people. Sun Yu sighed. "There's no favor, but it's just a matter of each getting what they want. I'll help him fix Yu Jiang. He'll help me put in a good word in front of Elder Wang, so I can graduate smoothly." Speaking of graduation, Sun Tzu sighed. "I also want to graduate, but Elder Wang's test is too difficult." Sun Wu cried out and nodded in agreement. For a while, there were more and more people in front of the door of the book depository. This phenomenon also attracted the other elders within the gate, who observed the neighborhood and found nothing out of the ordinary. After days of waiting for no one, they were all a bit demoralized. "Sun Wu, didn't you say she would come over? How come she hasn't come until now?" someone said with a depressed face. "Yeah, we all have our own things to do. We can't stay here every day." Sun Yu was slightly stunned and hurriedly explained. "I said at first that he would absolutely come over, but I didn't say when he would come over." The others felt tricked and looked at him menacingly with fire in their eyes. Sun Yu cowered for a moment, not daring to speak again. The river fish being discussed by them was resting in his room. Zhang Qinghan was impatient and kept asking when she could go. "Qinghan, don't worry, we'll go. When I'm rested, then we'll go." Jiang Yu lay on the sofa and said breathlessly. Zhang Qinghan rolled her eyes. "You've been resting for several days. Jiang Yu didn't respond and fell asleep. Zhang Qinghan lightly walked over and sat down with very little movement. Her eyes burned as she looked at Jiang Yu's face, her heart rippling. After a moment's pause, she slowly reached out her hand and traced his face, with infatuation in her eyes. Moving sideways, intending to lie down next to him, he heard his cell phone ring. Zhang Qinghan got up in a panic, intending to leave. Instead, her left foot tripped over her right foot and fell onto Jiang Yu's body. River Fish heard the voice in a daze, but the next moment he was slammed awake by the weight. What's wrong? His voice was dry, but his hand tightened on her arm to keep him from moving. Zhang Qinghan plopped down with a reddened face and stammered. Nothing happened. You let me up first? Jiang Yu froze. His hand quickly loosened and he smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I just got lost in my sleep. Zhang Qinghan narrowed her eyes, bit her lip, and shook her head. It's okay, I was careless. River Fish sat up violently, opened his cell phone to check the time, and quickly packed up. Go! Zhang Qinghan abruptly looked up with a surprised expression. Ha, wasn't she apologizing just now? She was just out of her mind for a moment. Why did it seem like she was gone for a long time? Go to the hanging pot place. There shouldn't be too many people going over there now, so we can make quick work of it. Jiang Yu paused for a moment and then continued. If you encounter any danger, just leave first and don't worry about me. Zhang Qinghan wanted to refuse, but Jiang Yu didn't give her that chance and went straight to the door to wait for her. She had no choice but to go and pack up her things. That subtle wave of affection passed in an instant. Along the way, Zhang Qinghan became very short on words and often fell into her own emotions. River Fish didn't notice anything wrong either. He was thinking about how to go through the books in the hanging pot workshop completely later. Little brother, we're entering the mountains ahead. I can only send you here, the driver master said with a smile. That's a big order, and it pays for the return trip. Jiang Yu opened the window and looked at it, nodded and got out of the car. Zhang Qinghan looked at the mountain range incredulously and exclaimed, how is this a small mountain range? Dr. Wang is definitely exaggerating. This mountain is so high. I don't know if I can go up today. Don't look. Hurry up and go. Jiang Yu calmly said. And I wonder if there's a shortcut? It would be nice to have someone to take them. Should I ask Dr. Wang Lu? Forget it. Let him mind his own business. Just as he was rambling on, a man came down the hill. His eyes went wide as he watched them, and he quickly ran up to Jiang Yu, saying excitedly, hello, are you here for the hanging pot workshop? Jiang Yu looked at the person in front of him suspiciously and said warily, what are you asking for? And we don't know each other. Who knew that the man didn't mind his attitude at all? Instead he said smilingly, if you don't know me, just get to know me. My name is Wang Ru. Elder Wang Lu is my master. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, his heart in shock. How is this not what he thought it would be? He calmly said, Yu Jiang, pass the examination and come to the hanging pot place book depository to study. Wang Ji said familiarly to himself, in that case, it seems that we are very destined to be together. Why don't we pair up and go up together? Jiang Yu gave him a deep look, smiled bashfully, and didn't refuse. Chapter 94, Finding Fault in Front of the Book Depository. With the newcomers joining him, Jiang Yu felt that the path up the mountain was much better. Without realizing it, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he remembered the cockfight on Wufeng Mountain back then. Wang Ru rambled on. Yu Jiang, you're the first person I've been able to talk to. As soon as the others saw me, they avoided me. I searched for what I didn't do, so why are they ignoring me? Zhang Qinghan took a few deep breaths and calmed her emotions. He had been listening to this man since he met him, and his mouth hadn't stopped, so he didn't know how the river fish put up with it. Yu Jiang, why are you guys just going up the mountain now? It's a good thing I know the trails, otherwise it would be nighttime at the headquarters and I wouldn't be able to see anything. Wang Ru sighed. Jiang Yu smiled when she heard him after returning to her senses. There was a delay earlier. Wang Ji's eyes lit up when he heard Jiang Yu reply to him. You finally answered me back. With the three of us and neither of you talking, I thought I was the only one chatting there the whole way, he said excitedly. Jiang Yu found an excuse and said perfunctorily, how could it be? It's just that I'm tired after walking for so long, that's why I don't want to talk. Wang Ru nodded in understanding. Indeed, this uphill climb is indeed tiring, but hang on a little longer and we'll be there. He looked up at the distance and affirmed. Zhang Qinghan smiled and deliberately said, you're so familiar with this place? Wang Ru stopped and patted his chest, saying with a proud face, that's for sure, I come and go often. He paused for a moment and curiously said, Chaoyang Mountain, aren't you guys familiar with it? Zhang Qinghan's face changed as she secretly worried in her heart. She regretted that she shouldn't have asked that earlier. Didn't I say before that we just passed the examination? Jiang Yu said in a breezy manner. Wang Ji awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and giggled. Sorry, just forgot. He apologized in a hurry. Zhang Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and smiled coyly. She decided that she wouldn't even open her mouth to speak after that. Jiang Yu looked up at the house in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After walking for so long, he finally made it. Is that headquarters up ahead? He asked. Wang Ru glanced at it, frowned and shook his head. That's not headquarters, that's someone else's, and we've got a ways to go in there. There was disgust in his tone. Jiang Yu was not disappointed and looked at the house, instantly raising his interest. Ooh, didn't they say that Sunrise Mountain is owned by Hanging Pot Place? Then why is this house here? Wang Ji's eyes flashed and he said helplessly. Who told you this news? I'm going to sue him for rumor mongering. If only Chaoyang Mountain really belonged to Hanging Pot Place. I'm telling you guys, you don't want to say anything about this in front of them or you'll get beat up. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. The people in the vicinity of the mountain's book depository gathered together once more. What is this call for us to come over? Sun Yu smiled and said, don't worry gentlemen. This time the source is absolutely true. Yu Jiang is already on his way to arrive. What? You're telling the truth? Sun Yu nodded. Luckily, he had his cell phone with him today, or it wouldn't have been good to miss this news. Well then, I'm ready to get in the ring with him. Me too. We'll show him what we're made of when the time comes. Sun Yu left quietly after informing this news. Although he hated the backdoor ones just as much, he was self-aware, knowing that Elder Wang's graduation test was super difficult. Then by the same token, the difficulty of the test to join the inner sect must not be ordinary either. Since the other party was able to pass, it meant that his strength was not ordinary either. He wasn't a fool, so how could he not see Wang Gu's small mind? Anyway, he had already done according to what Wang Gu wanted, so he had to get his reward as well. Sun Zhou looked at his back and snorted. I've never seen such a cowardly person who didn't know how to resist when he was beaten at the door by others. Thanks to him being a close friend before, I didn't expect to be a coward in private. The crowd was gawking at the book depository, just waiting for their prey to be delivered to their door. At this moment, Jiang Yu and his group finally arrived outside the headquarters door. Zhang Qinghan blinked as she looked at the ancient and simple building, her tone tinged with disbelief. Is this the headquarters? How come it feels a bit shabby? She met Wang Ru's warning look, swallowed a mouthful of water, and immediately changed the word. It feels more retro. Yes, it is retro. Wang Ru smiled with satisfaction. Welcome to Hanging Pot Place. You can take out your token and give it to the gate guard. He will let you in. Our green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. The next second, he was like lightning, running far away. Jiang Yu and Zhang Chenghan looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say for a moment. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? Zhang Qinghan spat out. Jiang Yu let out a laugh and calmly said, let's go in first and then go straight to the book depository. Zhang Qinghan nodded. They walked to the door and took the token out and handed it to the guard. The guards compared it again and again before giving it back to them. The tokens are your passes. You need to wear them everywhere you go. If you lose them, it will take time to replace them. The guard explained. River fish, got it, thanks. The guards didn't say any more and simply let them leave. The headquarters covers a large area, situated distributed many yards, and even looking into the distance, there is a very tall building. No need to guess, that's where the book depository is. Riverfish looked at the pavilion and rubbed his fists in the air. Go! Zhang Chenghan hurriedly followed, but her afterglow observed her surroundings. Her brows knitted up, always feeling that the gazes of the others were strange. She walked quickly to Jiang Yu's side and whispered, Jiang Yu, the people around us have been watching us. Jiang Yu pretended to look around without thinking, and was surprised when he realized that the other party started to dodge when they met his eyes. With his face still unchanged, he calmly said, don't mind them. Our goal is the book collection pavilion. Zhang Qinghan nodded imperceptibly. These people are probably up to something. We can't let them get away with it. She was alert all over, her afterglow not even missing their small movements. The two of them advanced in silence, all the way directly under the loft. This time there was no need for them to continue guessing, as a group of people directly surrounded them. Jiang Yu didn't move and said, hello guys, we passed Dr. Wan's examination and came in to study. Sun Zun glanced disdainfully and said in an icy tone, you don't need to introduce yourself, we all know who you are. Then why are you guys stopping in front of us? If I remember correctly, this is the first time we've met. Zhang Chenghan took a deep breath and looked straight at Sun Zun. Questioning. Chapter 95, An Opportunity. The others looked like they had heard some kind of joke and were silently sarcastic. The woman on Sun Zun's side said angrily, it's not the first time we've met, but if we had met a few more times, maybe we wouldn't be here. Wang Li is right. You two who go through the back door, what qualifications do you have to come here? This is not the place for you to come. Yeah, back door rush out. Jiang Yu's face was grim and his eyes were gloomy as he looked at those people. What do you mean? He said, word for word. Sun Tzu stepped forward and said mockingly, What we mean is that we don't welcome backdoors. Zhang Qinghan instantly exploded, blazing away like a bomb. What are you guys talking nonsense about? We passed the examination properly before we came in. Dr. Wang Lu can testify for us. These people are really pissed off at her. It's just demonic talk. Nonsense. Ah, pissed her off. Sun Zuko eyed them, not taking in their words. In his opinion, both of them were here for the books and the cash, and there was no good medical match at all. These are all your nonsense. He paused and said without changing his face. Elder Wang has been bribed by you, so of course he will testify for you. Zhang Qinghan's face twisted in anger. All she wanted to do now was to beat the out of the man in front of her and show him what she was made of. Zhang Yu pulled Zhang Qinghan behind him and said in a grim tone, "What do you want then? You guys get out and swear never to come in again." Wang Li's voice was sharp and piercing, and her eyes stared jealously at Zhang Qinghan. Before Zhang Qinghan had come in, she was considered a good-looking and powerful woman in Hanging Pot Place. But just now, she realized that the gazes of the others were looking at Zhang Qinghan, and even revealed a look of amazement. That was something she could never allow. Riverfish refused on the spot. "No way. This is something we got with our strength. If you guys have to stop me, I don't mind directly beating you up." As he said that, his true chi was faintly visible. Sun Tzu's eyes widened and his heart was astonished. Isn't this true chi? This person is actually a martial artist. No, they can't compete with this bunch of hand-wringers. Our Hanging Pot Workshop is a place to heal the sick and save people, not a place where martial artists can kill at will. As soon as the others heard him say that, they reacted and chimed in. They just wanted to give a. They didn't want to lose their lives. Zhang Yu snorted coldly. "So what do you guys want to do?" Seeing that he had agreed, Sun Tzu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He cleared his throat, his eyes flashed, and his tone was calm. "If you want us to agree to let you in, then you'll need to conquer us with your medical skills." Impatience flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. "It's so complicated. Or should we just beat it up?" Sensing the killing intent, Sun Tzu hurriedly said, "If you conquer us with your medical skills, we are at your disposal." The air suddenly quieted down, and there was surprisingly not a single consent except for Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu glanced at them threateningly and snorted coldly. "We agree," the others said quickly. Zhang Qinghan gently tugged on Zhang Yu's clothes and whispered, "I feel like it's a good idea to paddle, so I can let them go when it's time to go back to Jishir Tang." Zhang Yui thought carefully about the feasibility of this matter. After a few moments, he said carelessly, "Since you all said so, then we have no problem with it." Sun Tzu saw that they agreed and let out a long breath of relief. "In that case, He had just said half a sentence when he heard Wang Li pointing at Zhang Qinghan and said in a gloomy tone, "I'm going to give you a match." Zhang Qinghan scanned the room and nodded slightly. "What do you want to compare?" Wang Li swore, "We'll compete to see who can diagnose a patient faster." Quickly diagnosing the cause of a patient's illness was something she had always prided herself on, and she would never lose to anyone. Zhang Qinghan nodded with an indifferent face. After the two had already decided on the content of the bout, the others put the bouts in place. The site in front of the cache was small, but it set down 2 tables. Wang Li and Zhang Qinghan each chose one and sat down. They had 10 patients standing in front of them in a pile. Uncles and aunts, they are your consulting physicians this time. You can tell the physicians where you are uncomfortable, so that they can help you determine where the problem lies. Sun Yu ran out from nowhere and said smilingly. The patients looked at each other, each in their own way. These 2 physicians are too young. Are they really okay? I think so. Or should we find someone else? Just as they were discussing leaving, Wang Lu walked in. When the people from the inner gate saw him, their faces changed and they bowed their heads in greeting. Wang Lu gave a hum and sat on the chair, holding the teacup without changing his face. The smile on Sun Yu's face became even more pronounced as he stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, Elder Wang said that if you agree to this inquiry, he will give you another look for free." The patient community was buzzing all of a sudden. "Is this true?" someone asked uncertainly. Sun Wu smiled and nodded. "The people of the Hanging Pot Workshop are childish." The patients quieted down at once, each picking a physician who looked good to them and lining up. "Are you ready, 2 physicians?" "All right," the 2 said in unison. They glanced at each other without looking at each other, and immediately inclined their heads away from each other. "All right, let's take the time for this incense to burn and start the questioning." Sun Yu took out an incense like magic and lit it. The square was quickly filled with the voices of physicians and inquiring minds. Sun Tzu looked at Sun Yu and asked in a low voice, "Why is Elder Wang here?" Sun Yu glanced at Elder Wang and innocently said, "Don't ask me. I don't know." With that, he left and walked towards Elder Wang's side. After Wang Lu took a sip of tea, he waved at Zhang Yu. The others took a deep breath as they watched the scene. It's a good thing they blocked it today, or else if just anyone could come in, would there be room for them in the future? Zhang Yu looked at Wang Lu suspiciously, and seeing that he had no intention of avoiding suspicion at all, he had no choice but to walk over. Wang Lu scanned the circle with his afterimage and smiled sarcastically. These people are really overwhelmed and can't take a single blow. He looked at the expressionless Jiang Yu and calmly asked, "How is it? Still coping?" Jiang Yu glanced at him suspiciously and realized that he had a breezy look on his face, and instantly understood that the other party had guessed this play today. "Why?" he asked in disbelief. Wang Lu put down the teacup in his hand and smiled. "From the moment you came to me for the examination, I knew that it was a good opportunity. Look, isn't it just right now?" Chapter 96, Diagnosis of Diseases. At first, Wang Lu had no intention of taking this step. However, he didn't expect Lin Hai to introduce two disciples with outstanding talent and approach him for an examination. And what he didn't expect even more was that his good disciple had connections with these people from the inner gate of the hanging pot place. Then the matter comes back to him, and it's simply a matter of all things being equal. He had only casually said a few words, and Sun Yu had taken this matter to heart. The boy had done well. Jiang Yu pulled the corners of his mouth and thought, this old man didn't see it. His heart is so black. Simply not treating these inner disciples as human beings. Wang Lu didn't care about Jiang Yu's answer and looked at the clamoring crowd with great satisfaction. It's about time these kids were put through the ringer, or they don't know the sky, he lamented. Riverfish skimmed his mouth and didn't get involved. Sun Yu walked over smilingly, arching his hands and clasping his fists. This is you Jiang, right? I've heard a lot about you. Jiang Yu looked up at him with a puzzled expression. You are? My name is Sun Yu. I only succeeded in worshipping my family's teacher, Elder Wan Lu. A few days ago, Jiang Yu understood the situation and sneered towards Wan Lu. This black-hearted one, digging a hole for people is a master, but thinking of his own identity, hey, he didn't believe that his face would remain unchanged. Thinking this way, Jiang Yu slightly hooked an arc. He said calmly, hello, Yu Jiang, just joined the hanging pot workshop. A trace of surprise flashed in Sun Yu's eyes. He, we are all Elder Wang's disciples. No need to be so polite. He paused and said mysteriously, did you see that heavy-faced person? Following the direction Sun Yu pointed, Jiang Yu looked over and nodded. What's wrong with this guy? Sun Yu pretended to let out a sigh. This person is called Sun Zun, and he is the one who was most displeased with backdoors. Then he knew about you guys, so he shouted for so many people to come over and block it. Jiang Yu suspiciously glanced at Sun Zun and asked curiously, then how did he know? Sun Wu giggled awkwardly. I'm sorry, he stammered incompletely. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him with a smile. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Sun Yu quickly apologized. Jiang Yu didn't bother with him. Instead, he looked at the match in the square with a bemused expression. Seeing that he didn't speak, Sun Yu's heart sank and he directly explained. It was Wangu who told me about you guys. At that time, I was furious when I heard it and told them about it. So, it was me who did the wrong thing. Riverfish inclined his head to look at him, nodding slightly in greeting. Sun Yu was slightly relieved in his heart. On the square, Wang Li and Zhang Chenghan had a back-and-forth competition until the two met the last person and were instantly hard to stop. Zhang Chenghan looked at the face of the person in front of him and reached out to take his pulse again. I see you look all normal and fit. What's wrong with you? The patient lamented and said bitterly. Physician, I have to cough a lot every morning when I comb my hair, and also at night. Then, I also went to the hospital for a checkup, and found that my body is all fine, and I don't have any illnesses. Zhang Qinghan was silent for a while and then said, apart from these can there be other symptoms? The patient thought about it and shook his head. It's the only time of the day when you cough. Zhang Qinghan had him change his hand and continue to take his pulse. You, with the pulse coming from a thin and slippery right pass, are blocking the stomach qi with phlegm, so you have been coughing non-stop. The patient looked puzzled. What is to be done? Let's put it this way. I'll prescribe you a medication. You go back and use it for a while, and you'll be fine. Zhang Qinghan said calmly. The patient was delighted to hear this, and was about to say something when he heard footsteps at his side. Wang Li sneered. This gentleman, are you so sure this man is right? The patient froze for a moment and looked at Zhang Qinghan suspiciously. Somewhat hesitant, Zhang Qinghan disliked without changing her face. I don't really care. Didn't Elder Wang say that he would check it out some more? We can confirm it. Wang Li's face changed, staring viciously at her, gritting her teeth. Okay, we'll see. With a turn, he headed towards Dr. Wang Lu's side. Jiang Yu looked at the square where there were no more people in front of the table and abruptly gave birth to a smile. After he had already gotten up, he said without changing his face, it seems that Dr. Wang's judgment is needed. Dr. Wang Lu didn't push back and got up to walk towards them. It looks like you guys are done? He said calmly. Wang Li nodded and took the lead. Please also ask the elders to check them one by one. This is the diagnosis of the 5 patients. She took a piece of paper and handed it to Wang Lu. Wang Lu waved his hand and refused. You can give it to me when I'm done reading it. He trailed off. Wang Lu walked to the square and sat down, taking the pulse carefully one by one and telling them the diagnosis. Wang Li's 5 patients were diagnosed very quickly, but when it came to the last one, Wang Lu was a bit hesitant. Physician, if you have any problems, talk to me directly. I can handle it. The patient saw the problem and smiled. That previous practitioner told him that something was indeed wrong with his body, but it was treatable, so he didn't put much stock in it. It's like this disease of yours is now terminally ill, similar to the advanced stage. Wang Lu spoke directly. The patient's eyes went wide with disbelief. Elder Wang, I'm afraid you're wrong. I know my body well. It's just a little pain. Where is it so serious? He was very angry. Elder Wang's face did not change as he coldly rebuked. It's already starting to hurt. Isn't it still serious? The patient sat frozen in place, his mouth slightly open, not moving a muscle. So what do I do? He said worriedly. Elder Wang wanted to say something, but his eyes flashed as he saw Jiang Yu walk over to Zhang Chenghan. He regained his usual calmness and comfortingly said, in that case, it just so happens that they have one more game to play, so let them give the cure and I'll supervise from the sidelines. How? The eyes went back to the other patients. They talked it over and agreed. Wang Lu continued with the diagnosis. The other side. Zhang Qinghan took a deep breath and said in a small voice, fortunately, nothing big has happened, and I haven't disgraced my master. I think you'll definitely win this round. River Fish said with certainty. Zhang Qinghan had a big smile on her face and her mood got better and better. If Jiang Yu had said so, then there must be no mistake. Thank you for your kind words. Then, she was cheerful, like there wasn't a hint of gloom. Jiang Yu shrugged and looked at Sun Tzu and the crowd, pondering, how do you feel about your match? Sun Tzu asked worriedly. He had just seen clearly that Elder Wang had pulled a patient and chatted for a long time. Wang Li proudly said, I've been asking for diagnosis for so many years. Of course there's no problem. Chapter 97, Book Search in the Bookstore. Sun Tzu's heart quietly sighed in relief. She's so sure of herself. It shouldn't be a big deal. Now it's just a matter of the other one. Before Sun Tzu's gaze could look over, he heard Wan Lu's voice. This match, Xing Han wins. Everyone on the field looked at Zhang Chenghan in surprise, their gazes tinged with obscurity. Wang Li's face changed and she rushed forward, screaming, Elder Wang, I don't submit. On what grounds? She's been studying for so long and she can't resist a beginner? There must be an inside story. Elder Wan was the one who tested them and must be closer to them. Yeah, that must be it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Her face contorted. Wang Lu knew what the other party was thinking just by looking at her. Of your 5 patients, one of them was diagnosed incorrectly. And Cheng Han's 5 patients, all of them are correct. Who do you think I should let win? Wang Li's eyes were tinged with anger, and she looked at Zhang Chenghan with more and more viciousness. Elder, you're just too biased to lie in order for this woman to win. She sneered. Wang Lu's face instantly grimaced as he said in a gloomy tone, what were you talking about? Wang Li couldn't care less now, immersed in her own world, and directly retorted, didn't I say so? Her gaze flickered as she continued. Before this, the disciples of the inner gate of the Hanging Pot Workshop were chosen by thousands, but now, as soon as Elder Wang's best friend recommended them, he directly let them in. How does this make us embarrassed? Wang Lu couldn't help but say as he listened to her words, is that what you all think? His eyes looked around the room, and there were very few that looked directly at him. Good, very good, he was wrong. Wang Lu laughed back in anger. Jiang Yu, come tell them why you guys tested in. Riverfish froze for a moment and looked at him with a blank expression. No, he's in the middle of a play, why is he involved again? Sun Tzu looked unimpressed and walked directly to Wang Li's side, saying in disappointment, Elder, by now, you still want to harbor him? He looked at Jiang Yu with contempt and sneered, even now, you're still hiding behind people. I'm afraid it's really as Wang Li said, you guys are a flamboyant bunch, right? Jiang Yu's eyes changed and he spoke coldly. What? We passed the examination to come in and that makes you guys so jealous? This sentence directly caused the disciples of the inner sect to explode. Ugh, who's jealous of you? Shame on you. We came in with a straight test. Unlike you, who came in through the back door. That's just it. I don't know if it was shoved in by your master by any means necessary. Jiang Yu listened to them talking. His eyes became gloomy. A real chi rose around his body. His fists clenched, and he directly slapped on the table. There was a loud crash and the table shattered. The chatter stopped momentarily. The inner disciples looked at Jiang Yu with horrified gazes and gulped for a moment. They looked at each other and passed on the message. No, is this guy that scary? Most importantly not. He's got a high force value and he's studying medicine? Sun Tzu closed his eyes to hide the fear in his heart. After opening his eyes, his gaze calmed down. Even if you have a high force value, that doesn't mean you can heal, he questioned. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose, and he scowled slyly. That's okay, I don't mind showing you what real medical skills are. With that, His hand reached out, cupping a few silver needles and looking at him with a smirk. Sun Tzu's pupils shook and he took a few steps back in fear. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, you're going against the rules of the sect. Sect rules? Jiang Yu bit these two words in his mouth and abruptly laughed out loud. Since you guys are talking to me about this, let's break it up a bit. Did you guys do it? The square was instantly quiet. Zhang Chenghan added from the side. Even though we are new in, we know that the sect rules state that fellow disciples are not allowed to find trouble, right? Their heads bowed and their minds began to reflect. Sun Tzu looked at his fellow disciple in this state and frowned as he cursed in his heart. He took a deep breath and said with a firm gaze, "When did we come after you? We are merely sparring, but you are violating the sect rules by taking out the silver needles." Jiang Yu blew on the silver needle and smiled playfully. Since it's a sparring match, the silver needle is just a prop, something I need to use for our sparring match. Besides, it's not like I did anything. Sun Tzu reached out and pointed at him, his chest heaving with anger. You're being sophomoric. Jiang Yu gazed at him with a mocking smile, unable to bear the humiliation. Sun Tzu directly said, in that case, let's have a match. I'd like to learn about your medical skills. Why would I want to compete with you in medical arts? I came to Hanging Pot Workshop to learn. Competing with you is simply a waste of time. Jiang Yu said disdainfully. He wasn't sick, and why should he answer twice for something he had already promised once? You. Sun Tzu staggered several steps, covering his chest and spitting blood in anger. The crowd was startled and quickly went to support Sun Tzu. Wang Lu frowned at the farce and finally said, you guys take him to rest first. I'll come over later. This competition ends here. As his words fell, the crowd in the square quickly left. Only Wang Lu, Jiang Yu and Zhang Chenghan remained. Wang Lu looked at him disapprovingly and said indifferently, you shouldn't have said that. Jiang Yu shrugged and ignored him. Breezing over to Zhang Chenghan, Zhang Chenghan had a face of adoration. Wow, Jiang. She paused in her movements, and then, in a whirlwind, added, Jiang Jiang, you're awesome. Riverfish grinned, like you said. Sprinkles. Zhang Chenghan let out a giggle. Who let them come after us? They deserved it. She laughed. Wang Lu's face changed as he glanced at them and turned to leave. Come on, let's go in first. Jiang Yu looked at the book collection pavilion and lifted his foot to walk in, and Zhang Chenghan followed behind him, sticking close. The Hovering Places collection of books was different from the Elite Academy. Spatially it looked much smaller. One could even say that it was only a quarter of the Merit Pavilion. Zhang Chenghan looked at this and muttered in a low voice, is there really something in here? Jiang Yu heard the voice and raised an eyebrow. Anyway, let's see it first, or at least have hope. Zhang Chenghan nodded. The two began to bury their heads in the sand, seeing from the left to the right of the book loft. Time passes by, and they maintain a movement for a long time, only moving their stiff bodies when they change a book. Suddenly, Zhang Chenghan stood up with a book in her hand and walked quickly to Jiang Yu's side, saying excitedly, Jiang Yu, you see this book? It has a record about physique. Chapter 98 Confrontation Among the Elders. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as he took the book and looked down. Zhang Chenghan didn't rest after handing over the book, and immediately turned away, looking for another book, leaning against the bookshelf, and reading it. At this moment, Jiang Yu's mind was gathered on the book. He looked at every word on the book without taking his eyes off the page, and he vaguely had some realization in his heart. Without realizing it, the scripture was pretty much read by him. He turned a page and noticed the small writing on it. This book is divided into 2 volumes, the upper volume being given to the elder apprentice for safekeeping and the lower volume to the younger apprentice. Jiang Yu's brows furrowed and his gaze flickered. He knows. Jiang Yu fiercely stood up and walked over to Zhang Chenghan and spoke with a smile. Let's go. We can go out now. Zhang Chenghan looked at him with a blank expression, and after a few seconds pause, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. When Jiang Yu said that, did it mean that her physique could be improved? At that time, a courtyard at the headquarters. Zhao San had just returned from the Guile Gate with the workshop master when he was told that his beloved disciple had vomited blood. Startled, he ran straight here and found his apprentice lying motionless on the bed. He growled with a grimace. Who the hell did this? The disciples at the bottom were trembling and didn't dare to open their mouths to speak. Wang Li didn't care about that and said with a hint of malice flashing in her eyes, Elder Zhao. Senior brother was infuriated like this. Zhao San's sharp gaze shot straight at Wang Li's face. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared again. What's going on? His tone calmed slightly. Wang Li disdainfully glanced at the person on her side and said without changing her face, they're all newcomers who were tested in by Elder Wang Lu, and he pissed off senior brother like this. Wang Lu just came in and heard Wang Li babbling nonsense. His face instantly changed. Suddenly I was a little glad that I hadn't stayed in the square a little longer, or else things wouldn't have been talked about. Oh, yeah? The sudden sound startled Wang Li. She looked around, looked up suddenly to meet Wang Lu's eyes and gulped. Elder Wang. She snapped. Zhao San wasn't afraid of Wang Lu. He directly pressed, Wang Lu, is my disciple like what she said? Wang Lu walked to the window without changing his face and tried to reach out to take his pulse. Zhao San directly stopped him and looked at him with gloomy eyes. My disciple doesn't need to borrow someone else's hand. What are you going to do if that's not what happened? If that's the case, what are you going to do? Wang Lu calmly said. Zhao San waved his hand away, his gaze dark. He spoke icily, if things are really as she said, I will make that person feel the pain of etching his bones. If it's a lie, I shall be the one to find the counterpart and make his life worse than death. The inner disciples were trembling in fear, not daring to utter a single breath. Wang Li had already been consumed by jealousy and directly shouted out, Elder Zhao, I'm telling the truth, and the other brothers and sisters can testify for me as well. Zhao San looked around with a sharp gaze and said word for word, tell me, what is the truth of this matter? Needless to say, it is indeed as she said. But, Wang Lu's words were interrupted before he finished. Good, in that case, tell me where that man is. I will make his life worse than death. Zhao San said grimly. He said why Wang Lu has been putting it off. So he is harboring it. This dog, does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he's a patriarch? If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Hong still wanted him to maintain the facade, he would have dealt with him like he dealt with Lin Hai back then. Wang Lu's eyes were filled with anger. This person is simply too rampant. Without asking the reason, he directly dealt with the new disciple. How in the world does he run things? Hiroshi Cho, don't you go too far. He couldn't help but chortle. Zhao San stood up abruptly and said in a cold voice, I'm excessive? Oh, Wang Lu, you don't think I'm afraid of you, do you? What do you mean? Do you still want to kill me too? Wang Lu was not afraid of him. He considered himself to be the patriarch of the Hanging Pot Workshop, and had a certain amount of power of speech, and the people in front of him would not dare to move him easily. Zhao San clenched his fists and hands, suppressing the violence in his heart. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. However, if you don't realize it, then don't blame me for being impolite. The inner disciple watched the two big brothers within the gate go toe-to-toe, lowered his head and wiped his cold sweat, and couldn't help but howl in his heart. Why are they so stupid? Why did they come along? Sun Yu looked at Wang Lu with some concern. He was not as naive as the others. Long ago, he had known that the hanging place was not the same as he remembered it. It had remained here only because someone had saved his life. He's got to be here, to help the man. Sun Yu glanced at Sun Zun, who was about to wake up on the bed, and spoke stiffly. Two elders, Sun Zun, he's about to wake up. The stiff aura of the two men eased for a moment. Their gazes all went to Sun Zhu on the bed. With an arrow step, Zhao San walked over to the bed and sat down. Sun Zhou opened his eyes in a daze, looking at Zhao San who appeared in front of him, and cried in aggravation. Master, you're back. Zhao San grimaced, but moved gently to help him sit up. You tell the master how you got so angry that you vomited blood? Sun Zun's face turned even paler, slightly opened his mouth, narrowed his eyes, and shook his head. Zhao San was a little anxious in his heart and said in a raw tone, I've already been told the general course of events. How do you want Master to avenge you? Master, Sun Zhu looked at him in surprise, his tone low. I did it wrong. Zhao San stormed out. What's wrong with you? You are my disciple and deserve better. This newcomer disciple has only just entered the gate and dares to treat you like this. What if time goes on? But, Sun Zhu tried to explain, but was unceremoniously interrupted. No buts. You rest well today. Master now leaves you to retrieve the scene. Zhao San tucked the quilt over him and said in an icy tone. Wang Lu listened for half a day, and the more he listened, the more his brows furrowed together. When he heard that Zhao San was going to look for trouble, he directly blocked it. I'll see who dares. Zhao San's movements paused and he looked over angrily. Did you have to seek death today? Zhao San, Wang Lu angrily scolded. Two elders, you should stop arguing here for now. It's not easy for Sun Zhu to wake up, so don't scare him again. And there are also a lot of people here. Why don't we find a place to discuss it properly? Sun Yu suddenly spoke up. Zhao San and Wang Lu's eyes looked over, but their minds began to ponder. In that case, why don't we talk to the workshop master? Wang Lu quickly reacted and jumped ahead. He didn't believe that the place master would not stop Zhao San when he heard that he was going to deal with the newly initiated disciples. Chapter 99. Zhao San saw him in such a hurry and followed with a sneer. See it as it is. Why don't we let the workshop master properly judge whose fault it is? Both of them were not convinced by anyone and directly brought their inner sect disciples to find Zhao Hong. When Zhao Hong saw them coming, his heart was shocked, but his face remained unchanged. What brings you two here today? Zhao San was so angry that his eyes turned red. It just so happens that the workshop master is also here. So I just wanted to ask whose disciple was pissed off to the point of vomiting blood after nothing more than a sparring session. What's going on here? Zhao Hong was startled and immediately stood up. He just went out for a trip. How come he came back and something so serious happened? His gaze was fixed on looking at Wang Lu. Wang Lu couldn't help but sigh. Master of the workshop, you are aware of my nature, and for the sake of the future of the Hanging Pot Workshop, I have been pushing out outstanding disciples. Zhao Hong nodded. And then? But it was this time that I pushed 2 disciples, and then I was forced to have a competition by Elder Zhao's disciple. And who would have thought that I would be pissed off before the competition even started? What do you want me to do? Wang Lu was also speechless. Zhao Hong's eyes widened as he stood awkwardly in place, silent. Zhao San's eyes cracked as he listened. You're farting. You are talking nonsense. Good you Wang Lu. For the sake of your own disciple, you don't have the slightest regard for the friendship of your fellow disciples. Zhao San. Say that again? Wang Lu pointed at Zhao San's nose. His mouth kept cursing. I originally thought you were a good one, but I didn't realize that. Ah, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. With a master like you, Sun Zuzu only followed the example. My upper beam is not straight and my lower beam is not crooked? Zhao San sneered twice. What do you think you are? You're noble. You're marvelous. Then don't take the Hanging Pot sex money. You. Wang Lu was so angry that he reached out to cover his chest and kept exhaling and inhaling. Zhao Hong was listening from the sidelines and hurriedly had someone pull them apart. He kindly counseled, you two are both a great deal older. Why should you hurt your feelings over such a trivial matter? Zhao San glared ferociously at Wang Lu, and when he saw that he was breathing heavily, the corner of his mouth rose and he snorted coldly. Wang Lu lowered his head to calm his violent emotions and didn't bother with him. Zhao Hong wasn't embarrassed and continued, our Hanging Pot Workshop has been established for so many years and has been peaceful and safe. Thanks to the elders. If it really breaks up because of this little thing, it's still a loss for the Hanging Pot Workshop. Space was quiet for a moment. Zhao Hong couldn't get a response and his face turned ugly. He couldn't help but aggravate his voice. Didn't you hear what I just said? Ha! A cold laugh came through. Zhao Hong looked at Zhao San with gloomy eyes and said in an ice-cold tone, are you having a problem with what I said? No, Zhouzo said stiffly, inclining his head. It's best if you don't have it. I don't care what's in your hearts. This matter ends here. Zhao Hong said vehemently. Wan Lu watched this expressionlessly and helplessly nodded his head in agreement. Got it. Zhao Hong was satisfied with their sense of humor. Otherwise he would have had to find a way to attack them one by one. It's good to know. He smiled and added, that disciple you guys are talking about is outstanding? As for you guys arguing non-stop here? Wang Lu's eyes brightened and his face smiled a little. He was so good that his exam questions were their graduation exam questions. As soon as his words fell, the inner disciples sucked in a sharp breath. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they heard. Sun Yu asked in a small voice, Elder, is his ability that powerful? Wang Lu nodded affirmatively. I can be certain that he will definitely be the mainstay of our Hanging Pot Workshop's young generation in the future. Zhouzo scoffed at this statement. I think my apprentice is great too. Wang Lu gave him a disdainful look and inclined his head to not listen to his nonsense. Staple one I don't listen to. Zhao San laughed back in anger and stepped forward, trying to reach out, but was stopped. His mouth kept screaming, Wang Lu, you son of a, *CK your horse. Wang Lu was scolded and his anger grew, and he had just opened his mouth when he heard a loud noise. Both men stopped. Zhao Hong endured the pain in his hand and looked at them without changing his color. Did what I just said fall on deaf ears? Zhao San immediately retorted. Square master. It was all because Wang Lu provoked me first. You shut up. Zhao Hong couldn't help but chide. These two were simply pissed off at him. Can't you see that the inner disciples have all lowered their heads and don't dare to speak anymore? I don't know where I got so angry, and it hasn't died down yet. Are you? Zhao Hong asked curiously as he looked at Sun Yu. Sun Yu quickly responded. Hello Fang Master, Sun Yu. He. Zhao Hong patted his shoulder with an appreciative look. You first let these inner disciples go back, and then call the new disciples who have come in over for a trip. Sun was downcast eyes flashed and he nodded with a smile. Okay, Square Master. When the other inner disciples heard this, they bid farewell in a sensible manner. Wang Li was among them. With their departure, the door to the courtyard closed. Two elders, it's too scary. Yes, I'm afraid to speak at all. There were whispered exchanges. Wang Li's eyes rolled and suddenly stopped Sun Yu. Sun Wu, I remember that you were the one who spread the news in the beginning, right? She said expressionlessly. Sun Wu stopped and looked her straight in the eyes. When did I pass on the news? The others heard voices and moved cautiously over. Elders are elders. They don't dare to speak. However, these two. Wang Li smiled and said quietly, you are now Elder Wang's disciple, while Sun Zun is Elder Zhao's disciple, and the two elders do not deal with each other. Am I to reasonably suspect that you did it on purpose? Sun Yu was very surprised in his heart, but his face was expressionless. These are all your blind guesses. He paused for a moment, glanced at the people listening to the theater around him, and continued. I knew about this backdoor matter together with you guys. I asked about it because I was curious. If you guys think it's all my problem, There's nothing I can do about it. Wang Li sneered a few times. You're not going to be told? Just start stomping around? Sun Wu looked at her with a blank stare and took a deep breath. Where did you read or hear that? Wang Li threw him a harsh glance and turned away. At this moment, Jiang Yu walked out of the book depository with the scriptures. Zhang Qinghan glanced at the sky and asked worriedly, where are we going now? Although the scriptures have been found, we still have to ask about the next part. Jiang Yu sighed and continued, let's go see Dr. Wang Lu first. Although he had an agenda, it added to his help. Before leaving, out of courtesy, he had to inform him and return the token to him again on the way. Chapter 100, Breaking Identity. The two men walked together, crossing the threshold with a bewildered look on their faces. Yu Jian, you're here? Sun Yu saw the person standing at the door at a glance and greeted him with a smile. Wang Li raised her eyes and looked over. A trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Why? Is something wrong? We're fine. But you're not. Wang Li gloated. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about this. You'd better do your own thing. Wang Li's face changed, angrily stomped her foot, turned around and left. Sorry, she's like that. Take it easy a little more. Sun Yu hurriedly apologized. Zhang Chenghan skimmed her mouth. It's not like you did it. Why should you apologize for her? Sun Wu smiled awkwardly and impolitely. Just now you said you were looking for me for something? Jiang Yu suddenly spoke. Sun Yu's attention was quickly attracted and did not continue to dwell on the issue. He nodded. The matter in front of the book depository is known to the master of the place, and he asked me to take you there. Jiang Yu and Zhang Chenghan exchanged a glance and quickly narrowed their brows again. Are there others? He asked calmly. Sun Yu said, there's also Elder Wang and Elder Zhao. They're both here. Alright, I know. Let's go over there now. Please lead the way. Jiang Yu said without changing his face. Zhang Qinghan gave him a worried look. Jiang Yu shook his head slightly, signaling that she didn't need to worry. The yard was quiet, like it had been uninhabited for a long time without a trace of life. Sun Yu stopped and knocked on the door. Master Feng, Yu Jiang and the others are here. In the room, Zhao Hong looked at them with a grim face and responded casually. Let them in. Sun Yu pushed open the door and walked in, with Jiang Yu and Zhang Chenghan following behind. Zhao Hong and the others came in and kept sizing up Jiang Yu, a hint of satisfaction flashing in their eyes. You're Yu Jian? He asked with a grin. Riverfish smiled and said, yes, I am. I heard that as soon as you arrived, you caused the two elders to argue? Zhao Hong took a sip of his tea and asked lightly. Jiang Yu pretended to be surprised. You don't think so? Qinghan and I just entered the hanging pot workshop for a day. We don't know anyone? Zhao Hong put down his teacup and spoke coldly. If you don't know each other, why did you make Sun Zizu so angry that he vomited blood? Wasn't that him finding fault first? Zhang Qinghan couldn't help but say, listen to that. Isn't that favoritism? Thought these were the good guys. Zhao Hong was disfigured. His face was gloomy and his tone was grim. There's no room for you to speak here? You. Zhang Chenghan wanted to say something to dislike him, but was pulled back by Jiang Yu. She looked at him in disbelief. Jiang Yu smiled shallowly and calmly said, it was caused by my lack of talent and a momentary inappropriate argument. Zhang Qinghan stared at him in surprise, her heart churning with emotions. She tugged at his sleeve and whispered, why do you say that? Riverfish shook his head at her and said no more. Hiroshi Cho was happy to hear what he said. In that case, why don't the two of you apologize to each other, and this matter will be considered over, he proposed. Zhao San instantly exploded, slapped the table fiercely, and stood up. Square Master, I don't accept it. He paused for a moment and explained. This matter boils down to the fact that this person doesn't understand the love of fellow disciples, so why should he want Sun Zuzu to apologize? Jiang Yu smiled faintly, his tone light. Since the other party doesn't apologize, I won't apologize either. After all, the other party found me in trouble first. Good, very good. Zhao San glared at him angrily and said in a strong tone, Square Master, you've seen his attitude, so in that case, what we agreed on before doesn't count. He had to run him into the ground today. As he said that, he carefully scanned Jiang Yu, his heart slightly stunned. This guy, why does he look familiar? Zhao San rubbed his eyes, double-checked, and said meaningfully, You're Yu Jian? Riverfish nodded. Why do I see something familiar about you? Zhao San suddenly said. Zhao Hong immediately looked over. Look no further. Who are you? He said sternly. Wang Lu looked at their vigilant appearance and questions rose in his heart. Yu Jiang. Riverfish shrugged innocently. Zhao San was disturbed and always felt that something was wrong. You Riverfish. Got it. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a touch of mockery as he spoke sarcastically. Do you think that no one will recognize you if you turn your name upside down? Jiang Yu. When Zhao Hong heard these two words, he couldn't even sit down and stood up directly. He looked at Jiang Yu with a grim face and said icily, There is a road in heaven that you don't take, and there is no door in hell that you have to walk through. Since you've come to my territory, you'll have to lie down properly for me." He waved his hand, and several men in black instantly jumped out from behind the door. Jiang Yu felt the aura behind him and laughed coldly with a cocky face. "If I dare to come in, I am bound to be unafraid." Zhao San let out a bah and said compassionately, "Just in time, let's settle old grudges and new ones together. Let's go." Jiang Yu pulled Zhang Qinghan to the side, whispered a command, and directly faced him head-on. The man in black moved quickly, punching directly towards Jiang Yu's head. The other man matched his movements and attacked towards the lower part of his body. Riverfish dodged sharply and punched them back. Several powerful air currents collided together. In the next second, the black-clothed man was like a kite that had gone offline, directly flying out. The disciples sneaking around outside the door watched the drastic change with wide eyes, and their legs began to tremble. "We haven't offended him before, have we? I don't think we have any except Wang Li. No, this is too terrifying. Dual cultivation in medicine and martial arts. It's simply genius," the others murmured, and only 2 people looked different. Wang Li, however, stared fearfully at the follow-up. She regretted it. Had she known that Yu Jiang was so powerful, she shouldn't have messed with him. However, it was too late for any regrets. One could only pray that the Square Master and the others would win. Sun Yu looked at them in surprise and lowered his eyes to hide the pleasure in his heart. No, all this is not enough. Yu Jiang had merely given the appetizer, and he would have to follow it up. Jiang Yu walked majestically to Zhao Hong and said threateningly, "Now, do you still want to find trouble with me?" Zhao Hong gulped in horror as he looked at the person spitting blood outside the door. "What the hell do you want?" He panicked. Jiang Yu said with a wry smile, "What do I want to do? Wasn't it the Hanging Pot workshop that was looking for trouble from me in the beginning?" He still remembered to this day that the Hanging Pot place had found assassins to assassinate him twice. Zhao Hong was so scared that he took a few steps back and shook his head in a hurry. "How could it be? It's definitely not us. We're all physicians, peers, there's no way that could happen." The more he said, the more certain he became. His bottom line was full of energy. Those were definitely done by other people. Chapter 101, Collecting Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong smiled curtly and fawned. "You don't know. The same as Hanging Pot workshop, there is also a Jishir Tang. We're mortal enemies with them and often pit each other against each other. They're the ones who are looking for you under the banner of the Hanging Pot workshop. If you want to seek revenge, go to them." Zhao San listened on the sidelines and gave him a contemptuous look. He came to Zhang Qinghan in a flash and grabbed her, encircling her in his arms. The whole situation changed in an instant. "Jiang Yu, if you disable yourself now, I will return this to you. Otherwise, you can try the consequences." Zhao San didn't come in vain and said directly and forcefully. Jiang Yu glanced at him lightly and smiled playfully. "Oh, are you sure?" he said absently. Zhao San's heart drummed, but his face remained motionless. His eyes looked straight at the other party, and the strength of his arm became tighter and tighter. A smile spread across Zhao Hong's face when he saw the scene. He taunted, "To tell you the truth, it's us what? Now that your companion is in our hands, as long as you agree, we will spare your life." Jiang Yu looked at them with a calm face, not the least bit panicked that his companion was in distress. He smiled down and asked curiously, "Did you guys check my identity when you sent people against me?" Zhao Hong said disdainfully, "Why are we here to check your identity? Is there any secret on you that is worth checking? Cloud City Jiang family?" Jiang Yu said in a breezy manner. Zhao Hong's face instantly became gloomy, his eyes looking grimly at Jiang Yu, his tone tinged with sulkiness. "Who the hell are you? What's your relationship to them?" The river fish's mind was clear. He smiled playfully and flicked his wrist. "I see you know. In that case, I can't keep you." In the next second, he pinched Zhao Hong's clothes with a speed that was not visible to the naked eye. "Jiang Yu, Qing Han is still in my hands. Don't act rashly." Zhao San's voice suddenly rang out. River Fish inclined his head at him and raised an eyebrow. "And you I forgot." He paused for a moment, then added, "But that's okay, I think she can." When Zhao San heard this, he secretly said that it was bad. The next second, screams rang out. Zhou's arm was broken. He looked at the smiling Zhang Chenghan with eyes wide open, revealing a few horrified looks. "Who the hell are you guys? They're definitely not from the Zhang family, or else how could they have such tactics?" Zhang Chenghan directly flung him a slap and said in a grim tone, "I was standing next to him fine. I had to be involved. See if I don't beat you to death." With that, she used her true chi to abuse Zhao San's body. Zhao San rolled on the ground in pain, sweating, and muttered, "Auntie, I was wrong. Spare me." Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the person in his hand and smiled evilly. "Can you tell me about the Jiang family now?" Before Hiroshicho could recover from the reversal he had just experienced, he heard his question and shut his mouth tightly. Jiang Yu's fingertips gathered a stream of true chi, poured it into a silver needle, and gently stabbed it on Zhao Hong's body. Ah! Zhao Hong was in pain and screaming. Waiting for a while, Jiang Yu drew out the silver needle and said carelessly, "Are you willing to talk now?" Zhao Hong sweated and shook his head. Jiang Yu's eyes changed as he once again stuck the silver needle into his body, and the familiar shriek rang out once again. This one hurt for half an hour before he removed the needle. "Care to speak?" he asked. Word for word. Zhao Hong hesitated for a moment and panted. "I actually don't know much. I only know that the Yun Chung Jiang family's needlework is very powerful, but I don't know anything else." Zhang Chung Han snorted. "Guess this comment. Do we write back? What I said is true. As for why I didn't tell you, it's because someone put the word out that no one is allowed to mention the Jiang family in Cloud City, but anyone who mentions it once will be hunted down and killed. So," Zhao Hong hurriedly said. Jiang Yu frowned, puzzled. "Why are you not allowed?" Hiroshi Cho shook his head in bewilderment. River Fish had been watching his demeanor to make sure he wasn't lying, so he tossed him aside. "You're not hurt, are you?" He looked at Zhang Qinghan and asked worriedly. Zhang Qinghan shook her head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. This little problem. It's fine." Wang Lu gently coughed twice. Both eyes went to him. Just now, while they were looking for trouble, this man was as good as invisible. Things worked out and came back out. "Both of you, I'm curious as to who you really belong to?" Wang Lu asked with a smile. "Elite Academy Martial Arts Medicine Major. Jiang Yu, Elite Academy Martial Arts Medicine Major. Zhang Chenghan." As Zhao Hong listened to them introduce themselves, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Damn, if I had known that they were from the Elite Academy, I shouldn't have messed with them." Zhao San was stunned in place, motionless, his eyes revealing clear stupidity. "I see, then you and Lin Hai he." Before Wang Lu could finish his words, Zhao Hong couldn't help but scream, "Lin Hai, you actually have a connection with Lin Hai." "Wang Lu, don't go too far." Riverfish looked back and forth with a suspicious face. "It seems that between them, there is something else to settle." "Shut up, I'm not talking to you right now," Wang Lu yelled at him. Zhao Hong instantly closed his mouth with a panicked look on his face. He looked at Zhao San for help, but realized that the other party had passed out at some point. "Zhao San," he shouted in a whisper. With no response, he shouted again, "Zhao San." All eyes went to him. Jiang Yu's gaze glanced at the person on the ground with his eyes tightly closed and sighed helplessly. He stepped forward and took the pulse and tied the needle. A set of movements that flowed smoothly. "It's okay," passed out from the pain. Zhao Hong got the answer and directly shrunk in one place to reduce his presence. Zhao San was so strong that he was powerless to fight back, so he shouldn't make a fool of himself. Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze and smiled. "What did Dr. Wang want to ask just now?" Wang Lu shook his head sagely. "Nothing, just thinking about how you're going to handle the two of them." He looked at him with a pure gaze. "Of course the police will handle it." Zhang Qinghan answered before him. Wang Lu glanced at them in surprise, his mood a little complicated. Jiang Yu handed the token to Wang Lu and said with a smile, "When I first came to Hanging Pot Workshop, I wanted to look for a scripture. Now that I have found it, I will return this to you. When the time comes, you can then give it to someone useful." Wang Lu received the token and was lost in thought for a moment. He quickly responded and calmly asked, "Then the scripture is?" Jiang Yu's eyes moved as he interrupted him and took out another scripture. He flipped the scripture to the page with the traces and handed it to Wang Lu. "Dr. Wang, I would like to ask you where the other side of this scripture is?" Wang Lu was slightly stunned and took the book and glanced at it. "Chapter 102 Scriptures for you. This book is?" Wang Lu's eyes widened as he scrutinized this scripture. Zhao Hong's gaze looked over, his pupils quaking. "How did you find this book?" he asked incredulously. Jiang Yu smiled smugly and shrugged. "It's what I found in the book depository." "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Wang Lu finished reading the scripture and said with emotion, "This scripture is considered our ancestors' legacy. Part of it is in the Hanging Pot Workshop, and the other part is in the Jishur Hall." "Jezebel Hall? Why haven't I heard of this?" Zhang Qinghan said in surprise. Riverfish's eyes looked over. Wang Lu smiled and explained. Jishur Tang's headquarters is not in Haichang, they are in Yunchang. Haichang is the territory of Hanging Pot Workshop, a dominant family, so the Jishur Hall is not publicized, and many people don't know about it. Zhang Qinghan's eyes flickered. "Is G asterisk 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 Hong just like you guys? Doing whatever it takes for money?" Zhao Hong instantly exploded upon hearing this. "How is it unscrupulous? Have we offended you by making money for the future?" Zhang Chenghan's mind filled with blood as she listened, her eyes glaring fiercely at him. "How did it not offend me? My father for me." She looked at Jiang Yu in horror. Peizhu Jiang Yu took advantage of her speech and came to her side in a flash, pressing one of her acupoints. "Speak again and there will be no sound," Riverfish said without changing his face. "It did offend many people, including me." Hiroshi Cho gulped and curled up with his head down. "I don't think he said too much just now, did he? This kid even treated his fellow travelers like this, and he didn't know what an enemy would have to go through. Why can't he keep his mouth shut?" That, Forget it, it's better not to say more. Why haven't the police arrived yet? He doesn't want to go through this. Dr. Wang, go on. Jiang Yu smiled. Wang Lu stroked his beard and smiled stiffly. He would never admit that he had just been surprised by such a hand from Jiang Yu. He cleared his throat and continued. I don't think you know, but our hanging pot workshop has moved addresses several times, so a lot of scriptures were lost. Riverfish nodded. This is something that he has some knowledge of. We originally thought that this scripture had also disappeared, so we left it alone, but we didn't expect it to be within the book depository. Wang Lu sighed. Immediately, he added, since you have a destiny with this book, it's yours. Zhao Hong's eyes widened and he got up to stop them. The next second, he fell on his ass again. The loud noise made their eyes go to him. Zhao Hong was instantly quiet as a chicken. Jiang Yu excused himself. How can this be a good thing? No merit, no reward. Wang Lu insisted. For one thing, you helped Hanging Pot Workshop solve a major problem. Secondly, you also found this book. And, putting everything aside to talk about it, you are the most suitable. Riverfish's movements paused, looking at him in disbelief. There are 50 great roads, 4 or 9 heavenly derivations, one of which is hidden by man, and you are this variable. Wang Lu's eyes flashed as if he had seen through something. Jiang Yu snorted and said untamedly, I don't believe in this. I only believe that only what I get my hands on is my own. It's okay, one day, you'll understand. Wang Lu said smilingly. There were sudden footsteps in the yard. Jiang Yu stood up abruptly and looked at the door warily. A young man pushed open the door and walked in. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the river fish. The young man didn't seem to see him and went straight to Wang Lu, hugging him in his arms and crying out, Master! Wang Lu's eyes were disgusted, but he couldn't ruthlessly push him away. How old are you? Why do you still like to cuddle? What a shame! His mouth shattered. Wang Ru, are you listening? Wang Ji let go of his hand and nodded gently. Master, I'm listening again. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, and it's really made my apprentice miss you for a long time. Wang Lu couldn't help but give him a blank stare. What brings you back? He quickly changed the subject. Oh, just came back to see you. Saying that, Wang Ji began to survey his surroundings. His eyes instantly flashed with a hint of surprise. Why are you here too? Riverfish shrugged. I've been here the whole time. You just didn't see it. Wang Ji froze for a moment and smiled awkwardly, his afterglow drifting to the ground for a moment. The placeholder? He inclined his head to look at Wang Lu, and when he saw that he didn't have any reaction, his movements paused for a moment. Don't mind him, Wang Lu said coldly. Wang Ji let out an "oh" and no longer cared about him. Did you invite your uncle Lin Hai over? Wang Lu asked. Wang Ru nodded. As soon as master gave me the word, I went to invite them. Uncle Hai is probably arriving soon. Jiang Yu listened to their conversation and had questions in his heart. Before he could figure it out, he heard laughter outside. Uncle Hai is here, Wang Ji said excitedly. Jiang Yu's gaze went to the door as Zhang Chenghan carefully walked to his side and tugged on his sleeve. He lowered his head as realization dawned on him and hastily undid her acupuncture points. Sorry, we'll talk about this when we get back. He lowered his voice. Zhang Chenghan had thought long and hard when she couldn't make a sound. Plus Jiang Yu was willing to give her an explanation, so she nodded her head like garlic. It's okay, we'll talk about it when we get back. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and looked at the gate. Lin Hai walked in wearing a new Chinese suit. Senior brother, it's been a long time. You're getting more and more elder-like, he said with a smile. Wang Lu waved his hand and said in an uncaring manner, comparable to senior brother. He left Hanging Pot Workshop in a fit of anger. Back then, when the Hanging Pot Workshop underwent a drastic change, Lin Hai couldn't see past it and left at once. Then the master of the workshop had been looking for someone to capture him in the name of defection. As a result, he met a blind man with a white beard and kindly gave him a meal. Who knew that the other party had granted him a life back? He will never forget that scene to this day. The white-bearded blind man stroked his beard and said in a fairy-like manner, You have a rich and noble life in the second half of your life, although there are bumps in the road. But when you meet a nobleman you can turn misfortune into good fortune. After saying this, he disappeared from his eyes. He searched for a long time and never found anyone. Then, he met the love of his life, and settled at the sight. When the river fish appeared in front of him, he had a prediction, that the destined nobleman had appeared. Things were just as he expected. Then he contacted his mentor and planned this great show. Lin Hai didn't mind what the other party said at all and just said smilingly, no matter what, senior brother has done senior brother a favor. Wang Lu skimmed his lips. Alright, we brothers should still be careful in front of the juniors, he said in a serious manner. It was only then that Lin Hai also turned his gaze to the others. River Fish looked straight at him, waiting for his explanation. Chapter 103, The Elder's Token. Lin Hai looked over and smiled awkwardly. River Fish, you're here too? He pretended to be relaxed. Jiang Yu looked at him with a smirk. Uncle Hai, If I'm not here, where else can I go? Lin Hai stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Good boy. I knew you could, he said with relief. Uncle Hai, you're not being generous in doing this. Jiang Yu sneered. Lin Hai accepted it with a false sense of humor. I admit, it was unorthodox of me to do this, but wasn't your request fulfilled? Riverfish raised an eyebrow. If he hadn't gotten what he wanted, would he be here now to talk to him properly? Uncle Hai, 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Jiang Yu calmly returned. Lin Hai didn't care at all and smiled brightly. Of course, a blood brother is still a good friend. He paused for a moment. You helped me, then I definitely won't forget this favor. If you have any difficulties in the future, Hanging Pot Workshop, will be on your side. With that, he threw the token to Jiang Yu. Take this. This is the elder token of the Hanging Pot Workshop. With it, you will always be a member of the Hanging Pot Workshop. Jiang Yu's face eased slightly as he took the token and looked at it. Since Uncle Hai has said so, then it's done. Let's do it. However, let me say it up front. I don't care about anything and I won't intervene. What you guys do at Hanging Kettle Workshop is still what you should do. Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, Jiang Yu was pulled into the Hanging Pot Workshop by him. Otherwise it would be a big problem if he became an enemy. Wang Lu's eyes flashed as he watched them like this. He wanted to ask something, but stopped his mouth. Alright, since young friend Jiang Yu has given me a handout, I'll be straightforward. If the Hanging Pot Workshop encounters a problem, we can solve it on our own. If there's really something that can't be solved, we'll still need a favor from little friend. Lin Hai sighed. If it wasn't for the lack of force, he wouldn't actually want to. Jiang Yu looked at him with a calm gaze and nodded imperceptibly. Lin Hai was pleasantly surprised. Little friend Jiang Yu, I'll labor you in the future. Jiang Yu waved his hand. Alright, there's nothing over here so I'll leave first. Lin Hai and Wang Lu politely saw them off. Senior brother. Why? Wang Lu asked in disbelief. Lin Hai smiled meaningfully. You don't know, when I first left, I met a high person. So, he paused, the corner of his mouth rose. Wang Lu nodded in understanding. In that case, let's deal with the internal matters of the Hanging Pot Workshop. He looked sharply at the two men on the ground and smiled wryly. Jiang Yu and Zhang Chenghan returned to the hotel. Once she entered the room, Zhang Chenghan couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, why did you seal my mouth today? For the first time, she experienced the pain of having a mouth to feed. Riverfish brought a drink and handed it to her. Don't get mad yet. Take a sip. Zhang Chenghan froze for a moment, took the drink, and took a sip. Jiang Yu sat on the sofa and said carelessly, Chenghan, the information about the two of us was actually exposed quite early. Zhang Chenghan frowned. Impossible. None of us have mentioned it. Is that so? Jiang Yu paused and added, then didn't you see Lin Hai later? Zhang Chenghan was at a loss. What does that have to do with anything? Jiang Yu smiled brightly and suddenly added, do you know why we were able to enter the Hanging Pot Workshop? It's because Dr. Wang Lu's examination got the token, and then he was brought up by Wang Ru. And guess why it's such a coincidence? Think about it. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, drank it all in one go, and turned to leave. Zhang Chenghan looked at his departing back and fell into deep thought. They're all masters and disciples, and they're pretty close. Then they all had the sense to bring them in and then take the opportunity to change the dynasty. She was instantly startled and panicked. It's amazing how much preparation went into what they did on a whim. If I knew her home address, I simply couldn't think any further. Once she thought of this, the resentment in the bottom of her heart disappeared. For Jiang Yu, she worshipped him even more. If only Riverfish would accept her. Early the next morning, Jiang Yu then received a message from Lin Hai. He looked at it from beginning to end with great interest. Zhang Chenghan watched his appearance in the living room with infatuation in her eyes. Where are you going this morning? She asked as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yu raised his eyes to look at it and casually replied, Uncle Hai is looking for me for something. Then, Zhang Chenghan hesitated for a moment and said tentatively, can you take me with you? I can't. I have important things to do today. I'll take you there next time. Okay? Jiang Yu smiled sunny and brightly. Zhang Chenghan was mesmerized. Good. I'll wait for you at home then. It's okay, you can wander around or go home. Riverfish offered. Don't worry, I know, Zhang Chenghan said with a smile. Jiang Yu was relieved to see that she didn't have any other ideas. I'll go first, then. The corners of his mouth turned up in greeting. A box in a banquet hall in Haichang. A group of people were sitting at a table, talking. Suddenly the door was pulled open. Lin Hai and Wang Lu walked in with their disciples. Most of the others stood up as soon as they saw them. Only a few remained seated. Elder Wang. What does this mean? Suddenly someone said expressionlessly. He was also an elder of the Hanging Pot Workshop, but with little real power. He belonged to the fringe. So it's Elder Sun. Long time no see. Wang Lu directly ignored his questioning and greeted him with a smile. Elder Sun's eyes moved and his tone was icy. I didn't come here to exchange pleasantries with you. I just want to know what happened last night. Yes, what happened last night is still being transmitted. That's why we're having this honkers dinner today. Wang Lu still didn't change his face and said, everyone sit down first. I'll explain it to you one by one later. After everyone was seated, he then continued, some of you join Hanging Pot Workshop later. You may not recognize this one. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Hai. This isn't a traitor from the Hanging Pot Workshop? Wang Lu, you're not trying to go against the workshop master, are you? Elder Sun said again. The others' faces changed when they heard that. Right, Elder Wang. You have to give us an explanation. That's it. Wang Lu and Lin Hai didn't stop them and let them ramble on. Until they stopped, Wang Lu spoke with a smirk. Didn't I just say that I will give you an explanation? The younger one kept his head down, not being able to speak again. Then why don't you say it? Elder Sun snorted coldly. Wang Lu gritted his teeth and said, I wasn't just about to say it when I was interrupted by someone. I'm giving someone face by not getting angry, but don't really think I'm easy to bully. Elder Sun froze for a moment and snapped his mouth shut. Chapter 104, The Hongmen Banquet. Can you listen to me properly now? Wang Lu looked around the room and snorted. None of the people around him said a word. Wang Lu gave them a blank look and started to introduce. This is my senior brother, Lin Hai. He is now the new master of the Hanging Pot Workshop. Elder Sun directly exploded upon hearing this. He slapped the table hard and stood up. Wang Lu, what's wrong with you? Where's the master? What have you done? The others looked at each other and whispered. Wang Lu looked around without moving and smiled lightly. We didn't do anything. Impossible. If you guys didn't do it, how come Lin Hai, a traitor, was able to become a workshop master? Elder Sun clearly didn't believe it, and there was a questioning tone in his voice. There is certainly a reason why I was able to become a workshop master, but this reason can't be told to you now. Lin Hai talked and laughed. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Even the faces of some of them collapsed, too gloomy to look at. Wang Lu smiled bashfully. I know that many of you can't figure it out, but it doesn't matter. As long as you guys follow along, we definitely won't treat you poorly. He paused for a moment and then continued. Of course, if you guys don't want to, we won't force you. We can get together. Elder Sun already had a belly full of fire, and when he heard him say that, his fire grew even bigger. Ha, you guys are really daring. Why don't you guys say that the Hanging Pot Workshop doesn't need us now and just let us leave? We don't mind if you guys are willing. Wang Ru suddenly spoke up. Before coming here, Master and Uncle had told him what happened. Anyway, he took it well. Elder Sun's eyes stared at him grimly, his tone rather impatient. While the elders are speaking, what are you, a junior? Interjecting, Wang Ru skimmed his lips and looked away. Elder Sun is so angry. Wang Lu coldly spoke. Elder Wang is the one. Anyway, we can't compare. Elder Sun was not willing to show weakness and spoke out sarcastically. Why is there an empty seat here? Whose is that? Suddenly a man spoke up. Lin Hai looked over and said smilingly, Elder Qian, this position belongs to another elder. The crowd looked at each other and started counting up who hadn't come over. It can't be Elder Zhao, right? Why hasn't he come over yet? Someone whispered. Shu, seeing as you don't know what happened yesterday, Elder Zhao and the workshop owner went into the police station. Ah, no way. I didn't know anything about it. Elder Qian's eyes turned cold as he snapped. Quiet. The box went quiet for a moment. Don't be angry either, Elder Sun. We'll talk together when all the people are here. Lin Hai's voice rang out abruptly. No one even spoke when River Fish came in. What? All waiting for me? He smiled and spoke. Elder Sun's eyes widened when he saw the visitor. No, we're just waiting for him to be a brat? You guys are kidding. However, none of them responded to him. Lin Hai smiled and stood up. Little friend Jiangyu, you're here. Jiangyu nodded and smiled. I'm not late, am I? No, just in time. Lin Hai led him to the empty seat and sat down. Wang Lu looked at everyone sitting down and controlled the scene. Since everyone is here, let's talk about the future direction of Hanging Pot Workshop. Several people's faces became more and more ugly. Elder Wang, is Hanging Pot Workshop all about your one word now? Elder Qian said in an icy tone. Lin Hai smiled and said, how come? We're gathered here now to facilitate communication. When Elder Qian heard this, his face looked slightly better. In that case, tell us what really happened yesterday. Wang Lu sighed. Actually, it's not that we don't want to tell you guys, but it's not a glorious thing. Elder Qian didn't care if it was honorable or not. He only wanted to hear the truth. The others were of the same mind. Our previous workshop master hurt many people for his own selfish desires, and one of them directly killed the Hanging Pot Workshop, causing the workshop master to lose face. Wang Lu sounded rather disappointed. Elder Sun's eyes rolled and he said in a conspiratorial manner, even so, why did the workshop master directly become Lin Hai? It can't be that this person is Lin Hai, right? Jiang Yu watched this indifferently and smiled coldly. Dog eat dog. Very exciting. Wang Lu hurriedly said. How can that be? The workshop owner replaced him later because someone reported him and found out about his financial problems, and now he's been detained. Everyone was instantly silent. Last night's strike had given them a general idea in their minds, but they all thought it was just whispers, and no one took it seriously. Now that he heard the certainty, he forgot to return to his senses for a moment. Why? Someone muttered. Riverfish said without changing his face. Probably trying to be better for you guys? Everyone burst into a rage. What do you mean? Jiang Yu raised her eyes to look at them, the corner of her mouth rising. Because he monopolized the market and didn't take human lives seriously. Therefore, he deserves it. The mood in the box dropped for a moment. Even if that's the case, it's not for a little kid like you to say, Elder Sun said with dissatisfaction. Riverfish scoffed. There's no point in bothering with this kind of person. He can piss himself off all by himself. As expected, Elder Sun directly flamed up when he saw that he was ignored again. How do you treat your elders, little brat? He snapped directly. Jiang Yu ignored him, looking at the exquisite meal in front of him. His appetite was wide open. Elder Sun was so angry that he took his chopsticks and threw them hard at Jiang Yu's forehead. Jiang Yu's eyes changed as he listened to the wind and grabbed the chopsticks with his bare hands and threw them towards the wall. The chopsticks went straight into the wall a couple feet. The crowd was taken aback and lowered their heads, not daring to speak again. Elder Sun's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at him incredulously. The corners of his mouth moved, and he ultimately said nothing. Lin Hai looked at this scene and laughed mockingly. This group of people in Zhaohong are really in the same lineage, bullying softness and fearing hardness to a great extent. This matter ends here, Wang Lu warned. Elder Qian didn't want to continue this topic either. His eyes flashed with a glint as he smiled and spoke. Then can you tell us why Lin Hai became a workshop master? Lin Hai smiled and took out a token. Check it out, he said calmly. Elder Qian took it over with a grave expression on his face and flipped it from side to side. This is the token of the workshop master? He looked at him in surprise and said seriously, why do you have it? The Hanging Pot Workshop's workshop owner token was lost before Zhao Hong came to power, so it hadn't been seen since. What's with the sudden appearance now? Lin Hai spoke in a cold voice. Because this was originally mine, and the position of workshop master was also mine, but it was taken by Zhao Hong. Is this answer okay? Chapter 105, Porcelain. When the others heard this, they were slightly stunned in their hearts, and then they looked at each other. Elder Qian said incredulously, you say this is yours? Lin Hai nodded non-committally. Elder Qian was all of a sudden disheveled and wilted. I don't have any more questions. Let's see if the other elders have any more questions. Elder Qian's show of weakness was within Lin Hai's expectations as he gazed at the others. Do you have any more questions? If it's according to what you said, then why didn't you say it in the first place? Elder Sun said rightfully. Lin Hai smiled lightly. Don't you know that the Hanging Pot place is after me? Elder Sun choked and lowered his head to say no more. The others stopped talking. The atmosphere fell silent. Jiang Yu lowered his head and smiled without saying anything, eating his meal in silence. If there are no other questions, then we will now discuss the future direction. Lin Hai smiled. Then how do you want to get it? Elder Qian said curiously. Lin Hai smiled. Wang Lu took out a piece of information from the folder, and Wang Ji distributed all the information to everyone. The crowd glanced at the information and their faces changed. Sulking anger flashed in Elder Sun's eyes. What do you mean by that? With that, he ruthlessly lined up the information on the table. Lin Hai said without changing his face. Just as the information says, we will change the Hanging Pot Sect's business model, as well as the way of assessment. Elder Qian didn't move and said, then how will we calculate our gains and losses in the future? Of course it's self-financing. Wang Lu said with a smile. Now everyone was angry once again. You're cutting us off, someone said angrily. Elder Sun smiled coldly. It seems that all of us are in disagreement. What does Master Lin Fong plan to do? Since you don't agree, then I'm sorry. I don't need you guys either. Lin Hai was still smiling. You, Elder Sun was stunned in place, so angry that he couldn't speak. Elder Qian abruptly laughed out, and everyone seemed to hear some kind of signal as the situation tensed up. What do you mean? Lin Hai said with a grave expression on his face. It doesn't mean anything. Since none of you are thinking about us, then we don't intend to recognize you as a workshop master, Elder Qian said in a breezy manner. Lin Hai laughed sarcastically. You guys wouldn't have forgotten what the Hanging Pot Workshop originally did, right? The others blushed and blanched. How could they not know? But it's not the old days. Without money, it's hard to move an inch. It's so hard. There is a way. They don't want to give up. Isn't there any other way? Someone asked. Undeterred, Lin Hai shook his head. No way. I won't let that happen. Lin Hai's words were undoubtedly adding insult to injury. So it's impossible to talk then? Elder Qian said with a wry smile. Lin Hai shook his head. No way. Then do it. As soon as the words fell, someone attacked directly towards them. Elder Son had long been looking at Jiang Yu in a bad light, and when he heard the voice, he directly punched towards him. Jiang Yu was originally just watching their farce, but he didn't expect the fire to float to him. Do what? He glanced up and grabbed his hand. Elder Son took a step forward and realized that he couldn't even move. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes. What's going on here? Who the hell are you? He winced. Jiang Yu glanced at him. Didn't you already say not to mess with me just now? His hand was so hard that Elder Son's wrist broke. Ah! The screams spread throughout the box. Everyone in the box stopped and looked at Jiang Yu in shock. You're breaking the law, someone said loudly. Jiang Yu snorted coldly. You guys know that too. Ha! I thought you guys didn't know. He threw it with force, and Elder Son was thrown out. Don't look at me. You guys go on. The whole scene froze at once. This elder, you, someone spoke warily. Jiang Yu shook off his hand and spoke carelessly. You guys continue. Don't worry about me. The others didn't dare to move and looked at each other. Lin Hai's eyes flashed as he said in a serious manner. Since you guys don't agree, then return the Hanging Pot Workshop's token to me. The crowd was forced by Jiang Yu's threat to lower their heads and slowly hand over their tokens. Wang Ji smiled while receiving the token and said, Many thanks. The face of the person who had given away the token was already green, but now his face was even darker. May you always be better, they said viciously. Wang Ji didn't care about their faces and sincerely thanked them. By the time all the people had left, there were only a few people left in the box. Little friend, today, Lin Hai was just about to speak when he was interrupted. Uncle Hai doesn't need to say much. I know what you want to do. Jiang Yu paused for a moment and then said, as long as what you do is morally okay, I won't get involved. He stood up with the intention of leaving and smiled back. Today's meal was quite good, and regardless of the reaction of the others, he simply left. Walking through the streets of the sea city, the evening breeze is refreshing. Riverfish walked aimlessly against the wind. Help! Catch the thief! Someone screamed. Riverfish glanced back as a man ran in his direction. He raised an eyebrow and gave a kick that tripped him to the ground. The men behind him ran up after him, grabbing the man's shirt and punching him in the face. Ah! I was wrong. The man clutched his head and kept rolling. The next second, another man came from his side and took out a rope and tied up the man on the ground. Are you okay? A nice voice rang out. Jiang Yu looked toward her and said in surprise, Senior Wenshu? Mo Wenshu raised her eyes and smiled. Schoolmate? You're here too? Riverfish smiled and nodded. The woman on the ground straightened her clothes. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she smiled. I'm fine. Thank you both for your help. Only then did the riverfish look over, his eyes alert. It's you. The woman glanced at him in surprise, a smile radiant on her face. Jiang Yu, you're still in Haichang? Mo Wenshu looked at it suspiciously. You guys know each other? Jiang Yu hastily shook his head. Not familiar. How could it be? Jiang Yu is my benefactor. If it wasn't for him in the first place, I might even be. The woman was teary-eyed. Jiang Yu's eyes glared sternly. Song Xiao Xiao, we don't know each other well, and I'm not saving you. Song Xiao Xiao cried even more. Riverfish retreated, a detached look in his eyes. So it's like this. I thought there was a relationship between you two. Mo Wenshu abruptly laughed out. The riverfish's back was cold and felt in danger. He didn't move to look away. Why does something feel wrong? Mo Wenshu smiled. How come? The bad guys aren't here. Chapter 106, we're an unmarried couple. Jiang Yu glanced at the person on the ground and nodded slightly. Also, if there were anyone else, the first thing they would have noticed as well. Song Xiaoxiao's face paled when she saw that both of them didn't pay any attention to her. Riverfish, she opened her mouth. Riverfish said expressionlessly, we're just one side of the story, not enough for you to stretch out an appointment here. Song Xiaoxiao bowed her head in bitterness. She really liked this young, strong man, and would be willing to have a one-night stand with him. This girl, school brother said you only met him once, so why are you pestering? Mo Wenshu smiled faintly. Song Xiaoxiao glared at her and said without a trace, you don't understand. Besides, this is just your schoolmate. Do you have any other relationship with him? Does it mean that your family lives by the sea? I kindly advised you. Why didn't you listen? Mo Wenshu was speechless. Song Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red and she said angrily, don't need you to care. Mind your own business. Other people's business has nothing to do with you at all. If you say it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter? Mo Wenshu laughed back in anger. I'm sorry, he and I are an unmarried couple. Of course I can care about his affairs. Song Xiaoxiao looked at her incredulously, and then glanced at Jiang Yu's face, realizing that he was in shock and obviously didn't know about it. She said mockingly, this is the first time I've seen a fiancé couple where the fiancé doesn't know. Mo Wenshu glanced at Jiang Yu and said expressionlessly, I'm not like you, at least I say things. She took a yellowed piece of paper out of her pocket and handed it over to Riverfish. Check it out, she said with a smile. Jiang Yu looked at the familiar paper in his hand and his face instantly changed. Slowly opening it and taking a look, it was not unexpected. Why didn't you say anything in the first place? He asked in disbelief. Mo Wenshu smiled brightly and dazzlingly. That's because, well, I wasn't going to honor the marriage contract in the first place. Otherwise, what other reason is there? It's not like the two of them know each other well, so why bother? When Jiang Yu heard this, he became even more puzzled. Then why did you agree to it now? Mo Wenshu's gaze was harsh as she looked at Song Xiaoxiao in front of her, and the reason was self-evident. Jiang Yu helplessly held his forehead. The reason for this sister's exposure is just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hello senior sister. He calmed down and smiled. Mo Wenshu nodded and reluctantly accepted. She inclined her head to gaze provocatively at Song Xiaoxiao. Now you believe it? Song Xiaoxiao obviously hadn't recovered from the shock she had just experienced and didn't even hear what she said. The corners of Mo Wenshu's mouth rose and her voice got louder. Now, do you believe it? Song Xiaoxiao abruptly returned to her senses, her eyes changing. I still don't believe it. She paused and said towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, I haven't done those, and I really like you. River Fish nodded slightly. But I don't like you. He righteously refused. Song Xiaoxiao looked at him with disappointment, her tone low. I know. I won't bother you anymore. She took a deep breath and gathered her courage and continued. If, the next time we're destined to see each other again, can you stop avoiding me? Depends. Jiang Yu was so distracted that he didn't even hear what she said, so he casually replied back. When Song Xiaoxiao heard his words, a smile lifted up on her face once again. Okay. She grabbed her bag and leapt away. Mo Wenshu looked at her back as she left and bristled. How did you agree with her? There was irritation in her tone. Jiang Yu glanced at her unexpectedly, with doubt in his eyes. Did I just say something? With a curious look on his face, he added. I was just thinking about how I didn't realize you were my senior sister before, so I didn't hear what she said. Mo Wenshu nodded in understanding, her mood inexplicably better. Oh, so, that's okay. Jiang Yu, however, was unwilling to let her go, walking step by step to her, teasingly saying, this senior sister? I've only just come down from the mountain for a short while, and you lied to me like this. I'm going to tell master. His voice grew louder and louder. Mo Wenshu stepped forward and covered his mouth. With a panicked face, she looked around for fear of being discovered. Will you keep your voice down? River Fish blinked and suddenly stuck out his tongue and licked the palm of her hand. In the next second, Mo Wenshu withdrew her hand and her face reddened. Junior brother, you did it on purpose, she said with certainty. Jiang Yu giggled, his tone rather innocent. What did I do? You're the one who covered my mouth first and made it difficult. Mo Wenshu glared at him with a petulant look in her eyes, causing Jiang Yu's heart to melt as she looked at him. But then again, how many senior sisters are you my first? He said smilingly. Attention was diverted for a moment with this question. Mo Wenshu said softly, it's third senior sister. Oh. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He always felt that the person in front of him should be ranked 5th or 6th, but he didn't expect it to be the third senior sister. Third senior sister? He hesitated and added, didn't you say you've returned to the academy? Mo Wenshu stared at him suspiciously, the corners of her mouth moving. When did I say I was going back to the academy? Jiang Yu instantly felt embarrassed. He rubbed the back of his head and grinned stupidly. Guess I misremembered. Jiang Yu admitted his mistake and hastily apologized. Mo Wenshu waved her hand carelessly and was just about to say something when she heard Jiang Yu speak again. Third senior sister. Have you told the other senior sisters and sisters about your being here? Mo Wenshu was taken aback and shook her head. I haven't told anyone else. River Fish smiled playfully. I can tell them. Oh, they told you to go find her. He raised his cell phone, which was still lit up, obviously having had contact earlier. No, I said why are you so fast? Mo Wenshu was dumbfounded. I should have known that I wouldn't have exposed my identity just now, but now it's too good to escape. Jiang Yu shrugged. I'm not sure. It's just that just now while you were talking, I sent a message, and I didn't realize that all the other senior sisters sent messages asking you to go over. He was still depressed that these senior sisters didn't even realize that he had come over as well. Mo Wenshu sighed and said resignedly, alright, you take me there, lest they wait impatiently. Aha! Riverfish answered and turned his head to stop the car. No, will you guys pay attention to me? The man on the ground suddenly spoke. He had woken up a while ago and had been pretending to be dizzy when he heard the voices. He wanted to run, but realized she was tied up, so he stayed still and listened to their conversation. Who knows, the more they talked, the more they got into it, and they didn't even notice that there was someone else on the floor. The ground was already cool on an autumn night, and he didn't have much clothing, so he was chilled to the bone. There was no choice but to open their mouths and remind them. Chapter 107, Finding an Iron Bowl. Jiang Yu and Mo Wenshu froze for a moment and looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. They had literally just forgotten that there was someone on the ground. Let's go. Send him to the police station before going back, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Mo Wenshu nodded gently. The man on the floor was speechless. He suddenly regretted a little why he couldn't think of telling them. If they hadn't noticed, he could have sneaked around and had someone else release him. Now it was good. All of a sudden he was going to the police station. But there's nothing wrong with going to the police if you do. He smiled in relief. Jiang Yu took the silver needle and stabbed it against his arm, then loosened the rope. The person on the ground felt the rope on his body being loosened, and the next second he wanted to pop up and run out. He didn't realize that his body had no strength at all, and he couldn't even move. What did you just do? He said in horror. He's a pervert, isn't he? How did he do it with a silver needle? Jiang Yu didn't even give him a look, and zapped him in another spot on his arm before speaking expressionlessly. Stand up and walk on your own. The man on the floor moved, realizing that his body had strength again. His pupils flashed with a hint of shock, and his tone was very surprised. How the hell did you do that? Mo Wenshu laughed derisively. Junior brother, your hand of silver needles is out of this world. Jiang Yu said proudly. That's true. I've learned all of master's skills. Mo Wenshu let out a ch and turned her head away from him. Third senior sister. It's alright. If you have something in the future, I can help you. Jiang Yu hemmed and hawed. Is what you said true? Mo Wenshu's eyes rolled in interest. Jiang Yu patted his chest. That's bound to be true. Okay, I'll remember that one. Mo Wenshu's smile was radiant. The bound man looked up at the sky with a bleak heart. I mean, can you guys stop flirting in front of me? He said without a trace of anger. Mo Wenshu couldn't help but glare at him. What business is it of yours if we talk? Don't listen if you can. This sister, I really don't want to hear it either, but it's not under my control. As Jiang Yu listened to him, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, I see that you have a pretty good personality. Why did you do something like that? Brother, you don't know about this. I'm just too unlucky. The man couldn't help but cry. Mo Wenshu also got interested and said curiously, how did you get unlucky? The man first sighed, then bitterly spoke. My name is Li Fei, originally an ordinary clerk. I did not expect to encounter layoffs. Then I applied for another company, and just after I went in, it closed down. I had no choice but to change to another one, and then it was closed down. After a few times like this, I resigned myself to my fate. Jiang Yu and Mo Wenshu looked at each other. They've never seen anyone so unlucky. And then what? Riverfish asked. Li Fei pretended to choke. And then you saw it. I went to steal from her. Why are you so thoughtful? Jiang Yu was puzzled. Because, when lives are at stake, you couldn't care less. Li Fei lowered his head, the corners of his mouth turning up where he couldn't be seen. Mo Wenshu said comfortingly, even so, you can go to your parents and ask them to help, can't you? Li Fei shook his head. I grew up an orphan and never met my parents. He paused long enough to tell the others not to say anything, and then went on to say mysteriously, I checked the news, and I heard that food and shelter were included in the prison, so that's what I came up with. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. His pupils widened. No, you'd do that for food and drink? He really couldn't figure it out. Mo Wenshu also had a blank look on her face, obviously not expecting this kind of operation. Li Fei rightfully spoke. Isn't that for sure? Man is iron and rice is steel. One meal not eaten will make you hungry. I always have to find an iron rice bowl that belongs to me. Jiang Yu was furious and laughed. This person is so stupid. Mo Wenshu sighed. Li Fei skimmed his lips and didn't continue to respond. He wasn't really stupid. Of course he could tell the difference between good and bad. He did it only to survive. And when he couldn't even satisfy his survival, morality was no more with him. Besides, he's just not having much luck this time. And when he gets out again in 3 years, he won't believe he can't find a job. The two men took him to the police station and also gave a statement. Before leaving, Jiang Yu suddenly had a kind heart and asked curiously, will he be put in jail for stealing like that? The policeman gave him a suspicious look and spoke gravely. That's for sure. Although his amount is not large, it's enough for a sentence, at least less than 3 years in prison. Jiang Yu nodded, his complexion darkening, thinking he was thinking of something bad. The policeman said warningly, you mustn't follow his example. Jiang Yu hurriedly spoke. Of course, we are good citizens who abide by the law. I hope you do what you say you're going to do, the policeman said with a grin. Riverfish nodded affirmatively and turned to leave. He did it on purpose, and it counts, Mo Wenshu said with certainty. Riverfish puffed out a laugh. Third senior sister. People have said it before. He just did it on purpose. Your reflex arc is also too long. No, I mean it was calculated from the moment he had the idea, Mo Wenshu said slowly. Jiang Yu stopped and stared at her in bewilderment. What does it mean, elder sister? Mo Wenshu raised her eyes to look at him. On our way here just now, there was a person following not far away. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow and glanced around absently. No need to look. He's been gone since we entered the police station, Mo Wenshu said with certainty. Senior sister is so observant. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have realized it at all, Jiang Yu said in a complimentary manner. Mo Wenshu was very flattered by his words. Her eyebrows arched and she smiled sweetly. I'm wondering, does he personally know about this? Moreover, who is so capable of letting him enter a company and close down a company? Jiang Yu pondered for a long time, his tone inexplicable. After doing all that, the purpose is just to get him into the police station? Mo Wenshu pursed her lips and thought for a moment. Can't figure it out. Jiang Yu shook his head. Forget it, it's none of our business. Let's just go find our senior sisters. He glanced at the time and exclaimed. Hurry, we're going to be late. Mo Wenshu's eyes widened as she ran and complained. Why didn't you say earlier that there was a time limit? Riverfish stopped where he was and laughed out loud. Chapter 108, Inexplicable Displeasure. Then it's not like senior sister didn't ask me either. Mo Wenshu gave him a blank look and directly stopped a car. Hurry up, she said curiously. Jiang Yu didn't retort and followed into the car. Inside the presidential suite of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, Wang Qingqin sat on the sofa in deep thought. Yan Qingju was expressionless and didn't say a word. And Weekend Language took a small sip of red wine. She put down the glass in her hand, glanced at the time, and said absently, it's almost time, and it looks like they're not back yet. Yan Qingju snorted coldly. There's no hurry, I guess it's on the way. Wang Qingqin laughed a little. And I wondered what you guys were doing here. There was a new assignment assigned in the academy and she was asked to come over to solve it. Randomly booking a hotel, she didn't expect to meet them when she opened the door. Then, Riverfish organized the event by saying in the group that he met the third sister. Weekend Language arched her eyebrows. It's not because of junior brother. If the men knew that she looked like this now, they would probably be shocked. But so what? This was her own senior sister, and she was happy to give in. The corners of Wang Qingqin's mouth suddenly rose. It seems that junior brother has caused a lot of trouble. Don't ask her how she knows. She'd heard quite a bit about him while she was running her errands. Weekend Language laughed. That's not true. It's a good thing Master let him learn so much. Otherwise it would be hard to deal with. We can say whatever we want to ourselves, but if others bully my senior brother, then we won't be blamed for being impolite. Yan Qingju had a cold face. The other two nodded approvingly. Yeah, only we can bully him. Weekend Whisper echoed. A while back the Merfrost guys tried to rebel, played with them for a while and just trashed them. But alas, let that Bill guy get away. When we return to Inkfrost HQ next time, we'll send out a hunting order to find the person at the ends of the earth. Yan Qingju pondered for a moment and said, recently, there has been news of Junior Master in national security, and they are gauging whether Junior Master is in danger. Wang Qingqin and Weekend Language were shocked and said in unison. Why? Because of the Hanging Pot Workshop. Wang Qingqin and Weekend Whisper's brows furrowed as their minds pondered. I know about the Hanging Pot Workshop, but what does it have to do with Junior Brother? Weekend Language asked in disbelief. Yan Qingju took a deep breath. Because he's now an elder of the Hanging Pot Workshop. What? Weekend Language instantly stood up, incredulity in his tone. No way. Wang Qingqin didn't believe it either. Although Jiang Yu's strength was good, he wasn't so capable of becoming an elder of the Hanging Pot Workshop. Yan Qingju explained. The Hanging Pot Workshop isn't the same as it used to be. After the last workshop master took over, they only looked at profit, and the entire sect has decayed quite a bit. It was only 2 days ago that it went through the reforms, and then the list of personnel has been filed. At that time, when she saw the name, it also shocked her for a long time. At first, she thought it was a fake, and only after asking again and again did she realize it was real. Weekend Language abruptly laughed out loud. 2 senior sisters. Instead of us speculating here, why don't we wait for them to return before asking? Wang Qingqin and Yan Qingju looked at each other and nodded slightly. In the cab, Jiang Yu sat calmly while his afterglow looked at the anxious Mo Wenshu. Senior sister, what are you? He asked worriedly. Mo Wenshu took a deep breath and slowly spoke. A little worried. Jiang Yu looked unconcerned. What are you afraid of? Besides, with senior brother blocking the sword for you, senior sister won't give you a hard time. You don't know. Mo Wenshu shook her head, her tone low. Jiang Yu gave her a puzzled look and retracted his gaze, not digging into the root of the matter. Is this a fight between the younger two? The master driver glanced at them in the rearview mirror and asked with a grin. Mo Wenshu's anxious heart smoothed out when she heard the younger two. Master, you're wrong. We're not yet, she hurriedly explained. The driver's master didn't care and said with a smile, it's okay, sooner or later. Mo Wenshu raised her eyes to look at it and said suspiciously, why do you say that? The guy next to you has been watching your emotions since you got in the car. So I guessed. Master smiled meaningfully before he finished his sentence. Mo Wenshu blinked in surprise towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu grinned and said slightly sheepishly, Master, this is my senior sister. Don't talk nonsense. when my senior sister gets angry, what can I do? The driver master did not expect this, and glanced at the state of the two people behind him. Young people nowadays are really good at playing. They don't want to be found out and still ambiguous at the same time. They are really old and can't keep up with the times. Oh, so, I was mistaken in my old eyes, he said cooperatively. Riverfish smiled and nodded. Mo Wunshu frowned as she listened to their conversation, her heart a little upset. But this feeling, again, she didn't know what it was because of. Abruptly, she thought of something and her pupils contracted sharply. She hastily shook her head and said in her mind, impossible, they had only met a few times. Why would she care so much about what the driver said? The aggravation in Mo Wunshu's eyes flashed. No, she couldn't let this happen. Riverfish, what time is it? She spoke suddenly, with annoyance still in her tone. Jianyu looked at her with a puzzled expression and said suspiciously, what is senior sister asking about the time for? He glanced at the navigation and then said, it's almost time. Thinking their time was almost up, the driver's master cooperated by saying, that's right, it's just around the corner up ahead. Don't worry about it. Mo Wunshu was blocked for a moment, and her mood became even more agitated and troubled. She was about to say, but stopped. Jianyu became even more curious. His eyes rolled around and he spoke with a wry smile. What does senior sister want to say? Mo Wunshu looked like she had been told something and immediately said expressionlessly, it's nothing, don't ask. Well. Riverfish shrugged, his eyes looking out the window. Mo Wunshu became even more angry. The car was instantly embarrassed, and the driver's master peeked back cautiously, not daring to continue talking. The cab drove to the intersection, turned, and pulled over. Riverfish was the first to get out of the car and came to the other side, opening the door. Mo Wunshu glanced over her shoulder at him, pursed her lips, and walked out. She suddenly glanced back and realized that Jianyu was talking and laughing with the driver, his face expressionless. In the next second, as if he had realized something, Jianyu looked up and smiled brightly. Mo Wunshu felt her heart soften and couldn't help but laugh along. Come on, she shouted. Riverfish nodded, kept his head down and said something to the driver, and ran over. Go! He arched his eyebrows and smiled brightly. Chapter 109, Sisters and Brothers. Mo Wunshu glanced at the cab and asked curiously, what were you saying? Riverfish hemmed and hawed. It's nothing, hurry up or you'll be too late. Mo Wunshu couldn't be bothered to ask again and nodded. The two went up quickly. There was a knock on the door of the presidential suite. Weekend Whisperer glanced at them and smiled as he went to open the door. Yikes, it's late. The tone was conspiratorial. Mo Wunshu's brows tightened, pretending to be expressionless. What's wrong, senior sister? Hello senior sister, I'm back, Jianyu called out, taking advantage of their confrontation. He dodged sideways and walked straight in. Seeing him go in, Weekend Language shrugged and turned around to walk in, while Mo Wunshu followed behind to enter the room together. Jianyu's smile grew even wider when he saw the several senior sisters. Eldest sister? Why are you here too? Mo Wunshu said in surprise. As far as she could remember, eldest sister was not leading a class right now, so how could she have time to come out? Wang Qinchin sighed and sidestepped out of the way. It's not to earn merit points, otherwise I wouldn't have come out. As she spoke, she sized up Mo Wunshu and said suspiciously, but, why did you come back? Didn't tell me either. Mo Wunshu sat self-consciously next to Wang Qinchin and touched her nose awkwardly. Jianyu said from the side, I remember the first time I met third senior sister. It was at the academy. How could eldest senior sister not know? The movements of Mo Wunshu's hand stopped. She couldn't help but glare at him and looked pleasingly at Wang Qinchin. Eldest senior sister. Wang Qinchin gestured a pause. I know you want to explain, but there's no need for that. Senior sister Mo Wunshu pouted. Jianyu suddenly shivered as he listened to the voice. This pampering is also too energetic. If the elder sister faces him, think about the saliva is flowing out. He shook his head quickly. No, he couldn't think like that. Weekend Language snorted as he watched Jianyu's movements. Junior brother, what are you thinking? It can't be? She covered her mouth in mock surprise. Everyone's gazes went to the river fish. Jianyu froze for a moment and looked at Weekend Language with an innocent expression. Fourth senior sister, what are you saying? How come I can't understand? Perhaps it was because he acted more genuinely. Several senior sisters believed him and turned to look at Weekend Language. Weekend Language was instantly speechless. Senior sister, what are you looking at me for? It's not like I'm wrong. Junior brother has just been shaking his head. Yen Xinju frowned and spoke. Modern Language. Weekend Language skimmed his mouth. I know, it's just a little joke. Don't take it so seriously. Jianyu looked at Yen Xinju with a grateful gaze. His heart was very pleased. Second sister. Need a hug. He walked over and stretched out his arms. Yen Xinju glanced at him, the tips of her ears reddening as she reached out to hug him. What's wrong, little master? She said gently. Jiang Yu's heart fluttered and his hands tightened around Yen Qingzhu. He sniffed the scent of Yen Qingzhu's body and lowered his voice. Second senior sister, why are you so nice? In the eyes of outsiders, Yen Qingzhu would always be cold, but in his opinion his second senior sister was the most adorable person. Yen Qingzhu stroked his head, which is not true, it's that little senior brother is too inviting. River Fish was silent. The others watched the scene with mixed emotions. Junior brother, you won't be bullied, right? Mo Wenshu asked curiously as she thought about what she had encountered earlier and saw Jiang Yu's fragile appearance. When the other few senior sisters heard this, their faces instantly changed. Yen Qingzhu's icy voice rang in Jiang Yu's ears. Junior brother, are you being bullied? Jiang Yu looked at them in confusion, shaking his head and waving in a hurry. Senior sister, no. He paused for a moment, his tone serious. How could I be bullied by others? If they really look for me, they will also be the ones to reap what they sow. A few sisters relaxed. Then you just now? Yen Qingzhu asked worriedly. Jiang Yu giggled and rubbed the back of his head. It's not because of a sudden emotion. That's why. Wang Qingqin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Jiang Yu. Her tone was murderous. Jiang Yu sat upright and said in a serious manner. What's wrong? Eldest sister? Is that what you did when you got out of school? Wang Qingqin's eyes slanted over with indifference. Jiang Yu cleared his throat. Back to senior sister. When I go out, I speak to people when I see them, and speak to ghosts when I see them. Wang Qingqin's face grew more and more grim as she listened and became more and more angry. She was about to say something when she was interrupted by weekend language. Eldest sister, master's nature is already good enough to raise river fish. There's no need to be catty. Weekend language laughed. Seriously, her personality was actually not good, but these senior sisters tolerated her, and that's why she was such a fish out of water. The youngest brother is much more versatile and often thinks out of the box. More than that, of course, he liked to hide in the background and watch the show as much as she did. The only time he's sharp is when someone else provokes his scales. Of course, Wang Qingqin knew that weekend language was right, but she still wanted to teach Jiang Yu a lesson. Do you still have your GPA? She asked suddenly. Although Jiang Yu was puzzled, he still spoke. There's still a little bit left. Just take a few more quests when we're almost back. He was often away from the academy now, so he needed very few merit points, so he had made arrangements long ago. Oh, that's fine. Take a difficult mission when you go back. Wang Qingqin said expressionlessly. Jiang Yu froze for a moment and nodded slightly. Got it. He grinned and winked. Wang Qingqin inclined her head and stopped looking at him. Yen Qingzhu looked at Jiang Yu with a heartbroken expression and opened her mouth to speak. Junior brother was trained by master, and his strength was not bad, but he had not yet reached the peak. If she met those with a deep family heritage, how would she tackle them? No, she had to make another effort and climb up the ladder a bit. A glint flashed in Mo Wenshu's eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. It seems that the little master is angry at people who don't know it, so there might be a lot of fun to be had in the future. How about moving the headquarters over? It was better to just forget about it and continue to grow and develop outside the domain, and it was okay for her to be in the country a lot. And Weekend Whisper laughed his ass off. Junior brother, this is a disaster for you. She gloated. How is it miserable? Eldest sister is doing this for my own good. Besides, the more quests I take on, the further my medical skills will go. Jiang Yu paused for a moment and said laughingly, you don't know about that, do you? Weekend Language's face changed and she opened her mouth to retort, but was stopped by a look from Yen Qingzhu. She closed her mouth and stopped looking at River Fish. Jiang Yu didn't notice anything wrong inside and curiously opened his mouth to ask, isn't this the party where several senior sisters welcome third senior sister back? Why are all the eyes on me now?